130 years ago, the Silent Night organization revealed itself to the world. At that time, the world was in the throes of battle, drowning in blood and countless casualties, and people lost hope. One day, the Masters came together to found the Central Celestial Alliance, striving to restore peace and order to a broken, lost world. The Alliance decided to create a clan that would confront the Silent Night, protecting the world from its hidden manipulations and struggles that have consumed the light of hope. Its leader was Bak Chin-Hu, a famous martial artist whose name was a symbol of strength and wisdom, capable of leading the fight against Silent Night. When the Northern Celestial Clan was formed, the Central Alliance pledged all support to him, confident that together they could win. The Alliance gathered a huge amount of elixirs and techniques for the Northern Heavenly Clan, providing them with the most powerful resources to fight with. The Alliance helped the clan gain strength and pushed Silent Night aside, strengthening their position. As time went on, Nam Moon Sang became the second leader of the clan, and after him, Yu Kwang-en. The Heavenly Clan has gained power and recognition as an important force in the area and has gathered thousands of new followers. The clan has become an enduring symbol of power, capable of deterring any threat and fighting back even the darkest of forces. The man known as the Great Wall of the North, Jin Kwang Ho, is the fourth leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan. The clan's mainstay was the Northern Heavenly Four, powerful warriors among whom Jin Kwang Ho stood out. The Great Wall of the North. Their strength and determination made the clan invincible. They were wise and commanding warriors with unrivaled strength and strategic genius. All opponents fell before them without a chance. The power of the Northern Heavenly Four was incomparable, and no force could resist their determination. No matter how strong the opponent was, he still lost to them. The wisdom and power of the Northern Heavenly Four left their enemies no chance. They needed very little time to win. With their impeccable coordination and strategic brilliance, the Northern Sky Four quickly nullified any attempt at resistance by the enemy. And one of them was also the Demon Fist warrior Zhou Chengwu. His incredible strength and fighting skills were an important contribution. The invincibility of the Northern Sky Four, striking enemies with terrifying speed and accuracy. Before him, any opponent was in a lose-lose situation. Zhou Chengwu's Demon Fist was literally destroying all obstacles with its skill and destructive power. The ground shook beneath his feet with his power. Each of his blows, like a mighty storm, left ruins in its wake, and his opponents fell before they could even fight back. Also among them was a warrior known as the Raging Hurricane Kuyun Musheng. His speed and fury in battle was so overwhelming. His blows were like a tornado, giving his opponents no chance of survival. He moved so that he seemed invisible to the eyes of his enemies, that his blows were lightning fast, and no one had time to react. Yun Chenghua's ghostly cursed blade came next. His attacks were so precise and so devastating that the enemy didn't realize they were already dead. Next was Iron Blood Lord Jae Hyok Shim. His strength was like iron and his blood like fire. Each of his blows not only destroyed, but left a trail of rage on the battlefield that reminded him of his indestructible power. In battle, he was like a storm or a hurricane that knew no mercy. Together they were invincible. The Northern Heaven Four united such powerful warriors. Like Zhou Zhongwu, Kuyun Musheng Yong Zhonghua, and Jae Hek Shim became the living embodiment of power and destruction. Their synergy in battle was unimaginable, and their opponents had no choice but to fall in front of them. The Four played a key role in driving the Silent Night from the northern lands. Their power and combat unity was the deciding factor in the victory. But then the unimaginable happened, and internal betrayals and hidden threats, and unexpected shifts in the balance of power have jeopardized everything they've accomplished. And the Great Wall of the North fell. Jin Kwang Ho, who seemed invincible, was broken. Came the Nine Heavens, the powerful samurai who ruled the world of Marima, and Jin Kwang Ho, watching this incredible spectacle, thought that this crowd was indeed the strongest of all. In front of him stood also the sages of that clan, elders and masters who possessed profound knowledge and power. One of them is the sage Seo Mong Hua, the genius who revived the greatness of the Seo Mong family. His thirst for knowledge was boundless, and he devoted his life to the pursuit of truth. He turned to our hero and said if he was the leader of the Jin clan and would continue to deny the truth, why the one who stood up to Silent Night betrayed them. The sage continued, looking into his eyes as if trying to understand what was behind his actions. He answered with a firmness in his voice that he had always lived honestly. His words sounded with determination. He stood before them unwilling to admit the slightest accusation. And finally he was told that 4 men were against him. The wise men silently pointed to those who had once been his allies. These were the people he once shared triumphs and defeats with, but now they're his enemies. It was a startling revelation that left him confused and shocked. There was shock in his voice, and he felt the whole world around him begin to crumble. For these men with whom he had been through countless battles and hardships had now turned against him. He felt doubt and pain seize his heart. At that moment, a heavy loneliness gripped his soul. His voice was quiet, but he sounded determined, as if he had already accepted his fate. Realized that all these people with whom he had once shared joys and sorrows were now conspiring against him. And if he tries to get out of there, they'll do anything to stop him using manipulative powers or even clever traps. He looked into the faces of the wise men, and as if reading their thoughts, he quietly said that he understood what the Central Celestial Alliance was up to. He took a deep breath and said that so be it, and he would obey them. His words were full of cold determination, and there was not a shred of fear in them. And he thought that the Northern Sky Clan had become too strong and was now just a hindrance to the Alliance. The picture of them once being allies was clear in his mind. But now this powerful clan has become a threat to all who have sought to control and dominate the world, and the Alliance will not have complete control. The leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan, foreseeing the inevitable change, gave his last order. From that day forward, the clan was dissolved. All its followers were obliged to leave its ranks and find a new home. It was the end of a great era, the end of an era, the destruction of old foundations that left only bitterness of loss and memories of former greatness. But his son, who lost his mother as a child and grew up in the barren northern lands, was particularly vulnerable at this moment. The leader knew that his heir was alone in this cruel world, and before he left, he made one last most important request: to promise not to touch him, not to hurt him, not to take him away, that his life would be protected and he would be safe no matter how his fate turned out. But Seo Manhwa thought it would be a good idea to finally terminate Jin Kwang Ho's lineage. His eyes glittered coldly and determinedly, but deep down, he knew it would be a risky move. He didn't think the crowd would let him do it. Seo Manhwa thought about the fact that the rival clan leader would definitely turn against them if he promised to fulfill his last request. Jin Kwang Ho turned around and looked at his son Muan as if saying goodbye to him. His eyes were heavy with the weight of the last few moments. The look in his eyes said it all: forgiveness and care, and hope that his son could survive what was to come. And Muan stood motionless with eyes full of anxiety and pain, unable to express what he felt. But Jin Kwang Ho was leaving his son not only his name, but also his last lesson in honor, about struggle, and how important it is to choose your path even when the world is falling apart. And maybe that was his most valuable legacy. The clan was created to protect the people from the silent night when dark forces crept in, lurking in the shadows. The Northern Celestial Clan has honorably fulfilled their duty for centuries. But it's been tainted by the betrayal of those who were once their own. 3 years later, Muan woke up in a dungeon. Damp walls, dim light coming through the narrow bars, and silence. He tried to move, but his body, exhausted from years of captivity, was bound by ropes. His eyes opened hard and he looked around. It wasn't just an awakening, it was the moment when Muan's resolve boiled over, when his spirit came back to life despite years of suffering. They stood in the shadows hidden from his view, but scrutinized his every move. The atmosphere in the dungeon was tense. Muan peered carefully into the dark corners, trying to figure out who or what was behind his suffering. He asked them what they were doing to him. One of them said that he wasn't as weak as he looked, but Muan couldn't help but hear his words. Then Chung Pa-san, with obvious irritation on his face, finally broke the silence and said that he didn't know how he had been treated by the previous group. His voice sounded low and threatening, but he's not as kind as they are. Asked where Muan hid weapons and equipment, or they'll finish him off. However, Muan only laughed in their faces with cold contempt in his eyes, and Chungpa-san was puzzled by his laughter. He expected fear, but instead he saw only contempt. This boy didn't know what it was to surrender. Wiping the sweat from his forehead from irritation, Chungpa-san coldly said that it seemed that he did not fully understand the situation he was in. He could easily throw him into the wasteland and leave him to the wolves. Muan laughed and said it was hardly true that he would do that. The other observer, standing in the shadows, was also puzzled by Muan's words. He looked like a boy with no fear in his eyes, only boldness. But suddenly he was hit and screamed. A sharp pain ran through his body and he recoiled. Chungpa-san coldly watched his reaction, but the boy didn't care because he was in unbearable pain. Despite the fierce pain in his finger, Muan couldn't keep quiet. He clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted sharply, "Have you forgotten about the promise you made?" by the Central Celestial Alliance to his father. His voice was loud and confident, despite the pain, and he didn't let himself give in to fear. And the shout echoed through the dungeon as if his words were meant to evoke something long forgotten, a reminder of honor and obligation that seemed to have long since been erased from the memories of his enemies. Chungpa-san froze for a moment, as if trying to remember what the boy was talking about. Silent night had completely erased its existence. In its place there was only a lingering darkness that even the faintest spark of light could not fight. And the world began to believe in their disappearance as if not only they, but their entire history had vanished. The shadow of the past covered their traces, leaving only a void. After the first line of defense against Silent Night was disbanded, using her sudden disappearance as an excuse, the Central Celestial Alliance decided to send mercenaries to monitor these lands. Their task was to control the situation and prevent possible threats, ensuring the security of the region. But it was really just an excuse. The Central Celestial Alliance didn't care so much about the safety of these lands, as much as the opportunity to strengthen its influence in the region. But sending mercenaries served as a cover for deeper intentions, hiding their true goals behind the mask of protection they hoped for, that no one will be able to recognize their manipulations and true goals. The real reason, however, was something else. The Central Celestial Alliance had sent mercenaries to follow a certain Muan, and they knew he was the son of the dead leader of the Northern Sky Clan and suspected that he could begin to study his clan's martial arts and plan his revenge. The guards will be closely watching Muan, watching his every move he makes will be under control. Mercenaries embedded by the Central Celestial Alliance stealthily patrolling around, noting his every contact and any change in behavior. And if he starts learning martial arts, they'll be the first to know. And they'll be vigilant, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. They knew that Muan, unlike most, was not just an heir, but a man who could bring his clan's strength back to life. Former clan leader Jin Kwang-ho allowed Muan to read only ordinary books, carefully restricting access to any knowledge of martial arts, to prevent the boy from learning the power. Everything that had anything to do with the fighting techniques and secrets of the Northern Celestial Clan had been taken away by the Central Clan, by the Celestial Alliance and the Northern Sky 4, and after a thorough inspection and a thorough search, they found nothing that could jeopardize their safety or allow Muan to seize his clan's heritage. But despite their efforts, they could not be sure that all traces had been destroyed. Meanwhile, after years of inactivity, Muan was starting to come to his senses. He needed to make a living and decided to learn blacksmithing, and it seemed ridiculous how an heir of the great Northern Heavenly Clan could practice such a craft as blacksmithing, and they found nothing in his actions to indicate covert training or study of combat techniques. But if that's true, if Muan has really decided to devote himself to blacksmithing and leave martial arts behind, there was no point in spending another 3 years monitoring and controlling him. It called into question the entire strategy of the Central Sky Alliance. Over the years, they've put a lot of effort into surveillance to make sure he's not hiding any secret techniques or intentions to revive the clan. He looked at those who were watching him and thought that they were just the new guards sent by the Central Celestial Alliance. Felt that these new guards were going to be a real headache for him. He knew he couldn't avoid their attention completely. Then Muan came to the House of the 10,000 Spirits, a place rumored to be a repository of knowledge hidden from the world. As the name said, it was a place where thousands of martial arts scrolls were kept. But as you might expect, the Northern Sky Four had long ago taken away everything related to martial techniques and ancient arts. The sword techniques went to Hua's Cursed Blade. The hand-to-hand combat went to Zhou Chengwu's Demon Fist. The leg technique went to Kuyan Mu Sheng's Storming Hurricane. And everything related to Qi cultivation was taken away by Iron Blood Lord Jie Hyok Shim. Almost all the disciples of the Northern Heavenly Clan followed the Four. Each of them took part in the destruction of the clan to take the lead on the mainland. He was left alone with no one to help him. One day he had a dream that his father came to him and told him that he was the leader of the Northern Heavenly Clan from today. In the darkness of his room appeared the silhouette of a figure he had known despite years of separation. He stood before him tall and stately as in the old days when he was alive. But he's just a boy who spent years in exile learning blacksmithing to survive. And he wasn't ready to be what his father had been. The pain of loss rolled over his heart again, and he woke up. The dream became a nightmare. It could be said that time had stopped, and the devastation of the Northern Heavenly Clan reflected Muan's inner state. The same emptiness reigned in his soul as in the ancient halls of the ruined house where the shouts of victory and glory had once sounded. Whatever was left of a great legacy was swallowed up by the shadow of betrayal, of loss and oblivion. Like the clan itself, it was torn and empty, but in its depths there was still a spark that could not be extinguished. All he had endured were years of loneliness, painful loss, and even his blacksmith's trade was just a preparation for, so that at some point I could be who I was supposed to be again. But it wasn't an easy choice, and he didn't know how he could rebuild what had been destroyed, how he could raise what had been wiped out. His inner turmoil was growing like a storm in his soul, and he also didn't believe in himself and thought he was very pathetic. The destruction of the clan and his state of mind was just the beginning of something new. And he knew he didn't rise up to show weakness, but rose up to strengthen and build his own will. If he fails now, it won't just be his defeat. He realized it would be the end not only of him, but of everything his father had tried to preserve. The life given to him would be worthless and futile. Muan felt the weight of that thought like a stone pressing down on his heart. But if he fails, everything Gene's done will be for nothing. The gift of life is worth nothing if he can't restore honor. One of the warriors standing next to the captain couldn't stand the cruelty. He said that it was not worth it to go so far since he was only a child. His words hung in the air, and despite their harshness and severity, they caused hesitation in the ranks of those who were watching Muan. But the captain was adamant that the abuse would not stop. His gaze was as cold as ice, his voice stern and ruthless. He went on to say that he doubted they had permission to do this to him. His voice, despite everything, held a certainty. As if that thought was his last stand in this hell. He'd told the captain that the Alliance had left nothing behind. And they took out every scroll, every weapon, every piece of equipment. And if the captain wants to hurt him, he'll see that all the disciples of the Great Four of the Northern Heavens are following them because they were forced to. But there are still people loyal to the Northern Clan, and they're not going to let him get away with it. By doing this to him, they realize the difference between him killing himself or being killed. The loyal men of the clan will surely catch them to pay with their lives for their actions towards him. Shocked by Muan's insolence, the captain shouted sharply that how could he insolence him? He drew his sword, his eyes burning with rage, and his whole appearance seemed to embody danger. One of the warriors standing nearby intervened sharply and said that they had found nothing suspicious, and that we shouldn't stir up conflict for no reason. He tried to intervene, knowing that further action could have irreparable consequences, and they've searched all over the place and found nothing. I asked for Muan's release. The captain grudgingly agreed. Muan held back the pain and looked into the captain's eyes and said firmly that this place was his home and they were uninvited guests, and for them to start acting like it. If they do, he'll forget everything that happened. The captain replied that if he noticed anything, the suspicious Central Celestial Alliance and the Great Four will give him permission to destroy him. Another warrior, noticing how badly Muan was hurt, ordered his comrades to untie him. His words were not kind, but they had some humanity in them. He said he forgave them. The warrior handed him a cloth to use to wrap his finger. But Muan discreetly accepted the cloth, but still remained wary. And he realized he couldn't trust them even if they offered to help now. Their intentions were still unknown. Every action of these people could be a trap, and he was ready for any development. The pain was not only physical, his soul screamed with despair. He felt tears streaming down his cheeks. In the back of his mind, Muan realized the terrible truth that those loyal warriors he spoke of were not there. They didn't come to save him and probably never would. His words, full of hope for a return of power and revenge, were just dreams, and he knew he was alone. He was forgotten and left to fend for himself. And now, all that was left was this ruthless reality that everyone expected him to die. All that remained were the shadows of the past. Every cell in his body screamed for revenge, but his heart was empty. All his efforts and struggles seemed futile, and the world had already made up its mind that he had no right to the future. The next day, he went to the house of 10,000 spirits. Muan realized that despite all the devastation, the Northern Heavenly Clan's heart was still beating. All that was taken away, all the scrolls, all the knowledge was just an outer shell. A shell that could be destroyed, but not the essence, not the soul. The secret that he was the son of Jin Kwang Ho was hidden from the eyes of even the most powerful members of the Northern Heavenly Clan and the Four. This secret was his family's greatest legacy, a legacy no one knew about. Every moment Muan realized this, a fire was lit in his soul. This scroll was his last hope, and he knew that now he had to accomplish the mission at all costs. The secret of the scroll was much deeper than anyone could have imagined. It wasn't just a set of techniques. This scroll was alive. It was the clan itself. When the sun sets in the east and the destroyed walls known as the Wall of 10,000 Spirits begin to cast a shadow on the earth, and the mysterious drawings on the walls turn into writing on the ground, written in a forgotten language from the kingdom of the lower moon. And the Wall of 10,000 Spirits was built by the first leader of the community, Bak Chin Hun, and contained all his knowledge. Was passed down to Jin Kwang Hun 4 generations later. For this reason, as a child, instead of training Muan in martial arts, his father taught him the language of the kingdom. The lower moons were just old engravings on the walls to everyone because that's the way it was meant to be, that only he could read them. For that reason, it might seem like he was just wasting his time. He hoped that the guards would at least continue to think that way because he had to make them think that way for as long as possible. All the teachings of the previous leaders were recorded there. And he still had a long way to go before he mastered the last scroll of martial arts. As long as he was under the supervision of the Central Celestial Alliance, he couldn't attract too much attention. And he had to keep it a secret, waiting patiently for the right moment to act without giving himself away prematurely. Sitting on the roof, he saw the guests coming towards him, the carriage slowly approaching, and he tensely watched the event unfolding around him. He realized it was a friend and greeted him by saying Mr. Huang. And Huang Chul was a former member of the Northern Sky Clan. Self-defense was the limit of his martial arts mastery, and he was considered the weakest in the clan. But no one noticed his loyalty to the clan. After he left, he became a merchant and did everything he could to help Jin Muan. He was an orphan with no talent for martial arts. While the other clans rejected him, the Northern Heavenly Clan accepted him. The leader did his best to teach Huang Chul the basics so he could at least defend himself. But Huang Chul never forgot that kindness. So when everyone left the clan, he was the only one who continued to do anything to help Muan. And now he's come to check on Muan, an old friend who's been there for him in times of need. And he ran up to him and said hello and asked him how he was doing, thanked him for coming to see him. He asked with concern in his voice that those people had injured Muan again. He replied that they hadn't done anything and that he didn't have to worry about it. He added with a slight smile that everything was fine and he shouldn't worry, and said he accidentally hurt his finger when he was forging, but assured him it was a minor injury. As usual, Huang Chul brought him a lot of gifts. He said smilingly that he shouldn't have brought so much for him, and that it was unnecessary, and that he should start living for himself, and that he had done enough. Huang Chul replied that his heart was aching, and if it weren't for the clan, he would have rotted away long ago. He brought our hero not only medicine but food, and a thick winter blanket. Then he asked, pointing to the wagon, that there was a rock in the wagon. He replied that he had received it when he was in Unnam, and this stone had fallen from the sky and the whole tribe worshipped it as a deity. But the tribe was destroyed and this stone belonged to no one. And Muan asked in surprise that the tribe had been exterminated. But Huang Chul told him that it looked like they were fighting the Broken Fist clan. The boy was surprised. His eyes widened with surprise and he fell silent, trying to comprehend what was said. And the Broken Fist clan then decided to settle in Unnam. And after the betrayal of the clan, each of the Great Four founded their own clan in Murima. Cursed Ghost Blade Yun Chenghua gathered an elite group of sword chi users and settled in the west. They were called the Defenders of the Western Heavens. And Kuyan Mu Sheng's Raging Hurricane gathered a group called the Heaven-Waving Hurricane, but they were inactive. Iron Blood Lord Jae-Hek Shim obtained the most combat power and built the Iron Castle in the north. And Fist Demon Zhou Zhongwu, who was violent and vicious, created the band Broken Fists. Muan thought how cruel they all were to betray his father, because those whom Jin Kwang Ho considered allies did not keep their word and gave him up to destruction. Since Muan had taken up blacksmithing, he brought iron for him. It was getting chilly, so Muan invited them inside. He thanked them for the gifts and smiled warmly. And they started bringing home the goodies and putting them neatly on the shelves. And whoever was watching him thought there was nothing unusual about this man, and his loyalty to the northern clan impressed him. And sadly, the heir is in such a sorry state. Thought he was wasting his time in the forge, climbing to the top of the tower and gazing at the sky. And he felt no chi from him, and thought this guy had nothing. And that time when he talked about the Central Celestial Alliance and the Great Four, if he'd elaborated on his story, it would have been more believable. He made wise decisions for his age. It's a little sad. If he had learned martial arts, he would have become a strong leader. A messenger hawk flew in, landing quickly and accurately on the roof. His talons held the bundle tightly. The captain was outraged that they were sent to this shithole and even contacted, and now they had to prepare for the arrival of important guests. The captain ordered the aide to rebuild one of the royal buildings that was damaged in the recent events. The deputy nodded and said it would be done. Everything would be restored as soon as possible. An atmosphere of calmness hung in the air, and the cold outside the windows only increased the coziness inside. Meanwhile, Muan set the table and invited the guest to sit down. He told them to relax and talk for a while. And Muan asked what the world was like right now. The old man replied that everything was fine, said that all the talk was about a martial artist who was famous in Murim and his name was Dam So Jung. And he said he would fight and defeat 100 martial artists. That's why he's the center of attention right now. He was the third son of the invincible master Dam Chok Shim of the Nine Heavens. At first, people mocked him and did not take him seriously. But in the end, he only turned 18. But every time he challenged someone, he left chaos and destruction in his wake. Now the people of Murim have nothing but fear and respect. And now he's had about 93 fights. In any case, he hasn't lost a single one. He's rumored to be heading north, and a lot of clans are on edge because of what he did. Then Muan asked if there was any more news, and he said that was it for now. The next morning, Mr. Huang wanted to leave, but Muan said he should stay and rest. He said he really should. But unfortunately, he couldn't. Said he'd be back after winter and to forgive him for not being able to be of more use to him. But Muan said it wasn't true and that he had already done a lot for him. They said goodbye and he left. He stood and watched the wagon slowly pull away, disappearing over the horizon. His eyes reflected a mixture of thoughts. It was also snowing softly on the ground, creating a misty atmosphere. Each flake of snow seemed a little heavier. The assistant captain came over and said he was looking for him. There's important news that can't wait. An important guest from the Central Celestial Alliance wants to visit them in the spring, he said. They are also planning to rebuild Huachan Palace. And Muan said after thinking for a while that they can do what they want. The palace had been empty for a long time anyway. He added with a cold expression on his face that if that was all he was going to do. He walked in the snow, his footsteps barely audible in the silence. His thoughts were heavy as he pondered what was happening, and what lay ahead. With every step he took, it became clearer that old grudges and unresolved issues still haunted him, and he was heading for the home of the 10,000 spirits, to a place that had always drawn him like a magnet. In this mysterious and enigmatic place hid not only power, but also many secrets he had yet to unravel. Once inside, he immediately noticed small but distinct footprints, as if someone had recently passed through there. The tracks led to the deep, dark corners of the house where forgotten shadows and hidden powers dwelled. Suddenly, a blade was held to his throat. The blade was cold and sharp, and he felt the blood freeze in his veins. A woman's voice, soft but full of menace, said who he was. The blade remained at his throat, and the silence around him grew even more oppressive. He replied. His voice remained calm, and despite the danger that he should be the one to ask her that question. But he said he asked first. Then he said he owned the place. And she interjected that he claimed to be the heir to the Northern Heavenly clan. Muan said that he really was. Then he said it was his turn to ask her who she was. She started to answer, but stopped. The blade fell from her hands and clattered to the floor. She froze for a moment, and he turned around to see what was going on behind him. The girl fell to the floor, and blood flowed from her wound. Her face contorted in pain, and she looked at him weakly. He was surprised and didn't know what to do. For 1 second, everything around him seemed to freeze, and his mind wandered, trying to figure out what to do next. But she was wounded in front of him, and there was no time to think. He also thought she might be a criminal. First, he had to see if she was breathing. He leaned down, putting his ear to her chest, trying to catch at least a faint sigh. Her heart was beating weakly. He sighed sadly, looking at her, and a feeling of helplessness grew inside him. Why was this happening to him, and his life was descending more into chaos? He didn't know the answer, but he felt the weight of his choice and how each step was leading him deeper into the unknown. He picked her up and carried her gently to his side, ignoring the cold and fog around him. When he brought her home, he gently laid her on the bed and examined the wound. The blood continued to trickle out slowly, and he realized that if he didn't stop her, she had too much to lose. He realized it was poison. His heart clenched. Time was against him, and every second could be decisive. Luckily, he had an antidote. He quickly found a small box. It was a spiritual remedy, straight-up poison. He also thought it was the only antidote he had left, and he sacrificed a lot to give her the only antidote. It was his last chance, and he knew he wouldn't be able to find another one when he needed it. He didn't even know who she was, so he could give her the last of the antidote. But her life hung in the balance, but he took pity on her. The moment his hands touched her wound and his gaze met her weary face, he felt the deepest compassion. It was an instinctive act, a decision made in desperation without thinking of the consequences. Then he opened the antidote, trying not to rush, but his hands still trembled slightly from the exertion. And I knew I had to do the right thing, or it would all be for nothing. He carefully started the movements and placed the antidote on her wound, hoping that this one chance would be enough. Then he realized he'd done all he could. He watched her carefully, and she did seem to feel better. He was relieved, but at the same time he knew it wasn't over, and stared at her, trying to figure out her mystery. Who she was, where she came from, why she was out there on the brink of death. Thought he had to meet more and more unexpected guests, and each time it brings new difficulties and dangers. He had long since gotten used to unexpected events, but he still couldn't shake the feeling that his life was going into the unknown. Like he was caught in a vortex where each new visit became more and more unpredictable. A few days later, she opened her eyes, slowly, with difficulty, as if each look was painful. But she didn't know where she was. The surroundings were foreign and unfamiliar, and even though she tried to remember what was happening, she was in pain. Every movement, every attempt to sit up or even just to breathe caused her pain. Her body was weakened, and her wound, though somewhat healed, was still showing signs of wear. She didn't realize who had cured her. Her memory was only a vague picture, and all she remembered was the pain and the cold. She tried to focus, but her consciousness remained hazy, as if looking around the room for something to explain what was going on. Then he noticed that she was finally awake, and seeing her look, he said he would cook soon, and that she needed to recuperate. He tried to speak calmly so she would feel safe. She tried to remember what had happened, but the memories seemed to elude her. My head was foggy and every attempt to concentrate was painful, and she closed her eyes trying to piece together the disparate images in her head. Then she remembered how she'd infiltrated his territory and then put the blade to his throat, and how she asked who he was and what he was doing there in the first place, how he said he owned the place where it was. And then I blacked out, and then it was all a blur. She wondered why he saved her, why he was wasting time and energy on a stranger he didn't even know. It seemed illogical because in a world where everyone survived on their own, such behavior was rare. He noticed her confusion and said quietly that she'd been lying there for 3 days, and she'd been unconscious. She grinned, her voice a challenge brimming with distrust, and she said why he'd saved her, looking at him warily. He looked at her with an expression of weariness and doubt. He said he didn't know if she had been sent to destroy him, or she's just a random passerby, so he couldn't leave her to her doom. Despite his doubts and fears, he couldn't do otherwise. At least he didn't want anyone to die in his house. This place was his sanctuary. He didn't know who she was, but by saving her, he was trying to preserve his own humanity. And she thought he probably didn't do it out of bad intentions. Maybe he had done it out of a simple desire to help. She couldn't feel his chi. Everything around her was alien and blurry, and though she tried to focus on feeling that energy, she believed him after all. Something in his voice, in his actions, in the way he cared for her, made her let go of her doubts. He told her to eat on her own because he'd fed her for the previous 3 days, and she suddenly decided to stay on her own until she recovers. And he was surprised that she just decided to stay without asking permission. It was unexpected. He asked sarcastically that since she had decided to stay what her name was anyway, but she resented it and said defiantly that he didn't need her name. Is it really that important? He angrily told her that since he had saved her and allowed her to stay at his place, he at least had the right to know her name. She looked at him a little calmer and finally answered that Yun Ha Seol. Afterwards, he said there were clothes and food. With those words, he quietly walked out, leaving her alone with herself and her thoughts. And if you need anything, it's in the next building, and to eat the food before it gets cold. The room grew quieter, and only the faint light from the candle flickered in the darkness. She soon decided to recuperate and get the poison out of her system. Despite her weakness, her mind was focused on the target. She wondered why he was helping her and couldn't shake the feeling that he was strange. He was different, and she had a feeling there was something more behind his actions. And he thought he was taking a risk by helping her. Every action he took, every choice he made was a risk because he didn't know what her true intentions were. But it was his decision to let her stay. It was his decision, his risk. He also thought she had a very pretty name. When he said it to himself, it sounded soft and mysterious. Meanwhile, people were rebuilding the palace. Builders and laborers worked tirelessly to carefully restore the details, to restore the palace to its former glory. Every stone, every detail was important, and the process was slow but steady. And the captain drank and slept while everyone else worked. He was in no hurry to take part in the rebuilding of the palace. His days were spent in idleness, and he clearly felt no responsibility for what was going on around him. And Muan was worried that his guest was nowhere to be seen. She had been staying in the room for days, and he couldn't help but notice it, wondering if she's okay, whether she was okay after she came to her senses. He couldn't shake the worry, but she could only regain half her strength. Despite her efforts and all the measures taken, her body remained weakened. It was a poisonous, all-consuming flame of darkness. She didn't know what antidote he'd used, and it was almost wearing off. She could feel that the poison was no longer as potent as it had been. It was getting harder and harder to fight, and she could feel the danger closing in. Her strength was waning, and the residual effects of the poison continued to oppress her body. To survive, she had to use all her inner strength to awaken her deepest reserves of energy. Every cell in her body demanded restoration, but only her will. And determination could help her through this ordeal. But she couldn't do it. Every effort, every attempt to summon her inner strength was met with an invisible barrier. She tried to concentrate, but her energy slipped through her fingers like sand. She thought it was the end. The feeling of helplessness grew stronger and stronger. And then someone appeared in her room. Someone wearing a mask and a cape broke into where she was. He took her in his arms without thinking. He decided he couldn't leave her like that. Her body was heavy and lifeless. He moved her to a more comfortable place, knowing she couldn't handle it on her own. His mind flashed with worry. He didn't know how else to help, but he didn't have time to think about it now. Looking into her eyes with a soft but insistent tone, said to focus. Gather all your strength and use all your inner energy. His words sounded almost like an order, but there was support and faith in her. He knew that at times like this, it was not only the body that mattered, but the spirit as well. He leaned closer, his voice softer but still firm. He told her to channel the chi into her fingers, feeling the energy flow through her channels. Just a little bit left. She's almost there. She had to gather the last of her strength and channel it to feel the chi flowing. And finally, the poison came out. She felt the fog in her mind begin to clear as her body responded to the effort. He sighed with relief and looked at her and said with a heavy tone that he'd barely made it. If you'd delayed a second longer, she would have died. She barely contained her weakness and looked at him and said quietly that Sa Ren had survived. He told her to forgive him for being so long, and that he didn't know where she was hiding. He was ready to take the punishment, but she said it was all right and that he had gotten there in time. And it wasn't his fault they were ambushed. It was not in his power to predict, and he had no control over the actions of others. Asked that why he did not go in search of the Lord but on hers. Her gaze was full of incomprehension, as if she had expected otherwise. But he said the Lord could take care of himself. Besides, it's his job to take care of her now. And he told her that choosing the Northern Sky Clan as a safe haven was a good decision. He added with confidence that it would be hard for the enemy to guess they were here. His words sounded like a comfort. He advised her to stay there a little longer for now. She needed to recover and the place was safe. His voice was calm but determined, as if he knew what was best for her at this moment. And he would go find the master. He told her that when he found the master, he would return with his orders. His words were confident and determined. Muan worked in the forge, concentrating on forging metal. Each blow of the hammer was precise and confident, and his mind was occupied not only with his craft, but also with current affairs. He kept repeating to himself that the first power source was promised by the shadow. The second source would change the rules, and the 10,000 would become one. As light covers the world, he alone will hold the shadow. The source of all things can cover everything. However, the shadow will always be visible. The second energy can change everything by bringing everything together. Light may cover the world, but it will enclose the only true shadow. How the void in eternal night can stretch across the sky forever. The inner shadow must be as it exists within this darkness. Those words sounded like a riddle full of philosophical meaning. The first technique in the 10,000 Shadow scripture is inner shadow. The first leader, Park Jin-hoo, was a vagrant, and he became a brilliant swordsman who could create this martial arts technique after years of wandering, because the essence of this martial art is shrouded in mystery and darkness. Just by looking at Jin Muan, most martial artists would have a hard time telling if he has internal energy, and whether he knows the martial arts. Even after generations, the 10,000 Shadows technique had not reached the highest point of its potential, and was preserved as an unfinished martial art. It was this martial art that Jin Muan was currently studying. If he had a choice to learn the 10,000 Shadows technique or not, he would choose the latter. But since the Central Celestial Alliance not only took all the tech, martial arts, but they're watching him closely, so he had no choice. His every movement was under control, and any deviation could lead to unpredictable consequences. Then after practice, he thought he had enough for the day and was hungry and went home. He saw the girl go outside for a breath. Her steps were light, but there was a slight weariness in her movements, as if she was seeking peace in the fresh air. Muan slowed his step and watched her carefully, feeling how her presence adds a certain mystery to the atmosphere. Came a little closer and smiled slightly and told her she looked better today. Said she hadn't been out the last few days and he was worried something was wrong. And he said he was going to eat and invited her to join him if she wanted to. His voice was calm. Then she followed him without saying a word. There was no doubt in her step. Said she wanted to thank him for everything he'd done for her. She sounded genuinely grateful. But he replied that there was no need to thank me. His words were restrained, almost weightless, as if he didn't expect or demand recognition. She was a little angry that he didn't accept her gratitude. Her eyes flashed with displeasure. And they sat down to eat. The silence between them was palpable but not awkward. Each of them was absorbed in his own thoughts, but there was a slight incomprehensibility in the air. Then he told her to eat quietly, assuring her that the food wasn't poisoned. His words came out with a touch of sarcasm, and she asked him why he didn't ask anything. She sounded curious and also a little perplexed. He was surprised by her question and almost choked on his food. He was silent for a moment, trying to digest more than just the food. Tilting her head slightly, she continued that, why doesn't he ask who she is? But he replied that he wasn't going to pry. His voice was calm, but there was a certain determination in it. She asked why. He replied that it was for the best, and that if he found out who she was, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it anymore, with the time he spent with her. But she just asked him if he was stupid. Then he said enough with the questioning and he had to eat. His voice was firm, as if he wanted to end the conversation. After a while, he began to notice his body changing, and that it was time to start learning the blade of inner darkness, for it was the key to overcoming his own limits and harnessing the power he felt within, a mysterious sword technique that was created to destroy others. And he also studied swordsmanship to learn this sword technique properly. He also knew he had to keep working at the forge, and of course training. The craft required patience and precision, and training discipline and effort. It was all important to prepare for the trials ahead and to master the powers that lurked within him. Unhaseol continued to restore her energy by focusing on her breathing and internal flow of ki. Every movement of her body was designed to purge the remaining poison and strengthen her strength. The inner balance gradually returned, but the process was slow and required full concentration. Wiping sweat from his face and brushing sparks off his clothes, Muan had just finished working in the forge, and Unhaseol sneaked in and watched him in the semi-darkness. He was frightened when he saw her sneaking in unnoticed. She said she was hungry and asked to go out to eat. She sounded slightly insistent, as if she couldn't wait. He shouted sharply at her that she had been staying with him for 3 months and that she wasn't going to leave. He sounded annoyed, tired of her constant presence. She did not pay attention to his irritation, but only repeatedly told him to feed her. Her calmness in response to his shout surprised him, but she was as adamant as ever, and she wondered why he wasn't studying martial arts and was spending his time blacksmithing. Her thoughts were perplexed that he was clearly strong and skillful enough to develop his fighting skills rather than confine himself to his craft. But her interest in the matter remained silent, as if she were afraid to ask unnecessarily. Then he called out to her, hurrying her up and saying she said she was hungry. Then they went home, and Muan set the table without saying a word. She happily ate whatever he set before her without hiding her appetite. There was a mischievousness in her movements, as if food wasn't just a way to satisfy hunger, but a little treat she could afford. As they talked and ate, the atmosphere was filled with an easy calm. The chariot soon showed up, and it was an important guest who had long been expected. Around the palace, preparations were already in full swing as people rushed to organize the meeting, putting everything in its proper place. The guests came out of the chariot. This 19-year-old boy was the son of Shim Muwa from the Central Heaven Alliance. His name was Shim Wan Li, and his daughter Shim Su-ah was 14 years old. And this girl, in her 20s, Herin Seo Moon, the granddaughter of a man named Seo Moon Hua, who was also from the Central Heaven Alliance. Shim Wan Ling was surprised when he realized that this place was the Northern Heavenly Clan. He had expected to see something more grandiose and majestic. General Mok Yun Peng, accustomed to high-level meetings and surrounded by honors, looked around with a glance and asked if anyone was there. The people who heard about the visit quickly fled, creating a lively crowd. They all looked excited with curiosity and respect. The captain bowed and introduced himself respectfully, but Mok Yun Peng did not pay attention to the formalities, but coldly asked if their quarters were ready. He turned to the general and said that of course everything was ready. They were probably tired from the road and asked to go inside. Another man passed by and noticed the general's aide and stopped in surprise, looked at him in bewilderment. Then he came closer and asked Seo Musan if it was him. How he ended up here? He's his friend. And he couldn't believe they met there. And he couldn't remember who it was. But after a short pause, they continued on their way. The general and his entourage followed the captain inside the building. When they got inside, the group looked around for a while. The space was modest but unusually harmonious. Looking around the devastated lands of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and a feeling of deep regret was brewing in Heron So Moon's heart. The once majestic and powerful clan was now a ruin. Shim Wan Lee said that was life. His gaze was firm, as someone who's used to the harsh laws of this world. But Shim Sua said he was as rude as ever. Heron. So Moon sighed sadly as she prepared to continue her journey through these forgotten lands where all that remained of greatness were mere shadows of the past. Seol ran after Muan with each step, her breathing becoming heavy and her face a look of displeasure. She asked why. They eat meat all the time. Muan was surprised by her insolence. He was used to her intelligent and sometimes persistent questions. But he hadn't expected such directness and candor. His eyes flashed with bewilderment, but before he could answer, his attention was drawn to the figures ahead. He stopped abruptly, and his gaze immediately became wary. Several figures slowly approached. It was the guests. Their silhouettes were clearly outlined against the twilight sky, and Muan felt the tension growing in the air. He instantly switched from discussing food to a more important task. Heron So Moon, who was watching the approaching figures, said quietly but confidently that it was most likely the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and Muan stood silent, his face becoming even more focused. At that moment, Seol had a strange feeling that she couldn't feel any of these people, neither their energy nor their intentions. Shim Wan Lin then walked over and introduced himself by saying his name to Muan. He further said that on the right is his younger sister Shim Su-ah, and on the left is Heron, So Moon's granddaughter. But Muan remained silent, assessing Shim Wan Lin with a look. His face remained stony. Then he said his name was Jin Muan, and the man next to him. And Muan nodded slightly and replied that it was his cousin and she was temporarily staying with him. The captain raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard Muan's words. His face became more wary and he quickly turned to his assistant to find out everything about her immediately. The aide nodded, hiding his curiosity and tension, and hurried to carry out the order. Muan continued to watch Shim Wan Lin and calmly said that he had heard about them. Their clan is famous throughout Marima. But Shim Wan Ling grinned sarcastically, his gaze turning mocking, and said that a backwater like this wouldn't know their names. The captain frowned, his face becoming serious and a little wary. He couldn't hide his displeasure that Muan had let Seol in without permission. Then the captain turned around after calming down a bit. He showed the entourage to the best rooms in Huachin Palace, and Seol followed behind Muan. She was impressed with his ability to stay calm and make the right accents at the right moment. She continued walking behind, but her thoughts kept returning to what was happening. She noticed that those people were acting like the owners of the house, not Muan. She expected him to dominate the conversation, but it turned out that Shim Wan Ling and his entourage behaved with confidence. Shim Wan Lin soon turned to the general and said with mild interest that he came here to bask in the former glory of the Northern Sky Clan. But this place looked seedy to him, and his expectations were not met. But the general replied that peace on the mainland is just an illusion created by the old men of the Northern Sky Alliance. Shim Wan Lin then said that they don't want their system to be destroyed, and if they could, they would continue to use this corrupt system. The general said he would do anything to help the future masters of the Four Deadly Skies. But Shim Wan Ling wanted to start exactly where they are now before he inherits the Four Deadly Skies, and this place would be his beginning. But first he had to deal with something that was bothering him. As usual, Muan worked in the forge, his hands moved confidently, and without too much thought, forging metal was not only a craft for him, but also a way to concentrate. He wielded the hammer, each blow precise, each black piece of metal transformed into something useful and strong. At this moment, the door of the forge creaked quietly, and Shim Wan Ling stealthily entered. He stood watching Muan and then turned around and asked him what he was doing there and what he wanted. But he replied that Muan, for someone who has no inner strength, can handle the heat in the forge quite well. And Shim Wan Lin stepped in front of Muan and watched him work for a few moments, then realized that this place was too boring, as if time had stopped. Nothing seems to change here. It's like all life has stopped. I don't know how he lives there. He expected some kind of reaction, but Muan remained silent without paying attention to him. This silence only increased the tension in the air. Then he said that that blade was very good and could be sold for a lot of money. Shim Wan Ling decided it was time to act and put the blade to Muan's neck. The blade was cold and its tip barely touched the skin, but the pressure was palpable. He stood still with a slight grin on his face. Muan hadn't expected this, and Muan remained silent, realizing that now was not the time to reveal his power. He couldn't afford to show his true capabilities. But Shim Wan Ling was serious. His gaze became sharp and his expression tense. But Shim Wan Ling felt that Muan was not revealing his full strength and went on the offensive. His attacks became swift and precise, the blade slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Each blow was aimed at forcing Muan to demonstrate his capabilities. Feeling the increasing pressure of Muan's attacks, Muan finally realized that Shim Wan Ling wasn't kidding. Although Muan was still holding back, realizing that it was not the time to reveal his true strength. He knew his patience might run out. The fight was getting more and more intense. The enemy was cunning and ruthless, and his every move made my heart beat faster. This time he had to be very careful because the slightest mistake could cost him everything. And thoughts flashed through his mind about how long he'd been holding himself together. He also had a chance of being killed if they found out he was using martial arts, especially if he used it wrong. Suddenly, Shim Wan Ling wounded Muan, and the moment became critical. The blade of his weapon left a mark on his opponent's body. Muan staggered in pain, and blood rushed onto his clothes. Shim Wan Ling felt some strange qi from Muan. But Heron soon arrived and stopped him. For Muan, every breath felt like an eternity, and Heron and his bodyguard helped Muan. They told him not to move, and they would stop the blood in his wound. Shim Wan Lin's wound was throbbing with fiery pain, but even so, Muan was glad that it was at least not substantial. Shim Wan Ling looked at Muan and thought for a moment. The rumors he had heard about his opponent seemed to be true. It turned out that Muan really wasn't that experienced a fighter. But then why did Shim Wan Ling feel something, and did his instincts fail him? However, Heron scolded Shim sternly, telling him what he was doing. Her voice was filled with irritation, and she didn't hide her displeasure. Shim Wan Ling decided to keep a close eye on Muan. Shim knew that this fight was not over, and perhaps Muan had knowledge of martial arts. But Shim, noticing the look of displeasure on Heron's face, hurriedly apologized that he didn't know Muan was so weak. He can't even dodge. Then Shim turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. His steps were sure and his face serene, as if the conversation had left no trace on him. And Heron gave him a spiritual restoration drug known for its restorative effects. She also apologized to Muan instead of Shim, saying that she had no idea he was so cruel. And Muan looked at her despite the pain and nodded slightly. She insisted on helping him walk to his house even though Muan refused. He felt the pain from his wound, so he accepted the help. Together they continued on their way, and Heron supported him even though he was internally tense. After a while, Muan came to his senses. He opened his eyes and saw Eun-ha standing in front of him. Her face was troubled and bewildered, and she asked what it was that they did. Her words sounded not just like a question, but like an accusation, as if she couldn't understand what had happened. But Muan tried to answer despite his fatigue and pain, but his voice was weak. He realized that it was important for her to understand what had happened. Eun-ha looked at Muan with a puzzled look, her eyes full of worry. "Why didn't he resist?" she asked, her voice full of reproach. "Why I let them do this to me?" Her words hung in the air like a heavy question. Smiling slightly, Muan thanked looking at Eun-ha. Other than Mr. Huang, he hadn't been told off like this in a long time. His words sounded ironic, but there was sincerity in it. When Eun-ha heard his answer, She was surprised and relieved. She knew that Muan wasn't the type to accept help or criticism, but her words came out of concern, and she said why he was telling her all this now. Then Yunhasiol looked at Muan and said with a slight sadness in her voice that it would soon be time for her to leave. Her words hung in the air, and Muan felt the tension return. He didn't want her to leave because he was so used to her. Looking towards Yunhasiol quietly said, as if thinking over her words, that it was time, and that she had already recovered. And he's right that she should leave, and her voice was calm. In fact, when Yunhasiol was recovering her energy, each of her breaths became deeper, and the flow of energy she was meditatively gathering became more and more powerful. She closed her eyes, concentrating, and after a few moments she noticed her power, restored, filling her body with fresh energy. Her strength was now at a higher level. Then she opened her eyes and looked forward to see Sa Ren in front of her. It was a surprise to her. The assistant came closer, looking at Yunhasiol respectfully, but with a certain insistence in his voice said that he had just come from the master. And the master is well and restored. She'll be on the road soon, and she must prepare. When Yunhasiol heard this, she nodded, realizing that it was time to leave her thoughts and focus on the next step. Time was running out, and she realized that preparing for the journey ahead required her full attention. And the master was already standing on the hill, looking at the majestic expanse in front of him. His gaze was focused on the northern heavenly clan that spread out below, and he couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur. His eyes glided over the vast expanse of land, as if he were assessing every detail of every corner of the place. After a moment, however, something else caught his attention. He felt that someone was watching him lurking in the shadows. "Come out and show your face," he said, his voice cold and commanding. Out of the shadows came men, one of whom respectfully said that his senses were keen. He caught their presence as unmistakably as ever. They asked him who he was and where he was going. He wondered who they were and why they were questioning him. And he noticed that the chi that emanated from them was not like that of the martial artists he had fought before. The master looked at them with slight disdain without showing the slightest excitement. His voice was cold and confident. When he said why should he tell them anything, he replied that if he left quietly he would be spared. But the master only grinned, looking at them with slight contempt. His laugh was quiet but full of confidence, as if he thought these questions were empty and unnecessary. The one standing in front of the master thought to himself that he was an arrogant fool. He was stunned by the master's confident and mocking tone. And they said that they believed they were there to help that woman. They attacked him with fury, each of their blows swift and full of determination. He replied that he didn't know what they meant, but if they wanted to fight, he was always ready. His movements were graceful and precise, and he dodged the first blow. And almost without moving, he counterattacked. His eyes were calm, as if he had predicted their actions in advance. And he didn't waste energy on unnecessary movements. His body moved with ease, as if he was playing with them to show his superiority. They attacked him with the power of demonic flames. They were stunned by the skill of his fighting. Each of their blows was met with more than just a confident defense, but also a counterattack that confused and disrupted their attacking position. They couldn't figure out how he was doing it. It was so easy to evade their blows because they relied on their strength and speed, but he seemed to show no effort or exertion. Their eyes reflected fear and bewilderment. They had just tried to attack the master, confident of their victory. But now within seconds they were retreating. He defeated them in two so easily that they didn't even realize what had happened, and they drew their weapons and attacked simultaneously, counting on the speed and power of their blows. Their blades glinted in the light, like lightning bolts aimed straight at the heart of the target. But the master remained unfailingly calm as before. He did not move sharply, but acted with such precision and coolness that each of their blows missed its target. The master parried one blade. Throwing it aside, the other dodged an inch so that the blade nearly touched his skin. He didn't even move, as if he knew what was going to happen before they could strike. In a few seconds, that seemed like an eternity. All the attackers were unarmed. One of them lost his balance and fell to his knees, and the other gave up, realizing that further struggle was pointless. The master looked at them with slight contempt. Those who could still move, barely able to gather their strength, hurried away. With difficulty, they quickly retreated. The master watched them flee with a cold stare without pursuing them, but there were already thoughts in his mind that made him wary. He felt a strange tension in the air when one of their blows wasn't just physical, it was filled with a special energy. Instantly realized that one of them was using the hidden technique of flash for bones. This technique not only destroyed the body, but also affected internal structures, causing instant bone and tissue damage. Felt this energy pass over his body, but thanks to his skill and preparation, he was able to avoid the effects. He squinted at the realization that his opponents were not as weak as they initially seemed, and decided to leave one of them behind to interrogate them, because even the swordsman Park Sang-won wasn't that strong. He knew that the path to the Northern Heavenly Clan would not be easy, but there was determination in his voice. This place was his goal, and nothing could divert him from his intended path. And he took a step forward, becoming more and more confident with each movement. Muan felt his condition gradually improving. After he came to his senses a little, he got up and went outside. He noticed Hirin approaching him with a look of concern on her face. She came over and looked at him apologetically again. Said she brought more medicine, hoping it would help, and he told her to enjoy the ride. It's gonna be okay. Then she added that she wasn't as violent as her grandfather. She said quietly that she was willing to help, that she would do everything in her power. Her words were full of determination and concern, and Muan felt the heaviness in his chest loosen a little, from her confidence and willingness to help. He looked at her, assessing her words. Seo, her bodyguard, was watching their conversation from above. He stared intently as if trying to hear every word he and she said. When night fell, it became quieter, and darkness enveloped them. The darkness of the night enveloped them, and each was absorbed in his own thoughts. Hirin decided she needed to talk to Shim and headed toward his room. But Shim stood in the doorway looking a little annoyed, but when he saw her, he let her into the room. She said she asked him many times not to contact Muan. He replied that it was no big deal, and that he had already explained that he didn't know that he was so weak that he couldn't even dodge. She added that he plays a colossal role in their plan, and they need to use him as the heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan as much as they can. In other areas, Daemu Kang's rampage left only destruction and fear in its wake. His army knew no mercy, and he seemed driven only by a lust for power and control. And Daemu Kang continued his threatening policy to those who dared to oppose him. Conquered territories, and each of his attacks was like a hurricane, fast, ruthless, and destructive. Used his incredible strength and strategic mind to easily break down the resistance of even the toughest clans. Meanwhile, rumors have spread in the captured lands that Daemu Kang knows no mercy, and his name is being heard by everyone. And he won't leave a soul behind that stands in his way. But for Daemu Kang himself, winning battles was just a stepping stone to his ultimate goal. And the men that Master defeated on the hill were his men. And Daemu Kang found out that Master had destroyed them, was now heading to the Northern Sky Clan to hunt for him and Unha Seol. He wanted to find them and destroy them as well. And then one of the guests called the assistant captain and said he could barely find him. It was Ep Wan, the elite Tiger Guard. He said Musang disappeared so abruptly without saying anything, and he was worried about where he might have gone. Said he knew he'd be there, but didn't think he'd meet him here. He asked how Musan was doing since he was his old friend, but Musan replied that he didn't think that's what they called someone who stole another man's woman. He was surprised at his good fortune, that he had even become an elite guard, and told him to just focus on his work and not show up in front of him anymore. Yep, one said he still remembered it, and how he felt, the guilt of it, but she chose him, and she insisted they marry. However, Musan was furious, and shouted for him to stop talking nonsense and shut his mouth already. He was frightened by the behavior of the inadequate Musan. He tried to calm him down, but Musan kept yelling, saying that he was lying to him and that she would never do such a thing, and how dare he keep laughing at him. Musan clutched the hilt of his sword, his eyes full of determination. He turned to Ep Wan and said that he would destroy him. His voice was full of confidence and his body was ready for action. But Ep Wan was telling him to cool down and that he was trying to be polite anyway. I apologized for saying that, but Musan needed to accept reality. and Ep1 continued that he'll be there for a while and that avoiding each other won't work, so it would be better if he changed his stance. He said he didn't hurt him too badly, but before the wound gets worse, he'd better let him go and clean himself up. His thoughts drifted to the past. He remembered how he had once sincerely loved that girl, her light laughter, her soft gaze. But everything changed when Yup-1, his old friend, stole her away. It was like a stab in the heart. The pain of betrayal was unbearable, and Muan couldn't forget how she left after choosing Ep1. He took away not only his love, but also a part of his soul. This sense of profound loss hid not only a personal tragedy, but also the loss of a friendship. Meanwhile, Muan was in the forge as usual. He was sitting at the anvil, concentrating on the metal. Heavy hammer blows sounded in the silence, and sparks flew in different directions, illuminating his face. His thoughts were far from battle and danger. He was immersed in the rhythm of his work, as if in this process he found solace and peace. The forge was a place where he could forget his worries. After Muan finished his work, he felt hungry and headed home without wasting time. The evening meal was already waiting in the house. Eun-ha-seol sat at the table waiting for dinner. Interrupting the silence, he suddenly pulled out of his pouch something unusual, a small shackled rose that he had made himself out of metal. It was built with such precision and craftsmanship that it looked like the real thing, only made of iron. She asked why he did it, and he said it was just a gift. And she said she was leaving soon, so he wanted to fry her something before they parted ways. Eun-ha-seol looked at him in surprise, and then her eyes softly darkened to express her sincere gratitude. She still didn't understand why he did it and was looking for a hidden meaning. And he was sitting at the table eating and thinking how good the food was today. Then they each went to their rooms and were left alone. She took the rose in her hands again and gazed at it as if mesmerized. Thought that's what it's like to get a gift and how nice it is. The door suddenly opened and Saren entered the room. His gaze was serious and wary. He paused for a moment, and then, noticing that Eun-ha-seol had slowed down at some point, he added what she was hiding there. But Eun-ha-seol looked at him in surprise and hastily replied that it was nothing and she was just tired. That's all. But Saren watched her reaction carefully and still didn't believe her completely. He told her that she had no right to personal attachments. She has a mission. Nothing else matters. Eun-ha-seol said she remembered her look was determined, but inwardly she could feel how hard it was. But Saren suspected something more, and she added, to keep him calm and that she wouldn't let anything like that happen. And he didn't say anything unnecessary, but his suspicions never left his mind. However, Muan could not believe his old friend's words and said that he was trying to deceive him. But then he thought that if he was telling the truth, then why did she leave him? The doubts never left his head, and he tried to figure out what made Ep1 better that she chose him. And suddenly he was worse than him and wasn't talented. Maybe he didn't put in enough effort, and that's his possible limit. He did everything he could to forget, but he couldn't, and he wanted revenge. Suddenly he heard a voice saying that, when he starts to doubt, in himself the darkness will consume his heart, and the rage that boils within will only lead him to collapse and never solve his problem. Once he calms his rage, his thoughts will be crystal clear. He will be a mirror reflecting the truth, and how water that can flow even in the lowest places sunlit will evaporate and rise into the atmosphere. Become the atmosphere, the churning winds will begin to whip up the clouds, like the doubts in his heart. And that he let his meridians become the sea, and his umbilical ring will be his foundation along life's path. Align his cerebral cortex with the heavens, and he will rule the skies. He stood there, feeling his energy filling his body. The wind, as an invisible force, seemed to flow into his meridians, sharpening his inner strength. It wasn't just a physical sensation. It was a profound transformation of the inner world itself. His mind and body became one with each breath, feeling the connection. And he was ready to accept his fate and realize that he was right here in this moment. Brain, his spirit as a vessel, was ready to absorb the greatness of heaven, realizing its essence and purpose. But he didn't realize who opened the path for him and who helped and guided him as he went along. It was actually Muan sitting on the roof, wondering where that chi came from. Then Muan decided that that was enough for today and climbed down from the top where he was. Memories of his last effort to equalize his inner harmony were still ringing in his head. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual, but then he almost physically felt a huge wave of energy. A gigantic chi that rapidly filled the air around him. It was so powerful that his body instinctively tensed up, as if his gut felt threatened. There was a man he hadn't expected to see standing in front of him. He was a master whose presence filled space with a power that could shake the very earth. The power of this chi emanated from him like an invisible storm, causing Muan to freeze in place. Stood before him like a statue, but his energy spoke for itself. Muan could feel the power permeating him from top to toe. He couldn't believe his eyes. This man was so powerful that his presence felt like the very foundation of the world. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to shake with this power. It was something beyond his comprehension. With every step he took, with every movement of this chi, Muan felt how his own energy began to seem like a mere shadow, and Muan stood still, trying to comprehend what was happening. His heart already knew he was in front of someone whose power could change his entire path. He was on his way to the Northern Heavenly Clan, knowing that this place, like his empire, is full of mystery and power. He looked around and his gaze stopped at the tall columns topped with mysterious symbols shining with a soft light. Then Muan heard Shimwan Ling shouting at that master, calling him brother. It turned out to be Shimwan Ling's older brother, and he came to visit them. And Heron also said hello and bowed respectfully to him. However, Muan stood there, unsure of how to act. They noticed that his clothes were damaged and asked what had happened to him and if he was okay. The little sister said the older brother seems to still be obsessed with fighting. And Heron asked about his last opponent being the Battle Blade Master, Pek Seong Won, and whether he got his injuries from him. All the while, Muan was standing there listening to their conversation. But Master Dam, as his name was, said that he was fine. And Shimwan Lin offered to go and treat his wounds quickly. Then they would discuss what happened on the road. And Shimwan Ling resented who could put Master Dam in such a state. Was the third son of Dumchok Shim of the Central Heaven Alliance. Dam So Jong was 18 years old. He laughed and said they looked suspicious, but nothing more, and that he was the one who shook up the world of Mutama. Then Dum asked some kid he'd just seen, and Heron replied that it was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Master Jin Muan. Also added that he was very pathetic and that Damu shouldn't worry about him. And Shimwan Ling in turn also looked disdainfully towards Muan. When Muan returned home, he couldn't get rid of the thoughts of his meeting with the master and the power he felt. His mind was consumed by this new revelation. He walked quietly through the house, but inside he felt his whole being stirring, going back to that moment again and again. He couldn't help but think about how impressive Master Dam's power was and how it seemed to fill the entire space around him, permeating his soul. General Mokak Pen came to him. His footsteps were confident, and his face was as focused and calm as ever. He came to give him a message, saying he was invited to dinner at Huachan Palace. And Muan was a little surprised to hear that. He didn't expect to be invited to dinner by his own guests, and he was the host. But still, he said he accepted the invitation and would come. And the general said he could bring his cousin with him as well, and she can be his companion if she wants. Muan slightly raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Meanwhile, Dam, immersed in the warm water of the bathtub, lay absorbed in thought. Outwardly, he seemed calm, but his mind was far from calm. The water gently wrapped around his body, creating a sense of privacy and silence. But in the back of his mind, the memories of Muan were still stirring. He thought about how he had met him and felt something strange. Muan didn't seem to possess chi, in the usual sense of the word. His energy was restrained, as if hidden, not showing its full power. But even so, Muan still exuded a power that was subtle but palpable. Dam thought that the clan's strength and will had been inherited by him. The next morning, Muan ran into Master Dam on the street. He said that Muan finally came as if he wanted to talk to him. Then he stood up and said he was honored to meet Muan, and he introduced himself by saying he was Dam So Jong, and Muan introduced himself in turn, and Dam went on to say that he had come to thank him for taking them into his residence, and that he had long wanted to visit this place. But Muan said there's nothing to see since the place is a ruin. But Dam said it doesn't matter what it looks like on the outside, it's about seeing the one and only, the heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan with his own eyes. Muan was about to leave when he suddenly heard a slight noise outside the door. He turned around and saw Seol standing at the door. He intended to go to dinner alone, thinking it would be appropriate. But Seol said she feels threatened and won't let him go there alone, and she wants to eat delicious gourmet food because she's tired of his food. She dressed up nicely and put that rose in her hair. Soon they were in place and were invited to sit at the table. The table was set with such care and elegance. Crystal-clear dishes and silverware were arranged. On the table, as if by the master's order, there were masterpieces of culinary art, exquisite dishes decorated with flower petals. And Seol suddenly thought to herself, what kind of lion man is that in front of her? And he thought it was really Muan's cousin. He sensed an unusual chai from her, and he was sure that she was not an ordinary person. Then he said hello to Muan, saying he was glad he had accepted the invitation and come. They walked over to the table and sat down next to each other. Muan and Seol looked at each other. Heron was there too, and she said hello to them too. Master Dama's younger sister also waved and said hello, and Shim Wan Lin said with a disgruntled face that since everyone is here, we can start. And Dam said he wanted to apologize for using Huachan Palace and for this unexpected invitation, but excused himself saying they had a reason for doing it. Then Heron said they wanted to give him their seal of approval, and Dam went on to say that they wanted to found the Azure Dragon Society. The purpose of this organization would be to involve martial youth in politics, for their opinion to be taken into consideration by the Central Celestial Alliance. There are only 3 of them there now, but they have a promise, with support from most of the young martial artists. Muan asked that then why are they only now in the Northern Heavenly Clan? And Heron replied that the older generation didn't like it when the younger martial artists gathered in groups. But Dam said that there's no one there who doesn't respect the Northern Sky Clan. Many of them have lived their lives honoring its history, of confronting the Silent Night for 100 years. It's an act they respect. That is why they want to establish their organization there. The message of this meeting was their oath of the Azure Dragon Society to the heavens, and so they want Master Jin to be, and gave a sign of approval. They all waited for him to answer, but he thought about it and said he would witness their promise. Master Dam soon thanked Muan by saying thank you very much, while Shi Wan Ling sat there yawning as if to show how bored he was. My little sister wasn't thrilled either. She was obviously bored too. Seol, for her part, sat and devoured the food without stopping. Then evening came, and the stars in the sky burned very brightly. The guard said why they always have to stand guard. The other one said how could he know why it was them? And he thought that after those people arrived, they would have a chance to join the 4 deadly heavens. Couldn't believe they'd told them to watch an area where not even an ant could crawl. But anyway, no matter how long they stood there, they were hungry. They thought they'd have leftovers and saw some food prepared. Suddenly, one of them noticed something was wrong and got suspicious. They were surprised that something could be going on in this quiet place. The vice captain sensed something wrong too. He signaled to the men they saw in the distance and waited for a response. But there was no answer, and with fury went in their direction without waiting for the signal. His steps were quick and sure, as if every movement was imbued with determination. There was an anger inside of him that filled him to the brim. His energy was burning inside, ready to burst out, and he knew he wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. But Jiang Muyen and Nam Wol were surprised that the vice captain was so strong. And a minute later he was right next to them, and he was saying he was so fast, asking if the deputy could at least wait a little while for him. But suddenly I saw that it was like a hurricane had come through, and he was stunned by Musan's strength and speed. He couldn't believe his eyes. It happened fast. He found himself in front of him and was very furious. Sitting at the table in the luxurious dining room of Huachan Palace, Seol gazed into the faces of those present. I felt in my gut that all these people were nothing more than empty shells. They were just ambition games and fake smiles. Behind their prosperous appearances and refined manners, she saw only one thing: stupidity. He should stay by her side and she should protect him, she thought quietly, not expecting anyone to hear her inner voice. It was like a reminder to herself. But strangely enough, Muan suddenly turned to her and seemed to say without reason that he would accept the offer, and Seol was stunned. She didn't say a word out loud, and her thoughts were only in her head. Master Dam then approached Muan and called him over to discuss something, and he got up and left with him, and Heron asked Unhaseol how her food was. But Unhaseol said that when they stopped bothering Muan. Her voice was cold without a hint of laughter, but there was dislike in it. Realizing that this topic would not go unnoticed, she calmly replied in a light tone that they wanted his approval. But Unhaseol said there was no point in calling him there today, and that they should leave him alone, and that even without them his life was pale and miserable. But Sis Dam came and said that the way she sees it, Unhaseol is burdening him more even than them. And she said Muan didn't object to their proposal, so why did she interfere then, saying she was only his cousin and to know her place, and that she's just like them and enjoys his hospitality. And Unhaseol was angry at those words that girl just said, and suddenly she felt an incredible energy force nearby. A subtle but powerful flow of ki appeared in the air and instantly caught her attention. It wasn't just any energy that could be used. Could be felt with normal concentration. But Dam, talking to Muan, apologized again and said he had another request. He asked him to join the Azure Dragon Society and offered to try to change the world together. Dam's words sounded so enthusiastic that it was impossible not to feel the energy vibrating in the air, as if these words could really come true. Muan silently looked at him and a shadow of thought slid into his eyes. It turns out it was Daemu Kang who was already in the Northern Sky Clan. He knew that Unhaseol was somewhere inside, and he was willing to go all the way to meet her. As he approached the gate, several of the guards on guard became wary. They noticed his approach, and despite his latent power, tried to block the way. However, their strength was insignificant compared to the one in front of them. His eyes glittered with rage, and the chi of his body filled the space around him as if squeezing the air. And Daemu Kang walked on as if he didn't notice anything around him. His confidence and power melted all the obstacles in his way. No one could beat him. He'd take them all down in a heartbeat, and they'd all blow away like dust. When Daemu Kang was ready to take decisive action, Dam Sojong appeared. His presence was immediately felt, and it was like a sharp. A gust of wind pierced through the surroundings. Daemu Kang immediately moved his eyebrows and stepped forward. He asked who he was. And Dam Sojong stood watching Daemu Kang with a slight chuckle. He took his time answering, enjoying the moment. Then, after a short pause, he slowly opened his mouth and said, as if with slight disdain, that he was Dam Sojong, who lived by conscience and honor. But Daemu Kang sat on him and said he's a weakling who doesn't understand real skill. He's not even worthy of it, to deal with the likes of him. Those words, full of mockery and disdain, sounded like a lightning strike in the silence, but he couldn't allow it. He thought that those guys who met him on the way were not martial arts masters of the mainland. Then Dam Sojong asked that these guys might be from Silent Night. But Daemu Kang thought that there was no fear in his eyes. They were rather filled with anticipation before the battle. Daemu Kang stood there with his fists clenched in anger. He didn't like Daemu Kang's manner of speaking or his arrogance. And Epwal came in and said the offensive had begun, his voice full of tension. His words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room, and the atmosphere changed. Their faces became more and more concerned. Unhaseol's eyes had some worry in them, which she tried to hide. She was well aware that they were facing a real threat. She didn't think the monster, as she called him, would follow her so insistently. At that moment, Muan noticed her tenseness and approached her and asked if she was all right. But she said they should get out of there because they can't handle him. But Muan said it seems too late for that. Suddenly, as if to confirm his words, the ground shook slightly, and there was a sense of approaching chaos in the air. And Shimwan Lin was saying why the elite tiger guards don't care. Heron thought she needed to calm down and think, and how not to see this is most likely from Silent Night. But why they're suddenly appearing after all these years of silence? And if people found out, the whole world would be in chaos. And what if Master Dam can't beat them? At this time, Unhaseol took the rose out of her hair and prepared herself for the upcoming battle. Then she ordered Muan not to take a step away from her. She was very serious, and there was no thought of backing down, and Dam Sojong said he'll end it as soon as possible. His movements were quick and elusive, as if he were part of the wind blending into the surrounding space. When he moved, everything around him seemed to freeze. His body moved smoothly, blending in with the world around him, and his chi seemed invisible but incredibly powerful, like a hidden threat ready to strike at any second. The lightness of his movements gave him elegance, but behind it lay deep experience and ruthless strength that could tear apart any opponent, like a spider trapping its prey in a net. Daemu Kang, who was trying to be confident in his strength, couldn't help but feel his own perception. And the feeling started to change. In every move of Dama So Chong, there was something that was beyond ordinary skill. Because he discovered a talent called the opening of the third eye, and then applied 3 successive bursts of light. And the enemy seems to have been destroyed, and damn, So Jong thought it was very easy. He was so agile and swift that Daemu Kang was trapped in a fly without even noticing it. Because Dam So Jong was a master who understood what true mastery was. He also thought that the attack had taken more mental power from him than he thought, and thought that when he got a chance, he'd come back and find out more about him. But as he started to move away from that spot, he heard a rattle and some footsteps. I turned around and thought it looked like he was a monster instead of just a human. The monster said that Dam So Jong is not bad, but he can't beat him. And Daemu Kang, standing at full alert, looked at Dama So Chong with cold disdain. He moved forward sharply. His movements were quick and precise, each step imbued with a powerful force. Was determined to win, and confident that his opponent would not be able to withstand such a fierce attack. However, Dam So Jong stood still and showed no signs of fear or excitement. His gaze remained calm and focused. But Daemu Kang continued to attack, but each time his blows became stronger, and Dam So Jong realized that his strength could not guarantee victory in this fight. That this opponent would be a much tougher battle than he had anticipated, and Daemu Kang used the demonic, chaotic spinning dive to slay the opponent, saying that Dame was running out of steam, and not to be so cocky anymore, and that he'd keep him alive because he saw potential. Told him to find him when he got stronger. Only then Dam Seong Jong's death will be fun for him. But only Dam So Jong wasn't going to give up and wanted to get up from his seat. And Daemu Kang shouted that how dare he refuse his mercy. In a rage, he shouted that he would destroy Dam Seo Jung right away, but someone told him to stop. He turned around and asked who was beeping something. It was Dam So Young's younger sister, who said he didn't know who they were and how dare he touch them. At that time, Shim Wan Ling was fighting the wolves of Daemu Kang's warriors. Then he shouted to Dam So Young to see if he was okay and how he was feeling. At that moment, he saw that his sister was standing in front of that bully and she was completely defenseless. She said her father was one of the 9 heavens of the Central Celestial Alliance. And if he doesn't stop, his father will come and destroy him. But Daemu Kang hit the girl so that she flew far away. Then Heron saw it and covered her mouth with her hands in shock, not knowing what was going to happen next. And Shim Wan Ling just shouted in rage when he saw what Daemu Kang did to his sister. Shim Wan Ling lunged at Daemu Kang with rage to avenge Sister Sua. His face was distorted with anger, and the fire of vengeance burned in his eyes. He knew that Daemu Kang was responsible for those tragic events, who ruined his sister's life and now has no choice but to stand up for her honor. His heart was filled with many emotions, from pain for Sua to a burning desire for justice. He wasn't afraid of confronting him even though he understood that Daemu Kang has great power and influence. The general wanted to stop Shim Wan Lin from fighting, but it was too late. But when he crashed into Daemu Kang, he felt not only the physical pain of the impact, but also the coldness coming from Daemu Kang himself. Despite his determination and desire to avenge Sua's sister, he was completely unprepared for the strength and coolness of his opponent. And Muan was amazed by Eun Ha-seol's strength and resilience. He watched her struggle with amazement, not expecting her to show such determination and skill. To him, she was first and foremost a woman, not a fighter. And though he knew her to be a strong person, he could not suppose her capable of fighting with such fury and skill. But Hiran stood in the shadows pondering what had happened. Her mind was a jumble of thoughts like a groggy fog. That doesn't make it clear. Why all this happened? Who would do such a cruel thing to them? With each new turn of events, her mind became more and more consumed with the question of who was behind this nightmare and what to do now. Tried to put all the pieces of the picture together, but the more she tried to understand, the more questions remained unanswered. Her guard standing next to her looked at her anxiously and said that they had better leave this place immediately. Hirin turned to him slowly. He was right, the situation was getting more and more dangerous, and there were too many enemies here. But her heart was full of contradictions. What to do? She made the choice to take only those she really needed. And she's only taking Dame and Shima with her, leaving the others behind, as if they'd never been anything to her, and leaving the others she didn't even think she'd be with them. Taking one last look at the empty halls and ruined walls, she fled with the guard. When Hirin came running to Shim, she saw him lying on the ground, completely immobilized. His body was bruised. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was intermittent and weak. He could not move, which indicated that his condition was extremely serious. She thought Jin Muan was valuable to them, even though they wanted to use him for their own purposes. But unfortunately, she had to leave him. She had to return to the mainland and prepare a plan. And her job now was to make sure no one knew about Dame's defeat today. She had the ability to create illusions, and she cast it on Daemon Kang. And Muan looked at it and thought, how is that possible? And that she could spread her spiritual energy without aids, and he believed that she was the power of the great Seomun family. But Daemu Kang didn't realize what was going on when he fell into the illusion, while Hirin and her guard took Dame and Shim. But they didn't have much time, because the monster would quickly get out of the illusion. The general and all the other warriors, despite being abandoned, still fought, and did everything they could to buy some time. But what was the point of them dying if they weren't going to be recognized anyway? Muan thought. Unha stood in a storm of emotions as she finished her fight. The rage gradually left her body but did not diminish her determination. Suddenly her gaze was caught by a familiar figure. It was Muan. He wasn't far from her, hiding nearby, and she only wanted to approach him. But then Daemon Kang showed up and yelled for them all to finish their stunts. His face was red with anger and his eyes blazed with cold, cruel fire. He stood in the center of the destruction. His footsteps echoed in the void, and his breathing was heavy and intermittent with emotion. He shouted that those who fought with him could return when they were strong enough, for he was always happy to fight. But his target was definitely Yunha Seol, and he knew she was there and wanted to find her quickly. She called him a demon of chaos and invincible. She told Muan to get out of there quickly or he would be in trouble. But Daemo Kang was yelling that she was some woman's hope, and that's why he needs to destroy Yunha Seol. And whether it would be enough to shake her heart with it, he was so eager to see. That woman's downfall. He told Yunha Seol to blame her for being condemned to such a fate. But she turned out to be the heir to the Witch of the White Night. Within Silent Night was the ruler of the night, who had absolute authority. Also, 4 demon lords supported the ruler. They were known as the Hurricane of Darkness. They were the trusted men of the ruler of the night and used their immense power in his stead. The terror and destruction caused by the 4 was so immense that even speaking their names was forbidden, and their power was as much, if not more, than the 9 heavens of the Central Alliance. As Muan expected, she wasn't so simple, but he didn't expect her to be a white night witch. And Daemu Kang was surprised that she didn't run away like the first time they met, saying that he knew she couldn't beat him anyway. But she kept thinking. Only that Muan needs to get out of there quickly because she can't hold off the monster for long, and she was glad he left because it would save his life. It was just devastation from the aftermath of Daemu Kang's attack. And he laughed at her for sacrificing herself for a guy who dumped her and ran away without a second thought. But Yunha Seol stood alone, her heart beating in her chest like a drum, but with each beat it became quieter and more doomed. She knew there was no point in fighting. She didn't stand a chance in front of Daemu Kang. She knew her fate was sealed. Mu Kang was like a hunter, and she was his prey. There's no escaping him. The only thing left was to face the inevitable. There was no fear or panic in her soul. Her mind replayed the moments she spent with Muan. He was the one who had shown her kindness, who first saw it as not just a weapon, not just a tool, but a person. Everyone else saw her as a pawn in their game, but Muan was different. He didn't try to use her, didn't try to manipulate her. He saw her true nature, and despite her bravery and strength, he understood her vulnerability. She remembered his words embracing her as there was no judgment in his eyes, but only genuine understanding. He was one of the few people who wasn't afraid to look into her soul. She closed her eyes and prepared to meet her fate. In the very center of the abyss, a figure she hadn't expected to see appeared. It was Muan. He had returned. He stood with a determination that shone in his eyes like a fire that must not be extinguished. His gaze was full of courage and a kind of indescribable determination. He knew that a clash with Dae Mo Kang was almost certain death. But it didn't matter now. The monster asked who he was, and he said that he was the leader of the 5th generation of the Northern Sky Clan. He clutched the hilt of his sword, which was not just a weapon, but a symbol of his strength and determination. At this moment, he already knew that he couldn't defeat Dae Mo Kang in a direct confrontation. But one thing was certain. He couldn't leave Yun Ha-seol in the hands of that monster. He couldn't leave her to die. He told her to wait for him and to stay behind him. She nodded silently, feeling her heart fill with respect and gratitude. He didn't have the strength for a long battle, but he knew he had to do what he could to delay the inevitable. After being cut by Muan's sword, Dae Mo Kang's wounds wouldn't heal, and he wondered why that was so. He was immortal. But Muan didn't know how long he would be able to use this power, or if he would be able to use it at all. He thought the worst option was to fight him in his first battle. But Dae Mo Kang said that Muan's chi bothers him a lot, and he should get rid of him as soon as possible. Despite all his power and unrelenting fury, Dae Mo Kang could not hide his surprise. He couldn't understand how it was possible. Each of his full-force blows collided with the void. But Muan was able to dodge his attacks with incredible ease. He couldn't let his unstoppable rage go unchecked. And Dae Mo Kang made another attempt to swing his fist again, with such force that the air around him filled with whistling. He hit fiercely, and Muan even lost confidence in his strength for a moment. Dae Mo Kang continues his brutal attack on Muan, and it creates a tense atmosphere on the battlefield. His strikes and actions are clearly aimed at destroying or neutralizing Muan. He shows no mercy, and his aggression only increases with each new moment, as if fighting Muan is something personal and final for him. And in turn, Muan is forced to defend himself and look to retreat or retaliate. But Musang was filled with anger and rage at the deaths of his comrades. Decides to return to the Northern Sky Clan for revenge. For him, revenge is not just a duty. It's the only way he can justify himself and get justice. His friends are dead, and he can't just let it go without repercussions. His motives are so strong that he's willing to risk everything to avenge them. But he meets a captain who has the exact opposite view of the situation. The captain, realizing the danger and gravity of the situation, decides that survival must be the priority. He realizes that fighting to the end is almost guaranteed death for everyone, and his main goal becomes to preserve life for the future. There may have still been an opportunity to act, but Musang can't understand his decision. He considers the captain weak and a coward unable to do his duty to his fallen comrades. Musang, tormented by the pain of loss and a thirst for revenge, can't take it anymore. He sees the captain not as a leader but as a traitor, who has abandoned revenge and responsibility. His feelings overwhelm him, and losing all tolerance, he reproaches the captain for that he refused to return. The physical force Musang uses on the captain is the culmination of his rage and frustration with him. Then he returns to the Northern Sky Clan to restore justice. Yun Ha-seol couldn't believe her eyes, because the Muan she knew had always been a calm and even-tempered person. But now she watches him fight Dae Mo Kang with incredible courage and determination. It's a shock to her because Muan suddenly shows a different side of his personality that she didn't know. Where this determination and aggression came from. Perhaps in her eyes it was unnatural and even contrary to what she knew him to be. Yet Dae Mo Kang continued his attack, saying that he would wipe Muan's entire existence off the face of the earth. The tension on the battlefield grows by the second. All his movements are full of rage and determination, not just fights, but seeks to destroy his opponent without leaving him the slightest chance of victory. But Muan thought that even if he can sense the whole area, he doesn't think he can dodge all the attacks. It was now a place of destruction and ruin. Musan stood there horrified and angry, his heart clenched when he saw it all. It was not only the disappointment of loss, but also the desire for revenge. And Musang had to return justice at least partially. Suddenly he saw Epwol. His comrade and old friend was lying on the ground, Musan knew him as a man of strength and determination. He couldn't believe that he was probably dead now, or at least in such a state that he couldn't move. Dropped down beside him and his heart literally burst at what he saw. His eyes reflected rage in more ways than one, because of what happened to Ep Vol, but also because of the injustice that surrounded them. Musan's scream burst from his chest. He shouted as if his pain and struggle were all in that shout. He shouted to Ep Vol that he couldn't die now, and what he would do with all his anger then. Even though Muan himself was in the middle of a brutal battle with Dae-Mu Kang, his concern for Yun Ha-seol's safety was uppermost in his mind. He realized that if he didn't take her to a safe place, her life could be lost like so many others caught up in this conflict. He remembered the writing on the walls of the Northern Sky Clan. He realized that if he used the Shadow Sword, he could defeat this monster. Now in a moment of desperation and when lives were at stake, if he doesn't use that sword now, he could lose everything. It was a weapon not only of physical strength, but also of mind and will. Musan kneeled down, looking at his friend Ep Vol, who he felt was gone from this world forever. He carefully placed his old friend's sword beside him as if paying his respects as a last request that he could fulfill. This sword was a symbol of their battle paths, of their fight and friendship. Felt the pain of loss clench in his chest, but that pain was also the fuel for his next step. He couldn't afford to mourn him now. Instead, he stood up and vowed to keep fighting despite the pain. Headed toward the battlefield. His steps were sure, he felt no fear. His friends had fallen there, but he knew his mission was not yet complete. Saw Muan fighting Dae-Mu Kang, but what struck him was the way Muan moved. He didn't even realize that Muan was a martial artist. This was no ordinary fight. His movements were so fast and precise that Musan was forced to stop watching. Muan fought as if the very air around him was subject to his will. He was not a man, but something that merges with the shadows, that changes its shape to become elusive and dangerous. And Musan could clearly see how Muan seemed to blend into the shadows. His movements became incredibly smooth, almost like an elusive shadow that can disappear and reappear at any time. How is it possible that Muan was the man he always was, but now he was more than that? The shadows beneath his feet moved like living things that served his will. They helped him avoid attacks and counterattack with precision. Musan watched as Dae-Mu Kang could not catch up to Muan despite his fury and power. But Muan became so fast that he seemed to be part of the night itself and elusive. And Dae-Mu Kang couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that Muan wasn't as simple as he looked. And Muan used the Shadow Sword technique or something related to that weapon to control the shadows, turning them into weapons of defense, into a devastating force that allowed him to be nearly invisible to the enemy. But Muan, meanwhile, didn't even notice the inner turmoil of his Musan or himself in general. Dae-Mu Kang stood in the center of the battle. His breathing was heavy and his body covered in sweat and bruises from Muan's numerous attacks. He could feel his opponent's strength never weakening. The shadows that wrapped around Muan's body became his weapon and defense at the same time. Every step he took was like a dance. Every punch he threw was precise. Dae-Mu Kang was beginning to realize that his enemy was approaching victory. But Dae-Mu Kang couldn't lose. He couldn't afford to fall in front of this man, especially since his reputation, his honor, and his life depended on this fight. He noticed how his attempts to attack Muan became more and more desperate. Dae-Mu Kang felt the desire for revenge burning in him despite his wound. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He couldn't afford to underestimate Muan anymore. Muan thought that his strength was almost gone, and what to do next. But Muan knew that Dae-Mu Kang wouldn't give up so easily. And Dae-Mu Kang came over and told him he wasn't on the others he'd fought before. That fact annoyed him very much. After all, he was hiding his skills from him. And he wanted to know what martial arts Muan knows. He also said that he enjoyed those battles where the opponent could pose a threat. He was angry that he was wasting his time on Muan, and he really wanted to finally destroy him. When Unha suddenly shouted for Dae-Mu Kang not to touch Muan, her voice sounded so desperate, which instantly caught Dae-Mu Kang's attention. He froze. His eyes flashed with surprise for a moment. He felt his irritation rising. He looked at her with disdain and then looked at Muan. turned away from Muan to head towards Unhaseol. He knew that if he didn't deal with her now, she'd keep distracting him. The woman behind her felt her heart beating faster. She saw Dae-Mu Kang taking steps toward her. But Dae-Mu Kang was too strong and his intentions were clear. He approached, his gaze cold and his steps sure. Yet Dae-Mu Kang targeted Unhaseol and attacked her. And Muan cried out from the surprise of what was happening around him and the fact that he couldn't help Unhaseol. She resisted Dae-Mu Kang as hard as she could, even though she had no strength left. The ground cracked beneath his feet from his heavy footsteps, and when Unhaseol had already lost all hope of being saved, the demon lord of the Silent Night appeared before him, White Night Witch Seogeum Hyun. She came to save Unhaseol, her student who is on the verge of death. Moved with such grace and confidence that her appearance was almost theatrical, as if she already knew what was going to happen, and was ready to step in at a moment's notice. Her silhouette stood out from the chaos around her, and her movements were unmistakably precise. And there was such determination in her eyes that it was impossible to doubt that she had come for a specific purpose, and she told Dae-Mu Kang that he shouldn't have been born. Seogeum Hyun stepped forward, and her movements were smooth. But he only said that the people of Silent Night were the ones who created him. His gaze flickered to her, and there was a twinge of doubt in his eyes. And Sa-Ren told Unhaseol to forgive him for being late. In his mind, he was thinking that she needed to surpass the 5 worldly desires and 7 human desires. But he knew she was starting to develop her emotions for Muan, and in his opinion, it was ruining everything. I thought about the poor state of Madame, and that Muan was very dangerous to her because he hid his skills. Not to mention he's the sworn enemy of Silent Night, and the future leader of the Northern Sky Clan. And Sa-Ren thought that Muan was a ferocious beast who hides his claws. He wants to destroy Muan with determination. Also saw him as a big threat to their plans and Unhaseol's future. Unhaseol's face reflected not only pain but also deep concern. She started to ask Sa-Ren not to destroy Muan, trying to get her point across, but her words sounded unsure, as if she doubted whether she could convince him. After all, he'd saved her life, and it wasn't just an accident. He'd shown kindness when she hadn't expected it. He was not in the mood for discussion. His thoughts were different, and in his eyes there was a determination that left no room for doubt. Then he gave her a medicine that would cure all her wounds, but she didn't care about her condition, because he was more than just a friend or ally to her. He was the one who gave her hope and saved her in her hour of need. She believed that Muan's kindness was real, that it couldn't be just a manipulation or an accident. Looked at him. Hopefully her eyes were full of the emotion she was trying to convey. But Muan was lying powerless on the ground and couldn't even move. His strength was exhausted. Dae-Mu Kang was furious. His every cell was throbbing with pain, and his eyes glittering with hatred were full of anger. His wounds wouldn't heal despite his best efforts to speed up the process. It wasn't just physical suffering, it was intolerable humiliation. And he blamed it on Muan because it was after his attacks that his wounds stopped healing. The strongest man on the battlefield was in the hands of a man he didn't think was a worthy opponent. And Seogeum Hyun told him that the only reason he succeeded last time was because of his cowardly ambush. And under normal circumstances, his pathetic chi was useless in front of her and her powers. She wasn't ready to lose twice, and her eyes were as calm as ever. But behind that calm was a threat ready to break free. Then, Dae-Mu Kang told her that he was created for the sole purpose of hunting people like her. After defeating Dae-Mu Kang, the battlefield literally froze with tension. Seogeum Hyun stood, looking over the destruction left by her power, and her gaze focused on Muan, who was lying on the side. His wounds were bleeding and his breathing was labored. He was weakened, but his eyes were still steady. And Seogeum Hyun, being Unhaseol's master, knew exactly who Muan was. He wasn't just a human. He was the heir to the Northern Celestial Clan, once one of the most powerful and dangerous clans in this world. And that fact left her no choice. To her, he was a threat that needed to be eliminated. She slowly approached him. Her steps sounded firmly confident, and there was no doubt or hesitation in her eyes. Knowing who he was, she was ready to act. and Muan looked at the destruction around him and wondered where Daemu Kang had disappeared to. He soon realized that Seo Geum-hyun had dealt with him and immediately realized that she was extremely strong. And she thought they saw him as a tiger cub without fangs. Turns out, though, that none of this is true, and not only are his fangs intact, but he's a full-fledged tiger. She thought he was a tiger with devastating fangs, and that he was like a sprout that could grow even bigger than he was now, and would be better plucked up by the root at once. At that moment, when her hand was about to rise, ready to unleash its power, Yoon Ha-seol stood between her and Muan. Her face was contorted with anxiety and determination. She couldn't let this happen. She couldn't accept it. That Muan would die because of his origins and not because of his actions. Her voice was full of despair, and she begged Master not to do that. And Seo Geum-hyun froze. Her gaze softened a little, but she didn't back down. She looked at Yoon Ha-seol with the same firmness, who wouldn't let her go off the path. But Yoon Ha-seol said that he saved her life and that she should ruin him. And Yoon Ha-seol said that she was indebted to him and that she would always listen to the master only to have her fulfill just that request, and that she would never again defy the master's will, only this time to show mercy. He saved her life, and now she couldn't just let someone destroy him, even if that someone was her ally. Yoon Ha-seol fell on her knees and only begged the master to let him go and keep him alive. Seo Geum-hyun suddenly froze in place, her gaze foggy and her attention lost in deep thought. Time seemed to slow down around her, and her conversation with Yoon Ha-seol and Muan became just echoes in the fog. All her attention was consumed by memories she had long tried to forget. The days when she was young and full of ideals reappeared before her eyes. She who always followed her code, who never tolerated weakness, suddenly found herself in a situation. But Seo Geum-hyun spared Muwan's life, and Yoon Ha-seol couldn't hold back her emotions. She walked over to Muan, who was still trying to hold on even though he looked defeated, not only physically but also mentally. Yoon Ha-seol knelt down in front of him, her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe it, that things had turned out this way. She was glad he was alive, and her voice was full of relief, but also fear and love. It was the moment she felt her soul give up all its power and pain for this man, who, despite his status, had become something important to her. It was more than gratitude. It was something much deeper. She hugged him, resting her head on his chest, feeling his heart still beating hard, and she could feel his wounds, which were mirrored in her own pain. Muan was weak at this moment despite his outer strength, and it was her support that helped him. Tears rolled down her cheeks, but she couldn't stop. Muan wanted to answer, but his throat was tight with pain, and instead of words, he just hugged her tighter, letting her feel his sincerity. At that moment, he didn't know how he was going to live his life. He was the chosen one of his clan and was bound to destiny, but at this moment, all he cared about was Yoon Ha-seol's life and her future. There were still tears in her eyes, but she tried to hold them back so she wouldn't show how hard it was. Then she said goodbye and left, even though she didn't want to. If he shows up in front of Seo Geum-hyun again, she won't regret it, and he'll be in more danger. And she warned him about that. She told him not to show up in front of Yoon Ha-seol again or she'll spare him next time, and added that he shouldn't take her words lightly. Then Seo Geum-hyun walked away and disappeared over the horizon. But Muan swore to the heavens that he would become stronger, and then no one would dare do this to him. Musan continued to stand still, his eyes wide open and his heart beating at a frantic pace. What he had just seen shook him to his core. He couldn't believe that Muan actually possessed this level of skill. What he had just seen was so powerful and beautiful that he couldn't help but wish he could be like it. In addition, Musan comes to realize that the voice that enlightened him in moments of rage was his, which adds an element of mysticism and inner growth. It can symbolize not only physical but also spiritual awakening. Because after Muwan's words, his mind completely changed and became crystal clear, everything that was unnecessary was discarded. Musang stood there in his thoughts, trying to figure out what had really happened. He glanced at Muan, who was standing calm and confident as always, but now as if for the first time. And Musan sensed that behind this outward equanimity lurked much more, not just strength, but a whole philosophy, capable of changing everything he knew about the world and himself. He had always thought that wisdom and strength were the result of a long journey that only the strongest could make, can become wise men. But now, standing next to this man, he realized it wasn't so. Muan was not a wise man, but just a seemingly human being. But Muan turned to him at that moment and said that if Musan was going to ruin him, let him do it now. Musang stood there silent, not answering, trying to organize his thoughts in his head. He stood there absorbed in his thoughts without looking at Muan. The questions that plagued him were becoming more and more intrusive. He felt his mind filling with doubt and uncertainty. Everything he knew about the world and himself now seemed to be falling apart. He tried to comprehend Muan's next move, what he was going to do, and how he was going to move on with his life after his house was destroyed. Because Muan was someone who always seemed confident and unwavering. But now that Muan had opened his eyes to depths Musang had never thought of before, he realized that there were still many unexplored sides to this man. He couldn't tell exactly what Muan was going to do. It had been 5 days since Muan had gone into the unknown, and Musang had been watching him from afar. He couldn't understand what made Muan move in such a way and what lay behind that decision. Muan seemed to be calm, but his actions were so mysterious. Musan couldn't take his eyes off the ruins that were now in place of the Northern Heavenly Clan. And Musan was no longer just passing by. He had entered the ruined buildings, old temples, almost forgotten corners of the Northern Heavenly Clan. There was no irritation in his gaze, only a slight weariness and calmness. He knelt down again, scrutinizing the ground between the ruined columns and the moss-covered floor. And he felt that this place was really something important to Muan, the place where the answers to the questions were kept, that he didn't even know about. Musan waited for him to come out of his shed. Muan came out and searched the ruins for something, and Musan thought it was good that he was alive. He asked what he was looking for, but he didn't answer and kept looking. After a while, Muan finally picked up a stone from under the rubble. Musan asked if it was so important that he had been looking for it for so long. But Musang felt that this stone was something special to Muan. Muan carefully put it in his bag as if it was something much more valuable than it seemed at first glance. Muan stood up and started packing his things as if his purpose had been accomplished. His face became a little more serious, and there was a depth in his eyes that Musan had never noticed before. But Musang stood there not knowing what to say. He felt that Muan had left a lot of things hidden, but something inside told him that this secrecy is part of the path that leads to something greater. Musan then asked him if he was leaving this place for good. He replied that he was leaving and that it was time to go. Muan had long ago realized that Musan, despite his strength and determination, still didn't fully realize the gravity of his situation. "We must return to the Central Celestial Alliance," he said with some fatigue, though his voice was firm. "There would be an investigation soon. When they find out he's the only one left alive, they'll try to get information out of him. He can't just walk away and hide. He has to face them, and he has to be ready for that." But Muan advised him to do otherwise. Muan said firmly that he swore that he would not betray that Musang was alive. His voice was filled with determination, and Musan felt his heart begin to calm down. Muan's gaze was full of strength, and there was that confidence in his words that Musang hadn't felt for so long. Musan then apologized for his past actions towards Muan, and that he despised him because that he wasn't like his ancestor, Jin Kwang Ho. Muan replies that it's okay, and he understands him. These words were sincere, and Musan felt the weight on his heart loosen a little. He realized that many of his previous actions were not quite fair, and he also thanked him for his guidance. And Muan said it wasn't that hard. But Musan stood at a loss, and his gaze was eclipsed by a heavy weight of inner conflict. His mind was in a whirlwind of thoughts. He realized that his life would be very different now, that he could never go back to the way it was. At some point, these feelings overwhelmed him, and he fell to his knees before Muan as someone who had become not just a mentor, but someone who had opened a new path for him. The words came out of his mouth like a natural flow that could not be restrained. "From now on, he is his master Muan," said Musan. His voice was as firm and determined as ever, and he would follow his every order. He swore he would do his best to restore the Northern Celestial Clan to its former glory, and he will not let any of his commands go unfulfilled. Anything he says will be his duty. It was unexpected. Muan froze in place, his gaze first calm and then stunned. He stood there as if confused, not expecting Musang to make such a move. The oath he had just made was something much more profound and decisive than he expected. It wasn't just a vow, it was a willingness to follow through without question. The still kneeling Musan raised his gaze to his mentor. Muan slowly reached out and placed his hand on Musan's shoulder. He knew that this was the decisive moment, and now their relationship would change forever. And Muan spoke calmly, but his words carried a heavy weight. He said that Musan had chosen this path and he would accept his vow. And now Musan is his first blade. His words were sincere, and he said that it meant that he would be his shadow, his weapon, but he'll also be looking out for himself so he doesn't lose himself along the way. Muan and Musan were now standing in the shadows of the dilapidated ruins, and the fire they had started was slowly devouring the remnants of the destroyed home of the Northern Sky Clan. The flames soared high, consuming everything that was connected to their past glory history that once made this clan great. Not only the physical remnants, but the symbols of former power and authority burned in the fire. The very house where once upon a time, where the best of the fighters had lived, and where strength and spirit had been forged, was now ash. Muan stood silently watching the flames that were burning, mercilessly erased the traces of the past. He felt something heavy and irresistible squeezing his chest. It was not only a farewell to his homeland, but to what had once been his life. He knew it would be difficult to restore the clan's glory. But it was from this moment that his new journey began with this determination. Musan stood by the fire with a cold but deep understanding. It wasn't easy for him to say goodbye to this place either, because he'd been there for a long time. This place symbolized not only greatness, but also fall, and now the flames were the final atoning sacrifice that consumed everything. A wagon suddenly appeared in the distance, its wheels squeaking on the old cracked road. Muan barely noticed the approaching carriage. The transport turned his head, and after a few moments, he saw Mr. Huang, an old friend and important ally of the Northern Heavenly Clan. His face was contorted with anxiety, and he was clearly agitated despite his usual restraint. His voice trembled with excitement. He stood in front of Muan, truly shocked, and asked what had happened. He stood there unable to contain his emotions, and tears flowed down his cheeks. Muan knew that Mr. Huang was deeply attached to the Northern Heavenly Clan and was really worried for the fate of everyone who was part of this great family. Huang stood stunned, and even his usual calm nature could not hide it. The grief he was feeling right now. He was so overwhelmed by what had happened that he couldn't find words. The honor of the Northern Heavenly Clan had been lost, and it was only a consequence of the many years when its power and glory had become increasingly vulnerable. They were both bereaved, but their paths had to cross here and now. They had to act together. And so Muan decided to go along with Mr. Huang. Musang, who was standing a little to the side, watched the scene with respect. He knew his master was on his way to find a way out and become even stronger than he was now. No matter how long it takes, Musang will be there. He will do his duty and wait for Muan and be ready for the next step when he returns. Muan looked at his student with a slight expression of approval. His words and demeanor showed that Musan was really ready to become his first blade and not fear the trials that await them. With those words, Muan and Mr. Huang headed off. Musan stood by the ruined ruins watching the past fade away. He also asked Mr. Huang to take care of Muan, who said that he was taking care of Muan and would always do so. They said their goodbyes, and Musan watched them go, thinking that the dragon had left home to grow its own wings, and he had to wait for his return and prepare for the future. Time was running out, and his first step into a world full of danger and intrigue was just beginning. His task was clear, but no less difficult. To meet with the representatives of the Central Celestial Alliance and withstand their interrogations while remaining cool and true to their promise. He knew that with this interrogation, he would have to face the truth and not just what happened in the Northern Sky Clan, but also with how his future would depend on what he said. His face remained impassive, but a storm of emotion raged inside him. Muan soon saw a group of people approaching. They were high-profile Alliance military officials and officials, whose faces expressed not only arrogance but a desire for power. A man stood out in their ranks, whose presence was felt most strongly was the general of the Western Fortress, Ian McCock. His tall stature, stern gaze, and authority in every step commanded respect and fear. This man was known for his brutality, his desire for power, and his methods, which were not always limited by laws. The general and his entourage rode up on horseback to Muan. All eyes were fixed on him, and at that moment Muan felt like a hot iron. But his face remained calm and centered, for he knew weakness or doubt could cost him his life. Ian McCock looked at him, not saying a word, but watching him carefully, trying to figure out what was behind this young but already strong man. Finally he spoke, his voice low and commanding, and he said that Silent Night had been seen in these parts, and if it was true, he demanded that Muan introduce himself to him. He replied that his name was So Muan, and he was a warrior of the 3rd Mercenary Group that was sent there by the Central Heaven Alliance. Then the general asked where everyone else was, and Muan replied that he was the only survivor. General McCock squinted slightly, as if he wasn't satisfied with the simple and unambiguous version, and asked about the heir, the Northern Heavenly Clan, and whether he was alive or not. Muan tried to speak as calmly as possible, but his words sounded true and sincere, and he explained that the last time he saw Muan locked in a burning house, he may have died, or survived, but he didn't see it, so he can't know for sure. General Ian McCock then gave his soldiers strict orders to make a thorough investigation to inspect the ruins of the Northern Sky Clan and find any clues that might explain the tragedy. Every stone, every burnt piece of wood or metal, everything had to be tested. There was not the slightest doubt on his face that it was in this wreckage that he would find the answers. But Muan knew that all they were asking about was just an empty search in an empty place. He was the only survivor, and there would be no evidence. The Northern Celestial Clan was completely wiped out. There was not a single person who could uncover the mystery of what had happened there. And Muan had no doubt that the soldiers would find nothing to confirm his words or say anything about what really happened. He felt pressured by all these people who doubted his words trying to find evidence. But he believed and prayed for Muan to make sure he succeeds. While Muan was under the watchful eye of General Yang McCock, Muan, hidden from everyone, had already gotten there, to the very place where he intended to hide from the world in the ominous mountains. These mountains were a place few knew of, and almost no one dared to visit them. The past centuries have left only darkness and loneliness here. But for Muan, the sinister mountains were becoming the perfect place to train hidden from everyone's eyes. When he arrived at this place, it greeted him with high, bleak cliffs, as if ready to swallow whatever decided to stop here. There were no people or civilization here, a cold, stiff wind. Muan knew that places like this had an effect on people, but this was just what he needed. Then Muan shook hands with Mr. Huang and thanked him for everything. He only replied that there was no need to thank him and that it was his duty. Said he'd bring him supplies and food every 4 months, and that Muan shouldn't worry about Mr. Huang and that he'll be okay. The time he would spend away from the world was the time he needed to gather his strength and prepare for the journey ahead, and for all the people to believe he was dead and stop looking for him. He realized that the important thing now was to stay focused on the goal. He realized that after years of falling and betrayal, the moment had come for a new path. Trade Association was one of the 10 great trade associations in the country. The strength of their fortune made even the imperial family to listen to their demands. They had countless branches all over the mainland and had gigantic influence all over the country. That little girl was the youngest daughter of Yun Seoin, called her. Also Yunhu Moon's eldest son, and he did everything to help mothers to start a trade association. He cared for the White Dragon Association more than anyone else. It's been a long time since their mom last showed up at the Supreme Assembly, and that said something serious had happened. She was the former leader of the family, and her name was No Tai Tai. She asked her son about the situation and whether it was bad as she had been told. He told her it was like that. But the daughter intervened and said it was because of Unnam. Because 7 years ago, when everyone wanted to leave. From there, one man put everything on the line to form the foundation of Unnam. That man was the third son of Yun Moon, and he was now saying that if there are problems in Unnam, then he is the one who should solve them, he insisted. But they can't let that happen. Yunhu Moon said that if Yun Moon leaves his post to go to Unnam, then they'd suffer casualties and thought they'd better send someone else to Unnam. But Yun Moon said that Unnam is the place he founded, and there was no one who knows Unnam better than him, and they should send him there. And Yunhu Moon said that he understands how he feels, and that he also realizes that he's the only one best suited for it. But they don't know how complicated the situation there is or how dangerous. He can't allow his own blood to be sent to a place like this. Soon the mother turned to her son and asked if he really wanted to go there. He said that he already knew enough, and that he's the only one who's qualified, so he should go. She said it was natural for him to want to go there. Asked who he was planning on taking with him, he said he planned to take a deputy guard. If he takes Deputy General Nam Ingol and his men, he'll be sure to handle any difficulties that may come their way. Then the mother replied that it shouldn't make much difference if he took another person with him. Advised me to take Huang Chul's bodyguard with me. She said he deserved respect, and in case of an emergency, Yun Moon can use it to contact them. Then she said that her son should take care of himself, if it's a difficult situation so he doesn't put his life in danger. She was more concerned that they didn't have accurate information about the situation in Unnam. But just because it's dangerous doesn't mean the head of the main family shouldn't be involved. If they lose their core, then no one will respect the White Dragon Trade Association. In times like these, it's their responsibility to take the initiative and set an example for the rest of us. And Mother said she had a feeling that Yun Moon would do well. Yunhu Moon told his mother not to worry, and she said okay and told him he could be free to send Huang's bodyguard to her. He said as she wished, and if she wanted to see him now. She nodded in response. Then followed Huang Chul, thinking that he wasn't talented in martial arts. And doesn't stand out from the rest, Yunhu Moon didn't know what he did to earn his mother's trust. When he came to see Huang Chul practicing with one of his students and said that he should put more strength into his shoulders and stop focusing on the internal flow of qi. And now it was more important that he understand how to use his inner and physical state at the same time. Yunhu Moon then turned to the bodyguard Huang Chul. He turned around and bowed to him and said hello. Mrs. No Tai Tai was a person of determination and foresight. She knew that the situation was getting more and more tense, and the importance of maintaining her allies was becoming critical. Her son was an important figure, and she could not leave him unprotected in such an unstable period. But she also realized that her loyal friend Huang Chul was always there to help and support her, could play a key role in ensuring her son's safety. He had helped her family in times of need, and she was sure of his loyalty and devotion. In his eyes, she saw not only strength and reliability, but also loyalty to the ideals she and her family shared. Knowing that Huang Chul was a man of honor, she had no doubt that he would honor her request. However, this time her request was especially important, was to accompany her son. She realized that if her son was in Huang Chul's hands, he would be completely safe. Muan's years in the Evil Mountains flew by like a blink of an eye. He had no sense of time and didn't pay attention to the changing seasons. The only thing that existed for him was perfection. Every spare moment he spent practicing, honing his skills, deepening his understanding of martial arts, and developing the strength to one day return and revive the Northern Heavenly Clan. Those 7 years were a time when he could focus on himself without distraction. Every day his body grew stronger and his spirit wiser. The time in the mountains away from the world gave him a chance to be reborn, and Muan became a different person, more mature, calm, and determined. He was ready for any challenge that might come his way. As Muan was finishing his work with the firewood, there was a familiar knock on the door. He stopped and turned his head. The man he hadn't seen in a long time was standing outside the door, and it was Huang Chul. Then Muan froze for a moment and then smiled as he stood up and opened the door. He was greeted by his old friend. Huang Chul noticed the change in Muan over the years and grinned softly. His gaze focused on how mature and changed he was. He was much stronger, his movements smooth and confident, and his expression cool and focused like a master. And Muan was truly grateful to Huang Chul for everything he'd done for him. Without his help and constant supply of food and supplies, Muan might not have been able to train so long and successfully in the sinister mountains. Then Muan asked Huang to come inside because it was cold outside. He made some nice hot tea, and they talked. He'd learned a lot during his years alone, but Huang Chul was the one to share it with, his worries and hopes. Muan said this with sincere gratitude in his voice, looking at his friend and saying that he wouldn't have survived all these years without him, because he was the only one who brought food and supplies to him. Huang Chul smiled and said he was happy to help him. Then Muan listened attentively to Huang Chul when he told him of his intention to go with the lady's son to Unam. Spoke about it with confidence, stating that the journey would be relatively safe and there was little cause for concern. But despite Huang Muan's confidence, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. Muan spoke with a faint smile, but his eyes were troubled. Hua then asked about the sword he saw at his house. Muan replied that he had forged it from a meteorite he had given him in the past. Said it wasn't so easy to begin with. This metal was too unruly, and it took him a long time to get over it. And Huang said there was something sinister yet majestic about it. The sword was clearly no ordinary weapon. Huang also talked about what has been happening in the world lately and that the Central Alliance is under increasing pressure by the four pillars of the northern heavens. Their power has greatly increased. They had now gained independence and started acting on their own. Dark Knight never showed up after the incident with Dai Mu Kang. The farewell was brief but sincere. Muan worriedly asked his friend to be careful and take care of himself. But Huang Chul smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said he'd be fine, and that he'd come to see him in 3 months in the spring. With those words, Huang Chul quickly packed up and set off. Muan remained standing at the same place, watching his retreating figure, feeling anxiety slowly spreading through his body. But he knew that Huang Chul had a long and difficult journey to Unnam. Muan was in the mountains thinking about where Unha Seol was and couldn't shake the feeling of longing for her. He remembered their time in the Northern Heavenly Clan and his heart filled with nostalgia for those days. He stood in the silence of the mountains, his eyes staring into the distance, but his thoughts were far in the past. Muan remembered her looking at him with that look of determination and warmth. It was spring, but Mr. Huang had not come to see him. A light breeze brought the scent of blossoming trees, and the horizon was already ablaze. Bright sunlight. Everything around him changed and nature awakened, but Muan's heart remained heavy. He looked into the distance again and again, waiting for a familiar figure to appear on the horizon, but the path remained empty. Then summer came, but Mr. Huang still didn't show up. The hot days were followed by warm nights, and the air was filled with the sound of cicadas and the smell of grass. And as the summer reached its peak, Muan finally realized that something serious must have happened to Mr. Huang. He could no longer stay in these mountains, in this silence of longing and uncertainty. The longer he stayed there, Huang couldn't just disappear because he was always reliable and always kept his promises. But his silence was becoming more and more disturbing, and the lack of news too unusual. He became certain that he could not sit and wait any longer. No matter what happened, he couldn't leave his friend in trouble. He stood up resolutely and turned around to the peaks that were still there. Had seemed like home, but now only a reminder that he had to move on. Determination to seek answers in spite of the odds, and the desire to find out the truth no matter what it was. There was no room for doubt in Muan's heart. He knew what he had to do, to find Huang, even if he has to go through hardships and dangers along the way. The journey was long and unknown challenges lay ahead, but Muan had no doubts about his decision. He was heading for the world that was. He wasn't as familiar as those mountains, but this world was full of questions and he was ready to seek answers. Muan then arrived in the city of Nanju, which greeted him with lush greenery. It was a place where nature seemed to merge with city life. The air had a fresh smell of herbs and flowers, and the trees growing thickly along the streets created shade and comfort. The city was beautiful and picturesque, but his harmony seemed foreign and unreal to Muan. There were too many questions in his heart, and he couldn't really to enjoy the beauty of the world around him until he found the answers to his worries. He looked for a place where he could take a little break and maybe learn something about Huang. It was a modest establishment, but cozy and quiet, a perfect place to relax after a long journey. The owner at first took him for a vagrant and even thought of throwing him out, but then seeing the gold coins, he let him in and said he would give him the best room. Muan thanked his host and soon went upstairs where a small room awaited him, but a cozy room with a big window. It had a view of the city. There was a simple wooden bed in the room. It was simple, but it felt cozy and warm. It took him 10 days to get there. There was no relief in his heart, but a growing sense of guilt. He realized it was his own fault for delaying so long. How many days, weeks, months he had stayed in the mountains, putting off the search, relying on the vain hope that everything would work itself out. But now that he was in Nanju, in this foreign city where everything was so unfamiliar and new, he realized how wrong he was. Muan soon came to the place where Mr. Huang used to work. He stopped in front of the building and stood there for a while without moving. His gaze was focused, and his heart beat a little faster, as if this place hid the answers to questions he had long tried to understand. He looked for signs of his friend, looking for any hint of his presence. But as soon as he took a few steps forward, he was approached. A middle-aged man with a disgruntled expression on his face. The middle-aged man had a disgruntled expression on his face. But Muan turned sharply and did not take his eyes off Mr. Huang Chul, who was his uncle. The man said that Mr. Huang had told him a lot of stories about his nephew. Then he said he hadn't heard from Huang in about 6 months, suggested that Muan go with him to Moonjun, and that he knew more than he did about Huang's whereabouts. Then they came to a place where there was a guy named Moonjun, and he went up to another one of them and asked about him. He said that the boy would be here soon, and he said, and when he found out that Huanan's nephew had come, he was surprised, and I wanted to talk to him about him and find out what he wanted. Nor both of them continued moving in the direction where Muan had been spotted. Each of them wondered what might be behind this quest. It was Gongjin Sang, and Muan also introduced himself and said he was Huang's nephew. Huang's bodyguard really did go with Madam's son, to Unnam said. They didn't know all the details, but they had to accompany him there for an important mission. Muan said why he was sent on such a difficult mission, and his voice was tinged with a note of displeasure. There may be more than just natural hazards. There may be much more serious threats. But the man said that Huang wasn't the only one missing. Everyone else who was around him was also missing. And so Mrs. No hired many professional mercenaries to help with the case. Ms. Rowe has requested help from the Broken Fist group, and she wouldn't turn to them unless absolutely necessary. Broken Fist's group carried weight in Unnam, and Mrs. No thought that the missing people might be related to more than just an accident. Then the man said he was leaving them and that he had business to attend to, because Mongjun had already come. Then Muan asked to go with them to look for Huang and said he'd do any job. And Gongjin Sang saw Muan stand up and firmly declare his intention. He said he would put in a good word for him. Looking at that guy, he seemed to think he was tough. In Unnam, we could sure use guys like that, he thought. And Muan's great strength and ability to solve complex problems was an outstanding example of how natural or acquired qualities could be used in battle. His strength was not limited to physical power, it was strength of spirit, willpower, and the ability to see opportunities where others saw only obstacles. A boy came up and asked why Muan was looking for him. Every year, countless talented people came to the world of Murim, and then the people of Murim choose the individuals whose talent they have, soars as high as the heavens, and they are elected to positions known as the 7 lower heavens. His name was Mu Huan, and he wasn't elected, but he was very talented. And then she was Chayak Ran, able to single-handedly handle several dozen strong opponents. There is also a group of traveling mercenaries consisting of a dozen men centered around a martial arts master named Yunmu San. For a good price, they would do any job no matter how difficult. They were known as the Iron Squad. And now this squad had received a contract from Mistress No, and now she was under their protection. A unit known for its strength and experience did not stop in the face of adversity. Their abilities were recognized throughout the region, and each new contract became more than just a challenge, but an opportunity to demonstrate his dedication. However, this contract was special. Ms. No is a mysterious and powerful figure, whose name was forever whispered behind their backs in the dark corners of the city. Her identity was surrounded by mystery, and her connections were far from simple. And the squad will go with Im Jin, and then Dam Jin Hong and Gong Sung Chan. They were very strong guys, too. Tomorrow, they'll be there. We'll all go to Unnam together. But Mrs. No was still worried. But the squad reassured her that everything would be all right. The squad was not new to this sort of thing, but the mission with Lady No required them to exercise the utmost caution and patience. Soon they began to gather the necessary supplies, weapons, protective armor, medicines, food. Everything had to be perfectly organized. Everyone knew that preparing for a hike was not just a ritual, but a matter of life. Time was running out, and their journey was drawing near. But they needed to deal with more than just physical threats before they set out. Mrs. Butt, despite her usually unflagging energy, she looked tired, so her son offered to take her to her room to rest. Mrs. No also allowed Muan to go to Unnam with a detachment. She didn't see any problem with that. She said he was free to do whatever he wanted, and she wasn't going to block his path. Then Yunhu Moon yelled at his sister, saying he didn't want her to go to Unnam. It's dangerous. But Seo-in replied that he wouldn't stop her and she would go to save her brother because he was her blood. Yunhu Moon couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He had long known that his sister wasn't inclined to listen to advice, especially when it came to her brother. But this situation pissed him off. But Seo-in stood in front of him, her eyes full of determination. She wasn't going to back down. All she could feel at this moment was to save her brother who was in trouble. He was her blood, and she couldn't stay away despite all the threats. And Yunhu Moon knew her too well not to realize that she wouldn't back down. After all, she was trained at Gongdong Monastery, and she can stand up for herself. Muan sat in the carriage, absorbed in his thoughts, and occasionally looked around. Despite the seemingly calm atmosphere around him, there was no peace in his soul. Muan had always trusted his intuition, and now it was telling him that this path would be full of surprises. Chariot and many warriors rode on horseback toward Unnam to settle the problem there. Moon Jun then asked Muan how he had slept, but without waiting for an answer, he quickly added that he wasn't feeling very well himself. He admitted he was agitated and couldn't concentrate. Then the boy added that this was his first trip and that his father was also a bodyguard. He died a few years ago on a similar mission. Also said that Mr. Huang taught him cultivation techniques, and that he nagged him because he was lazy in training. Muan was surprised and asked Moon Jun what technique Huang had taught him, because Huang had never been an expert in martial arts, and the boy replied that it was 3 fundamental cultivation techniques. The most important thing about them was to be patient and stick with it until the end, and it could help one get on the path of a martial artist in the future. No one believed in the boy, and only Huang understood his feelings and took him into his care, and so now the boy practiced hard to learn the skill. Soon, Mong Jun said quietly that he hoped Huang was all right. His words sounded troubled, as if he was worried about what had happened. Muan listened to him with a short nod, but he was also worried about Huang. Muan only nodded briefly after listening to him, but he was also worried about Huang. Muan looked at Moon Jun and calmly told him to ride behind him. Mong Jun didn't object. The 2 soldiers of the Iron Squad, noticing that Muan was traveling with them, exchanged brief glances. Their faces showed no apparent surprise, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in their eyes, perhaps even resentment. They were used to action in a certain lineup, and Muan's appearance, although not completely unexpected, broke the group's usual dynamic. Now Mu Huan was watching Muan, feeling a strange feeling that he couldn't quite explain. Muan's gaze was focused and calm. But something about his behavior made Muan slightly wary. It was a strange feeling, as if there was qi present. From Muan, but it disappeared, and he knew that Muan was from a different league. He had long ago learned how to sense subtle energy flows, but this time he couldn't figure out what exactly was happening to Muan. And Muan drove along, absorbed in his own thoughts. His mind was filled with the same thought that he had been striving for perfection all his life, was looking for a way to improve his skills to develop himself. But now that he had achieved his goal, he didn't know what to do next. That feeling of emptiness that comes after a long journey suddenly overwhelmed him. But in the midst of all this vague feeling, the only bright light was his desire to find Yunha, Seol, and Huang. It was the only thing that gave him a reason to continue. He thought of them often, and his thoughts returned to the Northern Sky clan. He couldn't forget about avenging his father. Although revenge was a natural desire for a son, deep down, Muan realized that his father probably wanted him to live a peaceful and happy life, but he didn't know what to choose. The commander scrutinized the group and decided it was time to take a break. He loudly ordered them to stop for a rest. "We'll split into 2 groups. While one will rest, the other will remain on guard." His voice was as confident and calm as ever. Despite the need to relax, Muan's thoughts remained preoccupied with his inner turmoil. The group went into a roadside kitchen where they decided to take a little break and eat. The inside smelled of freshly cooked food, and there was a little girl at the table who smiled and offered them a pork roast. She said it was very tasty and hearty. But Muan saw Moonjun keeping his eyes on the girl and decided to play a joke. He asked, turning to Mongjun with a slight smile on his face, that he liked her. Mongjun's face flushed sharply, turned a shade of bright pink, and he quickly looked away, stammering nervously, and he mumbled that he didn't like it. And Muan grinned, noticing how much embarrassment had affected Moonjun. Soon the girl returned with the plates, filled with fragrant pork roast. The food was still hot, and the smell that filled the air made everyone noticeably lively. Everyone, without hiding their hunger, eagerly approached the table. Everyone quickly settled around the table, unable to contain the excitement of the long-awaited food. And Muan, who usually remained calm, was the first to eat, savoring every spoonful. Moonjun, though a little embarrassed by his own. The girl said her name was Seo Rin, and said her name was Seo Rin. The girl said her name was So Ren, and asked him what his brother's name was. He said Moonjun. She asked about him being a bodyguard too. He said he did. She asked if she could ask him for help if she needed it, and he said he would. At that moment, several hermits from the monastery passed by. One of them looked like a man of high status. The heads of monasteries don't usually send young followers out into the outside world. If they do, of someone high up next to them. And Muan asked if Moonjun was jealous of them, and he said not at all. Mongjun's father often told him that being a bodyguard was an amazing job, even though it's a profession that always pays. Emphasized that the greatest value was not in the reward, but in the responsibility for another's life. He taught his son that it was their job to protect. Guarding a life, even if it belonged to a stranger, was a real goal for him, and Moonjun always admired this way of looking at life. When Muan heard these thoughts, he remembered his own father, when he said quietly that Mongjun's father was a very worthy man. His words sounded sincere and had a respectful warmth to them. And Muan realized that Moonjun's father was not only a master at his craft, but also a man of high moral values. Suddenly, one of the monastery's hermits, clearly annoyed, started shouting loudly, attracting the attention of everyone in the kitchen. When the cook, frightened by the shouts, hurried out of the kitchen, the hermit did not stop and continued his tirade. He shouted, his face twisted with anger. He grabbed the plate of food and threw it at the cook's face without thinking. The food exploded, leaving dirty stains on his face and clothes. The hermit continued to shout, his anger growing more and more fierce, saying that the cook wanted to take revenge on the monastery in this way, because their young talent Seol Gong broke a tooth while eating his food. There was silence all around. Everyone around them was watching, at what was happening with surprise and bewilderment. The cook's daughter was also startled by the event. and this behavior was inappropriate for such a person and looked very disgusting from the outside. And everyone present understood that. Chef Tapeng stood in front of the hermit, feeling bitterness and anger pressing into his chest. He knew this moment would not be easy. Day Pen was the younger brother of the same hermit who now stood before him, the embodiment of rage. The brother could never forgive Day Pen for beating him in a competition that his older brother couldn't accept. After that incident, when Day Pen won, his life at the monastery changed. The older brother made every effort to harm him and got him expelled from the monastery, took away all the honors and titles that Day Pen had earned through hard work and effort. Although Day Pen tried to continue his life, his wounds, left by the betrayal, had not healed. But he was not as evil as his brother and did not understand his older brother's cruelty. But it wasn't enough for the older brother. The fire of resentment and anger continued to burn in his soul and could not be extinguished. He couldn't forgive Day Pen for coming out on top despite his best efforts. The anger that had been building up for years came out in the form of this scene where the hermit threw food in his brother's face. But Sol Gong didn't actually break his tooth from food as the hermit and the boy claimed. In fact, the tooth was damaged in several ways. Days ago, during intense training while struggling to master complex fighting techniques, Day Pen's older brother, who had no regrets, decided to blame him anyway. He used the food incident as an excuse to take out all the hatred and resentment on the cook with no intention of dealing with the truth. His anger was not caused by the food incident itself, but by years of resentment and jealousy that he couldn't let go of, and the future of Gongdong Monastery looked bleak. Master Day Pen's teachings and beliefs were not the only ones forgotten, but also the very honor of the monastery. The hermit continued to brutally use physical force on his younger brother Day Pen. Each blow was hard, and Day Pen struggled to defend himself, but he was too weak. Seo Ren, Day Pen's daughter, watched in horror as she faced the fury of her stronger and older brother. Her heart ached to see her father suffer, and she couldn't stay away. Realizing she had to stop this nightmare, she rushed forward, screaming desperately for him to stop doing this to her father. The ironclad girl, observing the hermit's violent behavior, took a step forward. Her face contorted with anger and worry. She couldn't stand by while the hermit beat Day Pen and his daughter. But Muan, who was sitting next to her, put his hand on her shoulder and quietly but insistently told her not to interfere. And they'd be in big trouble if she did, and she froze, realizing it was better not to take any chances in this situation. The ironclad squad was ready to engage, but even they knew that interfering in this conflict could lead to much worse than they could have imagined. After all, the men of the monastery were very powerful and dangerous. At this moment, Moon Jun, unable to stand by and watch the violence any longer, rushed towards the hermit. He ran up to the hermit in a desperate attempt to stop him, begging and pleading with him to stop, grabbing the hermit by the arm with a look of utter helplessness on his face. He said he couldn't do that and that it was too much. Then he asked who he was, and the boy said he was a bodyguard. Pulling away Moon Jun's hand and pushing him away, he said that the boy is a dirty bodyguard and how dare he tell him what to do. But the boy said that being a bodyguard is a very important job. He stepped forward, his eyes glittering with anger and his body tense and ready for action. And he said how dare Mong Jun lecture him. And if he didn't leave, he'd cut off his hand right away. The rage raging in his soul was evident, and he was ready to use force against anyone who dares to interfere in his affairs. Muan could not stand by while watching. His face contorted with anger, and every moment that the hermit continued to threaten Mong Jun seemed unbearable to him. He abruptly stepped forward to intervene. But a fighter from Muhuan's iron squad hurriedly stood in his way and told him not to interfere. But Muan knew that for a fighter to be without an arm was tantamount to death, and he couldn't let that happen. But Muan couldn't bear the tension any longer and resolutely walked towards the hermit. The fire of determination burned in his eyes. He stepped forward confidently, his gaze firm and his voice resolute, and said that he could think of him as Moon Jun's older brother. A child's duty to enjoy childhood, a parent's duty to nurture, a merchant's duty to make a profit, said Muan to the hermit. and the ascetic's duty to purify himself from worldly desires, he said in a loud and firm voice. But the hermit did not fulfill any of these duties. He forgets his essence, his nature, and instead of being purified, he is saturated with pride and anger. Muan's words echoed in the air, causing everyone present to freeze for a moment. Muan did not hesitate to step forward. His movements were fast and precise. When the hermit raised his sword with fury, to strike, Muan did not hesitate to meet the blade with his bare hands. He did not use any weapons, did not apply any armor. Simply put out his palms and intercepted the blade with incredible strength and dexterity. There was a loud sound of metal blade clashing, with his fingers echoed through the air. Muan stood as still as a rock, not allowing the sword to move a millimeter. He performed the sword-blocking technique with his bare hands. The hermit was shocked by this incredible blocking, froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't understand how his powerful blow had been stopped by a man who seemed to be, had no weapons or defenses of any kind. Who was it? Where was he before, he thought. The hermit, accustomed to absolute control over the situation, now felt helpless, in front of this man who calmly and easily defeated his punch. But he still wanted to use the rising cloud palm technique, and yet he failed again. Muan told him that he was dishonoring all ascetics in his own person. When the hermit retreated, though with difficulty, his disciples standing around him were instantly enraged. They could not allow their mentor to be humiliated, even though his pride was actually stabbed like a knife into his heart. As if on cue, several of them rushed towards Muan, determined to protect the hermit at all costs. Before the hermit could step back, he was already raising his hand as if to call his disciples to action. Sensing that the situation was escalating to the extreme, Muan made a quick decision. Knowing that a battle was imminent and none of the opponents, he turned to Mongjun and told him to get the cook and his daughter out of the room. He quickly agreed. They were filled with rage and determined to avenge their teacher for his humiliation. As soon as Mongjun brought out the cook and his daughter, Muan turned toward the hermit's disciples. They started advancing again. This time, the group was more organized. But Muan, as an experienced fighter, could easily read their every move. One of the students was a large man with a huge sword, was the first to attack. He raised his weapon above his head and rushed forward, but Muan was one step ahead as usual. He dodged, and when the sword was ready to strike, he grabbed it sharply by the hilt and used the force of inertia. He moved it to the side, causing his opponent to fall to the ground. The other student was not confused. One of them, with a short sword, tried to surround Muan from the other side, counting on his speed. But Muan had anticipated this maneuver. He turned around sharply, blocking the sword strike with his hand, and then using the moment to grasp his opponent's wrist, quickly disarmed him. And the next moment he was in a fighting stance, ready for the next attack. Every new attacker, be it with a sword or spear, was faced with the fact that Muan was not only faster, but also more agile. And most importantly, his movements were so calm and sure that it was as if they left no vulnerability. Hermit experienced a brief confusion in which he realized his defeat and saw his students fail, retreated back to his senses. His eyes were filled with rage and humiliation. He couldn't let Muan go without punishment. His pride did not allow him to retreat, and his anger at losing face was too great. Every step he took was determined to deal with Muan. Despite everything that had happened, Muan remained standing. His breathing was steady, but his face expressed concentration and tension. He knew that even if his opponents were exhausted and defeated, they would not stop there. The hermit and his disciples were proud men, and pride doesn't give way easily. The disciples, though beaten and exhausted, were still struggling with the pain, trying to get back on their feet and pick up their weapons again. They could not forgive Muan for daring to interrupt their journey, to humiliate their teacher and interfere with their supposedly sacred work. One of them shouted that how dare Muan touch the ascetics. But Muan didn't move. He stood still without showing the slightest bit of anxiety. He knew that these people were not only physically wounded, but also internally. Their pride and belief in their superiority were their real enemies. They could not realize that their way, despite all their external force, was not right. Their hearts were darkened by rage and resentment. For asceticism is neither cruelty nor threat. The true path of the ascetic is the path of purification, the path of tolerance, the path of control over oneself and not over others. They threw themselves towards Muan again with a loud shout, which was almost an insane act, given their exhaustion and wounds. But Muan acted as he always did, with clarity, confidence, and grace. He easily dodged the attacks of one of the students, then used his speed to make a precise and decisive step to the side, knocking the weapon out of the hands of another. At that moment, he sent another attacker to the ground with an elbow strike, knocking him to the ground. Everyone who was there, the Iron Squad, was amazed at Muan's strength and courage. They didn't expect that he wouldn't be afraid of his hermit status, and put him and his disciples in their place, so that they would not become conceited and harm others who are weaker than them. Muan's face was tense, and his eyes full of worry. He knew that the situation was becoming more and more dangerous, and in his heart he understood that the consequences of this collision would go far beyond this moment. He turned to his men of the Iron Squad who were standing beside him and said quietly but firmly that it was bad. Muan shouldn't have interfered. He was worried. That trouble could affect the Iron Squad as well, and they would have to be held responsible for the incident as well. Each of them realized the importance of the situation. At this time, the hermit began to attack Muan again, saying that he was now finished, and that Muan wouldn't get away with injuring the Gongdong Monastery followers. The hermit warned that the whole monastery would come after Muan, and will demand an answer for his actions. However, Muan did not show any concern. With cold confidence, Muan responded to the hermit's warning. He said he would simply get rid of anyone who dared to come after him. There was not a shadow of doubt or fear in his words, and Muan seemed to be completely confident in his strength and ability to withstand any challenge that could have thrown Gongdong Monastery to him. The confrontation between the hermit and Muan was heating up. On one side was the threat of collective retaliation, and the other, a ruthless willingness to destroy any adversary. Conflict seemed inevitable. Mrs. No's daughter came in and saw the whole scene. She knew that hermit Mu Hai. She wanted to say hello and talk to him, Yun Seo. In then turned to Muan with clear disapproval. She pointed out the serious consequences of his actions by emphasizing that because of his actions, relations between the monastery and the White Dragon Trade Association will inevitably deteriorate. Her voice was tinged with indignation when she asked how dare he treat his followers like that. I could feel it in her words. Not only disappointment, but also concern about the future of the interaction between the two powerful organizations. The tension between Yun Seo-in and Muan grew to reflect a broader conflict of interests and values. Muan firmly responded to the allegations by not backing down from his position. He first apologized for the situation, then said that Moon Jun is also their employee and is protected by the organization. Muan stressed. Mu Hei's action of cutting off Moon Jun's hand was wrongful. Muan's voice sounded confident as he continued his thought. He noted that even if their organization is highly respected, it does not give them the right to treat people like that. His words were filled with disapproval of Mu Hei's action and a firm conviction that his actions were right. His words made it clear that he was not going to back down or apologize for his actions, considering them justified by the protection of his friend. Then he firmly stated that he was willing to take full responsibility for his actions. He went directly to Yun Seo-in. Offering a surprise solution, Muan said that if she wanted to, he and Moon Jung were ready to leave. This statement showed his willingness to accept the consequences of his actions. Muan's words sounded like a challenge and a compromise at the same time, and Yun Seo-in realized her wrong and apologized to Muan, just as Muan was about to leave. Gong Jin Song intervened in the situation. He suggested that everyone rest first and postpone resolving the conflict until morning. His proposal sounded like a conciliatory gesture to cool emotions and give the parties a chance to calmly think about the situation. Gong Jin Sang obviously understood the tension of the moment and wanted to prevent any hasty decisions that would only exacerbate the conflict. The proposal to wait for the night and discuss everything in the morning seemed like a reasonable compromise that could help all participants find a more informed decision. Yun Seo, and soon agreed to Gong Jinsang's proposal. She silently turned around and left, leaving the men to decide what to do next. Gong Jinsang then turned to Muan to ask about his plans. Muan replied with unwavering determination that he would wait, when those who seek him come. His voice sounded confident without a shadow of doubt or fear. After that conversation, Muan and Moonjun went to rest, and Muan asked Moonjun to bring something to make a bed for himself. But Mongjun blamed himself for what happened to Muan, and Muan told him not to blame himself. So Moonjun obediently went to find a bed. At that moment, Muan was approached by Muan, clearly intending to talk. However, Muan was not in the mood to talk and said he wanted to rest, which caused Muan to react violently. He cried out, expressing his resentment that Muan was driving him away, without even giving him a chance to say anything. His voice sounded resentful and irritated, reflecting the tension that had built up between them. But Muan, annoyed by Muan's refusal to listen to him, tried to explain his intentions. He wanted to propose a solution to the problem, but Muan was not in the mood to talk. Despite his unwillingness to listen, Muan still thanked Muan for his eagerness to help. However, he firmly stated that he was acting out of his heart and could not leave the boy to Muhai. Muan then expressed his firm belief that no one has the right to bully the weak. He asked a rhetorical question about the meaning of excellence if it is used for cruelty and injustice. His words reflected a deep conviction of the need to protect those. He can't stand up for himself. Muan listened to Muan's words and thought deeply. He came to a conclusion that Muan's ideals and principles could pose a serious threat to the established order of the Murim world. In an attempt to reason with Muan talked about the complexity of the world and the limitations of one person. He argued that the efforts of a single individual cannot change the world order and that reality is much more complex than Muan imagines, but a metaphor that vividly reflected his belief in the power of individual action. That even a single candle can illuminate the darkness. Soon, Moonjun was sitting next to Muan, his guilt weighing on him. He turned to his protector with sincere remorse, apologizing for what he had done. That he was the cause of the whole conflict. He believed that if he had not intervened in the situation, nothing would have happened. But Muan's reaction was unexpected. Instead of rebuking him, he praised Moonjun for his courage and bravery. Muan emphasized that not everyone is capable of such an act, especially when it comes to saving lives. These words, spoken with sincere respect, made Mongjun take a fresh look at his actions. However, Muan did not hide the harsh truth about the world they live in. He explained to Mongjun that in order to survive in Murima, he had to become stronger. These words sounded like a warning and at the same time, as a challenge for a young boy. Encouraged by the praise and driven by the desire to become stronger, Mongjun asked a question he had long wondered about. He asked Muan what he needed to do to become like him and learn how to catch a sword with his bare hands. This question reflected not only Mongjun's admiration, but also his desire for self-improvement. When Muan heard this question, he thought for a moment. Then he explained that the technique Moonjun had seen was called the Finger of Destruction. Muan said that he had mastered this art, thanks to years of training dating back to his childhood. He also added that this technique allowed him to do more than just defend himself, but also to learn how to forge swords. Muan's words about the long journey of training and the connection between martial arts and crafts opened Moonjun's eyes, new horizons of understanding. He realized that the path to strength and mastery requires not only courage, but also a great deal of patience and time. Muan looked down at his sword and remembered. The image of Mr. Huang and that moment clearly appeared before his eyes. When he brought him a stone from Onam, the stone became the basis for a sword that Muan forged using his own sword, skill and profound knowledge of blacksmithing. Every detail of the sword held the memory of that distant day when Mr. Huang gave him the stone. Muan's recollection of the process of creating weapons was not just a technical reproduction, but a true art that he put his soul into. For 2 long years he struggled with the unruly metal, which seemed to have a mind of its own, and did not want to obey the master. Muan spent every day in the forge trying to subdue this unique unknown material. Countless attempts have failed. The metal could not be forged, cracked during hardening, or lost its properties during machining. It seemed that the stone brought by Mr. Huang held some ancient secret, not wanting to reveal it to the inexperienced blacksmith. But Muan didn't give up. He experimented with melting temperatures and tried different forging techniques. Each failure only fueled him, the desire to succeed. He felt that this sword should be something special, an embodiment of his skill and spirit. Muan spent his nights thinking about the nature of the metal. He observed it, studied its properties, and tried to feel its essence. Gradually, he began to realize that working with this material requires not only physical effort, but also a special state of mind. At the end of the second year, Muan finally achieved a breakthrough. One day, when the first rays of sunshine touched the horizon, he felt ready. With incredible concentration and calmness of mind, he began the final forging. Worked, feeling the metal finally yield to his will. Every stroke of the hammer, every movement of his hands was filled with deep meaning and understanding. And the metal no longer resisted, as if it were eager to take the shape the master had intended. The blade shone, reflecting the light as if it were alive, and Muan named the sword Haseol after Haseol. This name carried the memory of the past and hope for the future. Now holding Haseol in Muan's hands, felt that he had found not just a weapon, but a loyal companion. Muan looked at his sword and thought about its true nature. He called it the Snowflower, but deep down he knew the blade was forged from metal filled with evil chi, and Muan realized that if he wasn't careful and vigilant enough, this dark sword power could consume him. This thought made him constantly alert, even when his sword was resting in its sheath. Suddenly their solitude was broken by an appearance. The deputy leader of the Iron Squad. She approached them carrying a tray of food. The woman held the food out to them, urging them to eat. Her sudden concern aroused Moonjun's suspicions. The young disciple began to reason aloud, trying to understand the true motives. This gesture of goodwill. He suggested that it might be an attempt to make Muan feel good about himself in order to attract him to join the Iron Squad. Moonjun voiced his thoughts, waiting for a reaction or comment from his mentor. However, Muan remained silent. His attention was focused on something else. Suddenly, his keen hearing picked up a faint rustle. It was instantly alarming, an experienced warrior. Muan abruptly interrupted Moonjun's musings, ordering him to be quiet. His voice was quiet, but there was steel in it. He began to listen carefully, trying to determine the source of the sound and the possible threat. The tension in the air was almost palpable, and Moonjun, sensing the seriousness of the situation, also froze, trying not to make a sound. Every sound, every movement of air, could be a harbinger of danger. Muan quickly made a decision after assessing the situation. He turned to Moonjun and ordered him, "Return to the tavern immediately." His voice was quiet but insistent, leaving no room for objection. Moongjun realized the seriousness of the situation. He hurriedly left. Left alone, Muan prepared himself for any eventuality. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready at any moment to unsheathe the blade. Soon the followers of the monastery appeared, leading Mu Kuang with them. Mu Kuang immediately noticed Muan's sword, noting its high quality. He asked about the origin of the weapon. Muan calmly replied that he had forged the sword himself. He introduced himself as a simple swordsman from the north without going into details about his past. However, Mu Kuang was not satisfied with this answer. Muan began to accuse Muan of daring to humiliate the honor of the followers of Gongdong Monastery. His voice sounded angry, reflecting the indignation of the entire monastery. Muan, keeping his composure, noted that Mu Kuang did not have full information about what had happened, But the followers standing next to Mu Kuang began to claim that Muan was lying, inflaming the atmosphere even more. The situation was getting hotter by the second. Mu Kuang, feeling the support of his men, said that he would punish Muan for what he had done. Realizing that, Muan slowly drew his sword. The blade glistened in the moonlight, ready for the upcoming battle, and Muan adopted a fighting stance, his eyes scrutinizing his opponent's every move. The tension had reached its peak. The fight started suddenly and violently. The followers of the monastery obeyed Mu Kuang's command and rushed at Muan at the same time. Their attack was coordinated and powerful, and they hoped to overwhelm the enemy in numbers and strength. However, Muan was prepared for this, the development of events. With incredible speed and grace, he swung his snowflower sword. The movement was so fast and powerful. It was as if the air itself was bending to his will. The swing of his sword created a powerful wave of energy that literally blew the attackers away, a considerable distance. The followers of the monastery, who had not expected such a force, were thrown back before they could even approach Muan. But Mu Kuang, who was watching, couldn't hide his surprise. His eyes widened in shock when he saw how easy Muan was. Repulsed an attack by several experienced fighters with a single sword thrust. This was a clear indication of exceptional skill and strength that Muan possessed. His movements were so precise and efficient that he seemed to anticipate every action of his opponents. Muan moved with incredible ease, and his sword seemed to be an extension of his body. Every swing and turn was filled with power and grace, and he not only repelled the attacks, but controlled the entire battle without letting the opponents even get close to him. Mu Kuang, seeing that his men could not defeat Muan, he began to rethink the situation. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent and was now trying to find him. A way to turn the battle in their favor. The battle continued, but it was becoming increasingly obvious that the monastery followers could not. Against Muan's skill, his sword technique was on a completely different level, combining strength, speed, and unpredictability. The atmosphere around the battle site was filled with tension and amazement, and Muan used his finger of destruction technique again. Then Mu Kuang watched Muan's skill and finally realized that he was a true martial artist. Muan's every move demonstrated a deep understanding of technique and incredible swordsmanship. His initial confidence in the superiority of the monasteries. His followers were quickly dwindling. Muan showed that he was far from being an ordinary warrior. His skill was on a completely different level. After realizing Muan's true strength, he abruptly raised his hand, ordering his disciples to stop attacking. His voice sounded loud and commanding, forcing the monastery's followers to stop immediately, to stop the attack, and that they are no match for this man, and they cannot defeat him. The disciples retreated with heavy breathing, looking at their mentor in bewilderment. Mu Kuang took a step forward and turned to Muan. His gaze was a mixture of respect and wariness. He said that he understood that Muan was a martial artist, and Mu Kuang was standing in front of Muan, literally exuding menace. His voice sounded harsh and emphatic as he spoke his warnings, and he told Muan that he was in trouble now. It was not only a personal grudge, but also a desire to restore him, the defiled honor of the monastery. Mu Kuang looked directly into Muan's eyes, trying to convey the seriousness of his intentions. Every word was filled with an implicit threat and a promise of revenge. He made it clear that this conflict is far from over, and Muan will have to answer for his actions. His words hung in the air like a heavy sentence, promising imminent retribution. Mu Kuang stood in front of Muan, his eyes glittering with determination. He was confident of his superiority and did not hide his intentions, saying that he would finish Muan with a single blow, showing his confidence in his own strength. Without wasting a second, Mu Kuang prepared himself to use the destruction technique, a powerful technique that can crush even the most resilient opponent. Mu Kuang concentrated, his inner energy preparing to deliver a devastating blow. However, Muan was more agile than his opponent expected. The moment Mu Kuang started his attack, Muan moved lightning fast and was behind his opponent's back. His movements were so fast and smooth that he seemed to disappear into thin air and materialize in a new place. Muan was stunned by the unexpected. The turn of events had momentarily thrown him off balance. His blow hit the void and he was in a vulnerable position. But Muan was not inferior in skill. He easily dodged Muan's attacks as if anticipating his every move. His defense was impenetrable, and his counterattacks were lightning fast and precise. He seemed to dance around his opponent, dodging blows with graceful ease. In and Gongjin Sang, who were standing to the side, watched the scene unfolding in front of them with undisguised amazement. Their eyes were wide open and their jaws dropped in surprise. What they saw seemed impossible, but it was happening right in front of them. The followers of Gongdong Monastery, known as one of the 9 strongest clans, attacked Muan from all sides. Their technique was honed by years of training, and his movements were fast and precise. However, Muan moved with incredible grace and speed that seemed to was beyond human capabilities. He dodged attacks with ease as if he anticipated his opponent's every move. His counterattacks were lightning fast. In and Gongjin Sang glanced at each other, their gazes expressing a mixture of admiration and disbelief. They were beginning to be suspicious. That Muan has supernatural powers that he's been hiding until now, and Gongjin Sang said that such masters often hide their talents from the eyes of others. And that's why Mrs. No always seemed to be looking out for those who looked very simple from the outside. But in reality, they were very strong and talented. Muan's sister, who is a shining example of strength and power herself, also saw something more in Muan than just a strong man. To her, much of their monastery philosophy was superficial and self-righteous. In their eyes, it was not the actual contribution that mattered, and the outward glitter of titles and status. But the surprise was not only in his fighting ability. Muan was not only a master of physical strength, but also a remarkable intellect. He understood when to act and when to retreat, which was very important under the circumstances. When the enemy was ready for any turn of events, this balance between strength and wisdom made him stand out among the other fighters who relied only on their own strength. Muan's sister began to realize that Muan might be the man who could destroy the old ones, stereotypes, and give the world more than just a continuation of tradition. At this time, Muan thought to himself that Muan was just playing with him and simply block his attacks. Muan stood in front of Muan, his gaze cold and commanding like a sword point, ready to cut through anything. Would fall under his hand, and he shouted to Muan to show all the strength he had. He didn't doubt that Muan's strength was only enough for a couple, but he was confident in his victory. Muan, who was standing in front of him, slightly lifted the corner of his lips as if he was smiling faintly. His face remained calm, and his eyes seemed full of carelessness and even some amusement. And he said he hadn't been with anyone for a long time, had never really fought, and that he would show him his strength now. Without warning, Muan abruptly drew his sword, and that was the moment. As his power began to burst forth. The shadow sword technique, one of the most powerful and dangerous techniques that only a select few can master. And now, Muan is using it, and Muan has no chance of defeating him. It's not just a weapon, it's a manipulation of the essence, of space, with the very foundations of the material world. The sword of shadow could penetrate everything in its path, leaving no trace but destroying everything, whatever comes his way. But Muan was in no hurry. His movements were measured and calm, almost meditative. And Muan could already feel his pride crumbling to pieces. Pen appeared and asked Muan to stop and not to destroy Muan. This defeat was not just physical for Muan, it struck at the very core of his confidence. He knelt in front of Muan, unable to move, unable to answer. It was inevitable. He had been defeated, and not just in battle. When Muan realized that he had already lost, Pen's intervention seemed unexpected. He looked at Pen, trying to understand why he had come, and why he was there in the first place. Pen slowly walked over to Muan and stood next to him so that both Muan and Muan could hear him, and told Muan what really happened in the tavern. Muan realized something important and tilted his head and said that he now understood what had really happened. Then Muan, standing in front of Muan and Pen, was still reeling from the revelations that had been revealed to him. But in spite of the seriousness of what was happening, there was one question that kept growing in his heart. It wasn't just a personal feeling, but also a profound bewilderment at the events taking place in and around the monastery. Muan was shocked. He knew Muhai as a decent follower. I never thought he would set such a trap for Pen. He was one of those people who was always considered a role model. How come he seemed to be the cause of such a serious event? He was confident in Muhai's honesty, and his words seemed to be true, especially since he didn't know the ins and outs of the case while he was in seclusion practicing. It was Muhai's idea. It's alleged that Pen was exposed to dark chi energy, and because of that, he ruined his brothers at the monastery. But Muhai used his connections to arrange for his exile. Finally, Muan asked why Pen didn't come and told him everything. He replied that he was tired of everything then. Tired of having to defend himself and fight for the right to be in the monastery all the time. Tired of having his life all to himself. Is dedicated not to the search for truth, but to fighting lies and intrigue. His life in the monastery, everything he once thought he owed, is in question. There was no anger or regret in his heart, only emptiness, and a heavy feeling that his time of belonging to the monastery had come to an end. After everything that happened, and especially after he found out who was really behind his exile, Pen realized his path, no longer connected to this place. He could no longer be part of this system, and so he made a decision that was not as sudden as it might have been. It would seem at first glance. He decided to live with his wife and start a family. It was they who became his real support, not the monastery it seemed. Had long since lost its original values. There was no place in his life for endless intrigues and power struggles. He chose silence, the peace and harmony that was with him when he was with his loved ones. Although Muan himself was amazed by the story Pen had told, he understood that he has no other choice, how to hold Muhai accountable. But he didn't regret any of his actions and said that he had done everything intentionally so that he could take over as head after Muan. Muan wanted to put Pen in his place. Muan was shocked by what he heard. After hearing Muhi's frank confession, his face first turned pale and then his lips curled into a tense grin. He stood there trying to hold back the rage that was building up in his chest. But it was all useless, the inner tension erupting into hysterical laughter. He couldn't hold back that laughter, and with each passing second his voice grew louder and louder. He couldn't believe he had lived in delusion for so long, without noticing how the monastery was rotten from the inside. He realized that everything he had believed was a lie, and the laughter was a response to his own helplessness. But that's about to change. Now everyone involved will be held accountable for their wrongdoings, and Muhai will be no exception. He ruined destiny. An honest man, and now his meridians will be destroyed and he will be thrown out of the monastery just like Pen. Everything that happened at the monastery and the politics that led to Pen's exile now disgusted him. So he decided to find an exile for everyone who had also blackened their souls. He also decided that apologizing to Pen wouldn't be enough and he would help his family and him. He couldn't let these atrocities go unchecked. Now that he had seen the truth, he knew what he had to make right, and restore justice. Muan stood in front of Pen, his face contorted with regret and sincere remorse. It was a painful moment for him to realize how deeply wrong he had been, and that he might have been the reason Pen had been banished from the monastery. But now, after everything that had happened, Muan finally realized how wrong he had been about his life of dedication alone. Martial arts. All he ever thought about was his training and his strength. In all these years devoted to the pursuit of strength, he hadn't noticed that. What was going on in the monastery in his own environment? The young boy Muan crushed him like an old oak tree that didn't notice it being blown away by the storm. He saw in Muan not just power, but the potential to change not only his own destiny, but the world as a whole. It wasn't easy, recognizing his defeat, but also admiring what he saw in the young man. So he decided to help Muan in gratitude and said, for him to find the scientist Hajin Wall when he arrives in Unnam. And if he tells him that he is Mu Kwang, he will help him find him. Because he's been friends with Mu Kwang for a long time and he respects him a lot. He can't refuse his request. Then Muan stood in front of Mu Kwang feeling a strange mix of emotions in his heart. He was grateful for the help he had received. He offered him, but at the same time he couldn't help but wonder why Mu Kwang had decided to help him. There was nothing in the older man's eyes. No lies. No ulterior motives. Mu Kwang looked at Muan with deep seriousness for a moment. He remained silent for a long time, and then Muan seemed to have decided that it was time to reveal his thought and said that he had a feeling that Muan should meet Hajin. After they said goodbye, Mu Kwang thought for a long time about who Muan was and suddenly thought that he might be the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. His eyes widened in surprise. He could hardly believe what he had just realized. Whoever stood before him could be more than just outstanding. A martial artist and heir to one of the most powerful and mysterious clans in this world. Meanwhile, Mongjun was already on his way. He said goodbye to Seo Rin and Dai Pen with a nod of respect and thanks. This is goodbye. It was not loud, but each of them felt that it left a mark on their lives. Dai Pen was also standing nearby, silently watching. His face was calm. Muan noticed the strange looks on his face and thought that he was now feared by many people, and he thought he was overdoing it. The way was long and the road stretched far away through forests and mountains where every step echoed in the silence around, and Muan rode on horseback, absorbed in his thoughts. His mind was filled with questions about his future and those events that would turn his life upside down. But his thoughts were not only on what was ahead of him, but also on the meetings that still awaited him. On the other horse rode Mongjun. He followed Muan without taking his eyes off him, and although his face was calm, his eyes were burning. Genuine interest. He couldn't help but admire this martial artist who literally soon rocked his world. Everything Muan did seemed so natural and perfect that he felt insignificant in comparison. After a few minutes of silent walking, Muan sensed this persistent gaze and without turning around said to stop staring at him. But Mongjun was eager to learn how to achieve at least a fraction of the strength that Muan had, and he asked him to teach him a martial art. He listened carefully to Mongjun's words. His answer was calm, but he could feel the strength he had already mastered in his years of training. And he told the boy that he must be very patient and persistent in drill and training, and to use swords heavier than those used by the warriors of the White Dragon Trade Association. Said he saw potential in him if he worked hard enough. After a long journey that took a lot of energy, Muan and Mongjun and the team finally arrived in Sachin Province. The city wasn't very big, but it was lively enough, with narrow streets and crowded markets. The sun was already setting, and the city was filled with a special, slightly calmer mood, as if all its inhabitants knew they were facing a dark night. But Mongjun, tired but determined, decided to spend the rest of the day searching for a suitable sword to help him train. Muan's advice about the heaviness of the sword as an important step on the path to true strength never left his mind. A sword that was 10 times harder than what he had used before seemed to him something almost impossible, but he was willing to follow this advice in spite of all the difficulties. He walked over to Muan, who seemed absorbed in his own thoughts. He stood staring off into the distance as if he didn't notice what was going on around him. Mongjun, who had already asked him several times, said again which one of all the ones he had seen he would choose in the end. But Muan walked confidently as if he knew exactly where he was going. His footsteps were quick, and he approached the shop that was located at the very end of the alley. Muan looked at the old man who was watching his every move with a penetrating gaze. He asked. Muan was surprised at his insistence that he had shackled him. He froze for a moment, surprised not so much by the question as by the fact that the old man had guessed the origin of the sword. He took a closer look at it and said that he was right, and he had made it with his own hands. The man did not smile, but with a slight squint continued that that sword was not simple, but enchanted. The energy hidden in it is not simple, but sinister, and if he doesn't control its power, it will start to control him. With this sword, you can't be careless, he said. And that Muan could even. Can lose one's mind if used improperly. This stone has its strength, its heaviness, and its energy is felt even in the hands. This sword is imbued with the power of destruction, and Muan said that it is made of stone that was brought from a village where there was destruction. And so, the man sighed and shook his head slightly, his face taking on a serious expression. The man sighed and shook his head slightly, his face taking on a serious expression. And he said, "Then he is calm if Muan himself knows the danger of his sword." The man looked at him again for a long time, but there was no longer any doubt in his gaze. Then he made a small gesture with his hand, inviting Muan to go deeper into the shop. Muan didn't hesitate to follow the old man. But the old man smirked and seemed to realize that he wasn't an ordinary customer. He said that Muan didn't seem to be looking for a sword for himself. Not a bad blacksmith. Muan was a little surprised, but he didn't hide the fact that he wasn't doing it for himself, but for Mongjun. He's just starting out in martial arts and wants to learn. He said he needed a heavy sword to develop his strength and stamina. The old man grinned again as if expecting something, and tilted his head slightly. When he was very young, he had wanted to create something strong and heavy to test his blacksmith's power. The sword was really heavy, perhaps too heavy for most. He had kept it for years and no one had ever dared to use it, because it was too heavy. Muan listened to the old man interestedly. This description immediately caught his attention. He knew that this sword could be exactly what Mongjun needed. His eyes lit up with interest. The old man struggled to pull it out. He handed the sword to Muan from the chest. The blade was wide and heavy, and the hilt itself was decorated with rough but sturdy patterns. The sword looked intimidating. Every move with this sword required tremendous strength, and Muan was sure that it would be a challenge for Mongjun. He swung the sword slightly, feeling its balance and weight. The sword was powerfully heavy, and despite its rough shape, it was perfectly balanced. When Muan handed the heavy sword to Mongjun, he immediately felt the weight of the weapon. He grabbed the hilt but barely felt its weight. He swayed and dropped the sword with a loud clatter. His face was clearly bewildered that the sword was too heavy. Muan and the old man laughed loudly and cheerfully, as if they had been waiting for such a moment for a long time. The old man said with a smile, "Young people are weak these days." Mongjun blushed in embarrassment and tried to justify himself. And Muan watched as Mongjun continued to try to raise his sword. But after a moment, he turned his attention back to the old man, to thank him for his help. Taking money out of his pocket, he wanted to pay, but the old man waved his hand in refusal. "This sword is a gift for that they came into his poor shop," said the old man. "I don't think anyone else would want him. So if he wants to thank him," the old man said he could just buy him a couple bottles of good booze, and that he wouldn't mind having a drink with Muan talking about blacksmithing and swords. Still, Muan nodded gratefully, realizing that the old man didn't want money. What was more important to him was the human connection and recognition. The old man was silent for a moment and then, as if thinking aloud, continued that he had once made swords for the great clans. He had been a blacksmith for many years, who was valued throughout the province. Clans came to him, asking him to make weapons for the best warriors, but it's been a long time, and now he had almost forgotten all the names. Muan listened attentively, realizing that the old man was a man with a rich past. Then they said goodbye. The old man said that if anything happens, he can go to him for help, and that Mongjun should take good care of the sword named Red Tooth. And Mongjun said that he has a very good sword now, and Muan said that he now needs to train hard and gain skill. Then walking through the city, they saw a huge crowd, and they wondered what could have happened there, and they walked over to where the crowd was to see what was going on. When Muan and Mongjun came closer to the plaza, Their gaze immediately fell on a small group of young men who were openly mocking the old people, one of them with a snide smile. The old man, not expecting such a violent act, fell to the ground. The old man, not expecting such a cruel act, fell to the ground. And a few people in the crowd started laughing at his helplessness. Something inside Mongjun's body snapped. His face became stony, and his breathing became labored. He felt the blood rushing to his face and his anger bubbling like fire, ready to burst out. And Muan slowed down, noticing how shocked his companion was by the situation. It was a scene like this that could never leave him indifferent. Another man appeared in the crowd, the leader of the Iron Squad. His face was contorted with rage, and his footsteps sounded like hammering on stone. When he found himself in the center of the square, he was outraged that none of the local clans were interfering. Everyone present, including Moonjun and Muan, noticed the appearance of the main Iron Squad. The head of the Iron Squad didn't hesitate. When he approached one of the hooligans, he grabbed him and threw him violently to the side so that he flew off and fell down. He obviously did not expect such a reaction. The head of the Iron Squad was a man of incredible strength and stamina. His presence in any situation was instantly felt, this time as well. Was no exception. When he confronted the hooligans, the situation was quickly resolved, and none of them could even resist. His actions were swift, precise, and ruthless. He grabbed one of the intruders, holding him in his hand like a toy, and easily subdued the others and sent them fleeing in panic. The hooligans, realizing their helplessness in the face of such power, did not dare, even objected. Muan and Moonjun, who had been watching, hurriedly fled, leaving the Iron Squad leader and his companions in complete tranquility. They could feel the tension gradually subsiding and the atmosphere becoming more relaxed again. Then they headed on down the road, not wanting to linger. Soon after the long journey, they reached a tavern. It was a place where travelers and locals could rest, eat, and regain their strength. When they entered the tavern, they were greeted by Muan. He immediately stood up and greeted the guests as they approached. At that moment, his gaze fell on the man walking beside them. It was the head of the Iron Squad, walking with a confident gait, and was in no hurry to show emotion. Muan noticed him and immediately knew who was in front of him and bowed respectfully and greeted him, calling him head. Muan and Moonjun were surprised to find out who the man was. Yun Musang smiled and tilted his head slightly when he saw his group, asked how their journey had been. His words sounded sincere and his facial expression was warm and friendly despite his experience and weight in this place. His presence in the tavern seemed to immediately fill the space with respect and expectation. Moonjun and his genuine interest was watching Yun Musan. Muan and Moonjun exchanged glances, realizing that this man was not just a local brave. Muan and Yun Musang were discussing the events of the trip, and Muan began to talk about what had happened to them on the journey. He talked in detail. As they crossed the local land, encountered a few difficulties, but on the whole it went relatively smoothly, albeit with a few. The story was fascinating, and Yun Musang listened attentively without interrupting. His story was fascinating, and Yun Musang listened attentively without interrupting. When Muan finished his story, he scratched his chin thoughtfully and then looked at Muan, turning the conversation to Muan. He told him that he'd heard about his fighting prowess and how strong he was. Impressive. It's not just a rumor. That he definitely is not one to remain in the shadows. Muan shook his head modestly, even though he was used to compliments, not wanting to emphasize himself. And he invited him to a meeting to be held soon, and that his presence would be very useful. Muan thought for a moment, feeling the attention of everyone in the room. However, to his surprise, there was silence in the room when Yun Sung-in stood up from her seat. That she was unhappy with Yun Musan's invitation. Her gaze was sharp, and her expression was wary. All eyes immediately shifted to Yun Sung-in. Her voice was filled with dislike, which clearly came from her distrust of Muan. But Yun Musang didn't hesitate. His gaze became resolute and his voice firm when he said that Muan also had the right to be at the meeting. His uncle is missing and maybe he can help. and that everyone knows that times change and people like him can be useful. His words hung in the air and the room became silent again. Yoon Sung-in looked at him, her gaze filled with doubt. Despite Yoon Sung-in's displeasure, Yoon Moo-sang insisted. He felt that Muan should stay at the meeting, and his presence was not only justified, but also important to the overall situation. Muan was a person who could bring fresh ideas and approaches, and could end up being useful to everyone. Now that everyone was gathered, he asked for permission to introduce the men of his team, without whom they wouldn't have gotten here. Each of them has played their part, and they appreciate their strength and loyalty. Then Mong-jun said he would go and practice and left the room. Yun Musan stood up and made a gesture with his hand, inviting the people standing at the wall to come closer. Yun Musang began to introduce everyone one by name. He wanted their names known too, so he got up from his seat and started talking. He said everyone had seen them more than once, but they probably didn't know their names yet. Shredder introduced him to Yun Musan. He's one of the most reliable fighters. When it comes to defense and offense, he has no equal, said Yun Musan. A man who was noticeably younger but no less confident stepped forward. It was Meng Seo-jin, with his bravery and strategic mind. He was an important part of the team. Then another person appeared and all eyes turned to him. Ji Sung-yul was known for his sharp mind, but he had a bad temper. Then Muan got up from his seat and introduced himself and said hello to everyone as well. Gong Jin-sang, who spoke about the events in Unnam, then noted with concern that the situation in the region was much more complicated than one might think at first glance. Finding himself at the center of the chaos that erupted, he confirmed that beyond the clan, the Blue Sword had no other significant forces in this case. The Broken Fists took advantage of this and decided to seize power and control the entire situation. But the most mysterious thing was that the Central Celestial Alliance, despite its power and intervention capabilities, showed no reaction. The reasons for this silence remained unclear and raised more questions. Gong Jin-sang speculated that the alliance may have had a hidden agenda. In addition, the major trade associations in particular actively interfered in the situation. White Dragon Association. They channeled considerable sums of money in hopes of establishing stability and prospects for cooperation. But all their efforts were in vain. It seems that even financial support could not stop the destructive process that had taken over Unnam. The region's economy was collapsing more and more every day. And in this context, Yun Mu-sang hypothesized that maybe someone is deliberately trying to stop the money from circulating in Unnam. This could be part of a plan to control the economic situation, or the result of manipulation of financial flows. But who was behind it, and why remained the main question that did not give rest. Although he was busy with a lot of things, Muan couldn't help but notice a few key points that caught his eye. He suspected not only the Broken Fists, but also the Blue Sword. Both sides could be involved in what is happening in Unnam, and their actions could be part of it. A more complex game of control. However, despite its certainty, the evidence supports it. These suspicions were still insufficient. Moreover, Yun Mu-sang did not rule out the possibility that there was a third party whose interests were behind all this, and manipulations remained hidden. Yun Mu-sang, for his part, was certain that they had a huge and confusing task ahead of them, in his opinion. Someone has skillfully given them too much work to do, perhaps to divert their attention or to confuse them into a web of false traces. However, Muan was certain that these complexities were no mere coincidence. He realized that every action in this troubled world was connected with some far-reaching plan, and that questions about Unnam could not be resolved without understanding the full picture. However, Muan could not help but think of another important issue, like the disappearance of his Uncle Huang. That event remained one of the major mysteries that plagued his mind. Muan suspected that the disappearance, his uncle, was not a coincidence. The answers to these questions could only be found after he himself arrived in Unnam. However, in order not to waste, Muan sent a man to prepare the situation and gather all the necessary information before their arrival. This agent, well-informed and reliable, was to gather all the information about the current situation in Unnam and deliver key information to them. Then Muan noticed how tense the atmosphere was and suggested that Muan walk down the street with him. Sometimes when everything around him seems uncertain, and confusing a walk in the fresh air could be a bit of a distraction and help put things into perspective. Muan agreed, though, in his heart. There was still a lingering uneasiness. They both began to walk leisurely through the streets of the city, feeling the evening air fill the lightness in their steps. As they walked, Muan continued to talk about Muan. He spoke with respect, emphasizing his incredible abilities and ability to see things in a broader context. He's not just a man who sees details, he understands the whole picture. This is perhaps his greatest gift, said Muan. He not only sees, but feels exactly what needs to be done at the right moment. He trusted him, and that's why he fully leads their actions. His wisdom is what's important to them now. Muan listened attentively and nodded. He too thought highly of Muan and knew that his wisdom was unrivaled, and Muan suddenly asked Muan why he was leading him into a dead end. But he told him not to be afraid, and that he wasn't going to hurt him. His voice was resolute but tense, and Muan asked if he was really capable of it. Muan looked at him with an elusive smile. When he stopped, he slightly tilted his head and replied that they would have to fight to test it. They could both feel each other's chai, but to do so, they had to be able to fully reveal their intentions. But there were more important things to do. But Muan frowned slightly but didn't say a word. He realized that Muan always had a strategy, and what he was doing was also part of the plan. And Muan himself felt that there was more than just a test of strength. It was important not to test his abilities in battle, and so they even wanted to wrestle thoughtfully, looked at each other for a moment. They continued walking and soon headed off. Toward an old house that was hidden from the sight of most people, they came to a door and knocked on it. Then an old man came out and said that his place was closed. But Muan didn't want to back down and said that he was the head of the Iron Squad, but the old man pretended like he had no idea what he was talking about. Dark Full Moon then said Muan, which seemed to be their code word. The words sounded like an incantation key that would open the door to something important. The old man looked at them carefully, but there was also a glow in his eyes, a slight wariness. He was clearly not surprised by the code word, but it was clear from his expression that it was not something that was said too often. And the old man was silent for a moment, as if assessing the situation, and then with a grunt he opened the door without saying a word. He waved his hand, inviting them in. His movement was slow but sure, and they stepped into the house despite the strangeness of the situation. It smelled woody inside, and even the air seemed heavy, as if this house held many secrets. However, Muan looked around, feeling a strange sensation, as if they were in a completely different world. The house they entered was full of antiquity and an obscure past, as if it were hidden from most people's eyes. There was an invisible but palpable heaviness in its air, as if the walls held ancient secrets, long-forgotten stories, and priceless knowledge. Muan thought without hiding his bewilderment. "What is this place, and why did Muan bring him there?" he said. And Muan replied that this place holds knowledge and information that is not available to ordinary people. This place is reserved for masters, martial artists whose powers and knowledge are commensurate with their high rank. But for ordinary people, even the most experienced, such places remain hidden. They don't know about them. Muan wanted Muan to know about this place. Muan stood attentively listening to his words. He had already known for a long time that the world of martial arts was much more complex and layered than it seemed at first glance. Muan nodded slightly and thanked Muan with a deep breath. The origins of the Dark Moon are mysterious, but no one knows of their leader. The prerequisites for creation also remained unknown, as well as the number of people who were members of this organization. It was shrouded in secrecy. However, one thing was for sure: they could get any information before than anyone else. The head of the Dark Moon Sachion chapter said hello to Muan. Her name was Mei-Wol Ren. Then Mei-Wol Ren looked at Muan carefully, as if studying him. He knew that everyone who came here had their own goals and questions, But for this place, one had to be prepared that the answers would not always be simple and safe, and he asked what Eunmu-san wanted to know. And Eunmu-san didn't hesitate to answer straight to the point. He wanted to know about the situation in Unnam. Why didn't the Central Heavenly Alliance intervene? He held out a bag of gold coins to Mei Wol-ren, and she accepted the bag, carefully examining it, but was in no hurry to answer. Then Eunmu-san said that she could say whatever she felt like saying. She shook her head slightly as if thinking. Mei Wol-ren soon reported that they had been closely monitoring the situation in Unnam, but hadn't been able to gather much information. But even so, a few key points were clear, and Mei Wol-ren was sure that these events could make a big difference. On the future picture in the region, one of the most obvious factors in the conflict was the clash between two influential factions, Broken Fist and the Blue Sword Clan. Both sides are known for their brutality and high level of organization. As for the third party, the situation became even more confusing. Who these mysterious individuals really are, and what their goals are, all these questions remained unanswered. One thing was certain, however, that these unknown forces kidnapped a group of merchants that recently went missing in the area. Several groups were suspected, but none of them can be identified with absolute certainty. Mei Wol-ren has been carefully monitoring all movements in the region, but none of the versions did not lead to a concrete result. The position of the Central Celestial Alliance also attracted special attention. At first, it did not interfere, but then it was decided to send inspectors there to get to the bottom of what was going on and how threatening the situation might be, for the interests of the alliance itself. As for Eunmu-san's opinion, he thought that this case was more trouble than money for them. This time, not wanting to leave important points out, Mei Wol-ren decided to share one more possible thing with Eunmu-sang. Important information. She said that Ningguang Ping is after him. Eunmu-sang is used to unpredictable events and dangers. Froze for a moment. His eyes widened a little, and then he tried to hide his reaction, but even his experience couldn't completely hide the surprise. Then she called the elder's aide to her and told him to send a stakeout for those who had just been at their place. Muan in particular was to be watched upon their arrival in Unnam. The old man frowned slightly but didn't dare to object. But then he added that Muan wasn't worth them wasting their energy and following him. The old man didn't understand why, but he knew that if Mei Wol-ren ordered something, she had a good reason for it. He nodded, accepting the order. But Mei Wol-ren, for her part, remained adamant. Despite her outward calmness, she knew what was important in this game. Not to miss a single detail, even if it seems insignificant. But the old man in his mind was still trying to figure out what was behind Mei Wol-ren's order. And Mei Wol-ren was sure that Muan was hiding something important. Her intuition was rarely wrong, and now she could sense that this person, despite her seemingly insignificant appearance, she could be a key player in the big game. She's long since learned to trust her own. Her instincts and now her premonitions would not let her go. Eunmu-san thought about the recent events and was sure that his suspicions were correct. About a third party in Unnam that had remained in the shadows for so long would eventually be vindicated. He was a skilled strategist. Muan then asked him for Ningguang Ping. He decided to tell Muan about his past experience with this person. Eunmu-san was disinclined. This situation happened a few years ago when he was guarding Ningguang Ping during his trek to Chongqing. He was with him when he went, and Ningguang Ping found the treasure there. Soon he asked Eunmu-san not to tell anyone about it, but as if that wasn't enough. He also made Eunmu-san swear to keep his secret. But even after that, Ningguang Ping was not satisfied, and now he wants to destroy him. The Iron Squad because he doesn't trust them. When his story ended, Eunmu-sang asked Muan to return to the tavern, and Muan agreed. Back at the tavern, Muan went up to his room where, in the shadow of the dim light of the street lamps, he watched Moon-jun, his new apprentice, practicing with a sword. Moon-jun was determined and persistent, and despite his youth, he was already showing good results in his training. He was practicing complicated maneuvers. His movements were fast and precise, but still lacked confidence. Muan was watching this. realized his student was far from the top, but he had the potential to be a great fighter. He was just waiting for the moment to give. A real test for him when he was ready. His thoughts weren't all about training, however. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the street. A group of men whose silhouettes were barely visible in the darkness were walking toward the main road. It was the Iron Squad. Muan squinted his eyes as he watched them. By the action from the window. At this hour, when usually the street was silent and only occasionally a stray traveler could be found, and Muan wondered where they were going. If they were going somewhere at this late hour, there was something more behind it. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight began to break through the morning mist, Gong Jin Sang approached Muan. His face was tense, and a trace of worry in his eyes. He noticed that the Iron Squad was behaving strangely, and his curiosity didn't leave him alone. He asked Muan, and he just waved it off with a slight pat on Gong Jin's shoulder to stop him from worrying, and that it was better to concentrate on his tasks. They have important things to do and need to choose their path. Gong Jin Sang couldn't just leave these questions unanswered. He felt it, that there was something more behind it. In the night, the Iron Squad did encounter something important, and it wasn't just a simple patrol. In the shadows of the city, a serious showdown was unfolding with Ning Wanpin, a man whose ambitions and connections had long been a subject for Sang. Of serious concern, and Muan realized that it was after their conversation with the woman who had warned San about Ning Wanpin. But Muan thought it was cruel and that San shouldn't have done that because there might be people there. The people who worked for Ning Wanping, and they had nothing to do with it. And Sang lay still, as if anticipating a possible rebuke. He knew that the conversation with Muan would not be easy. And San said, without raising his eyes, that if the grass wasn't torn from its root, it would sprout again in the spring. And he couldn't let that threat continue to grow and evolve. Everything he did was justified by his goal to protect his people and cut off the threat at the root. But Muan was different. He was an idealist who could not accept cruelty as the norm, even if it was necessary. He knew that Muan had always been drawn to softness and compassion, and told him to stop being like that. He said that the world they inhabited was too cruel to allow himself such weakness. He left no room for mercy and compassion. When Muan heard San's words, his face contorted for a moment as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. But now, hearing this justification of cruelty and strength, he felt a deep-seated revulsion. He had always believed that peace. You can change that real strength is the ability to show compassion and find a way out without violence. And he called their action banal cowardice. When they finally arrived in Unnam, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The city was on the verge of something unknown. Hidden, and everyone who was among the arrivals felt it. Ying Musan, with an expression of complete concentration on his face, immediately called out to everyone to heightened vigilance. He ordered strict attention. Do not let down your defenses for a moment. His order was accepted without objection. All prepared themselves for a possible clash, their eyes alert and their hands firmly gripping their weapons. There was a tense silence in the air, as if the earth itself was waiting for a hidden threat to reveal itself. For many, it was like a premonition, and everyone knew to be prepared for any turn of events. Muan, who was among those who surrounded Musan, was attentive, down to the last detail. He watched every movement, every sound. His intuition did not deceive him. At one point, his attention was caught. A strange energy coming from somewhere not far away. It was something that made him wary without allowing him to relax. He felt the air around him become tense as something hidden but powerful broke through the calm. Muan felt the feeling intensify as if something was approaching. Suddenly, from one of the alleys, several people came toward them. Their faces were distorted with worry and fear in their eyes. Read a desperate plea for help. These were people from the Mount Tang family, one of the most famous cities in the whole country. The Tang clan lived there and practiced the poison art and obscene orders. The 7 Tangs of the mountainside are known as the Tang family of Sachon. and the esteemed Tang family. The head of the family was Tang Gongwu. Tang Gi-moon's nephew and Tang Gongwu's great-granddaughter is the first flower of Seichun Tang Mi Ryu. They were on their way on behalf of the Central Celestial Alliance. Tang Gongwu stood slightly to the side, his wrinkled face expressing concern. He was old and had many years of service and battle under his belt, but the fire of determination still burned in his eyes. This was something foreign and dangerous, and he knew it. That they could face a threat that would not be easy to deal with. Strategies and plans could be great, but first things first, to think about the safety of his people. He believed that the priority should not be conflict resolution at any cost, but safety and well-being of those who find themselves in this dangerous place. And if things go wrong, if things get out of control, they don't have to think about winning. It's about getting people out alive and well. Their people's lives come first. They must protect them first and foremost. Tang Gongwu sighed, and his gaze softened as he looked at his granddaughter standing next to him. The girl was small but fiery-eyed and strong. She was calm in spirit. She tried to reassure her grandfather. Despite the old man's anxiety, she was sure that everything would be all right. Tang Gongwu's fears have come true. Things didn't go as they had hoped, and even the most cautious predictions were too optimistic. As they got closer, they encountered what was hard to imagine, not just a battle with bandits or clans, but something incomprehensible, beyond all comprehension. It wasn't just a bunch of enemies waiting for them, but something much worse. From the very beginning of the battle, everything went wrong. The tense atmosphere and uncertainty of purpose played their part. Despite the bravery and determination of the men, their enemies were not just strong, and it soon became clear that fighting such enemies was almost impossible. When the real battle began, the first wave of attack swept away an entire group of their fighters. Shadows came out of nowhere, destroying everything in their path. The men, though fighting with desperate courage, were forced to retreat, losing those who didn't have time to escape. Among those who didn't give up and kept fighting was Mi Ryu, the brave one. Her eyes didn't burn with fear, but rather the opposite, with determination and a thirst for victory. She fought to the last, despite the growing darkness around her. The light sword in her hand kept whistling, in the air, throwing everyone around her. Even when her strength left her and she felt her body growing weak, she didn't give up, because Mi Ryu knew it was her duty to protect those who were with her. She was like a wildcat, ready to fight until her last breath without stopping. And Tang Gi-moon, feeling that there was no time for reflection, turned to his secret weapon of poison that he had prepared himself. He wasn't a master of martial arts, but he knew alchemy, and that the poison he used could significantly alter the course of a battle. The enemies surrounded them, but Tang Gi-moon had no doubt that if this fight continued, they would all die. So, without wasting time, he grabbed a small flask of powder and threw it in the face of his closest opponent. A poison with a powerful paralyzing effect. The effect instantly began to spread through the enemy's body, paralyzing his movements. The enemy tried to retreat, but soon collapsed to the ground. His body stilled from the effects of the toxin. Although it brought them a brief victory, it was too early to rejoice. Tang Gi-moon knew that the dark forces they faced would not be as vulnerable forever. Just as he'd anticipated a moment later, a new adversary appeared, even more intimidating than the last one. It was a tall, powerful warrior completely covered in black clothing. He moved slowly. His eyes burned bright red, and darkness seemed to pervade his very soul. He wasn't just a man, he was a warrior, who combined a monstrous power. Tang Gi-moon and his allies realized that it would not be easy to resist him. But Mi Ryu, despite her fatigue and wounds, didn't hesitate. She rushed towards the new enemy, trying to wrestle his weapon from his hands. But the uncle managed to use the poison again, and he collapsed and never got up again. The uncle managed to eliminate him before he could, attacked his niece. Tang Gi-moon stood there exhausted and wounded, his breath puffing out of his chest. He knew his strength was running out, but he couldn't. To let himself fall, knowing that the lives of his comrades depended on it. That's when everything seemed to finally go wrong. suddenly from behind. Another opponent appeared for everyone. His eyes flashed like two scarlet flames, and his body, full of power and anger, moved with such intention that even Tang Gi-moon felt a growing threat. He didn't have time to turn around. The enemy used the moment when Tang Ki-moon was weakened and could not fully appreciate the danger. As if it was a whirlwind, it struck Tang Ki-moon's back with a swift kick, leaving him without the slightest bit of resistance. A chance to defend himself. Tang Gui-mung let out a soft groan, and his body struggled to stand on his feet and gave in to the impact. He staggered, trying to keep his balance, but his strength failed and he fell down. Mi Ryu saw what happened and desperately tried to run up to Tang Gi-moon, but her strength left her. Every step was agonizing, and the pain in her body didn't allow her to move at the same speed. Mi Ryu, despite all the fatigue and pain, continued to move towards Tang Gi-moon. Every step was difficult, but her determination was stronger than her physical weakness. She couldn't lose him, especially at this moment when their whole life was hanging in the balance. He struggled to get up, but his strength was exhausted. His breathing became heavy and every breath was painful. His gaze was dull, but there was still determination in it, even though he was on edge. He didn't want to give up. When Mi Ryu reached him, she saw his face contorted in pain, and it made her heart clench. Mi Ryu then made every effort to help Tang Gi-moon stand up despite her fatigue. His body was still trembling in pain, but with her support, he struggled to get to his feet. Every movement was difficult, and the blood was still trickling slowly from his wound, but he didn't want to give up. He needed to survive, so he couldn't afford to stay here on the battlefield in enemy hands. Leaning toward him, Mi Ryu held him tighter. She put her arm around his shoulder, using her body as a support. She could feel his breathing getting heavier and heavier, but she didn't turn around. In her head, there was no time to think. Step by step, despite their wounded bodies and fatigue. All around them, the battle continued, but their men despite. On the fear held the defense and provided cover. When they reached the road, Muan and his group were passing that place, and Mi Ryu, supporting Tang Ki-moon, walked ahead without stopping, her heart filled with determination, and in that instant she saw them, asked for help and for them to give them protection and shelter. And Muan realized why he could feel such energy from the side they came from. The Iron Squad stood alert, preventing Mi Ryu from approaching. They had their weapons ready for battle, and their eyes watched warily. Every movement. Mi Ryu felt her heart clench with anxiety. She and Tang Gi-moon were on the verge and their strength was exhausted, but she couldn't afford to fall here. Her only chance was to convince these people to help them, otherwise they could, to die on the spot. She said they were from the Honorable Tang family, and she begged for help. Her voice was full of despair, but he still sounded firm. Yongmu-san told his subordinates to survey the surroundings while giving orders to survey the area. However, Muan stood aside and seemed to be pondering. He was watching Mi Ryu closely, wondering if he should help these people. He knew he couldn't make a decision without a good reason, and doubts arose in his mind. What if they were part of a third party to the very thing? What was behind all this, he thought. He knew that the conflict between the various factions in Unnam might be hiding more than meets the eye. His mind kept going over and over how dangerous it was to trust strangers under these conditions, and whether it was someone else's trap for them. At this time, Muan had already made a decision despite the gravity of the situation and took Tang Ki-moon in his arms. He didn't hesitate despite the fact that the whole place was tense, and everyone knew that every step could be fatal. He walked carefully and quickly towards the wagon, thinking that they must move without wasting a moment. Muan beside him couldn't help but feel annoyed. He always acted with caution carefully, thinking every step of the way, and didn't like it when decisions were made so hastily. And he shouted at Muan that he was making arbitrary decisions. His voice sounded harsh, and he did not hold back his displeasure at Muan. But Muan replied that they were already surrounded and that the battle was over, and he'd better get ready for it. Yunmu-san, watching the argument, finally intervened, telling Muan that he had taken too long. Decisions, and that right now, Muan was absolutely right. His eyes were full of determination, and he calmly patted him on the shoulder, as if to hint that arguing in this situation is inappropriate. He also agreed that they should help the Tan family. Muan then asked Moonjun to make room in the wagon to put Tangi Moon in it, and the latter helped him without further ado. And Muan stood beside the wagon and watched the situation carefully. He realized that their situation was becoming more and more tense, and that every moment could be decisive. The enemies lined up in a circle were getting closer and closer, and their intentions were becoming clear. He turned to look at Mongjun, who was standing next to him without hiding the tension in his body. Muan knew that the young warrior had never been in this situation before. But Muan said that he should protect the wagon, and so he would gain experience in battle. He nodded without being able to say anything in response. At that time, the enemies had already begun their attack. The leader of the group, a tall man with an icy stare, stepped forward. His voice cut through the air like a knife. He demanded that Mi Ryu and her uncle be handed over. His words were full of threat and confidence, that they would be able to take their prisoners without resistance. But Muan didn't hesitate. He knew that if they yielded even one step, the enemy would take it. It's like a weakness, and they'll lose not only the people they were trying to protect, but their reputation as well. But that's why Muan saved them to give them away. The enemies, not receiving the desired response, began to approach. They were determined, but Muan knew that despite their numbers, can't break through their defenses without taking heavy casualties. The chief of the enemy faction stood a little to the side, watching the battle unfold in front of him. His face was cold, and there was not the slightest spark of doubt in his eyes. He knew that for him this fight was more than just a clash with the Iron Squad. It was a test of his might, and he was sure that his victory was only a matter of time. He stepped forward, his voice was confident as always with a hint of mockery, and he said that even if they gave up Miryu, he would destroy them. He looked at the defenders with contempt. The Iron Squad, despite the threats, continued to fight with a fury that would not abate. It was a fight for life, for survival, for honor and freedom. Every blow was full of determination, and the warriors did not think of retreating. They fought with fire in their eyes. With the will to survive and protect those they brought here, the Iron Squad fought back with all the fury they could muster, to fight only when not only their brothers in arms, but also innocent lives are behind them. Muan, despite his calm demeanor, couldn't help but realize that if they couldn't withstand this onslaught, it could end quickly and violently. The enemy was trying to break through. But with every movement, the Iron Squad grew stronger and stronger. Gongjin Sang stood at the front line and glared angrily at the warriors standing before him. He was full of rage, demanding answers from each of them, and his voice filled with menace broke the silence. He asked where their people who disappeared in Unnam are. Yun Seo-in, who was among those who were watching what was happening. She stood a little. She was watching the scene intently from the sidelines. Suddenly, before she could react, she was attacked by a shadow that burst in from behind. The sudden attack took her by surprise. She barely had time to turn before she felt the blow, and her body staggered for a moment. But before she could realize what had happened, the hostile figure was defeated, and in its place stood a determined figure from the Iron Squad, the girl who came to the rescue just in time. The girl's voice was firm and confident, and she was saying that Yun Seo-in didn't allow herself to be so soft. Yun Seo-in took a breath and looked at her savior. Her eyes flashed with surprise and then gratitude, but also shame. She didn't expect to be protected by someone at this moment, and even more so by someone who was a stranger to her. Her indecision and weakness at this moment became a burden to her, and the words of the Iron Squad girl left an imprint in her heart. But Yun Mu-sung faced his opponent with determination. He was confident that he could deal with him with one decisive blow. He knew that his speed and accuracy could quickly decide the outcome of a fight, and he had no doubts about his victory. But when he raised his sword and attacked, the situation was not what he expected. The enemy seemed to be ready for anything. The sword bounced, and Muan felt his strength being blocked. It was unexpected, and the opponent was much more powerful, more prepared than he expected. Muan quickly stepped back while assessing his enemy. He noticed and realized that he needed to get rid of him, of the enemy's iron mace, and he guessed that these warriors were from the mainland. Muan quickly oriented himself. He knew that if he continued to attack, he would risk another powerful blow from that iron mace. He felt every movement of this heavy weapon. The weapon could be his last if he didn't find the right tactics, and his eyes narrowed with determination. He knew his opponent was too much, is strong enough to make a frontal assault. You need to maneuver to dodge and look for a moment to counterattack when the enemy is vulnerable. Realizing that his usual methods would not work, he began to use his speed and flexibility trying to stay away from direct confrontations. Muan was dodging and parrying, looking for an opportunity to strike while the opponent was getting bigger and bigger, was showing his skills in defense. But Muan still managed to jump on the big guy's back. He was able to attack him from above with his sword. The tension was building, and he already realized that his opponent was not a random fighter. But even so, he didn't allow himself to hesitate. At the moment when the enemy tried to make another powerful swing, Muan seized the moment. He abruptly slipped to the side with a wriggling movement, and struck a lightning strike accurately and ruthlessly as soon as the sword touched his opponent's body. The dragon-scale sword easily thought to Muan when he felt the blade hit his opponent. This was his technique. The moment he fell to the ground, Muan felt the tension finally subside. The enemy had been defeated. He looked around the battlefield. It was obvious that the situation was not going as planned. However, without losing his cool, and Muan made a decision. He retreated a few steps while looking around at the other fighters and making a strategic decision that they should interrogate the one left alive to find out who's behind all this. At that moment, from across the battlefield, Muan continued to fight another one of the enemy warriors. His precise strikes and methodical technique were already showing the enemy won't be able to resist for long, and the opponent said he was surprised that he could Muan sense them even when they hadn't appeared yet. Muan stood in front of the enemy, his eyes glittered with cold determination. He was not inclined to waste time with empty threats, but necessity. To get the information was too important. He stood so that his figure seemed even more imposing at that moment. His weapon was ready, and his inner world is more focused than ever. Muan stepped closer, and without hiding his strength, demanded an answer from his enemy to the question of who's behind it all. However, despite his willpower, the enemy didn't answer right away, and he was surprised that he could hide his chi. And the enemy said it was General Namgung Yi standing in front of him, and he has to defeat him first, before he could get to the main man. The enemy, sensing that his chances of victory were rapidly vanishing, rushed back into the attack. His face was contorted with rage and despair, the same violent and desperate throw he had before, but now his movements were less precise. He knew his chances of winning, but pride and hatred would not let him back down. He shouted with even more anger so that Muan would show what he could do, but Muan stood calmly watching his opponent's every move. His face remained as calm as ever. He already knew that this fight was almost over, and there was no need to rush. The enemy was doomed, but Muan let him make another breakthrough, as if to show him that his strength is not limited, and that every step on the way to victory is a consequence of skill and strategy. The enemy, seeing that all his blows do not reach the target, with a fierce shout again, rushed to the attack, this time as it seemed with even greater effort. He struck from above in an attempt to catch Muan, but Muan deftly dodged like a shadow and repelled his attack in the same second with a barely perceptible movement. And the enemy then said that he'd seen these moves before, and that it was just a hoax. But Muan did not retaliate with a blow. He did not show rage, but acted with the precision and calmness of an experienced master. Muan's opponent had already realized that if he wanted to win, he had to change something. He decided to make a breakthrough by shortening the distance and at least try to confuse his enemy, hoping that this surprise would help him find a weakness. His body tensed, he concentrated, and with great speed, rushed forward, thinking that this could be a decisive moment. but Muan was in no hurry as usual. He calmly watched his opponent's actions, knowing that such a move, no matter how fast his attack was, would not go unnoticed. Muan was much faster and more experienced than his opponent could have imagined. Muan literally vanished into thin air as if the attack had been predicted in advance. The enemy tried to stop, but it was too late. He froze in place, trying to understand how it was possible. His gaze was full of amazement. Muan was moving smoothly and silently as always, but what he felt was completely unique in his actions. There was nothing superfluous. Every move seemed perfect. The opponent quickly realized that it was his underestimation of Muan that was a mistake. He wasn't satisfied with the fact that he was facing such an opponent. Muan wasn't just strong, he was more than just a martial artist. He was the embodiment of an ideal that couldn't be fought against without superior skill. And he thought that Muan was a huge problem. Realizing that all his attacks had failed, he decided to use his latest weapon, a technique he had long kept secret, knowing that her power could be decisive. Now he was willing to do anything to break his enemy. This was the flaming dragon flame spear technique. The fiery energy gathered into a peak that swiftly flew towards Muan. The fiery vortex of power and fury rushed forward, with tongues of flame ready to destroy everything in its path. The enemy was sure that this would be the final blow and that Muan would not be able to do it now, to avoid being killed. He watched the fire engulf the space around him and watched with satisfaction as the enemy turned out, consumed by a vortex of fire. He was already anticipating victory. However, when the flames touched Muan, his gaze did not change. He was completely unperturbed, as if he didn't even notice the force that was put into that blow. The flames were red-hot to the extreme, swiftly engulfed the space, but Muan flew upwards. Muan flew as if nothing had happened, only slightly shaken, to get rid of the residual sparks that still touched his clothes a little. Muan touched the edge of his clothes without changing his expression, and was unhappy that Mr. Huang's gift was now ruined. It was the suit that he had given to Muan. And now he flew back to the ground with swift force to land and get to whoever had done this to him. The enemy realized the battle was lost and knew he had no chance of winning. The Iron Squad, watching the battle, could not hide their amazement. Each of them was amazed at how Muan was like an invisible shadow, dodged all the attacks of the enemy, and how his calmness, despite the powerful and fierce blows, remained unshaken. All of them, even the most experienced fighters, felt that they were facing something completely different. Muan wasn't just a master, he was something higher, and they all realized it as they watched his actions. Watching from afar, they saw the enemy's fire attack literally disintegrate into pieces just before how to even touch Muan. His movements were so fast and precise that even the most decisive blows couldn't hurt him. His opponent was getting angrier and angrier with frustration. His face contorted with rage. He threw punches, hoping that at least one of them would hit him. Could penetrate Muan's defense, but it was useless. The flames of his attack, full of despair, couldn't even get close to their target. He tried, but the feelings of despair and rage grew stronger and stronger, and he knew he was losing. His most powerful technique, the flaming spear. The fire dragon's attack was inconclusive. It was simply unable to break through this protective barrier that Muan had created, with her calmness and skill. While the battle continued, Miryu was sitting in a cart from which she could see the entire battle. She watched at Muan, and her eyes couldn't believe what she saw. He was absolutely invincible, and this feeling shook her to the core. She knew that Uncle Tangi Moon, wounded and weakened, needed help, but her gaze kept returning to Muan. He was the one now. Decided their fate. Her voice was full of concern, and she told her uncle that it would soon be over and they would surely cure him. But at the same time, she knew that in this game, her family and all their people were dependent on the outcome of this battle. One of the remaining enemies suddenly appeared from the shadow of the wagon. He walked briskly to the place where the wagon stood, and his eyes instantly focused on Mongjun, who was guarding her outside. Moonjun saw the enemy approaching and hesitated for a moment. He was young and inexperienced in such fights, and doubts instantly seized him. The thought flashed through his mind that maybe he could do it with this opponent. Mongjun took a deep breath as he felt a surge of determination. He straightened up and no longer hesitated. The opponent's anger was fierce and eager. The enemy, seeing his confidence, grinned derisively and rushed to the attack. The enemy, seeing his confidence, smirked derisively and rushed to the attack. But Mongjun remembered everything Muan had taught him at the last moment, and used everything he knew not to give the enemy a chance. He dodged the first blow, then took advantage of the moment to counterattack sharply. His sword swept swiftly and accurately through his opponent's defenses, without giving him the slightest chance. A moment later, his opponent fell to the ground, stunned and disarmed. He could not believe it. In such a quick and clear victory. Miryu then came out of the cart. She went straight to him and told him not to be afraid and that she would cover him. Muan continued to fight the enemy who, despite his obvious weakness, would not give up. He was desperately trying to find a way to break through Muan's defense, but each of his punches was ineffective. Each of his movements became more and more desperate, and Muan could already see that this opponent was on the verge of exhaustion. But he never gave up hope, believing that he still had a chance that his last attack could change everything. And he thought that even their general wouldn't believe that a warrior like Muan existed. He used his Mad Dragon flight technique. All of his energy collapsed in a vortex of destructive power, and the space around them was filled with destructive power. It was a technique he hoped could finally turn the tide of the battle. He couldn't believe that someone like Muan could, to resist such an onslaught. However, Muan, standing at the center of this whirlwind, did not show the slightest bit of concern. He knew that this was not the case. Posed a threat. His eyes calmly followed the enemy's movements, and when the technique was almost impossible to stop Muan without any, he reached out and grabbed the attacking dragon with his bare hands. The enemy froze in disbelief. He realized that what he was facing was not just a man, but an unimaginable force beyond the laws with which he was familiar. Muan's patience that he had maintained for so long was running out. He was tired of fighting these battles and waiting for answers. He wanted to know the truth, to find out who was behind all this, who was behind this group, who sent these people against him and his team. The question kept coming back to him. Muan now stood there with his fists clenched, waiting for an answer. His gaze was fierce and his body was tense like a taut string. The question he asked remained unanswered, and his patience was rapidly wearing thin. With each passing moment, his anger grew, more and more tangible. The air around him seemed to grow thicker. He'd warned his opponent more than once, but he was in no hurry to respond. The opponent was lying on the ground but not accepting his defeat and saying that Muan still hadn't defeated him, and that this was not the end of their battle. He obviously knew that Muan was not a compromising person, but he still hoped that he could buy time or find a way out. And Muan clenched his teeth, unable to hold back his anger. He said that if he didn't tell him what he wanted to hear, he would suffer the consequences. Would be terrible. He finally spoke and began to mutter something vaguely under his breath. The opponent seemed to finally realize the gravity of the situation. His face turned pale and fear flashed in his eyes as Muan stepped closer, sensing the situation, as the tension in the air reached a peak. And he admitted that their group was involved in the disappearance of the White Dragon Trade Association group. Muan tilted his head slightly and his gaze became penetrating as if waiting for further clarification. The opponent continued as if his words were forced out with force. This confession was what Muan wanted to hear. He felt the anger subside a little, but the tension still remained. However, his goal had been accomplished. A short distance away from them, another fight was going on. Yeonmu-san was fighting with another warrior. Seemed to be one step ahead. With each successive strike, Yeonmu-san was getting closer to his victory. His opponent was clearly exhausted, began to lose his footing. With each step, his mistakes became more and more obvious. At some point, Yeonmu-san chose a moment and used his superior speed to strike a blow that the enemy could not handle. At the moment when Muan seemed to have gotten everything he needed, his opponent suddenly made a sudden movement. In his hand, something small and inconspicuous shone like a capsule. Before Muan could realize what was happening, the sound was heard, a deafening sound. A chemical odor instantly filled the air, and it was immediately clear that it was poison mixed with destructive explosives. A veil of smoke and dust instantly rose around him and his entourage, and panic chaos reigned in the air. The thickening smoke poisoned the air and made it difficult to see. In a moment of panic, many of those present began coughing and grabbing their throats, trying to stay on his feet. Muan, who had not expected such a turn of events, instantly covered his face with his hand. But he was ready to fight anyone, and his instincts were automatic. He immediately attacked, trying to get through the smoke. Despite the heavy feeling in his lungs and the burning in his eyes, the explosion was not only a distraction, but also a chance to escape for his opponent. Muan was one of the few who was still trying to regain his strength and discern the enemy amidst the chaos. However, when the smoke began to clear slightly, his opponent had already disappeared. Muan could barely hold back a burst of rage. He wasn't willing to let it go, was not ready to forgive such insolence. His eyes darted across the empty space, trying to catch the slightest trace that could lead him to the man who was running away. And he did not want to give up, but was determined to find this man and find out everything. But Muan was determined not to let him get away. The feeling of rage and unquenchable desire for punishment. The enemy drove him onward despite the poisoned air and the fatigue that stiffened his movements. The forest was dark and thick. The branches of the trees stretched to the sky and their shadows wrapped tightly around the ground. He knew it was the perfect place to hide, and his enemy certainly used this moment to his advantage. However, Muan was not just a hunter, he was a master of his craft. He could feel the enemy's footprints and knew he couldn't hide forever. His eyes darted among the trees, assessing every movement, ready to pick up on any clue to the location of a lurking enemy. It wasn't long before he spotted him. A figure flashed behind the trunk of a large tree. A light rustle of leaves was barely perceptible. Movement among the branches, it was him. Muan instantly threw off the last of his residual fatigue and rushed after him without thinking. But as soon as he took the first step towards the enemy, arrows suddenly rained down like rain from the dark forest. They flew swiftly and precisely, their metal tips whistling in the air and each arrow aimed straight at the heart. But his instincts and reflexes worked instantly. He didn't stop, and his body slid sideways like a shadow, dodging every arrow. He had just caught several arrows aimed straight at his chest, and now he realized what was happening. Who was behind this attack? It wasn't just a random fight. Someone was carefully controlling his actions, directing him to the right place. Scanning his surroundings, and his eyes caught a shadow flickering between the trees. The enemy was close. He knew he couldn't afford to be trapped, and finally he realized who the shooters were, caught them and asked them to tell him, all in good faith. But before his opponents could react, two new fighters emerged from the nearby trees and caught him. But the moment he tried to escape, there was a deafening explosion. The world around Muan was instantly obscured by smoke and dust, filled the air, and his surroundings became unrecognizable. And he didn't understand why those two had eliminated themselves. When the smoke finally cleared, Muan was left standing alone, almost unhurt. He looked around his mind, quickly analyzed the situation. At this moment, Muan felt the heaviness of his thoughts increasing. He couldn't afford to procrastinate. His thoughts returned to Mr. Huang. It was clear that what was happening now was just part of a bigger game, and Huang might not be safe. He hoped that Mr. Huang was safe, but with every step he took, the feeling of unease grew stronger. The fog-engulfed forest was as cold and silent as his own thoughts. He kept up his pace in spite of his fatigue. After the battle was over, there was an ominous silence all around. The ground was strewn with dead bodies and debris, and Musan stood in the middle of the field looking around the destruction with an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. He couldn't believe it was over so quickly and to no avail. There was no hint of who was behind it. His voice was full of frustration and anger. He was sure it was a pre-planned tactic, and all the opponents would end up in the end, eliminated themselves to cover their tracks. Muan stood nearby, his gaze blank. He still couldn't shake off his guilt. Everything that was happening was pressing on his chest, and he felt he should have done more. Yunmu Sang put his hand on Muan's shoulder, giving him to feel supported, and said that trouble will always be there, and the main thing, and overcome. Meanwhile, the others began to administer first aid to the wounded. They worked harmoniously, dressing wounds and comforting those who were panicking. Then Muan and Yunmu Sang approached Miryu and her uncle. Then they introduced themselves and told them who they were. As they came closer, Tang Gi-moon noticed their presence and tilted his head slightly in greeting. And Tang Gi-moon introduced himself a little tiredly, but with dignity. He said that he was from the Tang family and he was the owner of 10,000 poisons. Both men felt that their actions of late had led them to a man who might prove to be an important ally. They admitted that they were too focused on the battle and did not have time to provide assistance to Tang Ki-moon at the right moment. It was a mistake on their part, and Tang Gi-moon listened to their apologies, and despite the dire circumstances, his gaze did not express displeasure. He was a man of experience and understanding, and he knew that at that moment there was no other way, and that if they retreated or focused only on helping, it could lead to worse consequences for everyone. He planned to thank them for fighting for them, for saving them. They owed a debt of gratitude to the Ironclad. Their Tan family always adhered to the principle of honor and mutual aid, and he personally wished to send them a considerable sum of gold as a thank you for their kindness. After Yunmu Sang and Mu Huan looked at each other, surprised by the proposal. They didn't expect that Tang Ki-moon, despite the gravity of the situation, would be so generous and grateful. And so after all their experiences, a new bond had developed between them, not only in the context of mutual obligations, but as allies ready to act together to overcome any difficulties that might await them in the future. After listening to Tang Gi-moon's thanks and apologies, he suddenly raised his hand to stop the conversation. He said that he was no longer able to talk. Despite the danger they had just endured, neither Mu Huan nor Yunmu Sang paid much attention to the fact that there was air in the air, or the poison used against them may have been left on the ground. Tang Gi-moon, who seemed calm and collected, obviously wasn't sure that the battle was over and that they were all really safe, and Tang Gi-moon intended to use his knowledge to clear the space from the effects of the poison. Meanwhile, Moon Jun, who had been with them from the beginning and was always wary, realized that his presence would be unnecessary now. Yunmu San watched Tang Gi-moon with growing astonishment. He knew he was an experienced and powerful man, but he didn't expect his knowledge of poisons to be so deep. His movements were so smooth and precise that they seemed almost mechanical, like a professional who had spent a lifetime studying poisons and their antidotes. Then Tang Gui-mun took out a small vial of liquid from his belt that resembled some ancient elixir, and the smoke from it spread out. While Tang Gi-moon was still busy clearing the field of poisonous traces, Mu Wan suddenly appeared. He paused for a moment, looking over the battlefields, where there was now relative silence, broken only by the sounds of men working, when his gaze stopped on Miryu and her uncle. Miryu smiled, though her face was still somewhat serious from the experience. She tilted her head in respect, and her uncle Tang Gi-moon did not hide his relief either. They both knew that if not, Mu Wan's intervention could have been much worse. They thanked Mu Wan for his help. Meanwhile, the group from the Iron Squad that was standing a little to the side watching what was going on thought Mu Wan's name now will be on everyone's lips in Murama. Now, after these events, they realized that his name would become synonymous with hope for many. As they traveled along the narrow forest path, Miryu couldn't help but express her gratitude to Mong Jun. Remembering everything that had happened, she realized that without his timely help, they could have been in an even more dangerous situation. But Mong Jun blushed, embarrassed by her words. He looked at her and replied quietly that he was without her support. He wouldn't have made it, but her words touched him. Meanwhile, Mu Wan was driving around concentrating on repairing his clothes. He carefully sewed the clothes that had been given to him by Mr. Huang. It was a gift that Mu Wan valued as much as his life. Every thread was important, for such a gift could mean more than just fabric and stitches. When Tang Gi-moon saw this, he offered to buy new clothes, and if Muan didn't have money, he was willing to pay for it himself. However, Muan. He shook his head slightly and replied firmly that it was a gift from a friend and he couldn't accept anything in return. He appreciated his concern, but that was enough. He knew that people like Muan were rare. The modesty that emanated from him was a rare gift in a world where people were common, chasing fame, wealth, and power. Tang Gi-moon continued to watch him, feeling that he had met more than just a strong warrior on his path, but also a man with a deep inner strength. He was sure that if Muan wanted to reveal his story, it would be filled with amazing things and complicated events, but Muan preferred to keep his secret hidden. But Tang Gi-moon was sure that he was either from a complicated family or had gotten his skill from the best master. Noticing Muan's wound, Tang Gi-moon suddenly took out some pills from his bag. He held back his usual seriousness and handed them to Muan. Muan noticed the gesture and looked at the medicine hesitantly at first. His fingers froze for a moment, and his gaze showed his usual modesty, that he's always taken to such gestures. He said it was unnecessary and he would recover from his sleep, and thought such medicine was too expensive for someone like him. But Tang Gi-moon told him that as a token of gratitude for saving their lives, and that it's a drug worth taking for wounds or to improve your general condition, and said that, of course, such medicines are rare, because he made them himself. Muan accepted them with great gratitude. But Ryu was riding beside Muan, feeling her thoughts slowly drifting off the beat. She couldn't help but think about the fact that, what happens next? And asked if he would stay with the trade association. Unfortunately, however, her words did not elicit the reaction she had expected. Muan turned slightly towards her, and his eyes were full of determination. He actually thought he should leave, because he causes more trouble. And the longer he stays, the more trouble he gets around. He didn't want it to be a burden on them, and he had actually achieved his goal of getting to Unam, and now he thought he could continue the search for Huang himself. Then Ryu suggested that Muan go with them, and they wanted to stop for a while at the Broken Fist Kalen. They had a meeting with the Central Celestial Alliance, and Muan then remembered who they were. The 9 untouchables who now lead the Murim, the 9 heavens of the Central Alliance. They were martial artists whose strength equaled their number. The 4 pillars that once proudly supported the Northern Heavenly Clan, the Great 4 of the Northern Heavens. Of those 4, there was a man who shared a very close relationship with his father, and he was the one he proudly called Uncle. However, he was the first to betray his father on that tragic day. His name was Cho Jung-woo. With this betrayal, he gained the trust of the Central Celestial Alliance, then settled in Unnam Province with a purpose. To form the Broken Fist Clan, Ryu said Cho could help him find Huang, but Muan said he'd refuse their offer and that he had other things to do, which he'll find on his own. Ryu watched Muan's determination and couldn't remain indifferent. Her heart didn't agree with his decision to leave, and she decided to take one last step to make his path a little easier. She pulled a small jade marker from her belt and handed it to Muan and said that if he showed it, he would be allowed everywhere. It belonged to their clan and gave them the right to safety and respect among the people. Muan looked at the jade marker in her hands. It was made of green jade with delicate patterns, resembling ancient runes. Taking the mark in his hands, he nodded gratefully. Miru seemed to relax a little, although her face remained serious. She realized that Muan would still go his own way, but the gesture could at least help him in his time of need. Unnam is really troubled right now, and they warned him to be careful. Muan nodded briefly, taking note of his warning. He wasn't a man afraid of danger, but he always knew when to be wary. His journey was full of risks, and he realized that he had many challenges ahead of him. Their journey took them to their new destination of the Broken Fist Clan. The moment had come when the journey of the group had to end and everyone had to go their own way. The roads were the same as before, but now they all felt this farewell most keenly, and Ryu stood next to Muan, her gaze filled with complicated emotions. She couldn't hide her regret and unwillingness to let him go. She was well aware that Muan, despite all his merit and help, didn't want to stay with the trade association. This moment seemed to be difficult for her. Muan looked at her with a slight smile, but he understood her sadness. But inside she felt her heart clench. She couldn't help but feel worried about Muan's loneliness and his choices. She realized his decision was inevitable, but it remained heavy on her. Meanwhile, Muan walked over to Gongji Sang, who was a little away preparing to say goodbye. Gongji Sang, despite his toughness, words and stern gaze, was grateful to this man. He had seen Muan display his abilities in battle many times, and each time they surprised him. His fighters, although they were afraid of Muan, could not help but recognize his strength and dignity. And Yunmu Sang also noticed that Muan was leaving, standing a little to the side, watching Muan say goodbye to the others. He felt a heaviness gradually building up inside him. My relationship with Muan has always been complicated. On the one hand, this man had incredible abilities and willpower on the other. Was too independent to be part of other people's plans. Yunmu Sang always wanted to surround himself with strong people like him, but Muan was someone who wouldn't give in to persuasion or promises. He was like a storm that did not want to be tamed, and this despite all his respect. For this man left an emptiness inside. He thought it was a great loss, and that he couldn't tame Muan and convince him to stay in their squad. Muan was too unpredictable, too independent to obey anyone. He didn't seek power, he didn't seek favor, he just followed his path, however winding it was. Yunmu Sang hoped that one day their paths would cross, but this time on more peaceful terms. After all, in a world full of intrigue and battles, there is always room for allies, even if they can't always be there. With regret and respect, Yunmu Sang looked towards Muan and accepted his departure. After Gongji Sang stood watching Muan, who seemed ready to finally leave their company. But he promised Muan that he would do his best to find Huang. But if he could do it before they did, he asked Muan to let them know. Muan nodded silently in response without showing any emotion as usual. His gaze was focused on something that was more important than all those goodbyes and promises. At that moment, Mongjun joined the conversation. His face was serious, but his eyes were determined. He clearly wasn't going to stay away. Gongji Sang was a little surprised when Moonjun, who always followed the rules, and the plans of the trade association, suddenly expressed his desire to follow Muan. Gongji Sang raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. But Gongji Sang doubted that Muan's path would be easy, and that he would be able to overcome all the difficulties along the way. Moonjun said he wouldn't be a burden to him, but would help him, and Gongji Sang accepted. Muan just nodded in agreement. Muan and Moonjun soon left behind the people they'd been through more than one battle and trial with as they went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Miryu and his uncle, after traveling a long distance, finally arrived at Cho Wan-woo, who was waiting impatiently for them. They told him of their journey, the battles, the dangers, and the man who saved them. The tone of their story was guardedly grateful, although the memories of what had happened kept them awake. The journey had been a real challenge for them. But the salvation they received left no doubt about the importance of their savior, and Cho Wan-woo listened attentively to the story and, noticing the anxiety in their eyes, calmly replied that the man was worthy of respect and needed this deed to not go unnoticed, and wanted to bestow their savior with gold. But Miryu and her uncle nodded, feeling slightly bitter that they couldn't learn more about their savior. This man Cho, although he seemed benevolent and worthy of respect to Tang Ki-moon, still gave him strange feelings. In his eyes was the same coldness that Tang Ki-moon had seen many times in those who were willing to do anything for power and influence. Then Tang Ki-moon said that he and their savior will meet again, and then he will introduce them to Cho Wan-woo. Muan and Moonjun soon arrived at a small tavern on the edge of the road, tired from their long journey. It wasn't too crowded inside, with a few merchants, a couple of travelers, and a few locals who, judging by their expressions, have long been accustomed to the fact that people often stop here in search of a vacation. And Muan quietly ordered Mongjun to leave to find someone, and for him to practice and not forget his chi as he had taught him. But Mong Jun, who wasn't used to being sidelined, wasn't happy with this turn of events. He felt that he was being left alone. He went to a tavern worker and asked if he could help him find someone. His name is Ha Jin, a scholar of 3 minds. And the employee said that he was once a genius, but then he went crazy, and he still is. And people called him the mad scientist. Now almost no one dares to go near him. He lives in a small house on the outskirts of town, almost like a hermit. And Muan listened intently to every word, trying to see how useful it could be. At first, that employee was not very talkative, but when Muan put the gold coins in his pocket, his face changed slightly. And Muan realized that without the gold, the information would be inaccessible to him. In a world where information has a price, gold was the key that could open the right doors. After he got the gold, he said that Ha Jin shows up in the slums, and there's the West Wind Tavern, even though it's called a tavern. But it's just a regular gambling house. And the employee warned Muan that it was dangerous. Muan said he'd be careful, but before he could approach the house itself, he was blocked by several figures. They came out of the shadows and stopped in front of him as if waiting for him. When Muan approached, one of them was a large man with deep wrinkles, stepped forward and looked at him angrily. When they found out he was looking for Ha Jin, they were furious, telling him that how dare he ask about him, because they were already dealing with the consequences of his actions. Muan froze, trying to understand what they were talking about. He hadn't expected such a reaction, but he wasn't prepared for it. And Muan frowned but didn't answer. He still couldn't understand why they were so aggressive, but he knew that any attempt to end this conversation now would lead to unnecessary conflict. He could feel the tension in the air growing. The aggression and resentment with which the men greeted him became more and more apparent. When the tension reached its peak, Muan knew that further talk wouldn't help. He realized the only way to make these people realize who they were dealing with was to show them his power. But he wasn't going to start a fight unnecessarily, but if they continued their aggressive behavior, he had no choice, other than to apply his technique. Muan sighed, his fingers lightly clenched into a fist. He didn't want to conflict, but now there seemed to be no other choice. Without further ado, he raised his hands sharply and his fingers shot forward like lightning. It was an instantaneous movement of the crushing fingers technique, one of the most devastating attacks he'd mastered in years of training. They now saw that what they were looking at was not just some wanderer, but a true martial artist who, in an instant, is able to destroy their order. Then Ma Dong, the owner of the gambling house, said he would tell everything. It turns out this scientist cleaned out their gambling house once. Thieves have a limit, but Ha Jin didn't. They wanted to punish him by taking away one of his hands. But he just laughed nonstop and gave a thumbs up. They thought he'd really lost his mind. But at some point their thoughts became foggy. Their story was truly amazing. They claimed that when they came under the influence of this man, they saw unusually beautiful girls in front of them. These women seemed incredibly real. Their scent, appearance, and manner of speaking were so lifelike that they forgot everything that was going on around them. However, while they were absorbed in the illusion, Ha Jin took their bags from them with the gold coins and left the place. This was a real shock to these people who not only lost money but also had to deal with it, with the total loss of his business. The owner of the gambling house whose money disappeared looked for Ha Jin everywhere but could find no trace of him. As Muan continued his search, he approached an old shepherd and told him that Ha Jin had bought 10 bulls and organized a competition. After the competition was over, he gave the bulls to the local townspeople. He disappeared in an unknown direction. It turns out that Ha Jin then went to the monastery and got into a fight with the head monk, and their master lost, so he left for isolation training. Muan was so tired of this search and thought that he would probably have found Huang by now. But Muan kept following Ha Jin's trail, and his search became more and more confusing. He didn't know where exactly to look for this person, and felt that Ha Jin was always one step ahead, as if his footprints were dissolving as soon as they appeared. As he pondered what was happening, he remembered the words of a monastic follower who had said. But he didn't explain why he was looking for Ha Jin. Muan felt that there was no logic in the man's actions. Or the sequence was arranged according to some hidden rules. But Muan could see that he was not just solving external mysteries, but trying to get to the heart of things. This was not only his path, but also his power to see deeper and understand what really drives people. Suddenly, he felt a strange tension in the air. He remembered seeing the same stone at the entrance to the forest. At that moment, his mind was slightly struck by a strange association, but he had not paid much attention to it at the time. Now he realized that he could, into some kind of illusion. And it was not just a perceptual deception. This illusion was unusual. It not only distorted the space around it, but also penetrated his mind. Muan's eyes began to swim. Suddenly, the forest seemed strangely distorted with blue and green hues, intertwined in chaotic patterns. The leaves of the trees blurred into abstract shapes, and the path beneath my feet disappeared, as if the ground beneath him was dissolving. His vision began to fade, and Muan felt as if his body was losing its sense of space. He lost confidence that he was on real ground. It was chaos all around, which was becoming more and more chaotic by the moment, more and more threatening. Muan felt his mind begin to muddle and knew that if he gave in to this illusion, it would continue, pulling him in deeper and deeper. It was a matter of technique, and he couldn't afford to be weak. He was a master in martial arts, and his ability to focus was a key advantage. All this time, he had trained his mind as well as his body to resist any manipulation. Now it was time to put everything he'd learned to use. He took a deep breath, and an inner voice in his head told him that it was just that, just an illusion. He forced himself to relax completely, letting go of all thoughts and concentrating on his breathing. He realized that what he was facing was not just a game of illusions. It was a test of his inner strength and clarity of mind. Ha-Jin probably wasn't just manipulating his perceptions. He was also trying to break his spirit and force him to surrender. But Muan knew that in this battle of wits, the one who can think straight and keep his mind clear wins. Muan always knew that on the battlefield, wisdom and strength go hand in hand. And Muan said that the scholar could use pure power, and urged him to show himself in front of Muan. And so, feeling his intention penetrating the space around him, he concentrated his chi in one place, as if looking for a response, ready to absorb any change. The minutes dragged on, and he felt the vague change in the air again. It was something subtle, barely perceptible. He appeared in front of Muan as if he had always been there, lurking in the shadows, and now they were sitting at a small table, on which the tea was standing. The atmosphere in the air was tense but strangely calm, as if it were a normal day. Not the moment when two masters were preparing to clash in a battle of wits. The scientist, meanwhile, sat stone-faced and watched. Muan watched Muan with interest. He couldn't help but notice that the man in front of him was hiding his strength and intentions. His eyes were filled with a hidden dislike, but at the same time, a deep respect for Muan's ability to get to this point, in spite of all obstacles. Said the scientist that Muan is a naughty boy without changing his expression. But Muan calmly sipped his tea and looked at the scholar and asked why he said that. And the scientist said that Muan has great power but hides it from everyone. And Muan said he's right, and he's doing it to keep it hidden, to live to a ripe old age. The scholar hummed as if thinking about his words. He knew that Muan was a man of subtle intelligence, but he couldn't understand why he continued to hide his true power. Then the scientist seemed to change the subject, though he couldn't help but ask one important question about fighting and defeating a monastery follower. Muan replied that it was true and that such things are not lies. The scientist then asked how Muan had managed to break through his illusion. Muan thought for a moment. He knew that explaining such things could be difficult, especially when sitting in front of someone who understood the essence of illusions much better. The scientist continued to sit at the table, holding back the curiosity that clearly wouldn't let him go. His eyes searched for the answer to the question that plagued him. From the beginning, why Muan, so stealthy and inconspicuous, was able to pass through his elaborate illusion. He scrutinized the young man, trying to understand what his strength was, as he managed to overcome this trap without getting trapped. But Muan sensed the scholar's gaze and calmly sipped his tea, answering with his usual restraint and emotionlessness. Said he was just using his senses, not sight or hearing, but perception through inner sensation. Focused on his body, on his breathing, on the flow of ki, and realized that all this reality is just an illusion. The scholar was silent, scrutinizing Muan as if he was trying to find hidden nuances in his words. He was surprised that Muan was able to get through such a complex technique without relying on standard resistance methods. It was unusual. Everything he'd taught and everything he knew about illusions suggested that even the most experienced would have to use trickery of the mind or willpower to free himself. But Muan was much more sensitive than he had imagined. And Muan asked if he wanted to take over the heavens and be the greatest, and then rule the world by forcing others to submit to his will. The scientist thought for a moment. He could have answered streamlined, but he said openly that it would be a good idea. The scholar listened attentively, his eyes focused on Muan. He asked what his name was. Muan said his name was Jin, but the scientist told him to say his name, but Muan said he wouldn't, and that it didn't matter, and the scientist wasn't satisfied with that answer. He saw that Muan was hiding more than just his name. His gaze became more wary, and he said, why did Muan come looking for him if he didn't want to tell him anything? Muan was prepared for such a question. He was always careful, carefully hiding his past and his real intentions. Too many people have tried to use him to manipulate him, and Muan finally said that Mu Kuang had told him to find him. The scholar laughed, clearly not expecting such an answer. And Muan finally told me the reason for his presence there. He said he was looking for someone. The scientist was silent for a few seconds, thinking about what he had said. He sensed that there was something more behind those words than just looking for some obscure person. And he realized it was about the trade association people. And he asked Muan if he was related to the man he was looking for. Muan said no, but Muan asked that he obviously knows something about this trade association situation. The scientist grinned and looked at Muan, unable to believe his ears. He was sure that his words were meant to make the young man retreat. His intention. He said he was even willing to put his life on the line to save Huang. His gaze didn't waver, and his voice didn't change. The scientist watched him with interest, realizing that he was a man who really has more will than most. He suggested that Muan go to Jade City. Strange events had happened there recently, and maybe they have something to do with what he's looking for. He thought that if the scientist said that the events were strange, it meant that something important might have happened. Muan then asked the scientist to go with him. But the scientist laughed and said why would he go with him, considering they hardly know each other? But Muan said his heart told him to do so. The scientist said that Muan was a crazy dreamer. But Muan was not offended by the scientist's words. He was used to the fact that many people who did not understand his goals could not follow his path. Yet the scientist remained stubborn in his decision not to interfere. But Muan looked at him with determination in his eyes. He wasn't used to backing down, especially when facing people like Ha Jin, whose motives stood before him. He couldn't quite understand. Muan wasn't willing to accept a scientist just sitting on the sidelines when he could be useful, and he called him a coward. Weakness is what lies behind all his clever words, Muan thought, and also added that everyone who told him about the scientist called him crazy. But Muan saw more in him, and there is consistency in his actions, and assumed that the scientist just wanted to find out the truth of human existence, and to find out what people will do when they go beyond their limits, and how they will regain their ability to think straight. These are all questions that the scientist, Muan, was looking for an answer to, and he laughed at Muan as if trying to hide that Muan was right. And he said he wouldn't join his journey anyway, and as he left, he added that between heaven and earth stands a lonely man, and with his existence there is harmony, and without him there is peace, would lose its reason to exist, and that in the end their existence is mutually related. But Muan barely understood his words and thanked him for the tea. There was a tense atmosphere in the house of Cho Jung-woo, the head of the powerful Broken Fist clan. The silence was interrupted only by the sound of silent footsteps of servants bringing fresh scrolls with information, but today these scrolls were not so important. The matter discussed by Jo Jung-woo and his son Jo Woon, Ken was much more serious, clutching a scroll with another request from the trade association in his hand. The son said Cho Jung-woo told me that this is their 6th request for help, especially after the recent events in Unnam. The trade association seems to be losing control of the situation more and more, and Cho Woon-ken said they can't keep quiet anymore, but should intervene and listen to their request. Cho Jung-woo stood in his room, deep in thought. Told my son to deal with the White Dragon Trade Association. He looked long and hard at his son, but there was no pride or warmth in his eyes. He thought him weak, unworthy to inherit power and carry on the family business. There was only one idea in his mind, that a worthy successor must be found and his son would never be one. Soon he called his assistant Pina Confidant, who was always ready to fulfill any task. As soon as Ping walked in, Cho Jung-woo asked his opinion of Jo Eun-kang. But he said that Jo Eun-kyung is a man of great ability. He's smart and choosy, always looking ahead. He was sure that he would be a great leader if he was entrusted with the leadership. However, Jo Jung-woo only shook his head, said the son would never inherit the clan, and that he's not fit to lead. His weaknesses are too obvious, and had to prepare his son for the news. Ping, knowing that Cho Chong's words could not be disputed, lowered his head and said that everything would be done. And Jo Jung-woo was dissatisfied with just Unnam province. He wanted more territories, it seems, and said that if he was satisfied with one thing, he wouldn't betray his friend Jin Kwang-ho. For Jin Kwang-ho was, in his opinion, the one who was satisfied with his duty of preventing the invasion of Silent Night, and he had no ambition, even though he was very powerful and could take over a lot of land. And Jo Jung-woo couldn't understand why he lived his life dedicated to one single task. He believed that if there was power, it should be used. The Central Celestial Alliance began to act, and even called on the Thane family. And before the alliance made a move, he wanted to finish what he started. The deputies told him not to worry and that they'd get it right, but there was a catch. A lot of people could have died, but for Cho Jung-woo, that wasn't a problem. He believed that in the face of a great goal, the sacrifices would not be too great. He was prepared for all eventualities in order to achieve his goal. Bali Dragon and Iron Squad's Trade Association group met with Cho Jung-woo's son, Young Heir, whose name was still little known outside the clan. Despite his youth, he immediately caught the attention of those around him by the way he carried himself, how he looked, and most importantly, how he acted. He was calm, almost nonchalant, and his eyes were not tense like many people's, who found himself at the center of attention. He was polite and respectful, did not interrupt his interlocutors, and listened attentively to everyone. His manners were impeccable and contrasted with the stiffness and sternness usually associated with his father. If Cho Jung-woo was a man whose decisions often came with threat and force, then the son displayed a gentleness that, in spite of his delicacy, concealed strength and confidence. His smile was sincere, and his politeness seemed genuine, not forced. The meeting participants, including members of the Bali Dragon and the Iron Squad, noticed this feature at once. In turn, Jo Eun-kyung had also heard of them and knew that behind their backs were not only outstanding fighting skills, but also iron will, who was as tough and determined as his own father. Their reputation was solid, and he took them seriously. Opponents and allies alike, the Mongo Iron Squad left a trail of glory. Eun Musang then approached Jo Eun-kang with a desperate plea. His eyes reflected the fatigue and worry of all the days he had spent in Unnam. They couldn't find a single clue to move forward with the search. Every morning they set out to search, and every evening returned with no results. It seemed that their efforts were in vain. And now, standing in front of Jo Eun-kyung, he looked for any chance of help. But Jo Eun-kyung listened carefully and did not immediately reply. There was no haste in his eyes as he watched thoughtfully behind the man in front of him. Eun Musan, despite his desperation, seemed familiar to him. His gaze seemed to be the same as his father's. However, despite this similarity, He didn't understand what kind of help Eunmu Sang expected from him. Internally, he tried to parse out every possible option that might have been offered to him, but there was no obvious lead. In his head, the young heir quickly ran through all the data he had, but it was still almost negligible, and he told them so. All he knew was that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared at first glance. Initially, when the search first began, they were convinced that the missing people were victims of a gang of thugs. But it soon became clear that this was not the case. Jo Eun-kang knew that there was more to Eun-nam than that. This time, among the search team was Mrs. Yoon Sung-in, the younger sister of the missing gentleman. Her face, despite, was filled with anxiety and determination. She searched for her brother, and this search became personally painful for her. Every day without a trace was an ordeal for her. And in spite of her fortitude, her soul was more and more often overcome by doubts as to whether the search would succeed. When Mrs. Yoon Sung-in approached Jo Woon-kyung, her request sounded not only like an official request, but also like a silent cry of a human being, who desperately hopes that her loved one can be brought back. Cho Woon-kyung saw her resilience and pain, and couldn't stay indifferent. He promised he'd do everything he could to help find missing people, including her brother. It was a sincere promise, though not an easy one for him to make. He realized that the actions of his men and the resources of his clan might come into play. But in his heart he doubted that he would succeed. There was too much hidden and unpredictable in this case. Jo Eun-kyung stood up and turned to his subordinates and ordered them to help the Iron Squad group. And he couldn't help but think that the world he lived in was different. Everything was tainted by the ties of honor morality. He saw it in the eyes of people he met and heard it in conversations. Those who stayed in Marima long ago stopped believing in justice or honor, and Jo Eun-kyung sat deep in thought. His soul was filled with conflicting feelings like shadows of the past that would not let go. The time he was now living through was full of cynicism and cruelty, and he could not help noticing how the world was. Where once honor and dignity were valued, now it's all down to simple calculation and pragmatism. People have even traded their lives for profit, and Jo Eun-kyung knew that firsthand. The value of human life in this world was no longer defined by moral laws or ideals. Everything was for sale. Everything had a price. He remembered the time of the Northern Sky Clan when the world in Murim was peaceful and full of harmony. It was a time when everyone knew, and people honored each other not only for their strength, but also for their toughness, honesty, and dignity. Everything seemed simpler in those days, and the future was brighter. It was the happiest time of his life, and he knew there would be no more days like this. And of course, the most important memory from that time was his childhood friend Muan, a man he had known for a long time and respected. And Jo Woon-kyung always felt respect for Muan, and even now, years later, remembered him with gratitude. Muan was one of those few men who, like his father, still clung to the old ideals and the honor that used to underlie all actions. At that time, Muan remembered Ha-jin's words that this case wasn't just a kidnapping, but it was a harbinger of something, of bad purposes and deeds. He pondered the events that had unfolded with frightening speed, trying to figure out who might be behind it all. And he knew that what was happening in Unnam was no accident. It was all carefully planned, and all these people who were running their own. They were just pawns in the hands of whoever was behind the scenes. Muan had no doubt that behind everything, it was someone powerful who knew how to manipulate people into direction, someone who knew how to exploit weakness. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a sound. It was a sound that Muan didn't know. It wasn't loud, but its tones were pervasive. The air making my heart beat faster. The sound was ominous. He sensed something alien and unnatural in it, something he couldn't ignore. But Muan knew that sounds could be a weapon as powerful as any martial art or blade art. To master sound, to use it to influence people, was an art that not everyone could immerse themselves in, and it was much more complex than mere skill in the martial arts. Sound could be a weapon capable of destroying the mind, and if he influenced a man at the right moment, he could become a helpless toy in the hands of one who possessed this art. He hurried toward the source of the sound. There was anxiety in every step, but determination at the same time. He realized that whoever was using it Art wasn't just a coincidence. Muan was sure it wasn't a coincidence, it was a sign that his long-overdue concerns become a reality. As he got closer, the sound became clearer, and now Muan could distinguish its features. And suddenly he came upon a place where the sound was coming from, and he went straight there. He was ready to face whoever was lurking in the shadows, ready to reveal his cards, and show him that it could be even more dangerous than he imagined. Dan Yop stood in the shadows and looked sarcastically at Muan, who had just approached him. He knew he'd get here sooner or later. His gaze was almost mocking, his voice a cold sneer, and he said that he had finally seen such a legendary person. Muan glanced at him discreetly without giving in to provocation. He saw that this man was not just a manipulator, but someone far more dangerous, skillfully hiding his true goals and intentions. Dan Yop was one of those who played outside of the norm and apparently caused all this chaos in Unnam for a reason. And he really wanted to see Muan with his own eyes since he almost killed his general in battle. He thought Muan graduated from one of the best martial arts schools. But he was wrong. It was all passed down to him from his family. He was raised in a family where honor and strength were always more important than simple fighting skills. And Dan Yop thought that the family that raised such a fighter must have been special. But Muan replied that he didn't have that family for a long time because it was destroyed. Dan Yop watched Muan carefully, his gaze cold and calm, almost as if he was anticipating his opponent's every move. When the silence lengthened, he decided to ask a question that seemed important to him. He asked about Muan coming at his request. Central Celestial Alliance. Muan looked at him with a fixed expression as if pondering whether to reveal his intentions. But then he said he came of his own free will, and that he was looking for someone who was important to him. He came for one purpose, to rescue those who were captured and to find someone who was important to his mission, and asked him to let them go, and if he let them go, he would leave without further words or actions. Dan Yop thought about it, his gaze becoming more intense. He seemed to be thinking carefully about Muan's words, but the answer was already prepared. And he said that it would be impossible for him to do so, and if he did, he'd be in trouble. His face expressed no regret. Instead, he offered to let those people go once his plan was in place, and then he could let them go. They're alive and unharmed, but Muan didn't believe him. He knew that Dan Yop's words were empty and deceptive. All of his suggestions as well as his actions were part of a more complex game in which Muan was not going to be a pawn. He saw that Dan Yop was trying to manipulate not only the situation, but also his decisions. And Muan felt his patience beginning to wear thin. He was willing to do anything for the hostages, and for Mr. Huang's sake. But Dan Yop wasn't someone who would give away what he wanted easily. When Muan was adamant, the enemy decided and said that it seemed that they could not do without a battle. And as much as he wants to keep the peace, Muan doesn't leave him room to do so, and that they still have to show each other what they can do in battle. With a slight chuckle, Dan Yop looked at Muan as if he wasn't surprised by his determination. He shook his head slightly, thinking that this fight was unavoidable. But he seemed as ready for it as he was for any other challenge. Instead of answering a direct question, he was considering his next move, and he said he thought they should fight somewhere else. But Muan was adamant. He stepped forward, his eyes shining with determination. His entire gaze was focused on Dan Yop, and there was no doubt that he wouldn't back down until he got an answer. When asked where the trade association people were, he didn't even look up at him, but instead continued to play his instrument. This was no ordinary musical instrument. At first glance, it might have seemed like just a beautiful accessory, but Muan sensed that it wasn't something so harmless. It might have other properties that could be used in battle. He stood there waiting for a battle or at least a clear answer from Dan Yop. There was a heavy silence in the air, and every sound coming from his opponent seemed empty and meaningless. I could no longer tolerate the sarcasm and cynicism that filled the conversation. Dan Yop continued to speak as if his words were weaving, an invisible web full of abstract phrases about old people, children, men, and women, but they didn't make the slightest sense to Muan. Everything he heard was just ramblings that had nothing to do with reality. To him, it was all just noise that was annoying. Muan looked for an answer, looking for a purpose, but instead, there was only a man in front of him, surrounded by his own play and manipulation by a man who could only play his instruments and stall for time. Muan's patience was running out. He was tired of listening to this stream of meaningless words. Because Gumdan Yap kept being so cryptic and evasive, he continued to talk about the world being a two-part world, and that reality and illusion become one once the mind chooses what it wants to see. Muan finally realized that he wanted to talk him down and run away. It could be one of the dark techniques Gumdan Yap used, concealing his presence and avoiding direct confrontation. Muan soon returned to the tavern, clenching his fists in frustration. His encounter with Gumdan Yap had left him feeling heavy, feelings of anxiety and anger. But he wasn't ready to give up. Jum might have gotten away, but Muan knew that sooner or later he would be on his trail again. Yet thoughts of his disciple Mongjun never left him. He had not seen him more than he had planned. He couldn't afford to forget that Moon was still young and vulnerable. No matter how much Moon showed his determination, Muan knew that he needed to be close by. Mongjun wasn't asleep. On the contrary, he was in the middle of training. Muan couldn't help but notice how much Moonjun had changed during this time. Although he was still young, his body had become more muscular, and his posture more confident. Mongjun couldn't get rid of the thought that his mentor had abandoned him and that he was alone. Abandoned in this world, and that Muan would never come back. So he told Muan about his fears and that he wanted to get rid of his thoughts by practicing. It wasn't just training, it was his way of dealing with his pain and doubts. Only now did Muan realize how much his apprentice had changed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an ironclad troop whose reputation had long since been solidified. In fighting circles was again on the verge of defeat. The fighting had been long and brutal, and their strength had waned. On the battlefield they remained, but the enemy was too strong. Now they were but a shadow of their former strength lying in the infirmary, bleeding and consumed by pain. There was an atmosphere of depression in the room where they were rescued. The warriors of the Iron Squad are strong, and steadfast in battle were now struggling to bear the worst of their wounds. They were wounded many with many deep cuts and burns. Nevertheless, the doctor, experienced and calm, gave them no cause for despair. He approached each wounded man and examined them carefully, and told one of them that he was a bodyguard, and how could they be so weak in his opinion, and told him to put it on his wounds, and not to worry, and that bodyguard will live and recover soon. Soon after the doctor returned to the infirmary, he was ready to continue his work. He checked each of the wounded thoroughly, and began to approach those who had not yet regained consciousness. However, as soon as he approached one of the patients that he'd gotten treatment, interrupted him, saying that he had just examined everyone. The doctor frowned and raised his eyebrows. His face remained calm, but there was a look of concern in his eyes. He said that he had just gotten off work and was here for a checkup. The patient, as if unable to believe his perception, showed the doctor a small package of medicine, and said that the doctor had only given it to him. But the doctor took one look at this package and his confidence started to waver. He said they never had any of these drugs. Turned out to be an employee of Mei Wol Ren, and he was a master of disguise. His name was Chung In. He was walking down the road resenting the fact that he was underpaid for his work, and that the bosses only know how to make him work overtime, and that he had to go and track someone down for that kind of money. A raven flew in and brought him the news that Muan is headed for Jade City, and now he seems to be heading there to track him down, when they recognize his plans and actions to pass them on to their superiors. And he seemed very confident in his abilities. When Muan and Moon left the tavern, it was early morning silence. The sun was just beginning to rise, coloring the sky softly, shades of pink and gold. They both walked down the winding road where the next leg of the journey awaited them. Despite his outward confidence, Muan couldn't shake off his feelings of anxiety. He was worried about what Moon Jun would be like. I don't like this life of moving around and sleeping in the open air, but Moon Jun was happy to be with Muan because he didn't like being alone. His mother abandoned him when he was very young. He often had to look after himself, as their father was always at work and wanted to earn money for their living. His father knew he couldn't be around all the time and apologized for that. Promised he'd make enough money so he could open a store, and then they could then live comfortably and be together without being separated. When Moon continued his story of the past, his face darkened for a moment. Then he said that his father had died soon after. Mr. Huang took him into his care after that. He was a noble man who was kind and fair. He brought him up, gave him an education, taught him many important things. But one thing he couldn't help him with. His skills as a swordsman were poor, and no matter how many times they tried to teach him the art of fighting, he wasn't very good at it. He couldn't handle it and was very upset because he felt he didn't live up to Huang's expectations. Meanwhile, their journey continued, and soon when they reached the city of Gongmin, the atmosphere around them changed. It was noticeably cooler than Unnam. Muan also appreciated the atmosphere of the city. They could spend the night there and continue the next day, and Moonjun said he understood and was ready to pitch a tent to stop them. But for Moon and Muan, it was the journey itself that mattered most. The ability to keep moving forward despite the loss and hardship. Muan sat next to the tent and looked around at the dark but calm area. The wind was warm and rustled lightly in the branches of the trees, and there were still faint shades of dawn in the sky despite the lateness of the hour. And now sitting here in this unfamiliar place, he realized that his life and Moon's were intertwined for a reason. Their similar paths had led them to this moment, and Muan had told himself many times that he didn't need anyone but himself. He was used to relying on his own strength and trusting no one else. But now looking at Moon, he felt that maybe he wasn't so alone. Their destinies were similar, and the thought made him realize it. He felt a strange connection between them. He was left without parents, just like Moon. One was in the mountains practicing and was almost the same age. Then he stood up and beckoned Moon to him. Moon tilted his head a little, not quite sure what he was talking about. He thought it would be about martial arts again, about strategy or preparing for the next battle. Thought that right now, he would get his first lesson and instruction from Muan. And Mongjun was scared that he couldn't beat Muan. And Muan was just holding his chopstick, and Moon could already feel his strong energy. It was very unbelievable to him because he thought that in his training days, to regain some strength. But Muan didn't want to see him like this. And I wanted him to finally go on the attack instead of standing on the defensive. He wanted Moon to be more cold-blooded. He thought that if Muan touched him, he would fly away. And Moon thought he had learned something from that fight with the enemy. But then he realized that he only defeated him because of Miryu's help. He couldn't believe he'd trained so hard and hadn't progressed in strength. But now he finally realized that this training with Muan would come in handy, because it will give him good experience and stamina. Then Muan wanted Moonjun to realize that when he held the sword, he extended his arm, and that will allow him to have more power in his swing. He was telling Mongjun to relax and stay focused. Also taught me to always keep my feet on the ground, and needed him to breathe deeply during the fight as well. He wanted Moonjun to learn to understand his weaknesses first, and understanding the basics would come with time. Muan said that they would end their training for today, but Moon wanted to keep going and said he was ready to learn more. And Muan was also adamant and said to keep using it. 3 fundamental cultivation techniques to properly circulate qi within one's body. Meanwhile, Namgong Yi couldn't forget his encounter with Muan and the violent fight that left a deep imprint on his memory. He's been trying to recover for a week now, but his wounds won't heal. He often returned mentally to the moment when their forces clashed and realized that Muan was not just an opponent, but a real threat beyond his expectations. Gyum Dan Yop was also thinking about Muan. He realized how strong and determined this man was. Observing Gyum Dan Yop's condition, the general decided to talk. He calmly looked at his companion and said, "I'm also impressed with Muan's strength and agility." Gyum Dan Yop was only twirling leaves in his hands when he was brooding on important topics, and it was obvious that he was worried about Muan. And Nam Gun Yi also wanted to avenge Muan for losing the battle. Then Gyum Dan Yop admitted that he was excited about Muan's appearance, because he thought it was more complicated than it looked. And Gyum thought Muan was an impenetrable wall. He didn't think they still existed, and he just showed up out of the blue, and he was the one who couldn't be negotiated with. But Nam Gong Yi thought that all they had to do now was surrender. But Gum wasn't going to do that because even if they were expecting him to show up, he wouldn't be able to ruin their plans. And they've come too far to give up now. Even though they put their heart and soul into preparing the plan, they still showed up. And Guillaume thought it was fate and anything in life can happen. But he thought things would get even more interesting now that Muan is here. And Nam Gun Yi couldn't understand how Guillaume Dan Yop could be so cheerful at this moment. But he only replied that this was the way it had to be if they wanted the sleeping silent night to awaken. When the next day Muan and Moonjun walked on to Jade City, on the way, Muan and Moonjun unexpectedly met Tang Ki Moon and Mi Ryu, who were also moving on their horses. They stopped, and the joy of meeting was mutual. Tang Ki Moon and Mi Ryu's faces lit up with happiness when they saw Muan. Then Tang Ki Moon and Mi Ryu, with smiles on their faces, came closer and between them again. A warm atmosphere of old friendship was created. Tang Ki Moon didn't even expect to meet Muan again, but he was very happy to meet you. They were on their way to Jade City. They were supposed to meet the Central Celestial Alliance there. Imseo Guan, who was in charge of their safety, rode beside them. He kept a close eye on his surroundings. His gaze was focused, and he was sent by the Broken Fist clan beside them, and he was ready to respond to any threat. After all, it wasn't so safe for them to travel alone after the attack on them. Also, Tang Ki Moon introduced Master Imseo Guan to Muan, and he was very humble. And he told Mu Vaughn that he was very skillful for his early years. And Muan said he can stand up for himself, and that's what he can do. After meeting with Tang Ki Moon and Mi Ryu, Muan and Moonjun continued their journey to Jade City, accompanied by an old friend. And Muan remembered Imseo Guan from his childhood, but he was surprised that he didn't recognize him. The journey was long, and soon everyone decided to stop to rest and eat. The horses were tired, and the travelers were in no hurry to continue on their way, enjoying a moment of peace in this quiet corner of the road. When they stopped, they made a small halt. Tang Ki Moon, Mi Ryu, and Moonjun unrolled their belongings while Muan sat nearby, carefully observing his surroundings, even though Muan was usually focused on his target. Now he could relax a little. Imseo Guan, who had been guarding them since the beginning of the journey, was sitting a little apart. His gaze never left Muan. He couldn't get rid of the strange feeling that this person reminded him of someone. After much thought, he realized who Muan looked like, the son of an old acquaintance, Jin Kwang Ho. And if he didn't know he was dead, he'd think it was him. But Imseo Guan sat in the shadows, absorbed in his own thoughts. He was watching Muan, and once again felt a strange sensation as if something long forgotten had suddenly returned to his memory. He knew that Muan looked like his son, his old friend Jin Kwang Ho, but now his mind was occupied with more painful memories. And he knew that his friend forbade his son from practicing martial arts. And this is the guy who knew something about martial arts. Imseo Guan couldn't get rid of his guilt after remembering those difficult days. He remembered that fateful moment, when his friend was killed and he was alone against all odds. There was nothing he could do then. Nothing he could do to protect him. Out of fear and helplessness, he had to keep quiet just to watch everything fall apart. He was too weak to intervene. This moment tormented him all his life. His conscience tormented him and is still in his memory. The moment when he couldn't save his friend. Now that he was looking at Muan, he had another thought. If this guy really was Jin Kwang Ho's son, and if he survived, how can he face him now? How to beg forgiveness for his inaction, for his cowardice, and how he is to tell this man the truth. And he suddenly dismissed those thoughts and thought to himself that it couldn't be, and that really Muan died and couldn't be the guy in front of him. But still he couldn't change the past. But the guilt continued to plague him. The journey continued, and Muan couldn't get rid of his anxious thoughts. He was still trying to figure out who had kidnapped Huang, and what they really wanted. His doubts grew with every kilometer and every hour of the journey. The people who attacked him and the people behind Huang's kidnapping were a mystery to him, and he even began to suspect it was Silent Night, who had long since fallen silent. As they approached the next stop, the road suddenly changed. Muan and his companions saw signs of battle. Were obvious signs that a battle had recently taken place here. Visible signs of a recent battle made them wary. And Imseo Guan, who was always wary, was the first to speak up and said that. if this could be another ambush they didn't know about. But what made Muan freeze was Seoguan's words. If that meant that there were other cases like this, and that the Broken Fist clan knew about them. While Muan continued to ponder about the people who fought on the road, traces of violence, destroyed objects, and the obvious fury with which the battle was fought were suggestive. That these were truly dangerous adversaries. These people did not act casually. Their goals and motives remained unknown, but one thing was certain. They were willing to do anything to achieve their goals. He couldn't afford to underestimate the threat. These men were clearly no ordinary bandits. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Seoguan's voice, who noticed that everyone had relaxed a bit and raised the alarm, and told his warriors to be very careful and keep vigilant on the road. When they arrived in Jade City, they planned to stop at one of the best taverns to rest and prepare for the next part of the journey. However, when they reached the place, Muan suddenly said that he needs a place that's more convenient for frequent trips into the city. That's going to be problematic. If he were to be in this place, Tang Gi-moon and Seoguan nodded in understanding, and they said goodbye and wished each other luck on their onward journey. As Muan and his companion prepared to separate from Tang Gi-moon and Mi Ryu, she noticed his determination in choosing. Of the stopping place, I gave him some cautious advice. I told him to be very vigilant and take care of himself, and Muan nodded in response, even though his mind was on something else. He knew that there were people waiting for him in this town, not only allies but enemies, and his instincts were right. As they continued on their way, Mongjun pondered, wondering if there was a reason to leave that tavern. He couldn't understand why Muan had made such a decision. His companion noticed his perplexity and replied calmly that there was no reason. Muan then asked what the trade association would do in such a situation. Then Moon replied that they would choose the largest and most comfortable tavern in the center of town, where there would be good stables and a high level of security. When Muan and Moonjun entered the large tavern, they were greeted by the owner smiling with a warm welcome. He was ready to offer them a better room and immediately offered them food. But Muan, despite his wariness, noticed that the host was very friendly, which only added to the suspicion in his heart. After they moved in, he thought and realized that their paths would probably cross with the Iron Squad Trade Association and Broken Fist. It was inevitable. Everything around him was too tense, and every step, every choice became part of this high-stakes game, and he didn't know how often they will have to deal with them and what it's like. Would eventually lead to consequences. But he had a lot on his mind, suspicions about these non-random encounters that he didn't want. And he knew that these meetings were just the beginning of something unknown and bigger. Then the tavern owner came in with a tray and food. They began to eat, and Moon noticed. They ate carp that had been cooked with extraordinary skill, and Moonjun was also enjoying the food, feeling the hunger go away and relaxing after the long journey. But with every bite, it was like something weird started happening. Muan suddenly felt heavy in his eyes. He wanted to continue eating, but he couldn't get away from the table. It was all too obvious the food was laced with sleeping pills. Soon, despite their efforts to resist, their eyes began to close, and they passed out right at the table. At that moment, when silence filled the room again, the one behind it all appeared. He stepped out of the shadows, hiding his face in his hood, and quietly approached. The reincarnation master, hidden in the shadows, slowly approached the table where Muan and Moonjun unconsciously lay. He didn't know who Muan really was, what powers this man was hiding, and what his goals were. But he knew this man was important. He was sure that Muan was the one he had to find. He didn't know who this man really was, or what power lurked behind him. But one thing was certain, that Muan wasn't just another pawn in the game. He was something much more important than someone you can just catch. The Master of Reincarnation was a master of stealth and manipulation, and his job was to find out information about Muan. But at the same time, he felt that this man could be much more dangerous. His gaze fell on the sword, standing not far from Muan. He knew that a weapon could tell a lot about its owner. The sword was not simple, it looked like a symbol of strength and skill. A master of reincarnation with curiosity bent down to get a closer look at him. However, at that moment, Muan, who was still shrouded in heavy sleeping pills, began to come to his senses. His consciousness gradually returned, and the first sensation was surprise that he was trapped. And he immediately realized he was in a game that had been planned in advance. And Muan immediately realized that he had to focus. After all, he had fallen into a trap, and he saw the man who did this to him. But that person didn't move, and Muan realized he was possessed by the aura of a snowflower. That's the name of his sword. He thought it was his sword that brought him to his senses, and he realized that his sword was actually enchanted. He also felt that he had the same chi as the tavern owner, and realized that he was using the skill of reincarnation. Muan then asked him who he was, and he said he was from the Hidden Moon organization, and he was sent to follow and find out everything about Muan. His name was Chun Ying, and Mei Wol-ren ordered him to watch Muan. Then he asked him if he knew anything about the attack they'd seen on the road. He replied that it is the effect of poison under which people do not know what they are doing, and they are incapable of mercy in that state, even to his own family, and it was spread on purpose. Those who did it are behind the disappearance of people in Unnam, and now Dark Moon is investigating this phenomenon and this incident. When Chun Ying came to his senses, his eyes filled with rage. He realized that when he was under the influence of the sword, he had inadvertently revealed everything he knew. Inwardly, he was mad at himself. The secrets he had guarded so carefully were now exposed. Not only has he questioned his mission, but also embarrassed the Hidden Moon organization he worked for. This failure was a personal embarrassment that couldn't just be forgotten. When Muan offered to talk to him, Chun Ying couldn't contain his anger. He didn't want words, he wanted action. A flash of rage made him stand up and attack immediately. He attacked with incredible speed and force, hoping that this aggression would help him regain control of the situation. But Muan, despite his vulnerability after sleeping pills, was much more experienced and resilient than Chung In expected. Muan didn't give himself any slack and confidently dodged every punch. Each of his lunges was met with a block or counterattack, and with each movement, Chun Ying realized that his strength was draining. And Muan is still one step ahead. Muan was in no hurry to land the decisive blow, preferring to keep up the pressure by forcing Chun Ying to make more and more mistakes. And Chun Ying, exhausted from rage and failed attacks, began to slow down. His breathing became heavy. His body was tired. Despite his skill, he couldn't surpass Muan. At some point, feeling that his strength was leaving him, Chun Ying stopped and looked at his opponent. But Muan didn't look victorious, but he had determination in his eyes. When Chun Ying's last attack failed, Muan didn't wait any longer. He sharply counterattacked, using all his strength and skill to strike a swift and decisive blow. And Chun Ying, weakened and tired, didn't even have time to react. The moment he tried to throw another punch at Muan, was in front of him and neutralized him in one move. Chun Ying fell to the ground. His strength was exhausted and his spirit was broken. He lay there unable to get up, and Muan won. However, Muan sat down as if nothing had happened, and his face remained calm. And he felt no joy of victory, but no regrets. It's all been decided. Everything that needed to be done was done. And now Chung In was no longer a threat. Moon slowly began to come to his senses. He opened his eyes and looked at Muan with slight confusion. He was being doused by that master reincarnation dog, and he didn't realize what kind of dog it was. Muan then asked him how he was feeling and if he felt bad, and Mong Jun said it was okay. Then he looked at Chun Ying. His pride was hurt, and he realized that after revealing his secrets to Muan, he could no longer stay in Hidden Moon. Muan listened attentively without showing the slightest hint of cruelty or contempt. On the contrary, Muan always thought steps ahead, and in this case, he wasn't going to just let Chun Ying go, even though he was recognized and lost his connection to the organization. Soon Muan offered him a contract, and that meant that he must find out all about the people missing in Unnam and help find them. And in return, Muan was willing to give him information about himself, so that each of them could be useful to the other. And now Muan has another important link in his chain to solve the mystery of the missing people in Unnam. While Tang Gi-moon was examining a lunatic who had suffered from that poison, Im So-guan was only able to capture him with the support of martial arts masters. And before he lost his mind completely, he called out a name. It was an Iron Squad informant. and Tang Ki-moon noticed that it's not a typical case of insanity, and even looked a lot like rabies. And he needed to take a closer look at it. They wanted to put him to sleep, but it didn't work on him. He thought that if the sedatives weren't working, then the veins were damaged. Then Tang Ki-moon used the poison he made himself. It not only reduced rage and slowed brain activity, and it was the highest quality sleeping pill according to Tang Ki-moon. When he lost consciousness, his body slumped to the ground, and Tang Ki-moon noticed this and went over to inspect his condition. He carefully checked his breathing and pulse to make sure he was alive, at which time everyone around them quieted down a bit, and silence enveloped the room for a few moments. And Tang Ki-moon started using his potions to test which one to influence that madman. However, some time passed. He began to regain consciousness. His eyes opened, and he felt it immediately, that he was in a vulnerable position. He started to jerk around as if trying to get rid of the fog in his head, and when he finally came to his senses, his face contorted with rage, and his eyes burned with anger, and his body seemed filled with more aggression. But Tang Ki-moon saw his sudden outburst of rage and immediately became wary, preparing for more attacks. But before the situation could escalate into a new conflict, Miryu came between them. She quickly walked over and stood between her uncle and that madman. Still under the influence of rage, he tried to push her away. But Miryu was steadfast in her actions. Her willpower and confidence in this moment helped protect her uncle from that madman. But the man clutched at his arm sharply as if trying to prove a point, that he hasn't lost his strength and will to fight. Miryu saw that the situation was getting out of control, hurried over to her uncle trying to pull him away. She did her best, but the madman was too strong in his rage. He was still struggling, his eyes burning with rage, and his movements were full of frenzy. At this time, Im Seo-guan saw the situation. Getting more and more dangerous came up and tried to help Miryu, and he clutched at his arm with rage. His rage, instead of empowering him, was only destroying him, and he wanted to bite Im Seo-guan's hand, still not coming to his senses. But now his grip is a little looser and he's slower. Suddenly he seemed to stop breathing and moving, and they realized something was wrong. Tang Ki-moon soon said that Im Seo-guan used force on him, but not enough to kill him, and he realized it came from his sudden outburst of anger. His organs couldn't contain his anger, and he died from it. And Tang Ki-moon was now ready to investigate and wasn't ready to back down no matter how long it took him. When Muan Chun-in and Moon-jun came to the market, it was strangely empty, and Chun-ying looked around at the empty stalls and felt his mood growing gloomier. He was thinking about how vulnerable he was when he was exposed. For him, a man used to keeping his secrets to himself. It was a real shame. He couldn't forget how he'd lost and kept coming back to the thought that his weakness had become obvious to everyone. But his gaze lingered on Muan. This man was a mystery despite his calm appearance. There was something different about him that he couldn't quite understand, and he understood now why Mei Wol-ren thought he was special. Meanwhile, Mong-jun kept a close eye on Chun-ying, couldn't hide his smile when his gaze crossed his. And Chung-in could literally change his appearance to become anything he wanted, is a technique that is not easy to master. Mong-jun blinked in surprise at what he had seen, and he told a surprised Mong-jun that he could change more than just faces, but also the shape of the body, and Moon-jun walked and watched with even more interest. It was the same with clothes, because Chung-ying was the master of the 10 transformations, but he thought what good was his transformation if Muan could so easily recognize that it was still him, and now he's in a tricky situation. Instead of following up, he was following Muan now that he was following him, and he thought it was because of Muan's strange sword, and he thought that if it wasn't for the sword he would have blabbed then. But at that moment, Muan felt something from his sword, and mentally asked him why he was reacting that way again. Then Muan realized that he had to be careful with that Chun-ying, for he had mental power and more. But he was surprised that he was easily captured by his sword. He knew his sword was powerful, but since he came to Unnam, it had become more so, stronger, and his chi strength increased. And he remembered Huang's words about that the stone from which it was forged came from these lands, and now he intended to visit the place where the stone had been quarried, and learn more about his history. He knew he had to be careful with the sword, because otherwise he might lose control of it. Muan soon walked over to one market stall and looked at it. What's out there? He looked at one sword and said it wasn't bad at all, and it just needs a little tweaking. But the seller said it would be worth 5 silver coins. He thought it was expensive and wanted to leave. Chunying said dismissively that he didn't know anything about swords. But Moon said he was a master blacksmith and forged his sword himself. But the seller then said he would give him a good discount. A mysterious caravan appeared in the shadows of the night, slowly making its way through the narrow streets of the city. Their merchandise immediately attracted the attention of the shine of cold metal like moonlight, reverberated off the many swords they placed in front of them. One of the witnesses was a male deputy from Broken Fist, and he asked the merchant where the swords came from. But the merchant just told him not to ask too many questions, and if you don't want to buy something to leave. But the one from the clan. Broken Fist said it does mean the merchandise is illegal, and that he finally caught them in the act. But that merchant, after saying that, just ordered his men to wipe them all out, around and run out of there. But the people who came to see the merchandise didn't understand, for so with them and begged them to be spared and let them go. Then he asked the Broken Fist man who he was. He replied that he was the assistant oracle of Broken Fist's scouting party, and then said what right do they have to do this kind of thing in Broken Fist territory, and laughed, saying that they now will have to answer for his actions. At first, he tried to talk peacefully, but when the merchants refused to disclose information, he gave the command to attack. Fighting quickly broke out in the streets of Jade City, and he ordered that no one be spared. The hands of the traders with their unusual weapons did not tremble, and they fought with a ferocity and skill that made it clear they were no ordinary merchants. They weren't just men, they were warriors who had fought hard. And yet Broken Fist's band seemed stronger. It was a very tough fight, and no one seemed to be spared, but did everything he could to come out of this battle victorious. And nobody knew who was who, it was just a brutal battle. And Ping was their oracle from Broken Fist. He watched it all from the sidelines. Their strategy was to stay in the shadows and avoid direct confrontation with the Central Celestial Alliance. And they, after all those events in Unnam, didn't know who, and eliminated all of them as enemies. And Broken Fist was unhappy that someone dared to sneak in and do his shenanigans. And if it was just traders going into Unnam and losing stuff, it wouldn't matter so much. But this was about people, and Broken Fist's reputation was at stake. And we had to take care of it ourselves before the Central Celestial Alliance got here. They didn't want that so badly. And Muan, Moon-Dune, and Chun-In were approaching the place where the battle had recently raged. The quiet but sure footsteps of the three gave away their wariness. What they saw in front of them was not just strange, it was completely incomprehensible. There were still traces of the recent battle on the ground. Wounded and breathless bodies were everywhere. But among them you could distinguish not only Crimson fighters, but civilians as well. And now those who were clearly not part of the battle, old women, children, were in sight. But Muan was scrutinizing the ground as if trying to figure out what had happened, but no answer came. At this time, Imseo Guan was sitting in his room thinking about something. He didn't want to be in Broken Fist. He remembered the times when he had followed Cho Jungwoo when he was just starting out in Unnam, before he became so violent. Back then, Cho Jungwoo was full of determination and ambition. Every day I spent with him seemed more and more bleak. Cho Jungwoo's actions became more and more radical, and his decisions more and more ruthless. But Imseo Guan's thoughts were interrupted when one of his allies came into his field of vision from the street. Said there was chaos outside. Then he went outside and gave orders to guard the Tang family. He said if he found out who did it, he'd deal with it and he wouldn't forgive it. Everything around him was filled with chaos. He approached him confidently and grabbed his hand without hesitation. The stranger tried to break free, but Imseo Guan held him tightly without giving him a chance to escape. Imseo Guan tensed up as he felt the tension rising. He scrutinized his face, trying to figure out who this person was and what was behind this rebellion. It was one of the aides to the Oracle of Pina known as John O. He took a step back, realizing that he had just faced a man whose name was associated with Broken Fist. He asked why they were doing it, and the man said it was the master's order, and he couldn't believe his ears. And Jang-O kept saying they'd found the trail of the Purple Squad, and so their master ordered them all exterminated. He believed they were masquerading as ordinary citizens. But Imseo Guan became furious and yelled at someone like him. Could have killed everyone so indiscriminately. but he said that they were fought by old men and children, and they couldn't tell who was peaceful and who wasn't, so they killed everyone indiscriminately. But then Im Sung Guan disconnected that Jang O's consciousness, and he realized it was all because of their master's incompetence. And he hated Zhou Zhengwu at that moment and didn't realize how much more evil he would do. But other Pina employees continued to rampant and didn't believe the man, that he was peaceful and wanted to destroy him. And the men of the Crimson Squad also dealt with the ones from Broken Fist, that if this chaos was started by the Crimson but Broken Fists continued it. And the Crimson Squad felt that Broken Fists had no right to decide who lives in the good lands and who is banished from them. Those Broken Fist people wanted to know who was in front of them. He introduced himself as General Nam Gun Yi of the Crimson Squad, and he was ready to create more chaos because his master told him to. And the tougher he treated them, the better it was for Gumdan Yeyop. When Muan faced the Broken Fist warriors, his gaze turned cold, and his body tensed up, ready to fight. He knew he was facing more than just ordinary warriors, and martial arts masters ready to use their powerful and dangerous technique, the Fist of 100 Days. Every blow delivered using this technique had tremendous power, but it was dangerous to the fighter who used it. Every time a fighter used the Fist of 100 Days, his body was depleted. It was a technique that required tremendous strength and commitment, but it could do it, to the death of the one who uses it. The Broken Fist warriors were determined to defeat Muan with this technique, but despite their best efforts, they couldn't scare Muan, because he was an experienced and determined fighter and his inner strength was large enough to withstand any enemy. And he hated Zhou Zhengwu, who betrayed his father, and now he's doing all these things. Wanted it all to come to an end. Muan realized that he was facing total defeat, but he didn't hesitate. The first warrior lunged at him. His fist was surrounded by energy ready to tear the ground. But Muan didn't make a single unnecessary movement. His reaction was instantaneous, and he dodged the blow with such agility that his opponent didn't realize what had happened. The moment his punch missed, Muan was already behind the fighter's back and struck him with a precise blow that incapacitated the enemy. But the warriors did not stop. Each new blow became stronger and more dangerous for the attackers themselves. Muan continued to move with incredible speed, dodging every punch, without giving his enemies the slightest chance of victory. He could feel the 100 Days Fist technique draining their strength, and knew he had time to counterattack. One by one, the warriors of Broken Fist fell. Their bodies could no longer withstand the ravages of their own power, and Muan, despite the threat, was not stopped for a moment. Soon the last Broken Fist fighters are exhausted and damaged, lost the ability to continue fighting. Muan, on the other hand, remained standing firm. He wasn't going to show them mercy. After all, what they were doing was despicable, even though they didn't realize they were just a toy in Zhou Zhengwu's hands, who used them as an expendable commodity to accomplish his goals. Chun Ying, who was standing a little to the side, had a growing sense of unease. He watched Muan warily, feeling his aura grow darker and denser. The man's gaze, once seemingly normal, was now filled with cold cruelty, and his actions ruthless. Chun Ying was afraid that the aura of the sword had consumed Muan himself. And Mong Jun couldn't understand how much this man had changed, but he knew that the man he was before had disappeared. His skill with a weapon exceeded all their expectations. Each of his blows was precise and dangerous, and his movements so smooth and quick that they barely had time to notice him. The Broken Fist fighters couldn't hide their anger and started attacking Muan. Their hearts were full of rage and contempt, but this anger was not so much directed at Muan himself, as much as the fact that he dared to trespass on their territory. Behind all the words, however, there was one big one. The silent truth was that they were scared. Chun-In and Moon Jung, watching Muan massacre the fighters, began to feel the same fear as the others. They realized that none of their attempts to approach Muan would be successful. They decided to follow him without approaching him, and told the bird and his dog to follow this fearsome swordsman Muan, but at a safe distance from afar. So he decided to proceed cautiously and in the shadows, studying his behavior, because it was still unclear what happened to good Muan. And Im Sung Guan, following the place, even though he was an experienced warrior, felt an unusual, almost alien chi energy begin to permeate the air. He knew it wasn't just a fighter's strength, it was something more dangerous than any weapon. Just at that moment, Im Sung-guan noticed a figure that stood out from the rest of the crowd, and it was one of the Oracle's men, and he ordered him to stop abusing innocent people. It was Mac Gwen, and he was sure it was a Crimson Squad man. Then he just killed that woman after Im Sung-guan's words. Even after his words, he didn't stop and continued his brutality. Mac Gwen then looked at Im Sung-guan again with icy calmness, and his voice became a tone of reproach. He said that he was silent when Jin Kwang-ho was betrayed. After all, he knew that he would never be in favor of Silent Night, but Im Sung-guan still chose to close his eyes and leave him in this trap. A shadow of pain flashed in his eyes, but he tried not to show it. He knew Mac Gwen was right. And now it's going to be destroyed and discarded as a waste of space. Now Broken Fist's men were against him, and at the order of Cho Jong-woo, they were ready to ruin him. And Oracle Ping stood in the shadows with his eyes focused on the horizon. His thoughts were focused on a current case that could determine the future of their power. Next to him stood his assistant, the man with whom he shared not only secrets but also the most important issues. And they discussed that they knew the Crimson Squad's whereabouts, and now they want to eliminate him. They must not live to see the arrival of the Central Celestial Alliance, because the Broken Fist clan didn't want the Central Celestial Alliance to take control of this situation. Instead, they wanted to solve the issue themselves and increase their influence in Jade City. Soon, after a long journey, Muan finally reached the place where Im Sung-guan was. The air was heavy, filled with foreboding and suspense, as if nature herself had felt a great event approaching. In the distance, on a small hill, he noticed a figure on a small hill that was Im Sung-guan, who was badly wounded. His face was pale and his movements slowed by pain. He had been stripped of both arms by the Broken Fist men. When Muan came closer, Im Sung-guan felt his approach and raised his head. He saw in front of him someone who looked like a man who had lost everything, but kept something more. There was not just fatigue in his gaze, but a deep recognition of old mistakes. And he asked Muan if he was Jin Kwang-ho's son. And Muan nodded and said he was. His heart was filled with relief but also with pain. He cried and asked for forgiveness. He knew that so many people had died over the years, including those who fought for justice. Felt guilty for not getting involved when Jin Kwang-ho was betrayed. But at the same time, he was glad that Muan was alive because he had been tormented by his conscience all this time. That the boy was left alone and then died. Muan looked at him silently, realizing the pain and regret in those words. Then Im Sung-guan looked up with an effort, his face distorted with pain more than just physical pain, but also from inner torment. His words were saturated with bitterness and despair, but there was also a sincere request that came straight from his heart. He asked me to stop Jo Jung-woo, and from his violent actions. He said what he should have done, he couldn't, and now he was relying on Muan and his strength. Im Sung-guan also knew that he is fair and can stop the ruthless Cho Jung-woo. Then he stopped breathing and Muan said goodbye to him and forgave him. He accepted his sincere regrets for his mistakes and no longer held a grudge against him. He knew that his path was inevitable and that only by defeating Jo Jung-woo could there be any hope of order in this world. One of the Crimson Squad members, feeling an uneasy feeling, ran towards Gum Dan Yeop. The fighters, despite their fatigue, raced toward the camp where their master was. He was willing to sacrifice everything to warn him and give him a chance to save himself. When he reached the camp, his breathing was confused and his legs felt like blocks of stone. With each step, his heart beat faster as he realized this was not just another skirmish, but an event that could change everything. They were discovered and now they had to act. And Gum Dan Yeop was in his room thinking about what to do next. And then the fighter came running to the Lord and bowed to him and reported that in spite of their caution, they had been discovered, and added that everyone in their squad had been killed. Nam Gun Yi is now fighting the enemies alone. Gum Dan Yeop stood in the center of his tent. His face was as hard as stone, and there was no fear in his eyes, no doubt but cold determination. He listened to the report of the fighter who tried to warn him, and he was determined to stay of Broken Fist's approach. But instead of giving in to panic or worry, Gum Dan Yeop simply nodded briefly. He already knew it was coming to this point. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the silhouette on the horizon of a hostile squad. But even so, The look was full of not just bitterness, but a realization of his ultimate fate. He was ready to face it head-on. He said that because of his ambition and self-confidence, his squad was in this position. Even though the fighter tried to talk him into escaping, he was adamant. Oracle Pin stepped quietly through the stone corridors of the dungeon with his assistant by his side. He knew time was running out, and every step he took in this dark dungeon could be decisive. Meanwhile, in the halls of the dungeon, the Broken Fist fighters were beginning to realize something was wrong. Before they thought they had everything under control, that they were just suppressing the last pockets of resistance. But now they felt a strange tension in the air. Hidden there are not just prisoners, but people who were prepared to suffer anything. They were insane. But the closer Pin got, the more he felt the tension building. But then he ordered them all to be destroyed, and to find the man in charge and destroy him as well. And he had a bad feeling and wanted to finish everything before the Central Celestial Alliance arrived. When they arrived at Gumdan Yop, the Oracle asked if he was behind everything that happened in that town, and for turning people into lunatics. And Gumdan Yop greeted him and said he had been waiting for him for a long time. And Gumdan Yop recalled that Unam was a firebrand for Broken Fist, then those betrayed the Northern Sky Clan. He wasn't going to give up. The Broken Fist and their ruthless approach couldn't break his resolve, stood at the threshold of his destiny, and in that moment realized there was no escape. His mind was consumed with the thought of revenge, but not just any revenge that would destroy Broken Fist and all who were behind him. Broken Fist had become his personal agony, his curse, and now he was ready to use this curse against them. At night, Gumdan Yop could not find peace. Sitting over maps and plans, writing out the details of his revenge plan like a composer composing a final symphony. This moment was crucial, and he felt everything around him come down to one point in the moment, when Silent Night finally awakens. This was the plan he'd been building for years. The fire of determination burned in his eyes. He knew that this was the moment of decisive choice. He was ready to release those prisoners to take out Broken Fist's men. He had in his hands not just an army, but a power few could realize. Wasn't going to back down, and now that the enemy was closing in, his plan was entering its final stages. The prisoners he held in those cages were long ago deprived of will and reason, tortured and subjected to effects that rendered them almost unrecognizable. In their rage and madness, they became weapons ready to destroy everything in their path. The prisoners were attacking the Broken Fist fighters and were strong and insane. The mad, mindless prisoners, unaware of fear and pain, lashed out with fury at the Broken Fist fighters. Their every move was wildly disordered but full of destructive power. They were now living instruments of destruction filled with unconsciousness, with a desire to destroy everything in their path. The men of Broken Fist are used to it. For strictly disciplined battles faced with total unpreparedness, they couldn't figure out how to fight this uncontrollable torrent of rage. These enemies didn't try to build a defense, didn't have a strategy, didn't trained. They were possessed by a frenzied energy that could not be predicted or curbed. And Gumdan Yop said an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. That was the principle of Murim, because in his opinion, this number of people was insignificant compared to what had died at the hands of the Central Celestial Alliance. When Muan appeared on the battlefield, his gaze was immediately drawn to the chaos that encompassed the area. And everyone immediately noticed his appearance in that place and his strong chi. And all around him was seized with uncontrollable anger. He made his way through the crowd. His aim was clear, was to find Mr. Huang. And he shouted to everyone not to move. But instead of hearing a response or stopping the fight, they all resented his order. But Mak Guan couldn't afford to passively watch Muan interfere with their plans. His will was ironclad, and he was determined to finish off Muan. And Muan quickly assessed the situation when he saw Mak Guan full of determination and arrogance heading in his direction. He was one of those fighters who relied on his strength and experience to win any fight. But Muan knew that only technique, speed, and precision would decide the outcome of the fight. Mak Guan rushed forward with a fierce shout. But Muan held back his emotions and leisurely just took a step to the side to dodge the blow. In the next instant, Muan unleashed a series of quick punches. Each of them was designed to target Mak Guan's weaknesses, his vulnerabilities. With his first strike, Muan knocked Mak Guan's sword out of his hands. With his second strike, he knocked him down, causing him to collapse to the ground. Muan tried to resist, but it was pointless. His muscles were exhausted, and his arrogance couldn't handle Muan's cold determination. The fight was over as quickly as it began. Even with all his rage, Muan couldn't stop Muan, and Muan said to continue their brutal battle, they'd have to stop him first. But Dan Yeop stood watching as everything around him became more and more tense. He knew that Muan would show up sooner or later, but he didn't expect him to show up so quickly. In his mind, there was no room for doubt that Muan was a real threat, and his strength surpassed everything that he'd ever encountered. But it turned out that Muan was already here, and his desire for justice was unwavering. Oracle Ping stood beside him, unable to understand how Muan could be so fast and so strong. His face was distorted with confusion. He was confident that their plans were moving in the right direction, that they were in control. But this man seemed to know no limits to his power. He fought not to win, but for an idea. And that idea was more powerful than any weapon. Muan, in turn, did not hide his anger. He was not only angry, on Broken Fist, but on everything they did to innocent people. He saw before him the martyrs they had killed. Feeling the growing tension, Oracle Pin tried to excuse himself, knowing he couldn't hide his confusion before this mighty adversary. His gaze darted around, and he quickly realized that the odds were stacked against him, were going to zero every moment. He pulled himself together and looked straight into Muan's eyes and said that it was Dan Yeop's fault. Pin tried to shift the blame to others, trying to maintain some illusion of control, but his words sounded unconvincing, and Dan Yeop stood beside him, his eyes hiding surprise and confusion. Despite his efforts, he couldn't help but admit it. That Muan was incredibly strong. Muan was not only a master in battle, but his inner determination, his unquenchable rage, seemed to create an atmosphere around him in which fear became palpable. He was ready to face it, even if it meant accepting his own demise. After all, he was not ready to give up his actions and ideals. He was ready to fall at Muan's hands, and he said it would be a great honor. But General Namgun Yi showed up. His voice was low but full of determination. He wasn't going to stop, and was ready to protect Dan Yeop. He was ready to defend his master, and nothing could stop him. Oracle Pin stood in the shadows, trying not to draw attention to himself, and his mind was working at full capacity. The situation was getting more desperate by the moment, and he wondered how to get out of it. And Muan didn't come to solve this conflict, but to find his uncle. Meanwhile, Muan and Namgung Yi continued to fight. Their fight was intense, and every blow was full of fury and determination, and each of them knew that the outcome of this fight could decide their fate. But Namgung Yi, not understanding why Muan was fighting him, rushed forward again with his weapon in his hand. His face was contorted with anger. He could not realize how he could be up against this man who seemed to be as a fighter for justice. He felt an endless rage building up inside him, and he yelled, asking why Muan was fighting him. And he was already tired of his opposition. But Namgun Yi couldn't stop. His own pain and anger pierced him like lightning, and Muan said he was looking for his uncle. The general replied that he should find his uncle and disappear from there, said that their problems are more serious than Muan's. After all, their previous generation had been overthrown and had to live to tell the tale, their days in total misery. But they're different, and they'll do anything to survive, and they want to live like human beings. And the general ordered Muan to stop interfering with their plan, and left that place of battle and did not disturb them anymore or bother them. Then, as Dan Yeop slowly approached Oracle Pin, his footsteps were confident, as if his every move was premeditated. His face was pale, but his eyes burned with the cold fire of determination. He stood in front of Ping, like a shadow representing all that had been forgotten. Silent night, long forgotten, was now rising from the dark depths, and Ping felt the coldness that came from Dan Yeop. This man wasn't just a warrior, he was the embodiment of what was once hidden in the shadows, and he told Ping that they were silent night, that everyone had so unfairly forgotten about. But now they've come back to reassert themselves, and be reborn again. Then he began to play his ominous musical instrument. The walls of the fortress trembled and an icy chill ran through the bodies of the Broken Fist soldiers. The sounds coming from Gyumdan Yeop's instrument penetrated deep into his consciousness. Each sound was like a bolt of lightning, piercing the flesh and destroying the mind. People fell and began to die from that sound. Muan continued to fight with Nam Gong Yi, his sword moving smoothly and confidently reflecting his opponent's blows. But suddenly, a strange, disturbing sound was heard in the background of their battle. It was the sound of a musical instrument. Coming from Gyumdan Yeop, standing off to the side, Muan knew that he should immediately block his meridians to avoid exposure to that devastating sound. He assumed a fighting stance, but his movements became swift and abrupt as if he was about to tear the very fabric of space to defend himself. But Nam Gong Yi continued to attack without realizing what was happening to his opponent. He was consumed by his own anger, and Muan was thinking about why sound affects everyone differently. Some people died from it, and some didn't even feel it. Yun Ha-seol's face came back to his mind as someone he'd been with more than just in battle, but also in the most difficult situations. He saw her eyes full of determination and fury as she fought him shoulder to shoulder, with as much tenacity and strength as he had. Muan had always admired her resilience and steadfastness in every situation. Their bond was strong despite the many trials they went through. The memory of Yun Ha-seol burned in his soul as a reminder that everything he did was not for his own sake. He fought not only for his own revenge, but for all those who believed in truth and justice. Muan stood in the center of the battle, his heart beating with redoubled vigor and his body covered in a thin layer of sweat. And Nam Gong Yi and Gyumdan Yeop joined forces, deciding that their strength in attacking together will be greater. But to Muan, it was annoying their coherence and determination pissed him off. He was a lone fighter used to operating in his own territory and now facing two. His patience was beginning to wear thin. Nevertheless, irritation did not deter him, and he used the Shadow Blade technique to end the battle as quickly as possible. After defeating Nam Gong Yi, Muan didn't waste any time. He quickly turned around and looked towards Gyumdan Yeop. His gaze was focused, and despite being exhausted after a long battle, he didn't allow himself to relax. He headed towards Gyumdan Yeop, who was standing somewhat behind him, weapon ready. But his gaze already revealed an inner struggle. Gyumdan Yeop was cunning and experienced, but when he met his eyes, with Muan, his confidence began to melt. He could feel his strength leaving him in the situation, was becoming increasingly hopeless. He knew he could not win against such an opponent. He took a few steps back instinctively, avoiding meeting this unstoppable foe. But at the last minute, when a clash was imminent, Nam Gong Yi came and covered him from Muan, sacrificing himself. When Muan had almost reached Gyumdan Yeop, and he seemed to have already accepted the inevitable. Despite his wounds, Nam Gong Yi tried to crawl over and protect his friend. Maybe it was unreasonable, but at this moment, Nam Gong Yi couldn't just stand by. Memories of when he was a child and how he always stood up for his friend Gyumdan Yeop surfaced in his mind. When he was just a boy. Back then, when they were being abused by other children, Nam Gong was always there for them, always stepped in to protect him. He remembered how he fought his enemies without thinking of the consequences, as long as Gyumdan Yeop was safe. The images of the time when they were children came back to him vividly. And when Gyumdan Yeop was still pure and innocent, he was just a friend then, not a leader. It was more than a battle. It was a moment when two worlds, two pasts, two choices met. Deep down, Gyumdan Yeop was a completely different person who, at some point, lost his way to his freedom and was forced to survive in conditions that even the strongest might not have survived. Gyumdan Yeop, unlike those who came with him to this world of destruction, was human, that was once full of dreams and aspirations. But all that was eclipsed when they were trapped, surrounded by enemies who manipulated their every move, every decision. People lived under constant pressure. They lived in poverty, suffering from hunger and lack of medical care and medicines. They became like shadows of themselves with no hope for the future. Gyumdan Yeop remembered his dreams as a child, about a world where he could be free without those who manipulate his life, his destiny. He wanted simple human happiness. But all that was shattered when their clan fell under enemy control, whose ambition had no limits. He couldn't just live. His every move was controlled. Gum Dan Yop's fingers lightly touched the tool again. This was the moment when everything could change. He thought he could beat Muan by playing an instrument. But then, Guillaume Dan Yop stood exhausted, watching his last attempt to confront Muan collapsed before his eyes. At that moment, when his tools could no longer help him, he made the decision to abandon the instrument. His heart clenched in pain and tears began to well up in his eyes. He realized that he couldn't save Nam Gun Yi. And he was in a terrible condition. His body was covered with the marks of a violent struggle, and now, with every movement, Gum Dan Yop couldn't look at his friend who had always been there for him, who had protected him in the darkest moments of their lives. His hands trembled as he tried to pick it up. Nam Gong Yi struggled to lift his head. His face was contorted with pain, but didn't want Guillaume Dan Yop to cry. He wanted him to smile. Gum Dan Yop gritted his teeth to hold back his tears, but they came out anyway. He was despairing over the loss of his beloved friend, and Muan said it was all because of his stupid plan. And he wanted to know why Gum Dan Yop did all that, and why he turned those people crazy. But he said that Muan has the sword art 10,000 Shadow Gathering, and that he's Jin Kwang Ho's son, and heir to the Northern Sky Clan. And Muan realized that Gum Dan Yop was the heir to the 1,000 Sounds of Doom. And that title now belonged to Gum Nad Yup. He was trained by the former master of the 1,000 Sounds, and he thought about the sudden appearance of martial arts master Muan, and that he was the 5th-generation head of the Northern Sky Clan. But Muan wasn't inclined to pity, but something about this moment made him think. He knew that Gum Dan Yop was different from the others and couldn't help but feel that there was something more lurking here than just personal revenge and lust for power. He asked where else the enemy was holding prisoners, but Gum Dan Yop didn't answer immediately and slowly looked at Muan as if trying to understand his intentions, and talked about how upset he was when he heard about Muan's death 10 years ago. Muan didn't look away. His face remained impassive. He knew that Guillaume Dan Yop was trying to buy time, but he wasn't ready to give in, and he kept saying that he thought that if the Northern Clan was destroyed, then who would be? We'll remember Silent Night. Muan frowned. He knew that Guillaume Dan Yop wasn't just bluffing. At this moment, Muan approached him again. His gaze was firm, and despite Guillaume Dan Yop's efforts, he did not evade the question. And he said they were withering away in a land forgotten by one and all, and how he despised anyone who made them disappear from this world. Gum Dan Yop tried to use every opportunity to distract Muan, hoping to buy some time. But Muan was unyielding. His gaze stayed fixed on Gum Dan Yop, and his determination was as hard as stone. And Muan finally said that Gum Dan Yop is doing all this so that the world will remember him and his suffering. But then he spoke of the 4 lords of the Silent Night, and that they might be alive. He replied that they were alive and had been doing their business for a long time, and Muan thought that Unhasil was safe. And for Gum Dan Yop, it was funny that everyone thought their clans were destroyed, but they're descendants of those clans standing there together, on that battlefield. And Guillaume Dan Yop thought about what was important to Uncle Muan. Gum Dan Yop chuckled sarcastically, but then looked at Muan again without hiding his disappointment, and said he was sorry, but maybe his uncle was crazy now too. He couldn't help it and laughed at him, realizing that it would be sad for Muan. But Muan, standing across from him, only gave him a brief glance, clearly already tired of talking. His eyes were determined and his movements quick and sure. He wasn't inclined to waste time on verbal duels. Every word Guillaume Dan Yop said only fueled his impatience. Muan said the question again, but now his voice sounded like the harbinger of a storm. And he asked where Uncle was. He stepped forward. His body tensed, and his hand involuntarily clenched the hilt of his sword. Gum Dan Yop looked at him, and there was no fear in his eyes. He wasn't the kind of person who was easily threatened. Instead of answering, he just grinned, knowing that neither words nor actions could change the course of events, and then told Muan to find out where his uncle was by using his own power. That answer was like the last straw of Muan's patience. He hadn't expected such a cruel rejection. He knew that Guillaume Dan Yop was a master manipulator and used music to break people's will and destroy their bodies. He could feel her pressure in the air as vibrations passed through his body, as if the very earth itself was ready to move from those sounds. sounds that could destroy the mind, deprive the will to fall to their knees. Muan knew what his enemy was, is dangerous because of those powers. But Muan wasn't going to back down. He was ready to put an end to this tyranny, what Gyeom Dan Yop did with his music. His inner energy was more focused than ever before. Gum Dan Yop, in turn, felt his strength draining. His body was trembling and his breathing was getting heavier and heavier. The music he played didn't have the devastating effect Muan had expected. And Muan said that Silent Night attacked the mainland first, and that's why the Northern Clan was created. But Gum Dan Yop said it wasn't true. And Muan couldn't understand what kind of warning he was trying to give, to send to the Central Celestial Alliance. And he couldn't understand all the details and whether Silent Night would go that far. And he couldn't figure out if it was the only way, and whether it was worth ruining so many innocent lives for it. But Gyeom Dan Yop didn't regret a single thing he did, and Muan understood what his enemy was going through, and he basically said they're no different. But Gyeom Dan Yop asked that it must be Muan, wondering what the truth really is. But his plan was never consummated, and he blamed Muan for that he interfered at the worst possible moment. Muan's soul was empty, and the memories of fighting with those who were once close to him would not let him go. All these years since he began his journey, Muan has faced betrayals and loneliness. His strength, his determination, his desire for revenge was all part of who he was becoming. His thoughts went back to Huang, his old friend who was the only person for him, who supported him when the whole world turned their backs on him. Gyeom Dan Yop said he didn't even know who his uncle was, and what he even looks like. And he wanted to finish the battle and have Muan destroy him already, because he knew he had less strength than Muan. And Muan was angry that he wouldn't say where his uncle was, and even in the face of death, he remained silent. Muan stood there, his hands trembling with fatigue and his gaze darkened with heavy thoughts. Every cell in his body was filled with anger and frustration, but there was no joy of victory in his soul, nor the relief of the end of the battle. Everything around him was destroyed, and even he seemed to be destroyed internally. His search for his uncle, his revenge, his quest for truth all seemed lost in the void amidst shattered destinies. He knew that it was Gyeom Dan Yop and his power of destruction that stood between him and the target. But now that the enemy had been defeated, Muan felt that he hadn't reached his goal after all. And he said, putting his sword back in its scabbard, that if his uncle was in the same condition as those prisoners, he would never forgive Gyeom Dan Yop. But Gyeom Dan Yop tried to stand up despite his exhaustion. His body was exhausted and every muscle ached. But his will and respect for his opponent compelled him to continue. With difficulty, he leaned on the ground and stood up. He got to his feet and took a few tentative steps towards Muan. When he came closer, his breathing was heavy and his hands trembled slightly. But Gyeom Dan Yop's eyes were burning with determination. He stopped right in front of Muan, and his eyes met his opponent's eyes with a look of respect. Said with difficulty that he was glad to have such a strong opponent. But Muan didn't like it and threw him aside, so he flew away. Gyeom Dan Yop saw a look of pity appear on Muan's face as if his opponent was worried about his condition. Gyeom Dan Yop wasn't looking for sympathy. He looked at Muan with difficulty, but firmly, and when he saw his expression, he immediately understood that he might think of his defeat as a setback. His strength was failing him, but his spirit remained unshaken, and he said that Muan shouldn't feel sorry for him. His voice was firm despite his fatigue. It was part of his plan. He knew it would get him killed, but he had to do it. He gave his life to awaken Silent Night. He paused, his gaze even more determined and energy pulsing inside his chest. He dreamed of fighting Zhou Zhengwu, but it turned out he was lucky enough to meet Muan, and he didn't fight easily. For the sake of the plan, he fought because it's a real challenge, a real battle. He's glad my path led him to Muan. He sighed, gathered his strength, and despite the pain, he told Muan to go to the Mountain of Sadness and the Cave of Regrets. And maybe Huang was there because there were a lot of merchants among the prisoners. Still, Gyeom Dan Yop felt sorry for Muan's uncle being in his plan and getting hurt by it. Now Muan might have had hope that his uncle might be all right. Suddenly, while Gyeom Dan Yop was speaking, Muan felt a chill run through his body. He felt dizzy, and his eyes went black. A sudden feeling of weakness swept over him, and he realized that he had lost too much energy in this battle. But in the midst of this chaos of thoughts, a small pill suddenly appeared in his hand that Tangui Moon had given him. He remembered Tangui Moon's words that this medicine would not only restore his strength, but also extend his life by 10 years. And Muan didn't hesitate for long. His condition was getting worse, and there was no time to think. He stood in silence watching Gum Dan Yop, who was now lying on the ground. Muan's mind was quick. Thoughts flashed through his mind. He remembered everything Gum Dan Yop had said, at the cost of his life, to fight for such a plan. Without being able to see the consequences of it, it was insane. And Muan thought he sacrificed his life for his ideals. He didn't understand why it was necessary to bring himself to such consequences. Suddenly, everything changed. A sense of danger swept over him with such force that he barely had time to realize it. He couldn't move. His body seemed petrified, every movement impossible as if it were. An invisible force tightened his muscles, and the air became heavy, squeezing his chest. A thought immediately flashed through Muan's mind, that some incredible force incomparably stronger than anything he had experienced before was upon him. He couldn't move, couldn't even lift a finger. It was as if his body was in the hands of an unknown, powerful force that left him no chance of resistance. A long cloak fluttered in the wind, concealing his figure. And Muan barely noticed the glowing eyes that flashed in the darkness like two bright lights following his every move. Then Muan caught another sign of the glowing silver spear that the man was holding in his hands. It was a man who was part of the Silent Night Quartet, the Black Wing's spear. Muan was now on his knees with his teeth clenched, realizing that what stood before him was not just an enemy, but a true one. The master of his trade, Spear of the Black Wings, who he didn't stand a chance against. He had already taken the pill. That prolonged his life. Muan was trapped. His body wouldn't give in to him. Blackwing's spear approached Gum Dan Yop. Muan saw his opponent's face now filled with a peaceful expression. But his heart was clenched with bitterness and regret. That he hadn't been able to come sooner while Gum Dan Yop was alive. He accepted his death for the great purpose of awakening Silent Night. Blackwing's spear gently took Gum Dan Yopa in his arms, as if trying to convey his last words to him, that I didn't get a chance to say. He was the symbol of everything they were trying to build, the symbol of their clan. In this young body, despite his sometimes violent actions, had incredible potential and a deep understanding of the world. He was like a star, a guiding light for their clan. In his hands was the chance to change destiny, the chance to regain what they had lost, ideals, and bring them to light. But he learned too soon the truth of a world that was cruel. Blackwing's spear stood motionless like a shadow in the night. His eyes glittered with a cold, piercing light, and Muan felt his body, which had just regained its strength thanks to the pill, stiffen again. He didn't know this opponent was so powerful, but at some point their gazes crossed. His silver spear glittered as it reflected the light of the moon, and at this moment, Muan realized the power of this weapon. He knew that Muan was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and now he was coming at him to destroy him. As the silver spear of the Black Wing's spear cut through the air, Muan felt it hit him as well. The impact was so strong it felt like his rib cage was about to burst. He felt the pain all over his body. Then his gaze accidentally fell on the place where the jade stone Miryu had given him was hidden under his clothes. This jade stone, he fought off the attack. He didn't feel the blow that should have pierced through him. Instead, he felt only a slight resistance, as if some invisible force had absorbed some of the blow. And Chun Ying stood in the shadows watching the battle, his eyes unable to believe what was happening in front of him. He witnessed a battle between two powerful fighters, and each moment seemed more and more incredible. Before his eyes was not just a fight between two masters. Chu Ying was well versed in history, and what he saw broke all his perceptions of the current situation. Muan is the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Blackwing's spear is one of the most feared members of the Silent Night Four, though all the world thought they were both destroyed. While Tangui Moon was at Broken Fist Tavern trying to find out about those poison crazies. stood next to one of the crazies watching his movements and trying to make sense of the situation. Scrutinizing his condition, the man was clearly poisoned by some kind of poison that Tang Gi-moon had never encountered before. You could see the desperation in his eyes mixed with a mind that was trying to find a solution by analyzing the symptoms. And Mi Ryu stood by her side, her eyes full of worry. She looked at Tang Gi-moon, expecting from him some news. His gaze was focused, and he was absorbed in solving the mystery of the poison. Tang Gi-moon slowly tore his gaze away from the patient and met Mi Ryu's eyes. He took a deep breath and said, he didn't know exactly what it was yet, but if he could figure out its composition, he might be able to find an antidote. But it takes a little time. Mi Ryu nodded, her face becoming more serious. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps, and as if on cue they both turned around. Several people dressed in robes and with distinctive insignia, entered the room. They looked like a group of people. One of them, a tall man with a confident face, approached Tang Gi-moon and held out a folded letter to him, then said they were from the Central Celestial Alliance. He took it, and without wasting time, he unfolded it and read the contents carefully. As his eyes ran over the lines, a dubious chill started in his chest. The words on the parchment spoke that it was indeed a letter from the Central Heavenly Alliance. Chokmu stood in front of Tang Gi-moon, and Mi Ryu, his face was serious. With each word, Tang Gi-moon felt the air around them become heavy, as if the atmosphere itself was becoming heavy, was filled with pressure that pressed on his chest. After all, Chokmu wanted him to leave this place and abandoned his research. And he didn't want to do that. After all, the Central Celestial Alliance had called them here, but now Chokmu has claimed that all control of the investigation has now passed to them. He couldn't believe that the Central Celestial Alliance could intervene so quickly and decisively, despite the fact that he himself had been officially invited to investigate. But Chokmu assured that they had been in the province for a long time and were undercover to find all the evidence they needed. And now they knew what Broken Fist was doing. But Tang Gi-moon didn't understand what the clan had done. Broken Fist. Then Chokmu advised him to go out and see what was in the streets. And Muan and the Blackwing Spear fought to the limit. Every strike, every move was. The ground beneath them shook with the force of their clash, and the air was filled with sounds. The ground beneath them shook with the force of their collisions, and the air was filled with sounds, as if reality itself was resisting what was happening. But none of them were going to back down. But Muan could feel his body going into a state of complete exhaustion. He no longer remembered how much time had passed from the moment the battle began. But it didn't matter. He was ready to fight to the last man, even if his strength was failing him. And the spear of the Black Wings on the other side was no less determined. His silver spear glittered in his hands like lightning through the air. He was a master of his weapon with no room for error. His every move was precise. Every attack is dangerous. He sensed that Muan was stronger than he thought, but this strength was fierce and unrestrained. And it was this rage that made him respect his opponent. Blackwing's spear was willing to go all out to destroy him. Every time he thought that Muan wouldn't be able to continue the fight, he got up as if he didn't know fatigue and pain. With each new collision, Muan felt his strength draining away. His body was exhausted from the many blows. He could hardly breathe, but his will remained as strong as a rock. Couldn't afford to lose, couldn't afford to fall to his knees in front of that monster. And Blackwing's spear saw Muan start to slow down. This moment was exactly what he had hoped for. He made a sharp lunge, hoping for an instant victory. However, Muan was already barely on his feet. He dodged instinctively, and the silver spear pierced the air, leaving only noise and destruction around them. There was a fire in his eyes that had no room for fear. But Blackwing's spear felt his every move bring victory. His attacks became more and more precise. And Muan's punches were harder and harder to deflect each time. Muan's exhausted body could no longer resist. With every moment that Muan tried to hold back this raging torrent of power, his strength was melting away. His eyes were starting to cloud over, and his breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Without slowing down, the Black-Winged spear stepped up its attack again and again, enjoying the way Muan was weakening in front of it. With his growing power, he knew that he had not only to win, but to end it. A confrontation that had gone on for too long. Muan felt something crunching in his body and his heart ached. Collapsed to the ground, his body shaking in pain. He could no longer move, only feeble attempts to get up, and his adversary said that they would be held accountable, and that their world would return to chaos. Because Silent Night had been reborn, Muan was now slowly regaining consciousness. His head throbbed with pain, his body felt like it was broken, and his breathing was heavy and intermittent. His whole world was in darkness, with only faint rays of light shining through the cracks, illuminating the piles of rocks and debris. His hands felt the stones again, but now they moved with confidence. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, from the moment he found himself in the rubble. When Muan woke up, he was in a room on a cozy but modest bed. His body ached from his injuries, and his thoughts, as usual at such times, were confused and heavy. Gradually consumed by pain and fatigue, he tried to figure out where he was and what was going on around him. He seemed to have been saved from the clutches of doom, but his mind was still returning to what had happened, and his thoughts continued to swirl like inaudible shadows. He couldn't get rid of the words that had been said to him. Gyeom Dan Yap's words and young Mu Sang's words, that the world wasn't as simple as they thought at the time. Those words resounded in his mind with an unusual force. The questions came one after another. What is this world? What is its real face? What makes people act this way? How they act and what forces drive them? His thoughts went back to what had happened to Yoon Ha-seol. He hoped she was safe now. Then his thoughts returned to the moments when he realized that Silent Night had returned. He also remembered the Broken Fist clan and how cruelty eventually breeds more cruelty. The world was not simple. That much was clear. But it was still a battlefield for them, a battlefield where they could try to change the future. Muan was now lying in his thoughts. Time stretched on, but his mind could not find peace. He could feel how hard it was, and painfully penetrates his soul with the realization that he has become what he was forced to become. The world of Murima had forced him to become this, a world where the only way to survive was to become violent. He didn't want that. Once upon a time, before he found himself, at the center of this crazy world, he had other ideals. But the reality he faced didn't let him, to preserve the purity of his vision. He had to, for the world left him no other choice. The blood of strangers covered, of his hands, and it couldn't help but leave a mark on his soul. He glanced again at his sword, which lay beside him, as a faithful companion, always ready to serve him. A strong point that glittered even in the dim light. He was more than just a weapon. It became a part of Muan himself. All that he had endured, all his cruelty, all his actions were reflected in this blade. And he remembered again the blacksmith's words that had sounded so simple, but now seemed truly profound. That this sword is special. It's not just a weapon. Its power depends on its wielder. Lying on the bed, he was worried about Mr. Huang. And he really hoped he was okay. Suddenly heard someone's voice, gentle and caring. The girl was asking how he was feeling. But Muan, despite his fatigue, intuitively sensed something strange in her presence. He slowly turned his head and examined the figure sitting next to him. She looked like a normal girl. But there was something about her appearance that didn't fit. There was something familiar in her eyes, something that made him immediately wary. But Muan had long ago realized it was Chun-In and told her to stop all this acting. She slowly transformed into a man, and Chun-In was not happy that again Muan realized it was him, even though he was a master of reincarnation, and Chun-In really saved him. And it was weird because throughout their time together, Muan, he never thought he could do that, but his thoughts went back to Huan. He wanted to know what was wrong with him, and maybe he could find him soon. And Chun-In looked at him with displeasure, thinking that Muan didn't even thank him for saving him. Chun-Ying sat there, but his eyes were a mixture of irritation and hidden satisfaction. He remembered how it had happened, when he was digging Muan out of the rubble from the last fierce battle. The ground was hard, and the rocks were sharp, but Chun Ying didn't think about the hardship. The only thing that mattered was getting Muan out and making sure he stayed alive. He seemed to be the last person Muan would expect to find among the saviors, and Muan finally expressed his gratitude to him. But Chu Ying said that it wasn't worth it, because it turns out that Muan is a much more important figure than the Dark Moon he served for. And Chang In was now thinking that, how come Muan is alive, after all those rumors about his death? And he even suspected that Muan had powerful patrons who helped him. Soon, Chun Ying withdrew, his eyes darkened, and his gaze became more focused as if he was immersing himself into deep thought. Muan noticed how his companion suddenly became different, as if he had mentally withdrawn, far into the future, leaving him behind. Chun Ying began to think about what he had to do now. Everything that had happened in recent days has greatly changed the balance of power in the world of Murim, and especially in Silent Night. Muan's strength, his resilience, and even his strategic moves couldn't help but make a difference. These events could come to light quickly, but until then, we had to act quickly and discreetly. He knew that if the news that Muan was alive and with such strength spread to all regions, it could affect the very structure of all the clans. And if such news gets into the hands of the enemies, the situation can become critical. Chun Ying realized that in order to prevent leaks, he needed to act quietly without leaving any traces. He had to be extremely careful. He wanted to gather all the information before the rumors reached the others, and report to the head of Dark Moon. The investigation of Muan will take time, but he needs to do it in the shortest possible time. He was still worried about Silent Night and what would happen now. Moonjun then entered the room where Muan was still lying there, slowly recovering his strength. In his hands was a neatly rolled-up garment, and as he came closer, he carefully unfolded it, showing Muan. It was the same clothes that Muan wore the day he was rescued. It wasn't just important because it was expensive or beautiful, but also because Huang gave it to him. Turns out Mongjun sewed up his clothes. Meanwhile, Chun Ying silently watched this moment. His gaze was focused, and his thoughts were increasingly drifting into reflection about whether Muan will be a disaster on their heads or a light that will lead the world. It was as quiet and peaceful as ever in the Central Celestial Alliance. But that all changed when a male hawk landed in one of the yards. He flew in with news of what was happening in Unnam Province and to publicize events in the region. He glided gracefully and landed on, attracting the attention of one of the Alliance fighters. A man was sitting in a chair, asleep. But when he heard a rustle, he woke up. The man opened his eyes and took off his hat, realizing that a male hawk had arrived. He yawned and leisurely got up from his seat and headed towards the bird, took the scroll from her paw and opened it leisurely, as if he hadn't expected it. It was an important letter, perhaps one that could change a lot of things. The man began to read it carefully. Muan has been at the center of a number of significant conflicts and battles in recent months. He has fought on the front lines. His name was heard in every corner. It was described that he was seen fighting with many. Moreover, recent reports confirm that Muan has been targeted by a number of clans, such as Gongdong Monastery. Then he fought the Crimson Squad, and continued to openly oppose the Silent Night. There are reports that he was on the verge of clashing with their elite, including the Spear of the Black Wings. The recent battles he's been involved in are really something incredible. But Muan survived the battle with the spear despite his severe injuries and is still alive, despite Silent Night's best efforts. Seo Musan stood still, holding the letter in his hands, his eyes absorbed in every word. The letter came for a reason. It contained important information that could affect the entire future of the Central Celestial Alliance and the very structure of the Murim world. In his hands, he held the key to understanding what was going on around Muan, a man who became an important figure in the ranks of both opponents and allies. Seo Musang was Muan's disciple who was now reading this letter, and he swore he would wait for him when he went to the mountains. But today was different. His teacher had not returned from his long journey, and everything had changed. This was the moment he had been waiting for so long. Spear of the Black Wings walked down the deserted path. His footsteps echoed in the darkness of the night as he hung heavy in his hands. The helpless figure of Geum Dan Yeop With each step, he felt the heaviness of not only him, but also what was happening in his soul. He couldn't forget that battle. The image of Muan fighting a truly strong and resilient opponent was still vivid in his mind. He never expected to meet. Blackwing's spear, despite his pride and confidence, couldn't help but recognize it. That the man he once thought was just another enemy on the trail was far more worthy than he realized. Northern Blade mentally reiterated that he wasn't bad at all. For a Blackwing spearman accustomed to winning, and absolute power in battle, it was unexpected. Muan had gotten stronger and was already out of bed. When Muan went downstairs, he found himself face to face with the Iron Squad, an elite unit. There was a look of surprise in their eyes when they noticed his appearance. They are tough and restless fighters who are accustomed to brutality. The two men who had been involved in battles and unexpected turns of events couldn't hide their amazement that Muan was here. Young Mu Song, who was standing a little far away, watched the scene with a slight expression of surprise on his face. He, like everyone else, couldn't help but notice that Muan, despite his injuries and fatigue, still looked good, steadfast and determined. His name seemed to become a symbol not only for his enemies, but also for his allies. Young Mu Song said, shaking his head in surprise that Muan had become a local celebrity. He understood that Muan had become more than a weapon despite his youth, and had become a symbol of honor and strength. And his victories now spoke for themselves. He wasn't just another warrior on the battlefield. He was someone who could change the course of history. It wasn't long before rumors of Muan spread throughout Murium, taking on a whole new dimension. Now he was no longer just a name on the lips, but a true legend, and his nickname was the Northern Blade. But Chunying couldn't stand to watch this. He was a man who was used to controlling situations. And what was happening to Muan worried him. He knew how quickly rumors could spread in this world, and he understood. If news of his forces reached the Central Celestial Alliance, he wanted to be the first to bring the information to his master. And then Muan asked if Broken Fist had been able to get help. No help from Broken Fist they didn't wait for, said young Mu Sang, coming closer. Because the Central Celestial Alliance's investigation bureau suddenly showed up. This was the first time Yun Musan had encountered such an event, he said. And Chun-In thought that after not getting help from Broken Fist, now Un Mu Sang wants help from Muan. And Chung-In thought he was cunning and would do anything to achieve his goals. His coolness and shrewdness made him an extremely dangerous ally, and at some point Chun-Ying realized this. Young Mu Sang was too smart not to take advantage of Muan's appearance. He saw how quickly his name became synonymous with power and authority. In a situation where the central government gives no guarantees and change is becoming more and more evident every day. Young Mu Song could have used this situation to his advantage, but Muan wasn't stupid either and wasn't going to help him. And Haidong was sitting in the same office with Cho Jung-woo. He could hardly contain himself. What had happened in the past few days had disturbed him a lot. Because Cho Jung-woo made decisions that resulted in a lot of innocent lives being lost. But Haidong was one of the alliance, and his job was to keep the balance in the world, without excessive violence. But Cho Jung-woo did not regret his action and even justified it by saying that now they know that it is silent night. In Haidong's eyes, power based on violence and brutality was doomed. Even if in the short term such methods brought victories in the long term, they will inevitably lead to collapse. Meanwhile, Cho Jung-woo remained adamant. He believed that whoever didn't is using the Force doomed to be destroyed, and everything that was happening now was part of his plan. But Haidong was adamant that there would be consequences for such actions. But despite his confidence, the situation was much more complicated than he thought. The Central Celestial Alliance was realizing the consequences of Cho Jung-woo's actions more and more each day, presented him with a choice. The task was clear. Silent Night must be stopped. All that had to be done is to stop their actions. So Cho Jung-woo had to leave his clan. And if you have to sacrifice your clan to achieve it, so be it. That's what the Central Celestial Alliance thought. But Cho Jung-woo didn't think so. He was furious at the Central Celestial Alliance's demands. It was a pressure Cho Jung-woo was facing for the first time. He couldn't turn away from his own obligations to his clan. His own ambition and desire for power could not overcome his duty to his clan and its people. But now the situation was different. The Central Celestial Alliance used another powerful card to force him into action. In the hands of the Alliance was Cho Jung-woo's son, Jo Woon-ken. If Jo Jung-woo doesn't fulfill the demands, if he doesn't stop Silent Night, his son will be in danger. This threat restrained his will. He was compelled to obey, though he inwardly rebelled against this state of things. And Jo Jung-woo was angry. Angry at those who forced him to make this decision. He was willing to go for his son for the sake of his clan. But now he had to choose between destroying Silent Night or protecting his son. His inner conflict was unbearable. His hatred for the Alliance was growing by the second. But Cho Jung-woo's son was sorry to see him become a traitor and cruel. Went down a path that led him to these consequences. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, rumors of Muan Northern Blade were spreading at an incredible speed. And Muan was able to break Cho Jung-woo's plans, and now he was eager to meet him. The thought of meeting the one who ruined his plans never left him. Cho Jung-woo was obsessed with understanding. Who was behind that man and what kind of power he possessed? He knew that Muan was not just a strong opponent, but a man who could change the course of events. Cho Jung-woo was willing to do anything to destroy him. But more importantly, he wanted to make sure that Muan wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. And he now hated everyone and wanted revenge for ruining his plans. And he was also ready to avenge the Central Sky Alliance for taking his son hostage. But he still didn't realize that these were the consequences of his actions and his mistakes, his anger and his cruelty. Muan then walked forward, feeling his heart becoming more and more filled with irritation. He was well aware that he was being followed. Even though he didn't want to escalate the situation, the presence of the Iron Squad around him was clearly throwing him off balance. These men had always seemed to him insistent and overconfident of their power, and now their presence did not bode well. But Muan mentally grumbled. He felt that these people just couldn't get rid of the habit of following him, no matter how hard he tried to avoid attention. However, Yunmu-sang continued to pretend that everything was fine. He walked behind with a nonchalant face. Koga Muan said he was tired of chasing them. He pretended that they weren't following him, but just walking along the path. But when Muan wanted to let them go ahead, he refused. Although Muan could see his comrades were nervous, the Iron Squad tried to conceal their target by continuing to move, as if they weren't following him, but just going their own way. Unmu-sang pretended not to understand the rebuke and tried. Continue to walk calmly, but the tension around them only increased. Suddenly intervened Mu Huan, one of the members of the Iron Squad, apparently couldn't stand the silence, and said they didn't want to hide anything. They were following him, because they're looking for protection, and he's their last chance. After their job failed, there was no one else to help them, and they couldn't trust anymore, and so he apologized and asked for help. And Mu Wan raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting such an admission. The Iron Squad had always considered themselves an elite warrior, who can handle any challenge. But here they came to him seeking protection. That got him thinking. After Mu Huan looked at his companions, they were all at a loss as to what to do next. And Yun-mu-sang continued his silly arguments about money and protection from his Mu-wan, and that they could make some more money from the White Dragon Trade Association. Then Mu-wan, realizing that he couldn't get away from them, said that he was going to the Mountain of Sadness and the Cave of Despair. He knew they weren't just seeking asylum now. They genuinely needed his support, even if they had to humiliate themselves before him to do so. And he told them to follow him there. Right now, Yun-mu-san's thoughts about Chun-ying were filled with curiosity and slight bewilderment. He saw a beautiful girl in him now and wondered what she was doing next to Mu-wan, because Chung-in was now in the form of a girl. When Chung-in first appeared in front of them as a girl, Yun-mu-san couldn't hide his interest. Chun-ying's appearance and behavior in this guise was completely unexpected, but Chung-in was completely unimpressed. He didn't want to answer Yun-mu-san's questions. When Seo-mu-san's assistant appeared with the letter in his hands, he was clearly tired and worried. The slight smile he tried to portray didn't hide the tension on his face, and he went to So-mu-san to tell him the news he had learned. He hastily handed the scroll to his master and reported briefly. The letter said that the Broken Fist clan was suspending its activities. This letter was in response to Seo Mu-san's report to the Central Celestial Alliance. He already knew that this news could have a big impact on current events, but he was still relieved. He shifted his gaze to his assistant, who stood in front of him eagerly awaiting instructions. Seo Mu-san was not human, who trusted anyone easily, but his assistant had long since proven himself to be trustworthy and loyal. He also asked his assistant to immediately report even the slightest change in the situation. He nodded in agreement. Then Seo Mu-san asked if he had eaten anything. He replied that he hadn't had a chance to find time for it yet. He nodded and handed him a small bag of food. The assistant gratefully accepted the food and began to eat leisurely. He knew that work was waiting for him, and though he had many things to do, he could not refuse his master. And Seo Mu-san continued to ponder, his eyes staring intently into the void. And Seo Mu-san sat deep in thought, his thoughts returning to those dark days when the Northern Heaven Alliance was destroyed. He felt the heavy weight of memories weighing on his soul again. He had been there among those who had seen the fall. How they interrogated him, how they tried to get confessions out of him, forced him to say things he didn't want to. 3 months of humiliating torture and false accusations when his own life hung in the balance. He couldn't forget the hours he had to prove that Muan really died in the fire. He knew that Muan was alive, but his duty to the Central Celestial Alliance required him to convince everyone that his teacher didn't survive the disaster. And he did. He accepted the burden even though he knew inwardly that it was a lie. In order to survive, he had to forget his feelings, suppress his pride, and lose many things that were once important to him. He told them that he was on his rounds when it all started, and when he got closer, he saw that there was a monster killing everyone indiscriminately. But then he realized he couldn't handle that monster and stayed in the shadows to survive, to report back to the Central Sky Alliance. He also knew that Chung Pa-san was a coward and a weakling, that he preferred to abandon his warriors and run away with his tail between his legs, because Seo Mu-san asked him to stay and help save those people. But he didn't care. He chose his miserable life over helping his warriors, and he might even die, but to do it with honor. But it was too much to expect him to do that. He was just a common corrupt lowlife, who, at the slightest danger, abandoned everyone and ran for his miserable life. But Muan was different. In spite of all the hardships of life, he didn't break down, but rather hardened and willing to endure and learn martial arts. And for him, Seo Mu-san endured all this to be of use to him and follow him on the path to justice. And so Seo Mu-san immersed himself in the dirty work of doing the low and dishonorable work of following the orders of those who was above him in status. In the end, he managed to gain the trust of Yang Mak-chok, head of the Shining branch, and at night he trained and gained strength and skill in martial arts. This is how 3 years of his life passed. It's been a hell of a 3 years for him, but it's how he got some power. At that time was a trying time. Working at the lowest job, he gradually rebuilt his reputation. In the Central Celestial Alliance, all these years, he was like a shadow, unnoticed by most, but every step, every action was all about waiting for Muan to come back. At some point, the fruits of his labors came into his hands, and he became Yang Mak-chok's right-hand man and became his confidant. He then asked to be sent to the Central Celestial Alliance as the lowest-ranking member of the Special Intelligence. But of course, Ian Mak-chok didn't want to let him go. But in the end, he managed to talk him down. So he was recognized again after some time, and he was promoted to a senior position in Special Intelligence. Special Intelligence was one of the places where many secrets and inside information of the Central Celestial Alliance were kept. His job was to deliver all kinds of information to Central Control, and because of that, he was able to do his best to spread the news of the death of Jin Muan, the heir to the Northern Clan, and continued to spread the rumor to the best of his ability. Also tried to keep an eye on Mr. Huang, even though there wasn't much opportunity to do so. And he noticed that Mr. Huang didn't seem to be followed by the Central Celestial Alliance. And it was to their advantage that Mr. Huang could move around safely. The reason for this was that the Central Celestial Alliance was overconfident and didn't keep track of what was under their noses. But it's been about a year since Seo Mu-san last saw Mr. Huang, and he was worried about where Mr. Huang might have been dragged into, and what would happen to Muan now. Because he went to these parts to look for Mr. Huang, And Seo Musang also thought that if he had followed his heart, he would have left the intelligence agency a long time ago and went over to Muan to be by his side and help him. But he doubted that the time had already come and didn't know if Muan had finished training and if his surroundings were strong. And Seo Musang couldn't join him until Muwan's entourage is strengthened, so he'll hide him. Muan and the Iron Squad soon reached the foot of Mount Sadness at the entrance to the Despair Cave, and Muan paused to scrutinize the surrounding scenery. A majestic mountain towered in front of them. The darkness and silence around him made his heart beat faster. He knew they were in for a challenge, but the readiness of his men was encouraging. Yen Musang saw the anxiety in the general's eyes and advised him to go back to the tavern and wait for them there. He said confidently that it might be too dangerous to go any further. The general hesitated a little, but trusting, he announced himself and headed back. He said he would wait for them there and hoped they would succeed. With a shake of his head and a restrained sigh, he turned away without another word, headed back toward the tavern. His voice was calm but firm. Muan and the Iron Squad continued on their way. The atmosphere became more and more gloomy as they approached the cave. There was an ominous silence in the air, and even the light shining through the narrow slits seemed dim and cold. The cave, like a huge mouth ready to swallow everything that enters inside, was already beckoning them with its dark, impenetrable essence. Every movement reverberated off the bare rocks, creating a strange echo that heightened the tension. Muan was alert. He knew that danger awaited them, but he also knew that he could not stop for himself or the squad. The squad moved forward, clutching their weapons and preparing for any threat. One of the female warriors from the Iron Squad approached Muan. She was strong and determined. She stopped and looked at Muan with respect. She admired Muan's strength and courage. Her words were sincere and her voice sounded soft but confident. She paused for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts before the important words, and told him that his fame would grow even greater for remembering to be who he was. Being famous is a dangerous trap, and if he goes down this path, he will hurt himself and his family. Muan listened attentively, but then she went on to say that she was sure that Muan wouldn't go that way, and then Muan was flattered by those words, and thanked her for those words and advice. And Muan noticed the clouds thickening in one place to form a dark spot as if something invisible was trying to hide in their depths. At first he thought it was just an illusion, but with each passing moment, the sensation grew, was becoming more and more real and disturbing. He took a deep breath. These clouds were no ordinary natural phenomenon. And then his thoughts returned to memories of the mixture of the illusion arts of Universal Labyrinth and Meridian Shadow. This vague and cryptic phrase meant that they might be facing more than just a natural phenomenon, but something far more complex and dangerous. The illusion, if it was one, could conceal hidden dangers filled with hidden dangers, traps and enemies. The voices of his companions fell silent as they too realized that great danger lay ahead. But Muan wanted to break through that illusion, and a strong counter-illusion must be used to break through that illusion. He focused on his meridians, feeling their pulsation in his body, preparing to apply his power that had to break through the illusion. Muan couldn't escape the feeling that this wasn't just a test, but something far more powerful and dangerous. He remembered the mad scientist he had encountered along the way, and thought that if it was his doing, they'd have done it quicker. But the illusion was stronger than the scientist. But Muan had a feeling he would need his help, and he wondered what he was doing now and where he was wandering around doing strange things again. But there was strength in him in spite of his very strange words and actions. They continued to move deeper into the cave, their footsteps echoing in the cold void. The atmosphere became more and more threatening, and over time, as they delved deeper into the dark depths, walked a few more steps and the darkness grew thicker and thicker. The light from the torches barely broke through the dense shadows, creating only a faint illumination on the path. Suddenly they saw something strange up ahead, black bars, falling into the darkness as if closing off paths to unknown depths. It was obvious that there was some kind of ancient temple here. Its moss and lichen-covered walls bore traces of long-forgotten religious practices. Ruined altars, fragments of stone sculptures and strange frescoes partially erased by time, caused Muan to feel a strange sense of awe and anxiety at the same time. Behind the bars, figures of people moved like in a nightmare. They were mad, their eyes empty and their movements chaotic and meaningless. They weren't just prisoners. They were people whose souls had been broken beyond repair. Muan was silent, but his mind was scrambling for an explanation. At that moment, Gum Danyup's words came to him as a response to his thoughts. He felt a chill in his chest. These people were obviously victims of the same horrors that Gum Danyup had done. They've been taken and stripped of their minds as he once thought he was, drained of every last drop of mental strength. And Yunmu-san, who was standing nearby, looked at Muan with an expression of heavy disappointment. And he thought these acts were really atrocities. And he didn't know then what Gum Danyup had done to them, and wondered inwardly to whom and for what purpose. Among the mad figures that rushed behind the bars, Muan hardly noticed one that stood out from the rest. It was Huang. His face was distorted with anguish, and his eyes seemed to be obscured by a shadow of despair. Huang fought with what surrounded him, trying to keep from giving in. He used 3 fundamental techniques taught to him: concentration on breathing and inner strength. But for all his resilience, his limit was near. At that moment, when his mind was almost on the verge of total collapse, he suddenly heard a voice. He thought it was a hallucination and saw Jin Kwang Ho, but then he saw Muan, and Huang couldn't believe it was true. Muan noticed his weakness and rushed to him, hugging him tightly. In fact, Huang, despite his joy at seeing Muan, could not hide the deep pain and horror that lived in his heart. He wanted to believe that everything would be all right, that rescue had come in time, but inside him a ripening fear wouldn't let go. The longer he was in the dungeon, the clearer it became that his sanity was still threatened. He didn't even know how long they had been in this darkness, how many days or nights had passed. All he could remember was that they were heading toward Unnam Province. The farther they went, however, the more they went. Events were becoming ominous. They were taken over by unknown people. Quickly and mercilessly they were captured. The pain that soon engulfed Huang was not just physical. It was poison. He felt his body weakening and his mind darkening. It was exactly what was destroying their minds, cutting off their connection to reality. And now, standing in front of Muan, he could barely remember how it happened. All he knew was that these prisoners who were in the dungeon were like him who had survived this terrible ordeal. Their minds were completely destroyed and their bodies became mere shells. In another room were those who had not yet been transformed into the insane. These people were still on the edge. Their minds weren't completely broken, but they weren't able to resist either. And Huang knew that his body was already at risk. The poison was slowly but surely seeping into his bloodstream, destroying his mind. But Huang couldn't afford to give up, because he applied the 3 fundamental techniques. He was able to block the blood flow. It was hard and painful, but it was the only way he could stop the poison from spreading. It was his only chance not to lose his mind and become what he saw in the other cells. The techniques he used were Taoist foundational practices. It allowed him to slow down the process, at least temporarily, although it cost a lot of effort. But despite his best efforts, Huang felt that he was on the verge of losing himself, on the verge of disappearing into the darkness. And at this moment, when his hopes were almost lost, Muan suddenly appeared and saved him, even though he never expected to see him again. He swallowed the pill without hesitation and felt something change inside his body. Then he remembered Moon. He also saved him by cutting off his blood flow. But it was the only thing he could do, and it was in his hands. And Muan said how amazing Huang is because even in this position, he was able to take care of someone else. Moonjun then ran up to Huan and said hello to him. He hadn't expected to see the boy in this place. He also noticed and talked about how Moonjun had grown up since they hadn't seen each other. Then Mongjun noticed Moon and shouted it to Unmusan. He turned around and then, realizing what was going on, decided that he's going to send in some fighters to help him out. He also ordered the bodyguards and merchants to be divided into uniforms. Then you had to line them up and run them outward. And Yunmu-san was already rubbing his hands together, thinking that the reward was in their pockets, and that the mission was almost over. And Muan asked Huang how he was feeling and if he could move. and he said that the medicine Muan had given him had helped, and he was feeling better. And Muan was sure that thanks to Tang Ki-moon, they could cure everyone of this terrible disease. He trusted in his knowledge and experience, hoping that this was the man who could find a solution. At that moment, Mongjun held out the sword he and Muan had bought at the black market to Huang. This sword was just right for Mr. Huang. After all, with his knowledge of the basic 3 techniques, then Muan will work on it and make it better for Huang. And Mongjun was also very fond of Mr. Huang. After all, he was not a stranger to him either. Chunying then approached him and told him to step aside to discuss something. And Chunying took Muan to an old chest. Cautiously, he opened the lid, and the acrid, stinking odor immediately entered their nostrils. Muan turned away with a wince, but Chun-in remained motionless as he studied the contents. Inside was some kind of black substance spreading around the edges. But Chunying wasn't completely sure his suspicions about this substance were clear. It was the source of that poison that turned people into lunatics. He carefully took out a small piece and wrapped it in a cloth. "You should have taken this to Dark Moon. She'll figure out what to do with it." Both men picked up the chest and headed for the cave exit. But as soon as they crossed the exit, they were blocked by the people of the Central Sky Alliance. There was a mixture of respect and tension in their eyes, and they were trying to figure out who he was. Muan also noticed Mr. Tang and Mi Ryu wondering what they were doing there. Then one of the Alliance introduced himself, saying his name was Chok Mu, and asked who Muan was. Then Muan introduced himself as Jin, and he said he was happy to see the rising star of the mainland, said they were grateful for his help in solving the problem. However, they will now deal with the situation themselves. They also said that they were grateful to the Iron Squad for their help and their authority is known to all. But he also said that their forces will not be enough and more people are needed to solve this problem, and told them all to leave and go home. And the rest, they would work out the nuances themselves. The Iron Squad was unhappy with what the Alliance had done, and they knew that now they wanted to take all the credit. The work that Muan and the Iron Squad had done. Then suddenly Muan asked if they knew how to cure those people, and Chok Mu replied that they had gotten there a long time ago and were studying methods of solving the problem. But Tang Ki-moon, standing in the crowd, was unhappy that they took credit for him here too. And Chok Mu assured them they were close to creating an antidote and asked them all to put their trust in the Alliance. The substance they found is under their control. They cannot allow it to fall into the hands of others, and told them to leave them for them to study and analyze. And Muan looked at it all with a disgruntled look, realizing what was going on. And Tang Ki-moon stood there angrily watching all of Chok Mu's antics. Everyone realized that they were just trying to take credit for their accomplishments. Tang Ki-moon waved his hand to show Muan that he doesn't care anymore and let them do whatever they want. When the tension between Muan and the representatives of the Central Celestial Alliance, Muan, who was standing a little to the side, suddenly intervened in the conversation. Said there's one person whose priority is Moon, and that they should take him away. At that moment, Chok Mu said it was impossible. The situation became even more tense, and it seemed that the conversation would come to a dead end when Tang Ki-moon, who had been silent until then, intervened. Stepped forward with determination. His gaze was full of confidence, and he said he would take care of him himself. After all he's done for the Central Sky Alliance, they can't deny him one. Small request, he stated with a confident tone. He would take responsibility for his fate, and will take care of Moon himself and guarantee to get him in the right condition. And Chok Mu was silent for a few seconds, assessing the situation. His eyes flashed with doubt, but Tang Ki-moon was persistent and still got his way. Also saying goodbye to Muan, Chok Mu told him that they would meet soon, but at the interrogation. And in the meantime, they'll turn a blind eye to all the things they think he did that were unacceptable. When everyone involved in the conflict with the Central Celestial Alliance dispersed, Chok Mu remained tense, unable to hide his frustration and anger. He stood there clenching his fists and shouting at his subordinates. Immediately began the work of removing the prisoners from the cave. His voice was full of rage and impatience. He paced nervously back and forth as if unable to stop. Every step he took reflected his inner restlessness. But Muan was one step ahead of them again. This was something that Chok Mu couldn't endure. but he was glad that he was able to take control of the results. But he wanted to know all about Muan. Former Thousand Sound's young Jong-hak tensely awaited the return of his disciple Dam Yup. He knew he had to come back, and his heart pounded in anticipation that they could finally meet. But as time went on, Dam Yup didn't show up. Jong-hak began to look around anxiously, as if hoping to see his silhouette on the horizon. But instead of his old comrade appearing against the darkening sky, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared. A man carrying Dam Yopa on his shoulders. It was the spear of the Black Wings. When young Jong-hak saw his student in such a state, his heart sank. All hopes and expectations that Dam Yup would come back alive collapsed. So he asked who did this to him. He was told by Black Wing's spear that it was the heir of the Northern clan. His eyes filled with tears of bitterness as he looked at Dam Yup and hugged him. And he requested a grand meeting about what happened, and he wanted the Great Four of Silent Night to attend as well. The Blue Flower clan was hired to defeat the apprentice of the Lady of Silent Night, but their efforts were in vain. Hasiol's power and skill was far beyond their expectations. Each blow was hard, but they couldn't defeat her. The clan members fell one by one, and the survivors fell one by one. In panic and desperation, began to retreat en masse in an attempt to escape the encirclement. One of them, almost exhausted, kept running away, hoping for a miracle. His heart was racing and his legs were no longer obeying him. He turned around to see if anyone was following him. But this time there was no escape. She appeared hostile, no one could defeat her, and lay down without strength. But the one that tried to escape, he wasn't about to let him go, and she quickly caught up with him, even though he was running for his life. When she caught up with him, he froze in place as her eyes met his. He realized with horror that there was no escape. He fell to his knees. His body shook with fear. He was ready to beg, and he begged for mercy, said he was just trying to make a living and feed his kids, even if it was in a nefarious way. But her gaze remained cold and determined. Hasiol looked at him. With no sympathy because they attacked her. She was used to such cruelty. She knew that people like that didn't deserve forgiveness, and wouldn't let him go. She took a step forward, and his life was cut off like a cut flower. She got tired of listening to him and thought it was time to call it a day. When things quieted down, her mind wasn't occupied with worrying about what had just happened. She was used to such confrontations. Saren, the man who was directing her actions, was the figure behind it. And Haseol, who is used to rigorous training, told him that he finds people too weak for her training. But he thought she was so strong that no one could defeat her. Then he said her mentor wanted to see her. When Hasiol returned, her mentor was waiting for her. She stood as calm and unperturbed as ever. The mentor's gaze was directed into the distance, but when she heard Hasiol's footsteps, she turned around and met her eyes. The mentor followed her movements carefully as always, watching her every move for every change in her mood. Then she told her that it was only a matter of time before Hasiol would definitely become the Lady of Silent Night. Hasiol's mentor, at some point when her thoughts went back to the past, remembered the day she found her. It was years ago on one of her hikes in the heart of a ruined settlement. The ruins of destroyed houses left a sense of hopelessness in the air. Everything around them was engulfed in chaos. But in the midst of all this destruction, she discovered something that may have changed her destiny. In that ruined place, young Jong-hak found two small children, a boy and a girl, hiding among the ruins. They were covered in dust, their eyes full of fear, but their spirit was not yet broken. They were eager to live. The master of the Thousand Sounds, standing near the destruction, made a decision. He looked at the boy and saw potential in him that could be developed. He chose him to become his apprentice, to teach him the skills he knew. The boy was Dam Yup, and his fate was already sealed. But the Lady of Silent Night standing nearby couldn't leave the girl either. Her eyes lit up with fire. She saw in the girl her successor who could continue her path and become a worthy successor to her teachings. Because life was fragile, and she needed to pass on her talent, her experience, her skill to someone who would carry on her work. The fates of the two children were now intertwined with those of these great masters. The girl became Hasiol, and she began her journey under the guidance of the Lady of Silent Night, who taught her an art that was not for the weak. At that moment, Hasiol didn't realize that her life would change and that she would become the one the world was waiting for. Life was unpredictable, But this moment was a turning point for them. Each of them was destined to become great. But everyone had to go through a test. And Sa Ren had to test Hasiol's strength, and if she could withstand it, she could become the apprentice of the Lord of Silent Night. And if not, she'd just die in the tests. And he also had to erase her memory of the day she was found. The Lady of Silent Night, who was standing in the moonlight, turned her gaze to Hasiol. The gaze was deep and penetrating, as if she could read her apprentice's mind. In the silence, broken only by the slight rustle of the wind, the Empress began the conversation. That's been brewing for a long time. So she asked Hasiol about the fact that she despises her mentor. But she always felt that her mentor wasn't cruel, that every step, every lesson was a challenge, for her own good. The mentor also admitted that she herself despised her mentor, because you can't do otherwise. In the course of training, they lose touch with themselves and their feelings and desires. And sometimes she starts to wonder if she's even human. But her mentor told her never to doubt herself, because losing her feelings doesn't mean she's not human, and asked her to never forget that she was the heir to Silent Night. The mentor, who was standing in the shadows, turned to Hasiol with a slight but noticeable expression of seriousness on her face. Her eyes reflected the shadow of the inevitable, as if her words were important not only to Hasiol, but to the clan itself. She paused and then said calmly, but with a kind of solemnity, that the great assembly would soon be underway. These meetings are rare and only held at the most important moments when everything is on the line. It's going to be a difficult time. Hasiol didn't say a word, but her eyes narrowed and she felt a sense of foreboding clench in her chest. The lady continued that this meeting will take at least 3 months. 3 months when Hasiol would be released from her regular duties and will be able to devote time to herself. After this meeting, she will become the Lord of Silent Night, and all personal desires and aspirations would fade into the background. As always, my mentor acted with precision and foresight. The gift she gave Hasiol was both a blessing and a burden. The 3 months of free time given to her were not meant to be a time for inactivity, but a time for inner preparation. But Hasiol, who's used to always being on the path of self-improvement, didn't know how to use these 3 months, how to find meaning in the rest she was given. She continued to refine her technique, always striving for greater perfection. She especially focused on her mastery of the ice crystal silver light technique. This style was unique. But with each passing day, with each effort, her consciousness became more and more detached from reality. The memories seemed to begin to dissolve, slipping from her mind like a fog. She had forgotten the events that had happened years ago. From time to time, a strange memory of Muan's image appeared in her mind, so she decided to visit the mainland. When Muan returned to the tavern, he looked up at the night sky. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its soft light on everything, and he stood there absorbed in his thoughts. A feeling of emptiness remained in his chest, and obscurity, but gradually it became part of his life. And Mrs. Yoon was finally reunited with her brother. Even though he was in such a state, his family was happy to find him. But Tangyi Moon dared to help them and find an antidote to this poison. Mr. Huang also deserved a lot of credit for helping Yunya Moon stop its spread. But Tangyi Moon was confused because he didn't have a sample of the poison to find an antidote quickly. And he thought it would take a long time if he couldn't find the source. And Muan, knowing Chung-In has a small part of that sample, looked at him, as if to imply that he should give it to him for study. But he didn't want to share it, because he wanted to take it. Dark Moon. But Muan was staring intently as if pressuring Chun-Ying. He said that they had formed an alliance. And he realizes that, but he's not going to share what he has. And suddenly, Muan took that poison sample from Chun-Ying and gave it to Tangyi Moon. He was overjoyed and said it was just what he needed. And now he'll have a lot less time to find the antidote. And Miryu also looked at Muan with eyes full of gratitude and told him thank you for everything he had done. Huang emerged from the shadows. He looked a little better than he had when his body was still poisoned by the poison. And that informant from the Iron Squad was out of luck now, because Tangyi Moon was busy with Yunya Moon. Huang appeared and looked a little better than before when his body was still poisoned. But thanks to Tangyi Moon's pill, his condition was stabilized. The poison was not completely neutralized. but at least the effects of the poisoning had stopped progressing. Muan told him that he should rest more. But Huang didn't want to lie down, and especially after the dungeon, he wanted to get some fresh air. They stepped outside the tavern, and the cool night air touched their faces pleasantly. Huang's footsteps were cautious but sure, and soon, under the quiet rustle of footsteps, he broke the silence. He asked how Muan was able to continue his training, because when the entire Northern Celestial clan was destroyed, then all the scrolls were taken away. He answered quietly that he had memorized it all by heart, the moment he had to leave the clan when everything was destroyed. He stayed in the mountains. There, in silence and solitude, he began to remember every teaching, every technique, every lesson. He repeated them over and over again, even when he couldn't make sense of them. The mountains became a refuge. He was alone, but not lost. And Huang listened silently, a little surprised. He knew that Muan was strong, but he had never realized it. How far he's come to be the man he is now. Muan smiled slightly, but there was still a cold look of determination in his eyes. For he remembered all that his father had taught him, and all that was written on the walls and scrolls in his home of the Northern Sky Clan. During the 7 years in the mountains, Muan was absorbed in his training. Ever since he was left alone, deprived of everything. That had once been his home, he found solace only in the memories of the teachings he had learned in the Northern Celestial Clan. In the mountains far away from civilization, Muan was alone with himself. He did not allow himself to relax or forget. Studied every aspect of martial arts, honing every move and posture to perfection. It was hard for him at first. His body was weak after much suffering, but over time he regained his strength and stamina, continuing to improve his skills. And Muan knew that he not only needed to regain his physical fitness, but also to learn control, your emotions, to master your inner strength. This was what distinguished the true masters from those who merely followed others. In time, Muan began to realize that the 7 years he had spent alone were not just a period of recovery, but real learning. He not only reproduced the knowledge and techniques, but also understood their meaning more deeply, became not just a martial artist, but an inner philosopher ready to accept his role in the world. Mr. Huang noticed the robber attacking a local man clutching a bag in his hands and immediately decided to intervene. He ran up to the perpetrator, trying to stop him with no intention of getting into a fight. Huang wasn't a martial artist and didn't know how to act in such situations, but intuitively felt he couldn't just stand by. The robber became aggressive and went on the attack without warning. He swung his weapon, preparing to strike. Huang, realizing his helplessness, only tried to stop him, hesitant to use violence. But at that moment, something completely unexpected happened. When Huang tried to protect the victim and get in the way of the robber, his body seemed to be filled with power that he couldn't explain. Suddenly, he felt his strength increasing. And without any combat training, he threw the robber with such incredible force that he flew aside. The dazed robber struggled to his feet, shocked by what had happened. Wanted his friends to help him defeat Huang, but they couldn't do anything to him. Muan also opened his eyes wide in surprise because he knew that Huang was not a martial artist, and Huang stood there in amazement. He didn't understand how he had managed to defeat the aggressor so easily, and they realized they couldn't handle him and started running away. But Huang stood at a complete loss to understand where he got his strength from. He wasn't a martial artist. His mind was swarming with questions, but no answer came. He felt his body become much stronger than before. At that moment, Muan came up to him. He said softly, seeing Huang's confusion, that it was probably the effect of the pill that he accepted. It increased his chi and released his hidden power. His body was now more receptive to training and martial arts. Huang nodded in surprise. He felt that something had changed, that his body was reacting differently now. Chunying sat in the tree, thinking how lucky Huan was to have someone like him around. Then Muan said that if Huang keeps practicing, he can become a master. Muan's words resounded, sincere and confident, and it gave him hope. In the Central Celestial Alliance, Shimwan Li was looking forward to the guests who were due to arrive shortly. While he waited, his thoughts returned to a few questions that had been bothering him for a long time. The Central Celestial Alliance had recently been under pressure from various directions. arrived Heron, the Lady of the Western Gate, known for her determination and strength. The outside world was not easy for her. It was her element in which she played an important role. Shim Wan Lee was overjoyed when he met her. It was a chance for him to strengthen his position and gain the support of powerful allies. And then he asked Seo Jong why he hadn't arrived, and she replied that meanwhile, in the shadows of events, Seo Jong continued his seclusion. He was completely reclusive, absorbed only in his inner development. After the shame he'd suffered, he couldn't afford to return to the world as he was. As one of the main representatives of the Azure Dragon Association, he couldn't just forget his failure. His quest for perfection was irresistible. He set himself the goal of mastering the ultimate technique that will make him the strongest so that his return becomes a legend and not just a relic of the past. But Shim Wan Lee was in a dire state after tragic events that shook him on a deep personal level. The loss of Sua's sister to the Northern Heavenly Clan was a blow he couldn't recover from. Every memory of her smile, her words, and support only made the pain worse. But the biggest shock he experienced was from his father, Shim Mua's reaction. When Shim Wan Lee returned home, he faced his father's fury, who, when he saw him, he would glare at him. Shim Muan was a man for whom family honor and strength came first. Sua's loss of his daughter and the shame he felt Shim Wan Lee had brought on him were unforgivable. And Shim Wan Lee stood there shocked and depressed. Those words, sharp and cruel, stayed in his heart like nails. His father, whom he had always regarded as a model of strength and courage, now accused him of the worst possible weakness, for failing to protect his family. After that, he repeatedly tried to harm himself, and the servants always kept an eye on him, to make sure nothing bad happened. But it was the thought of revenge that helped him get back on his feet. And he was just what Heron needed in her plans. He was the heir to a powerful and influential family, and also was a core member of the Azure Dragon Association, and she wanted to take advantage of that. Lady Heron was now standing in front of Shim Wan Lee, and her words left no room for doubt. And Shim Wan Lee listened attentively, realizing that the situation was getting more and more complicated, because Silent Night had awakened, and now she had offered him membership in the capture team. The role he'd been offered was more important than he'd ever imagined, for chaos was about to break out, and many will die in this fight. She also remembered some unknown Northern Blade, who was able to deal with those events in Jade City. Shim Wan Lee listened to her words, but his mind was occupied with other information. He realized that her intentions were more than just fighting with Silent Night. There was a hidden subtext in her words. She was offering him not just a role in the fight, but a position of leadership that will bring not only respect, but also power. Listening to her, Shim Wan Lee couldn't help but remember the words about the North Blade. Those words immediately caught his attention. He couldn't believe it. Jin Muan Northern Blade. And he realized that he had survived. And even though everyone thought he was dead in his heart, Shim Wan Lee was never sure. If Muan survived, it would mean the situation was more complicated than he thought. He wanted revenge on him, because he believed that Muan was responsible for everything that happened back then. Also, Heron wanted to win over the warriors in addition to the warriors. Another person. It was the scholar of the three minds, Ha Jin Wol. It was the only mind whose mind was comparable to hers. She met him 5 years ago at Seokdae's birthday party. She was surprised by his intelligence. He was a farmer's son, but he was able to educate himself to their level of knowledge. Then they had an exchange with Heron about the astrology of battle tactics, and they had a debate. Their views on philosophy and personalities were at odds. However, she was sure that he was a genius, and Heron then felt threatened by her intuition that if she left Ha Jin alone, he would one day surpass her and take her position. So she decided to test him using her family's power. To make him doubt himself, she used the full power of her Westgate family and 10,000 tactics of the 9 points of combat, one that has been cultivated for over 100 years, and he never lost a battle of wits. Geniuses like him she thought were too arrogant, because they're all praised and called the best. And it was hard for him to realize his defeat, and he lost his mind. But Heron was sure he had recovered. She wanted him to serve her instead of helping Jin Muan. At that time, Muan and Mr. Huang were returning to the tavern. immersed in his own thoughts, and his gaze happened to fall on a figure standing by the water. It was Hajin, the scholar of three minds. Muan slowed down his step while looking at Hajin, obviously doing something, but it looked pretty unusual. He wasn't just standing by the water, he was fiddling with it, as if he was trying to change its course. Muan was surprised by this man's unusual behavior, and Changpa-san entered the Blue Flower Tavern without any invitation, as if he knew he would not be welcome here. Walking through the tavern owner shouting his importance, he headed straight to Seo Mu-san's room. As he came closer, Seo Mu-san turned around and his gaze met the eyes of his old enemy. It was a moment they both seemed to have waited for a long time, but in which neither of them felt relieved. And Seo Mu-san felt his heart sink for a moment. Scenes from the distant past came to his mind, when he and Changpa-san were together in the Northern Heavenly Clan. Back then, instead of standing up for his comrades, Changpa-san betrayed them to save his own life by abandoning his allies to their fate. Seo Mu-san couldn't forget that moment when he saw it, as Changpa-san covered in mud and then hid from the monster, preferring his life to someone else's. And Changpa-san was surprised that Seo Mu-san had reached such heights in the service, and Seo Mu-san wasn't surprised that he was now, became the servant and informer of False Heaven and the Westgate family. But Changpa-san didn't like that he called him that, and said that Seo Mu-san had become too arrogant and condescending. He seems to have forgotten his place. And Seo Mu-san said it was probably Changpa-san's masters who explained to him who he was, and what power he has now, but Changpa-san was not ready to recognize his power and strength. When Seo Mu-san called him a servant of those people in those clans, he got angry and wanted to attack Seo Mu-san. He was confident in his strength. His sword was the point that would cut through anything that stood in its way. The contempt he felt for Seo Mu-san gave him extra strength. He thought he was once beneath him, and now he's being arrogant. But he didn't want to see what he'd done as a coward. At the most difficult moment, he was blind and too stupid to realize that he made the wrong choices and actions back then. Deciding that this time he would not hesitate, he continued his attack. But as soon as his gaze fell on the people standing next to him, confidence suddenly began to waver. Seo Mu-san's guard, restrained and ready to fight, immediately noticed his actions. Instantly, two of them stepped forward, their eyes full of alertness and willingness to protect their master. Changpa-san froze. His sword hand froze in midair. Fear flashed in his eyes, though he tried to hide it. This was no ordinary situation, and he knew that fighting with such guards could cost him dearly. He wasn't prepared for that, but Seo Mu-san, observing Changpa-san's changed behavior, only grinned. He realized that he didn't. He expected to face this reaction, and now he felt insecure, and he told him to get out before he lost his life. Changpa-san bowed in turn. It was unexpected for Seo Mu-san, the man who had just tried. To attack him now bowed as if recognizing his own impotence. Then he said that Mrs. Hiran wished to see him. There was something important in his words that made Seo Mu-san wary, and he realized that it was because of Muan and that they were afraid of him. When Muan saw Hajin, he was surprised that he was still here, because Hajin seemed to be one of those people who often changed locations without staying long in one place. But here he was in this small but important corner of the world, where chaos was about to break out. But now that he saw Muan, he expressed his respect for him and said he didn't expect him to be able to handle Silent Night and of the Broken Fist clan, and talked about how his nickname is now Northern Blade, and Muan didn't know he was called that. And Hajin explained that not everyone who has a rumor knows that rumors exist. Soon after they both sat in the boat opposite each other, Hajin turned around again and with a sly smile on his face suggested to have a glass of liquor for them. Muan raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise as he looked at Hajin. He remembered the last time they'd met, sitting at the table quietly and measuredly sipping tea. But now, after all that had been said, the suggestion of a drink of liquor seemed like a sign of some change of mood, and Hajin said it's better to drink liquor on the boat. Then Muan asked about the tactics he used. It was an illusion to gather all the fish in one place as if they were caught in a net. It was very impressive, and Hajin said it was very easy, and moreover, he was just dabbling now. Ha Jin, who was watching Muan closely, frowned as he thought for a moment and then remained silent. The atmosphere around them suddenly became tense. Ha Jin always knew how to sense when someone was hiding something important, and he clearly felt it now, and asked if Muan was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. But Muan seemed a little wary and just remained silent. His eyes were nonchalant, but you could see it in them, the very depths that he had always had and in which 1,000 unexpressed thoughts were hidden. He wasn't going to answer directly as he always did. Ha Jin saw his silence and grinned without insisting and said, "What Muan will do now. Whether he's going to avenge his father's death against the Central Sky Alliance. And he said he lives by his heart. If his heart tells him to take revenge, he will do so. But if it points him to another way, he'll follow it. He is not a slave to his emotions and does not give in to provocation." And Ha Jin listened attentively. His interest in Muan only grew stronger. Deeply absorbing Muan's words, Ha Jin sat up. His gaze became more and more attentive as if he tried to unravel the hidden meaning in those words to understand who was really standing in front of him. Muan wasn't just talking about. That follows the call of the heart. His words were full of deep realization, not childish dreams, but a mature and balanced understanding of his role in the world. Ha Jin realizes that Muan is not just an idealistic man, driven by a superficial philosophy often found in those who can't control their desires. No, this man was much more complex, and the way he spoke made it clear that his idealism was not a simple dream of justice or revenge, but something deeper and more polished by time. He was not a blind follower of some abstract idea. He lived and acted with a clear understanding that every action he took had consequences. His idealism was imbued with reality, is imbued with the fact that he, unlike most, understood the value of his actions. His gaze was fixed on one point, but his thoughts were far away. He thought about Muan's words as he spoke, as he lived and realized that before him stood a man who defied conventional standards. Muan wasn't just strong, not just smart. He was a man whose decisions and actions could change the course of history, whether in his name or not. For a greater purpose or for destruction. There was something mysterious about him that attracted him, that made him think. And Ha Jin felt his own heart respond to those words of Muan. It wasn't just because he was stronger or wiser. Muan moved not just by willpower, but by the power of his heart. He didn't seek to follow other people's ways or live by other people's rules. He sought his own way, the way that led to harmony, and if necessary, destruction if necessary. Ha Jin realized that maybe this was the life he wanted. He no longer wanted to be just another man pursuing his own interests and goals. He wanted something more, wanted to find his way, and maybe by following Muan he realized something important that he knew. And Ha Jin finally told him that he wanted to be his soldier and follow him. A fire of determination lit up in his eyes. He was willing to walk this path despite all the unknowns. This was not just a new chapter in his life. It was the beginning of a great journey. The location of the faction that destroyed the Northern Sky Clan, the place where the great martial artists of the 9 heavens reside. This central celestial alliance is the center of the Murim world, and the place where many martial artists want to go. A lot had changed recently. Muan felt each step in this new life bringing him closer to the inevitable. His nickname was no longer just a name, it became a symbol. The nickname Northern Blade was loud, and many people had already heard of it. He knew there was no hiding, no hiding. All roads now led to him, and all eyes would be on him. Realized he had to reveal himself to the world and do it his way. He would decide when and how. It was his choice, and he wasn't going to be a passive participant in his own fate. Huang noticed the thoughtfulness on Muan's face. He approached him and asked about it without hiding his concern. Muan silently looked around the horizon as if trying to find words, and replied that Ha Jin, a scholar of 3 minds, wanted to go with him. Huang squinted his eyes listening, but still, Huang thought about whether he could be trusted. Muan turned to his comrade and looked him in the eye, and said he didn't see any malice in him. even though Ha-jin is a strange and peculiar person. Huang then asked why he wasn't with them right now. But Muan explained that he had to get ready for the road. And when they leave this area, he'll join them. Like he said, he's got a lot of things that I had to pack up and say goodbye to some acquaintances before I left. And Huang was wondering how Ha-jin would find out about their departure. And yet he continued to doubt him. But Muan said he's always been so weird, and it's his nature. When Muan and Huang entered the tavern, they were greeted by the warm atmosphere that characterized the place. Moon was sitting there. His face showed gratitude and respect, and he told Muan he was waiting there to thank him personally. And Mu-sang confirmed that Moon was waiting for him and wanted to thank him. Moon was also there, and he cured Moon of the poison. And now he should have. To take the medicine Moon gave him for 3 months to make a full recovery. And Moon also wanted to reward Moon for his help. Moon soon called Huang to him. He knew that this could be a crucial moment for his health. Moon's effective medicine could give him his strength back if only he agreed to be treated. Huang was truly honored. He knew that Moon didn't accept everyone, much less treat everyone. Ryu then approached Muan, deciding to explain to him the important details that could shed light on the current situation. She spoke calmly but confidently, like someone who had long ago analyzed what was going on. She explained that in the Broken Fist clan, they had the opportunity to observe the patient and analyze the effects of the poison. And after Muan gave them the sample, it was easy to find an antidote. Her uncle also used the Tang family acupuncture technique, which is performed by 2 people. You have to insert 36 needles into the human body, and the depths of the needles have to be different. Then all the poison would be drawn out of the patient's body. Only then would all the sick be able to recover. And Muan said that he knew that the Central Heaven Alliance Investigation Bureau had arrived over 2 months ago and began her investigation. But the Tan family was only used as bait, but he was also impressed that they were able to find the antidote in just 2 days. But Ryu didn't think that of herself. She thought she was unimpressive and said she could never be like her uncle. She was born so that her body rejected all poisons, and she couldn't take that gift and learn those techniques. But she was embarrassed that Muan was saying that she was still brave because she was able to save her uncle, and now because of her, he was able to help others. Moon approached Muan again, his gaze full of gratitude and his voice sounding with obvious excitement. He wanted to thank Muan with gifts. This was all he would offer as a token of appreciation, and Muan shook his head demurely, his face remaining calm and determined. And he said that he hadn't done anything special, because he was already looking for Mr. Huang, and he wanted the Iron Squad to thank him instead, and the bodyguards because they deserve recognition too. But Moon said that he had already thanked everyone, and he also wanted to thank Jun for risking his life so young to help them, and Mr. Huang too, because if it wasn't for him, he might have died from that poison. And now they were all going to be on the road in 3 days, and they wanted to get home as quickly as possible. The rumor that Moon was ahead of them again quickly reached Chok-mu. He could hardly contain his rage when he found out that the master he had underestimated had once again found the antidote first. Chok-mu felt his inner fire flaring up with renewed vigor. He thought he could always act faster, more decisive, stronger, but they were always 1 step ahead, and this moment seemed to be a blow to the very heart of Chok-mu's ambition. He couldn't accept the fact that he's back in the catching-up position. The assistant also told him that Jo Jungwoo had disappeared. Even though the Broken Fist clan sealed their gates, no one knew where he was. Haedong was supposed to handle the case, and he was even able to take his son as a hostage. But no matter what, Jo Jungwoo disappeared from their sight, and no one could find him. The Trade Association and the Iron Squad were just leaving the tavern preparing for their onward journey. The wagons had already been prepared. People were quickly taking their places, putting away the last of their belongings. The noise of the morning dawn combined with voices. The horses and the clatter of the wheels created the atmosphere of the beginning of a long journey. There was a smell of freshness in the air and on the horizon. The sun was slowly rising, coloring the earth with golden hues. But before everyone finally got into the wagons, A man who was clearly not among their companions appeared on the road. It was Ha Jin. He swiftly rode up on his wagon and said that he had finally arrived at MU1, and Ha Jin looked determined with curiosity in his eyes. He was determined to join their journey. Meanwhile, Tangi Moon was standing nearby watching, and Muan was surprised at Ha Jin's behavior even though he knew he was weird. And there was something in his manner that interested Tangi Moon himself. His conversation with Tangi Moon was quick and precise, as if they were both looking for some common ground. Their discussions, even without directly touching on cases, were filled with deep meaning, as if they were communicating on another, at a level only those who understand what's going on can understand. Mu Huang looked at them thinking it was the first time he had ever seen them. Someone with so much knowledge. Muan couldn't wait to hear him talk. Mr. Huang, noticing Muan's interested look, said quietly that there was a place not far from here where he had found the stone, from which his sword was forged. Muan looked at Huang in surprise. And Muan agreed to go because he's been planning to go for a long time. They told the group they'd join later. Mongjun will be leaving markers along the way, and they would return to them later. The group, already accustomed to such decisions, nodded and continued their preparations. But Yun Musang was worried about it because Muan was the strongest. He was worried that something bad would happen in his absence. Muan and Huang moved in that direction without wasting time. Their steps were quick and confident, and Muan could feel the impatience growing inside him. He knew that this road would lead him to something important. After a while, they came to a small area where there was a lot of debris. It was a village that was once destroyed and left in ruin, and Muan approached him and felt cold, but also something more, a deep connection that made him freeze. At this time, Moonjun followed the group, leaving footprints on the path as carefully and without hesitation as always. But at some point, Mongjun noticed that the group had stopped. He paused, looking around and froze in place trying to figure out what had happened. Anticipation hung in the air and his intuition told him that something had changed. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled through his mind when his gaze caught on a figure standing right in front of the group. It was Cho Wung, a man with a tough character and reputation. Was known for his determination and his willingness to do anything to achieve his goal. And now, here he is. Stood in front of them, blocking the way. Mongjun felt his heart beat faster. There was silence all around. Cho Wung, standing in full battle attire, watched them carefully. His cold eyes showed no emotion. Muan stood looking at the wreckage of the village and felt a strange uncertainty. He couldn't understand what exactly had happened here. An ordinary village, unremarkable, no threat to anyone, and suddenly it's burned to the ground, destroying every last one of them. It was a mystery to him. Huang, who was standing next to him, said he was too, but all he knows is that this is the work of the Broken Fist clan. And even though this village was never in anyone's way, it was destroyed. It was also known that this village worshipped this stone that fell from the sky. Since it was an unusual stone, Huang took it with him and brought it to MU1 then. Then at the entrance to the cave, Huang showed me the exact spot where he found the stone. The cave looked old and there was debris everywhere. However, as soon as they entered, their gazes went straight ahead. And we came upon something unsettling. The air inside was dark and damp, heavy and humid. The stone walls, once strong and sturdy, now lay in piles of rubble as if someone had passed through them with unprecedented force. Even the ceiling collapsed in places and cracks on both sides of the cave. Talked about powerful blows or strong vibrations, whatever it was. And Muan noticed that his sword had become stronger, and the crying of the sword became stronger, in the exact cave they were exploring. Muan and Huang moved forward cautiously, glancing around the ruined space. Absorbed in thought, they looked around every corner, trying to find any clue as to what happened here. Muan scrutinized the stone debris. There was a hole in one part of the cave, and there was a cluster of debris. Suddenly, Huang stopped and turned to Muan, his face darkened with anxiety. Muan nodded, and without another word, they continued toward the ruins. Unmusan stood a little to the side and watched in astonishment. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Before them stood Cho Jungwoo, the head of the clan. His appearance here was a surprise to everyone. Questions swarmed in Musan's mind, but he realized that now was not the time to think. His task was clear: to accomplish the mission and not get involved in unnecessary conflicts. Cho Jong-woo stood right in front of them with a cold gaze. Without expressing the slightest doubt of his intentions, his presence was as heavy as fog, which made it hard to breathe. Yun Musang couldn't help but notice that Cho Jong-woo was clearly negative. Even after Yun Musang explained to him that Muan wasn't there, he still wasn't going to leave. His eyes sparkled with anger and his every gesture was full of aggression. He was angry that Muan was the only one who could stop his atrocities in Jade City, and he didn't get away with it. He was looking for a target, one that could be destroyed or subjugated. Listening to what Cho Jong-woo was saying, Yong Musan felt an unpleasant feeling appear in his chest. They weren't the ones Cho Jong-woo was looking for, but once he found out that the Northern Blade wasn't among them, his gaze became much more sinister. He wanted to take his anger out on someone, and even if it wasn't Muan, he wanted it to be them. Cho Jong-woo was ready to pay back anyone who couldn't give him what he was looking for. But Yun Musan wasn't ready for an open confrontation. He realized that a conflict with such a person, how Cho Jong-woo could cost them their lives. Now his goal was to destroy the entire group, because after that he wanted Muan to come to him with his own feet when he found out. When Muan and Huang entered the cave, their gazes immediately fell on the horrifying scene that unfolded before them. There were lifeless bodies, most of them women, which was immediately obvious. Stepping on the cold stone, they carefully skirted around them, avoiding hitting old footprints. And Muan froze for a moment, sensing the strange atmosphere that hung in the air. These women were used in ritual to increase the strength and energy of Qi. But this has been forbidden in Marima for a long time. But the Broken Fist clan ignored this ban and did this cruel act to them, because the ritual was banned years ago because of its terrible cruelty and danger. The lives of those involved in the ritual are destroyed. Their Qi is absorbed into the sacrifice, and only when all is accomplished, one can achieve incredible power. But whoever decides to take this path loses his humanity. And Cho Jong-woo stood in front of the group, his cold gaze never leaving them. His face contorted into a wry grin, and he seemed to be savoring every moment of this moment. Yet despite his determination to avoid violence, Musan felt the tension rising. He knew that for Cho Jong-woo it wasn't just a conversation. This man was ready to act and his intentions were clear. He wasn't going to let them go so easily. Yun Musang took a step forward, trying to keep calm, but his attempt to resolve the situation was futile. However, Cho Jong-woo only laughed. He turned to his men behind him and ordered with a single gesture. Cho Cho-wung raised his hand, and his underlings began to emerge from the shadows. Without further ado, they drew their weapons and were soon airborne. There was a distinctive clang of metal. He ordered everyone to be destroyed and no one to be spared. Now Yun Musan stood there, his face expressing rage and frustration. He knew that all attempts to avoid conflict had failed. He had no choice but to order his squad to prepare for battle. The time for diplomacy had passed and only battle lay ahead. Anger overwhelmed him as he realized that not only was the situation out of control, but that they couldn't avoid this battle. He didn't want conflict, but now he was filled with anger. But Cho Jong-woo seemed to leave him no choice. This man should have been locked up instead of staying in his clan. But instead, Cho Jong-woo decided to rebel against the world by challenging everything he thought was wrong. Smugly standing before them could not be further from the ideal of a wise and just leader. He was completely consumed by his lust for power and ambition. He even wanted to go after the Central Celestial Alliance, and he saw himself as the savior of all of Murim. After all, he had once protected everyone from the Dark Knight, and believed that everyone should be grateful for everything he'd done. This man who was once famous, as a man of honor, has now chosen the dark side, defying all inhibitions and moral principles. He wasn't just a criminal, he was a traitor who chose to go against the world itself. This man would not return to the path of light. He was ready to destroy everything for the sake of his goal, for his own power. The dark force that Cho Jong-woo had released in his soul now possessed his mind. He was too far away from that ideal that he had once been proud of. His actions were no longer justified. This was not a wise man, but a man who decided to go through with the destruction, forgetting all those who suffered from his ambition. And Unmusang felt the pressure of realizing the inevitable. They couldn't just leave, they had to fight. Now Unmusang and his squad fought a desperate battle with Cho Jung-woo. There came a moment when the path of peace became a thing of the past. Battle was inevitable. This settlement that Cho Jung-woo destroyed was small. It was deep in the mountains. People called it the Cursed Mountains. But the people who lived there never spoke to outsiders. They valued nature. They called this place the Sacred Mountain. It gave them a roof over their heads. Many years later, a star fell from the sky and left a large crater. When the shamaness found this stone, she named it sacred, and the people began to worship it. For the safety of her people, she spent her days praising the stone. She was a respected shamaness. But then came Broken Fist. She didn't understand why they were killing all the men and leaving the women behind. Wanted to run up to Cho Jung-woo screaming at his dishonor and saying how dare he do such a thing. She also really asked them not to do this to their village, but they didn't care. They laughed and had fun. They were like madmen in their intense rage and cruelty. When she ran up to them, one of them wounded her and only mumbled that she had come on her own and they didn't have to catch her. The shaman slowly opened her eyes. The darkness that surrounded her seemed so thick it could be felt on her skin. She couldn't understand how it happened, but suddenly she realized it was a ritual, and Cho Jung-woo was calm. His face was devoid of any compassion, as if he had forgotten about all the victims that died in this place. He had a confident, almost frantic expression, and his eyes sparkled with determination and satisfaction. Then they ruined her, too, but she screamed that she would curse them and never forget it. Even in death, it would haunt them. He was not just a cruel ruler, he was now an almost soulless being, absorbed in his purpose. There was no fear or doubt in his eyes, only a cold distortion of the truth, was ready to destroy everything and everyone for his new order. Her curse words and pain became part of this world. In exchange for people's lives, he got power, and he was happy with it. Whatever it cost him, he got it. Muan stood with his arms wrapped around his head, his body as if scorched and his gaze empty and filled with pain. Bitter tears rolled down his cheeks. When he thought of Cho Jung-woo and how he ruined everything he held sacred, every move he made, every word he said, that once seemed sincere and fair was now just a lie. Muan couldn't believe that he was so low and cruel. He remembered his father, a man who had dedicated his life to the pursuit of justice and truth. He taught Muan to value honor, dignity, and always remain true to your convictions, despite all obstacles. But Cho Jung-woo not only betrayed his father, but also ruined an entire village of innocent people who suffered at his hands. Ambitious and dark schemes. Muan knew that he used people's lives as bargaining chips without thinking of the consequences of his actions. It was no longer just betrayal, it was a monstrous evil that left no room for excuses. And Muan could feel the flames of rage rising in his chest. Cho Jung-woo lost his human form and became an inhuman being consumed by his own lust for power. And Muan felt his desire for revenge growing in him. He couldn't forgive Cho Jung-woo for what he had destroyed, and he asked his sword Snowflower to wipe his tears and promised to exact revenge for her. General Gongji-sang stood there, his gaze full of determination and hard thinking. He made no secret of the fact that he understood. The battle with Cho Jung-woo is now inevitable, the lull of many years that couldn't last forever and now. After all these years, it spiraled into something far more dangerous and destructive. The general knew that peace talks with Cho Jung-woo were impossible. That man was no longer the man he used to be. His ambition and desire for power led him to do terrible things. Meanwhile, Ha-jin was focused as if searching for a solution that could give them the slightest advantage. He was deeply concerned that they might not have had time to prepare properly, and he was prepared for that, to seize every opportunity. He realized that there were 20 Broken Fist warriors against them, and in their group are 8 capable Iron Squad warriors and about 15 low-ranking bodyguards from the trade of the White Dragon Association. They were in an open area and were surrounded by trees. There was a slight wind and good weather. However, rain clouds started to appear. Clear skies with a chance of thunderstorms was perfect for him. He was up to something. He called Moonjun. who was always ready to accomplish any task, no matter how difficult. And Ha-Jin asked him to attach the sheets he'd give him to the places where he'd left the marks. And he told him that he believed in him and that Mong-jun would succeed, and that he shouldn't doubt himself either. But Mong-jun was surprised at how perceptive Ha-Jin was, and how he even knew his name. When he picked up the sheets, there was still a doubt in him that he could do it. But Ha-Jin told him again that if he believed he could do it, he would. And Moon-jun realized that he was expected to do a special task. He nodded and ran to all the points without wasting time, where he'd left his marks earlier. He knew that every move he made was important, and he could not make any mistakes. In his hands were sheets with important information for Muan. Meanwhile, Ha-Jin, watching Moon-jun carry out his mission, focused on the next step. He sent a mental message to Muan, who was on the other station. Ha-Jin was sure that Muan can hear him. Realizing that the entire operation depends on precision and coordination made Ha-Jin feel pressured, but at the same time, he felt confident in his abilities. He forwarded him a message saying that as soon as Ha-Jin, if he gave him the signal, he would go on the offensive. Moon-jun continued to move through the forest and forest paths, leaving sheets that would play an important role in the coming battle. He didn't think about the consequences of his attention, was focused solely on following orders. He knew that each mark brought them closer to the moment when everything would be decided. And the sooner Muan comes and sees the message, the sooner he'll come to their aid. And Ha-Jin's breathing was quiet, but a storm was raging inside him. The task was clear. They had to buy time, to wait for Muan's help. But time was running out. The Broken Fist warriors were just as Ha-Jin had predicted, were stronger by far. Their strength and courage were at the limit of human capabilities, and they were not going to give in without a fight. The only hope was to distract them, to give their forces time to prepare and attack. But Ha-Jin wouldn't be who he is without a few tricks. He concentrated his energy by closing his eyes and clenching his fists. After a few moments, the air around him began to change, becoming heavy and dense as if the world was shrinking into a single point. Ha-Jin used his powers to create an illusion. It had to be strong enough to fool the enemy into believing for a while that they were facing something far more terrifying than they could have imagined. Images began to unfold before his eyes, and the clouds in the sky began to thicken, and arrows began to rain down. The Broken Fist warriors, seeing this, first froze, their eyes widening in surprise. Many of them were experienced, and even they couldn't immediately recognize what was happening. The illusion, though it couldn't last long, was quite strong. To cause fear and confusion among the enemy, the next second, there was a noise on the battlefield, as if the sky was splitting. The warriors of Broken Fist began to panic. Some of them tried to cover themselves with their strong fists from the arrows. It wasn't so easy anymore. The illusion was so realistic that the warriors began to doubt their powers. The moment the enemy's attention was diverted, Ha-Jin ordered his own to attack using all their mobility and tactical flexibility. They used close combat maneuvers with cover to minimize casualties, but maximize the pressure on the Broken Fist. The illusion continued to work, but Ha-Jin knew that it won't last. Soon your enemies will begin to realize it's a hoax. Time was running out, and Ha-Jin desperately hoped that Muan would make it in time. Every second felt like an eternity, and Mong-jun ran to the last location to leave a leaf. In front of young Mu-san stood Cho Chong-woo, not just a martial artist, but a man whose strength has already become a legend in the world of Murima. However, at some point, it became clear to him that Eun Mu-sang was not so weak and could repel attacks. Every time Eun Mu-san parried another blow, he felt like he was on the verge of giving up. But as he pulled himself together, he regained his strength. There was flexibility in his movements, and his attacks were hitting their target more and more often. He realized that this fight may not have been a big deal to Cho Jung-woo, but he couldn't help but notice that his opponent was not so weak. Knew that with each blow, Cho Jong-woo's strength was becoming more and more tangible, and this battle was no longer a game to him. Felt his body weakening and his breathing becoming labored, but he kept fighting, becoming more confident with each punch. However, for Cho Jong-woo, it was still just a warm-up. He looked at his opponent with slight disdain, as if he judged him to be nothing more than an obstacle in his way. Cho Jungwoo was. A master at destroying entire armies. He was used to winning, used to being superior. He knew that Eun Sang was strong. But his strength was nothing compared to what Cho Jungwoo could show him. He raised his hand, and in his fist, all the energy he had stored in him for years was gathered. And he wanted Eun Sang to taste his fist. And Moonjun, quickly running from one mark to the next, felt his heart racing and the fear of the approaching. Of the battle embraces him more and more with each step. His task was simple: to leave marks in certain places, to help the troops. But this fear was inevitable. He knew that he had to act quickly, and that there was no time to think. Realized that his role was important, but still felt unprepared for the real battle. For a moment, everything around him went dark. And he turned, but it was too late. The enemy was already at his side. The broken fist warrior was tall and massive, with a heavy sword in his hands. His eyes burned with fury. There was no doubt in his gaze that he was sure of his victory. And Moonjun instinctively jumped back, but his knees trembled with fear. He had never fought such a strong opponent, and he began to doubt himself. But at the moment when his body was ready to give in to fear again, Mongjun remembered his teacher's words. And Muan always told him that a real fight is not only about strength, but also about self-confidence. He taught him that every blow, every step must be full of determination and control, and that the most important thing was to never give up. Concentrating all his strength, Mongjun gathered all his will in one movement. He curved his body and, sensing the intuitive direction of the enemy's attack, he blocked the blow. His muscles tensed, but he felt. As his training began to work, he avoided mistakes by taking precise, quick steps each time he felt his confidence growing. The enemy seemed surprised by this sudden turn. He had expected his powerful blow to lead to an immediate victory, but instead, his sword met with a solid and confident defense. Mongjun felt his own body. Referring to Muwan's lessons, he executes a perfect counterattack maneuver. He moved from a defensive position to an offensive one. Moonjun used the quick footwork that Muan had used. He'd been taught to knock his opponent down. He remembered how his teacher always told him to be calm. The broken fist warrior, who had lost his balance for a moment, tried to recover, but Moonjun had already attacked. Quickly and confidently, he aimed a punch at a vulnerable spot on the enemy's body using a technique that Muan had been practicing with him in his hardest training. The stunned and defeated warrior slipped and his sword fell, for Moonjun had stripped him of it. His arms. He tried to get up, but the force that Moonjun put into his last blow was enough to leave him motionless. Moonjun stood breathing heavily, his arms shaking with fatigue, but in his eyes was the fire of victory. He realized that he could defeat not only the enemy, but his own fear. But he was shocked that he'd ruined a man and seemed to regret it, about what he'd done. His eyes filled with tears and his hands shook. But at that moment, Chunying's dog came running, and Mongjun realized that this was no time for regrets, and he finished his task and ran to help the others. And Ha-jin was proud of the boy and said he knew he could do the job. Ha-jin sighed deeply, realizing that it was impossible to win in open combat if the enemy's strength was so superior to their own. And Ha-jin realized it was time to maneuver. He sent a message to Muan in his mind, that it's now time to retreat. Meanwhile, there was a noticeable change in the ranks of Broken Fist. The warriors, unaccustomed to the enemy retreating, stopped and began exchanging glances. They had a look of uncertainty in their eyes and didn't seem to understand what was going on. An opponent who was so determined and steadfast was now suddenly retreating. On the other hand, Ha-jin knew that if they continued to fight at this pace, the consequences would have been catastrophic for everyone. But the Broken Fist warriors suddenly realized that it was all just an illusion and wanted to continue the offensive. Now their task was simple: to use every opportunity to make it as fast as possible, to leave the battlefield. He made the right move, but it was a maneuver that required incredible care. They had to wait for the moment, when Vaughn finally comes to help them in this battle. But in the meantime, they could only retreat in hopes of Muan's arrival. And now Muan realized what Ha-jin wanted him to do and ordered it. For his men in the squad to follow what he said, because now they have a chance to take their enemies by surprise. When Muan and Huang were in the cave, everything seemed too quiet and peaceful, but that feeling couldn't hide the fact that they were in a cave, that something was wrong. Suddenly, they both noticed how their surroundings had changed. There was a strange feeling that someone was watching them. Muan stopped and his eyes became instantly alert. He knew he was feeling more than just intuition. Someone was really here, lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing their every move. They both started to move on, ready for any turn of events. Chunying remembered that it was the same ominous aura he had felt from the sword when he first saw Muan, and Muan abruptly stopped looking at him suspiciously. Chun-In looked a little awkward, as if he had been caught doing something illegal. Chunying lowered his head and was silent for a moment. He was clearly trying to justify himself, but no words came out of his mouth. His gaze was avoidant. He could not meet Muan's eyes. He quickly extended his hand and let the bird dancer sit down. A bird had just relayed important information. On the way where their people are, a battle has broken out. Broken Fist is attacking. It can, to be a decisive moment, and they need to act immediately. Muan turned sharply toward Huang. His expression changed. Everything he heard suggested that time was running out, and now his acquaintances were in real danger. Now Huang also realized that time was of the essence, and without a word, he got ready to move. They both started moving toward the cave exit. With each step accelerating his actions, Chunying saw that their plan had not been delayed and quickly decided to follow them. The sense of responsibility that had always accompanied Muan was now overwhelming. He could no longer allow it to hesitate or waste time. His enemies were attacking his allies, and he was obliged to answer them with the same determination. And Yunmu-san stood on the battlefield and was about to use the dragon sword technique. He felt the strength concentrating in his hands and raised his blade with determination. He struck the first blow in an attempt to suppress his opponent, but Cho Chong-woo was up to the challenge. A rush of air rose from his movements as if invisible winds were blocking the attack, and Yunmu-san was stunned. He didn't expect that his powerful technique could be stopped so easily. Again and again he struck again and again, each time more powerful, but each time the winds created by Cho Chong-woo absorbed them. It seemed that his opponent's strength was not merely physical, but that there was some inner harmony in his movements, which enhanced his actions. Cho Chong-woo was not like a simple fighter. He was a master. His aim wasn't sophisticated technique. He wasn't aiming for finesse or cunning. He simply used his brute strength, not caring what he looked like in battle. He was focused only on overwhelming the enemy with his indomitable power. But Yunmu-san felt doubts begin to sprout in his heart. He had always relied on his unique techniques. But right now, at this moment, those same techniques were powerless against Cho Jong-woo's resilience and strength. Felt his patience wearing thin. He knew that if he didn't use his most powerful technique, he would lose. Without hesitation, he switched to the chaos slash technique he had once created to destroy everything in his path. The sword seemed to ignite the darkness of darkness by itself, and a powerful stream of energy burst out from its blade, heading straight towards Cho Chong-woo. However, no matter how hard Unmu-san tried, Jo Jong-woo calmly raised his hand and created a wall of air that repelled the entire blow. Yunmu-san's thoughts were rushing around in his head. He could feel his confidence starting to crumble. Now that his attacks weren't working, his inner world was starting to crack. Cho Chong-woo noticed his doubts. He smirked, and a certain contemptuous grin appeared on his face. And he realized that he's getting old if he's taking so long with the enemy. Felt anger rising in his chest. He knew in his heart that his opponent was no great threat, but the fact that he kept standing in front of him despite his best efforts was unbearably annoying. His thoughts and doubts had faded into the background, and now his goal was to destroy Yunmu-san alone, so I don't have to waste any more time on his fruitless endeavors. And Ha-jin stood watching the fierce battle between the Broken Fist and Iron Squad warriors. Saw trees falling on the battlefield that could not stop the fighters. Every blow, every collision left no mark on them. Even the most brutal attacks did not lead to victory. They only exhausted the forces, but did not decide the outcome of the battle. A thought was brewing in his mind. Ha-jin knew that if he didn't do something extraordinary, the fight would never end. His gaze stopped on Tang Gi-moon, who was nearby, and he wanted him to help. He could create a special concoction that would collect the warriors' chi, disrupting their ability to concentrate power. It would be a decisive advantage to weaken their incredible abilities. But there was one thing the mixture, no matter how powerful, couldn't cover the entire battlefield. That's when Miryu came to his rescue. She stood beside him, noticing his concern, and a decision appeared in her eyes. She offered to help in her own strength. Spread the mixture to every corner of the battlefield so that every warrior would feel its effects. At that time, Moonjun finished his tagging task, and now he was ready to go back to where everyone was and help out there. And Miryu was doing the task with ease, and the entire field was covered by this invisible influence. But Ha-jin cast the illusion on them again. The warriors couldn't see anything that was happening around them, as they continued to fight an invisible enemy. Their world was distorted, and they could not discern reality. Muan, who was standing on the sidelines watching the situation unfold, was shocked by Ha-jin's skill. Creating such an illusion is not just an art, it is a science that requires incredible concentration and attention to detail. And Muan would take 3 days to prepare an illusion of this level. Every element, every detail, every particle were structured so that the troops wouldn't notice the change in reality. It was unbelievable, and Muan realized that he was not just a master, but a brilliant strategist, who had skills that most people didn't have. Ha-jin watched the scene, his face unperturbed. The military forces of Broken Fist didn't know what was happening. They were still raring to fight, but with every step of their movements, became increasingly slow and clumsy. Miryu spread the mixture with agility, and the warriors felt someone was there, but they couldn't see anything. The Broken Fist warriors in Ha-jin's illusion continued to attack, but their strikes did not find their target. They couldn't see their opponent. They couldn't see what was going on around them. Their attacks became clumsy and chaotic. The opponent wasn't actually a warrior, but Miryu. Her movements were so fast and precise that even the most experienced, the fighters couldn't detect her presence. When Cho Jong-woo, who had decided to end the fight with Yun-mu-san, was ready to deliver the final blow, his attention was suddenly drawn to a figure that appeared in front of him like a shadow emerging from the thick dust. Muan is a powerful and dangerous fighter, stood in front of him with eyes full of determination and strength. He was like a wall that suddenly stood in the way of Jo Jong-woo, interrupting the moment, when victory seemed close at hand. Cho Chong-woo froze for a moment, feeling his energy slowing down. He hadn't expected Muan to appear in the midst of battle, but yet his face showed not the slightest sign of doubt. He glanced at Muan, assessing his steadfastness and determination. Leaving Yun-mu-san, who at this point was severely weakened, Cho Jong-woo retreated a step away in preparation for another battle, and Muan stood confidently with a cold expression on his face. He wasn't a beginner, and his strength was so great that Jo Jung-woo couldn't ignore it. He knew he was facing a worthy opponent who could fight to the last man. Muan didn't want to wait and watch, he was ready to act. A realization flashed in his eyes. He saw Muan's northern blade that was connected to his past. In the same second, an unexpected reaction of amazement flashed through his heart. He had long thought that Muan was dead, and in his heart he had even hoped so. But here he is again, alive and well. His gaze became even more intense, but he still slowed down for a moment. Muan, in turn, showed not the slightest sign that he was aware of his adversary's inner turmoil. And suddenly Jo Jung-woo laughed and said that now he understood why he was so annoyed by Muan's nickname. But Jo Jung-woo felt emotions raging inside him. He had always thought that Muan was dead and his father was a traitor. In his opinion, left a shameful memory. This legacy haunted Muan like a shadow, and he seemed to be hidden. Who hid from the world, living in the shadows? Cho Jung-woo never thought he would dare to reappear with such a past. And he certainly didn't expect to see Muan at this moment. But instead of hiding like everyone expected, Muan stood proudly in front of him, and even despised Jo Jung-woo. He was not ashamed of his origin, but rather was willing to fight and prove his strength. Muan's inner world was full of determination, and he was ready to face anyone who dared to stand in his way. He thought Uncle Jong had fallen low and told him so, and he said that Muan had really grown up. Muan also reminded him that he did something low to that village and all the behaviors in Jade City. Said that Uncle Chan couldn't even with that small holdings of land keep them safe and treat them with mercy. But Zhou Zhengwu believed that sacrifices had to be made to achieve a goal. He believed that was the law of life. But Muan didn't think all his sacrifices were worth it. He thought he was just indulging his greed and lust for power. And he was also a decrepit, crazy Zhou Zhengwu to him. But he didn't like that. And he wanted to beat up Muan for his insolence. Despite his courage and strength, Yunmu-san was on the edge. His body was literally torn by countless blows, and every breath hurt, as if his bones were broken. He lay on the ground, struggling to turn over, trying to get his thoughts in order, but the pain stiffened his mind. But at that moment, Huang came up to him. He reached out his hand and helped Yunmu-san, and asked him how he was feeling and if he was okay. Then Huang held him up to keep him from falling. Every movement was very difficult for him, but despite everything, he could feel the desire to fight still lingering in him. Huang held out his hand and helped Yunmu-san to stand up. And talking to Huang Yunmu-sang, he said that he wants a bigger reward than previously discussed. He nodded his head and said that he would get what he wanted. Ha-jin assessed the situation and realized that the Broken Fist warriors were the ones who had been killed. There were only 4 left, and they could have made a last-ditch effort to eliminate them. Zhou Zhengwu's thoughts drifted back to when he was young, when the Northern Heavenly Clan was everything to him. He remembered the days when he and Muan's father had fought side by side to protect the world from the threat of the Silent Night Clan. Those memories seemed distant, almost like mirages, but they were still alive despite the years that had passed since then. Remembered how they had fought against the Silent Night Clan, how they had protected all who needed protection and yet had never been thanked. He thought he'd taken all the credit for the 9 heavens, and they just suffered and did all the work, looking at Muan as if trying to see the slightest understanding in his eyes. But Muan knew it was a lie. But what was even worse in Zhou Zhengwu's opinion was that Muan's father didn't want to leave despite all this. He didn't want to leave the Northern Heavenly Clan, even when it was obvious that he was being used. Zhou Zhengwu said this while feeling the anger hidden in his heart awaken again. He couldn't forget how Muan's father had stayed loyal to the clan despite the injustice they had suffered. Then he called Muan the son of a traitor. Zhou Zhengwu felt that their battle had reached a critical point and gathered all his inner energy and activated the royal strike technique. His fist flashed with a bright light and the air around him vibrated with power, prepared this decisive blow. He rushed forward, and a powerful stream of energy rushed straight towards Muan. It was a strike that could shatter mountains and crush any opponent if they weren't prepared. But Muan didn't flinch. His face remained calm and his body was tense despite his fatigue, ready to meet the blow with full determination. I knew that Zhou Zhengwu was acting out of pain and rage, but I also realized that behind it all was fear, insecurity, and deep contradiction. He lost himself in his quest for power and forgot about honor. However, Muan, with his great willpower and skill, managed to intercept the blow, blocking it with his own defensive motion. At that moment, the ground beneath them shuddered and the air distorted from the force of the collision. But Muan remained unmoved. His eyes glittered with cold determination. He knew that there was more to defeating Zhou Zhengwu than just force, but also his inner fortitude. He believed that Zhou Zhengwu was a traitor himself. He was stronger than ever, and his determination burned like a flame. The Northern Heavenly Clan was his legacy, and he wouldn't let it disappear. Muan no longer felt doubt or fear. He knew that this journey would be long and arduous, but he was ready. He wasn't going to accept that he and his father had been wronged. He wanted to regain the respect and justice he had lost, was going to reclaim every lost heritage, every corner of the Northern Sky Clan that had been captured and destroyed. And despite everything that happened, he knew he would win. Zhou Zhengwu could have continued to attack, but Muan was ready for it. And Zhou Zhengwu was even confident that he could defeat Muan. Zhou Zhengwu is full of confidence, and his confidence played a cruel trick on him. he was getting more and more annoyed. He was used to the fact that his strength and fury always led to victory, but Muan was not that kind of opponent. Muan's every move was calibrated to perfection, and despite the strength of his opponent, he repelled the attacks with the grace of an experienced master, knowing what's coming next. His blocks and dodges seemed almost intuitive, and every encounter with Cho Jung-woo's strength didn't leave even the slightest mark on his body. Muan wasn't that impulsive. He was a man of strategy and endurance, and his response to Cho Jung-woo's every attack was calibrated and precise. It wasn't just a battle of strength, but a battle of will, and Muan seemed to be winning. And now Cho Jung-woo wasn't so sure of his permissiveness and power. Despite his rage, he couldn't help but notice that Muan was getting stronger by the moment. His punches, which seemed to be the same as before, the invincible ones only shook the air and could not penetrate Muan's defense. At some point, Cho Jung-woo stopped to realize what was happening. His eyes were full of bewilderment and his heart clenched. Muan didn't just repel his attacks. He did it with such ease and skill that Cho Jung-woo couldn't believe his eyes. He thought for a moment, trying to grasp the slightest explanation. Cho Jung-woo was losing confidence in his abilities more and more. He was sure that Muan wasn't as strong as he thought. His strength in martial arts was negligible, but every new block and evasion by Muan shook his self-confidence. And at this moment, everything came back to his mind, the memories of the past. Cho Jung-woo remembered that Muan's father didn't teach him martial arts. On the contrary, he wanted Muan to learn the science of philosophy and strategy, and that made Cho Jung-woo even more confused. Cho Jung-woo looked at his opponent again. He was stunned. Muan's every strike, every movement was so precise and deliberate that it was beyond his comprehension. Moreover, Cho Jung-woo knew that when the Northern Heavenly Clan was destroyed, all martial arts teachings were carefully removed. He was beginning to feel that something didn't add up. Everything he knew about Muan was not confirmed by his actions. Was sure that Muan was just an ordinary person who knew nothing about martial arts. But what he saw now defied all his beliefs. Muan continued to stand in front of him without lowering his defenses. There was not the slightest fear or doubt in his eyes. He was calm and confident. And with every move he made, Cho Jung-woo was losing touch with reality more and more without realizing how his old perceptions could have been so wrong. His face grew grim with confusion. The question tormented him, and he did not know how to answer it. Because taking all the benefits was one of the measures to destroy the clan's legacy and crush its future, and Muan shouldn't know all those martial arts techniques. And now Muan had surprised him even more by using the shadow sword ending technique. Now Muan, as if sensing Cho Jung-woo's confusion, did not waste any time. He took a deep breath and concentrated. And in the next second, Muan struck the air with a fierce force as if to shatter the air itself. Shadow sword technique. The end is a technique that Cho Jung-woo didn't know anything about and couldn't even guess it existed. It was the moment when Cho Jung-woo felt the ground fall away from under his feet. A dark, almost elusive line of energy appeared in the air that seemed to swallow up everything around him. Cho Jung-woo even felt his breathing slow down and his heart beat faster. The Shadow End Sword was a technique he didn't know he had never studied, and which he believed had been destroyed along with the Northern Sky Clan. But Muan seemed to know her. He used it as calmly as he breathed. Muan did not pay attention to Cho Jung-woo's confusion and continued to attack with every move he made with confidence and precision. The technique he used wasn't random or a manifestation of emotion. It was a deliberate, calibrated action. The moment Cho Jung-woo realized that Muan was using the Shadow End Sword technique, memories of the past surfaced in his mind. When he was still young and trying to figure out what Muan's father was hiding, these thoughts burst into his mind with such force that he couldn't ignore them. He remembered how, in his early youth, when he was just starting out in martial arts, he had encountered them, with Muan's father's amazing abilities. He was the greatest swordmaster, but always seemed to be secretive and silent. Cho Jung-woo remembered how, despite his persistence, he couldn't reach the level that Muan's father could reach. Muan's father's sword was not just a weapon. It was an extension of himself, and in every movement, one could feel the perfect harmony of body and mind. Cho Jung-woo had spent years training himself, but could never achieve the perfection that was natural to that man. At some point, Jo Jung-woo began to feel respect, but more importantly, he felt envy. He couldn't understand how he had reached such a level of skill, and he couldn't forgive himself that he couldn't beat him. His passion to win was not just driven by pride, but also by burning envy. And he still couldn't accept that Muan's father wasn't going to leave where they were. Although Jo Jung-woo was very insistent, it wasn't just a desire to win, but to uncover the secret behind his greatness. Cho Jung-woo tried to find out this technique from Muan's father himself, but he always answered as if he was always calm and convinced of his righteousness, and said that Jo Jung-woo was already strong. But he needs to work not only on his physical strength, but also on his inner insensitivity. He's too consumed by his desires and pride. True strength is in harmony, not in fighting, Jin Kwang-ho thought. These words always stayed with Jo Jung-woo, but they did not satisfy him. He couldn't calm down. He was sure that he had a secret hidden from everyone, and Jo Jung-woo was ready to do anything to reveal it. Began to search diligently for information about martial arts and ancient techniques hidden from the world. He researched all the manuscripts, but eventually he realized that there was no secret, and Muan's father had really taught him everything he knew. And Jo Jung-woo decided he had to create his own technique, unique and incomparable, that would reflect his ambition and power. He wanted to defeat the 9 heavens. He realized that in order to defeat Muan, he would use it. Heaven's Shining Fists was the name of the technique. It was like a symbol of his fury and ambition, and each of its blows was intended to tear the sky from its roots, cutting through space with incredible force. He was ready to bring it to life, and Jo Jung-woo took a deep breath, concentrating all his will into his fists, which began to emit unimaginable energy. At this moment, as the energy of his body and chi surged out, he began to execute the first punch. A fist filled with light and power, sliced through space like bright lightning splitting the air. Each strike was more than just a physical movement. Muan, standing in front of him, felt the energy around Jo Jung-woo change. He saw his opponent using a completely new technique that he had never seen before. Cho Chong-woo continued his furious attack, and the world around him became more and more dangerous and destructive. Each of his blows was like a flash. Lightning bolts burst out from his hands, imbuing the air with powerful chi that shook the space. His heaven-shining fists had everything and power of destruction, and the thirst for victory, and the desire to prove that he is capable of creating something greater than any technique inherited from others. At every moment, his fists were on fire, as if the heavens themselves were burning with his rage. But Muan, despite the incredible pressure and devastation of the attack, remained calm. He realized that every strike from Jo Jung-woo brought with it a destructive force, but even so, Muan couldn't to allow himself to slow down. He could feel the energy that came from his opponent's strikes was filled with powerful chi capable of literally to tear the space apart. Knew that if he didn't act quickly and clearly, this force would destroy him. Yet despite his confidence, he couldn't help but wonder that Jo Jung-woo, despite his fury, was still so strong. Muan felt Jo Jung-woo's attacks with each attack are becoming more and more powerful with each passing second. Cho Jung-woo was surprised that he still had strength and resilience after such a brutal attack, because his punches remained crisp and his movements precise. And yet Jo Jung-woo managed to knock Muan off his feet. Muan stood over Muan, his breathing heavy and the fire of determination burning in his eyes. He felt his body tense up like a last wave of strength, gathered in his fist, ready to strike. Muan was lying on the ground, his breath coming out of his body, wounded and exhausted. But his gaze remained steadfast. He would not give up. His eyes expressed no fear, only steadfastness and understanding. He was ready to take this blow, but he didn't want to give up. Cho Jung-woo watched him with concern mixed with satisfaction. He knew that victory was near, but there was something about this fight that made him uneasy. He reached his goal, Muan was defeated, but he didn't have that explosion of emotion inside him he was expecting. Cho Jong-woo, standing over his enemy, felt a strange feeling of emptiness. He was the victor, but this victory was not satisfying. He clenched his fist even tighter, his energy concentrated in his hands, ready to strike a devastating blow. But Jo Jung-woo didn't expect that Muan, despite his weakness and exhaustion, would find the strength to make another leap. When his hand, already ready to deliver the final blow, was almost lowered, Muan suddenly abruptly pulled out from under his hands. Muan didn't give up even though he was badly wounded. Jo Jung-woo couldn't believe his eyes. This man, who should have been defeated, still stood in front of him in spite of the pain. But Cho Jung-woo had one goal, to send Muan to his father's death. Not far away, amidst the burning fields and the rolling sounds of battle, Ha-jin and Tang Gi-moon stood watching intently. Their eyes were fixed on the fierce battle. The warriors of the Iron Squad fought with iron determination as always, sparing no effort to keep the enemy at bay. Not a chance in hell. Broken Fist, despite its reputation, showed great tenacity. They fought to the last man, and only a few of them had already started to fall to the ground in surrender. Tang Gi-moon, standing next to Ha-jin, watched a few warriors. Broken Fist lowered their weapons and raised their hands in the air, and here they were earnestly hoping for mercy, and Tang Ki-moon couldn't look at it indifferently. For him, every person, even an enemy, was a living being, and despite the cruelty, he believed in the possibility of mercy. However, Ha-jin, standing next to him, did not show the slightest bit of sympathy. His gaze was cold and determined. In the world of Marima, no one has the luxury of mercy. If they let these traitors go, they will surely return, Ha-jin thought. And they could become a threat again, could raise their forces and come back for revenge. Muan was defeated, his body was as if shredded, and the only thing left was to finish the deed by sending him forever into the dark distances. He had already seen the enemy fall as his strength waned and was ready to end the fight. With every step, with every movement, he felt, as the enemy weakened, and now it was obvious that Muan was no longer able to continue. Cho Chong-woo's eyes burned with cold satisfaction as he raised his hand, preparing for the last decisive strike. But at that moment, something strange happened. Under the rubble, under the debris of earth and stone, amidst the chaos, Muan, wounded and exhausted, suddenly moved. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, his eyes were filled with determination, and his body continued to fight despite his wounds. It was like Muan was not ready to surrender. He pulled his sword arm out from under the rubble. Cho Jung-woo froze in disbelief. He was already sure of his victory. But Muan, despite his bleeding wounds and extreme fatigue, rose again from the rubble. It was unbelievable because Jo Jung-woo knew that his final blow would be fatal, but Muan was alive. And Jo Jung-woo stood in front of Muan trying to comprehend what was happening. His gaze was fixed on the enemy, who despite his wounds got up again. Cho Jung-woo couldn't believe his eyes. He stood in front of Muan breathing heavily and covered in sweat. But now with wonder and confusion, he saw the young man stand up again in spite of the terrible wounds, and he was sure he saw a woman. And now Jo Jung-woo couldn't predict how Muan would act, and what kind of techniques Han will and can use. He was now unpredictable to Jo Jung-woo. This moment was frightening for Jo Jung-woo because he couldn't understand where Muan was getting his power from. His blows and holds, all this, should have left the young man in the abyss, but he continued to fight as if there was no end to it. The one who was used to single strikes and gun battles was trapped. His body was exhausted and his reaction time was slow, had diminished considerably. He couldn't understand how this young man, seemingly on the brink, had turned out to be so dangerous again. Cho Jung-woo felt, as his strength slowly faded away. And Muan knew that it was the sword that saved him. His snowflower had given him another chance to win. But Muan wasn't what he thought he was. He was stronger than Cho Jung-woo could have imagined. With every movement made him feel that this battle would be decided not by force, but by determination. Meanwhile, Muan continued to press on. He didn't give Cho Jung-woo the slightest chance to counterattack. Each of his punches was accurate, and his movements fast and confident. Muan knew that only by acting in this incredible fury and determination could he win. Couldn't afford to back down. Couldn't afford to let Cho Jung-woo win, for this fight wasn't just for his life, but for his entire legacy to his people. He was ready to go to the end, to fight to the last man. He took the sword in his hands again, clutching it with such force as if it were the only thing that could keep him from falling. And with each movement, with each blow, he felt his body fill with new strength despite his fatigue. But Muan knew that one sword wasn't enough. He decided to go hand to hand. He attacked Cho Jung-woo with such fury and determination that even his more experienced opponent started to lose his balance. Muan hit from different angles, taking advantage of every moment to weaken Cho Jung-woo. He alternately attacked his key points, knocking his breathing out of balance. Every move was aimed at destroying the enemy's confidence. Cho Jung-woo, who was used to single strikes and fighting with weapons, was trapped. His body was exhausted and his reaction speed was greatly reduced. He couldn't understand how this young man seemed to be, on the verge of being so dangerous again. Muan was becoming more and more determined by the moment. Despite his exhaustion and wounds, his body moved with indomitable force, as if everything that was in him, his determination, his will, had been reborn. After a melee when his strength was running low, Muan intuitively reached for his sword. He knew that Snowflower's sword wasn't just a weapon, it was an extension of his will. He could feel it with every passing moment. With each new movement of this weapon, his spirit was restored. And the moment he picked up the sword again, he felt the energy. The energy that had accumulated in him rushed out like a storm. He stood up on his feet, shedding the remnants of weakness, and began to move with each step, bringing Cho Jung-woo closer. To defeat. His strikes were lightning fast and precise. Every time his sword met resistance, Muan penetrated each time, in the opponent's defense, as if each blow was a harbinger of the end. Cho Jung-woo felt it, his confidence, which had never given before. His peace began to falter. With each blow, with each moment, as he struggled to parry the attacks, and Cho Jung-woo realized that this fight was taking a completely different turn. Muan continued to attack. At this moment, every step he took, every punch he threw was aimed, not only to win but to restore his honor, to prove that he cannot be broken or overshadowed. Knew he had no more time for doubt or hesitation. In this fight, either he or his opponent had everything to lose. Muan raised his sword even higher, and the force he put into his strike was so powerful that the air around him hummed. This blow was not merely physical. It was a manifestation of his spirit, his unyielding will that could not be broken by any enemy. And Cho Jung-woo felt the ground slipping away from his feet, and his body began to shake with fatigue. He couldn't believe that he was losing control. Stood on the brink of defeat, his body exhausted and his strength drained. But he could not let himself fall. He could not give up. The last fire of despair and rage flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fist, and for a moment the world around him was engulfed in dark energy. Demon Fist was born in his hands now. At the decisive moment, he could not leave it unused. The energy radiating from that punch split the air and made the ground shake. The shadow of his fist spread across the entire field. The battle consumed the light and created an atmosphere of utter devastation. But Muan, standing in front of him, did not flinch. His gaze remained steady and calm despite the power of the attacking blow. He knew this was the moment of truth, and that was it. What was before was leading here to the solution of this battle. Muan felt Cho Jung-woo's dark energy approaching, and for a moment, his body seemed to freeze. He knew that if he didn't handle this blow, the end would be imminent. But he was ready. The moment Cho Jung-woo's fist almost touched his body, Muan used the snowflower technique, his last trump card. The sword he held in his hand glowed with a bright white light as a symbol of all his strength and will. He rushed forward, intercepting Cho Jung-woo's attack on the fly and meeting his fist with his own sword strike. The snowflower sword cut through space with lightning speed. Its blade met with the dark energy and the world around it, as if frozen. The moment Cho Jung-woo's strength collided with Muan's strength, the air was filled with a rumbling sound. He stood in the center of the battlefield, his sword shining like lightning reflecting the dim light of the sullen sky. His every movement was flawless. His blows were so powerful that the ground beneath his feet cracked as if nature itself could not withstand his strength, and the air around him became heavy as if before a storm. Muan stood on the battlefield, his sword raised ready to strike again. Ha-Jin and a few other members of the group were watching from afar. They all hoped that Muan would win. He was their hero, their victor. They had no doubt that he could gain the upper hand in this battle. Ha-Jin clenched his fists. His gaze was focused on Muan. Huang was also concerned about this battle and was waiting for Muan to win. Cho Jung-woo was kneeling opposite, his face covered in sweat, his eyes glistening dimly with fatigue. He felt every movement, as his body stops obeying him. His fist is the iron fist that has become his symbol of him. With only one weapon, weakly rising to meet Muan's attacks, this was the moment to show who is really stronger and worthy of being a leader. Muan, in turn, did not feel any doubts. He knew that his strength was not simple, the result of years of training in the Northern Sky Clan, but also the legacy of that place. And Cho Jung-woo had little faith that it was in the Northern Celestial Clan that he gained this knowledge. After all, when he was looking for information, he never found it back then. But there was something that bothered Muan. Why Cho Jung-woo didn't use the dark power he gained through the ritual. But Cho Jung-woo replied that he wasn't so low to use such methods, and all he had was his iron fist. It was a symbol of his spirit and will, the only weapon he knew and the only weapon he was willing to fight to the end. But now that he was almost defeated, Cho Jung-woo didn't regret his actions. He didn't want to apologize to Muan. And soon Muan overpowered him and destroyed him. Now Muan took revenge for his father and for the people he had wronged. When the last blow was struck and Cho Jung-woo, exhausted and defeated, fell to the ground, everyone around him froze. Muan stood in the center of the field. His body barely moved, but his presence and strength were so obvious that the very ground beneath him seemed to crack from the exertion. All eyes turned to him, and on the faces of his allies, spectators, even those who had not known him before, could see not only respect, but also fear. And Chung-in looked on from the sidelines and covered his mouth with his hands. He knew that Muan was strong, but he didn't expect him to defeat Cho Jung-woo. Also, Yunmu Sang and Moon Jun were sitting under a tree waiting for Muan to return, and Huang was no mere observer. He was a man who knew the value of every life, every stroke, every choice, everything that happened. On this field was not just the result of a battle, but a part of history. Each of the warriors in front of him had once been part of the Northern Heavenly Clan, and that fact was even bitter. After Jin Kwang-ho's death, they all left after Cho Jung-woo and began to serve him. He knew each of them remembered their faces, their names, and even those moments when they first came to the clan full of hope and ambition. General Gong Ji-sang stood on the field watching Ha-Jin. Ha-Jin was smart. It was obvious from the first glance. The general knew what he had. His methods, which are not always apparent on the surface. He wasn't someone who fought in the front lines. His strength lay elsewhere. Ha-Jin possessed the art of manipulation, including the creation of illusions that could confuse and disorient the enemy at a critical moment, and he was a great help to their unit during the battle. The general was grateful to him. Gong Ji-sang was an experienced warlord, but he still couldn't help but admire Ha-Jin's coordination and skill in tandem, and an alliance between Ha-Jin and Muan would be dangerous and destructive. Muan, with his impeccable swordsmanship and incredible strength, combined with Ha-Jin's art of manipulating perception, created a strategic advantage that was almost impossible to defeat. It was more than just strength or tactics. It was an art based on deep understanding and the ability to read each other's minds without words. General Gong Ji-sang watched this, and his understanding of Ha-Jin's strength grew deeper and deeper. And Ha-Jin thought that he certainly wanted to return to the world of Murim, but not so loudly. And now he was already in the same boat as Muan, and he had to accept it. When Muan returned from the battlefield, his figure was surrounded not only by a cloud of dust and wind, but also by the aura of a victor who had left behind. and broken swords and destroyed ambitions. He walked leisurely like a man who need not hurry, for his footsteps spoke. For themselves, the victory was already proven, and those standing around realized that this man had the power to change destinies. Silence fell on the squad as Muan approached. Those around him couldn't help but feel the weight of the silence. It wasn't just respect. It was a mixture of fear and admiration. He hadn't just won, he'd become something more. His eyes expressed no emotion, as if looking through people as if they were mere shadows in his path. But behind that calm exterior was an unrelenting strength that could reduce any enemy to ashes. Those who knew him could not help but notice that his victory brought neither joy nor pride. He wasn't happy, he was satisfied, but this satisfaction was heavy. When Muan approached the squad, all the warriors hesitated. But now his gaze, his energy, his self-awareness seemed alien to what they once knew. His victory on the battlefield was not easy. The victory was a real rethinking. They looked at him not knowing what would happen next. Some of them remembered him as he was before. When Muan came closer, everyone froze, and then something strange and majestic happened. Many of the warriors knelt down without conspiracy. Their movements were lightning fast and coordinated, as if it had been part of a long time ago, a practiced act. There were no words, no shouts of joy. There was only silence, deep, overwhelming silence-filled silence, with great respect and barely contained fear. And Muan couldn't understand why they were doing all this. He hadn't expected this. When the battlefield was left behind and the atmosphere had finally calmed down, Muan seemed to be the only one who was in no hurry to dissolve. In general silence. He sat quietly adjusting his clothes, a gift from Huang. Now his gaze was directed inward to himself at what was there. Most important to him on this new path he had just discovered. Everything that was going on around him seemed unimportant in comparison with what lurked in his soul. Meanwhile, for the others, the situation was far from calm. They were alert at every moment, ready to react to a possible threat. The Central Celestial Alliance didn't seem to be watching them. This was strange and alarming. The anticipation of a pursuing strike or an advancing threat was in the air, and each warrior realized now more than ever it was important to be prepared for the unexpected. Around them, the warriors were constantly looking around. Every movement, every shadow, every rustle in the foliage made them alert. Chu-Ying stood out. He was an excellent observer, always wary and attentive to details that could slip away from the eyes of others. With his keen eye staring into the dark corners of the world around him, not a single movement or change in the surroundings. The situation did not escape his attention. Now he stood back, his eyes on the horizon, watching every movement. His attention was focused on every detail. He felt that this strange silence was not accidental. Questions swirled in his mind about why the Central Celestial Alliance didn't intervene. His intuition had always been right, and it told him they should be, ready for any eventuality. In any case, his ability to notice the smallest changes in the situation was just as valuable, like a weapon in the hands of any martial artist, and he was amazed at the power of Muan, who was able to defeat Cho Jung-woo himself, because he saw Muan defeat him with his own eyes, and now he knew that there would be rumors everywhere that Muan had defeated Cho Jung-woo, and he had no idea what would happen next. When Yun Mu-sang found out that Chun-In was working for Dark Moon, he was surprised that he didn't even feel the chai from it. That meant he was a master of reincarnation. And Tang Gi-moon was surprised that Dark Moon was involved among them. Now Ha-jin was thinking of how to solve the secret about Muan. He thought that if Chung-In revealed his identity, he could be trusted, and he is allied with Muan. As Ha-jin watched, he realized that the moment had come when everything would be revealed. He stood in the shadows. His eyes slid over the faces of those around him, and his thoughts were focused on one consequence of what Muan had just. What he'd done would have lasting consequences. The Iron Squad that had been saved by him was now indebted to this man. And not just in debt, but in a long-term, all-consuming, all-important debt. The trade association that he could use as an economic pillar was now indebted to Muan. Ha-Jin had no doubt that all of them, military and merchants alike, would be ready to help him at any moment, when needed. When Ha-Jin decided to give a speech, he knew the moment of truth was coming. He addressed the group. Their eyes met his, and they all realized that now they were about to hear something that would change everything. And after asking Muan's permission beforehand, he started talking about being the heir to the Northern Heavenly Clan's Jin Muan. A momentary silence swept the neighborhood. Everyone who listened to him was shocked. They didn't immediately realize what it meant, but the tension in the air was palpable. The faces froze, and the camp fell into an ominous silence for a while. Everyone turned their heads toward Muan in bewilderment, who sat calmly as usual, showing no emotion on his face. But there was an unknown light in his eyes, some deep look that made it clear he understood the weight of the situation. It was true. Muan had indeed disappeared in that great battle many years ago, and everyone thought he was dead. And now they found out it wasn't just any guy, but someone they thought was the long-dead heir to one of the most powerful and old clans. When Ha-Jin revealed Muan's secret to everyone, Chun-Ying's reaction was more than expected. His face turned red with rage and his eyes glittered with anger. And Ha-Jin realized that revealing Muan's true identity now could lead to an immediate conflict with Central, by the Celestial Alliance. All of their movements every step of the way could be jeopardized. For Muan, the most important thing right now was to strengthen his strength, and revealing his origins could destroy everything he'd built over the years. He had to be ready before he entered the final battle. But Ha-Jin realized that he had to approach this situation with a cool head and do his best to keep the silence and intrigue around Muan. And he asked everyone to honor Muan's help to them, not to reveal his identity until he does it himself, and keep quiet as if they didn't know the truth. They must create a false version of events. Everyone will believe that Zhou Zhengwu died at the hands of Silent Night, and no one will suspect that Muan had something to do with his fall. They need to buy time for Muan to get ready, to meet with the Central Celestial Alliance. Only after his strength was restored would he be able to face them, as the true heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. Chun-Ying fell silent, his face remaining tense. And Ha-Jin in turn knew that this risk was inevitable. The story they were about to create was only a temporary measure. Dark Moon will take care of spreading the rumors. After saying that, Chun-Ying finally agreed to the plan, even though he wasn't happy with it. His duty was clear. He had to do everything he could to shift the focus to Silent Night and take Muan out of the equation. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary for the common good to maintain power and strategic advantage. In the future, when rumors of Zhou Zhengwu's death in the clash with Silent Night start spreading around the world, and no one will guess the real reasons for the great warrior's downfall. Of course, if the Central Celestial Alliance begins to investigate, sooner or later the truth will be revealed. But the important thing now was to buy time, and for everyone to accept their story as true. And Dark Moon will be the main supplier of information. And now Chun-Ying, though he gritted his teeth, sent the news to Dark Moon. As the White Dragon Trade Association headed home, the mood in their ranks was both heavy and resolute. Despite all the difficulties, they knew that the support Muan gave was great, but Huang was in a more difficult situation. Huang wasn't ready to leave, even though he supported Muan in his endeavors. The assignment required him to leave it for a while. The trade association in which he held a seat required his presence. However, Huang wasn't going to leave Muan for good. He made a clear promise that he would return after the current assignment was completed. He wanted to keep training despite all his successes. He needed to hone his skills to become truly powerful. And Moon Jun also wanted to go back to Muan with Huang, and he too promised to train and become strong. And he was grateful to Muan for everything. When he left, he hugged him and even wept. And Muan, driven by his determination and clear intention to head to the Central Celestial Alliance, did not forget about those who were with him on the way, about those who had helped him in his time of need. One of those people was the Tang family, and now he wanted to visit them on the way. But despite the importance of stopping by the Tang family, his attention kept returning to the Central Celestial Alliance place where his destiny lay. had to be solved. He knew that he needed to be prepared for whatever lay ahead. The Central Celestial Alliance was one of the most powerful and cunning players on the pitch, and his strength was not only physical power, but also strategic acumen. It was an alliance that left nothing to chance, and always looked for opportunities to manipulate situations to strengthen its position. As for Muan, his arrival in the alliance did not go unnoticed. He knew that he would face mysterious forces, and so he decided to deviate from his main path for a while and rest in a safe place that was like home to him. At this time, the Central Celestial Alliance was recruiting for an elite group of invaders. This group was created specifically to fight against the Silent Knight. The invaders, in turn, were to be the ones to pursue and eliminate the threat from Silent Knight, giving Central. The Heavenly Alliance had complete freedom of action. Muan was one of those who were on their way to the recruitment site of the invader group. He wanted to go there after completing the mission. However, he also felt that he would have to meet Muan in the future, and he told him about it. Muan was sure that they would cross paths again, and perhaps it would be their fates that would intertwine. In a more complex and dangerous context, Cho Jong-woo's son, Cho Eun-kwu, became an increasingly sinister figure, and his actions as dark forces that he absorbed gradually became more and more destructive. Cho Woon-ken was no longer able to control his strength and attacked the people in the room. Of the Central Celestial Alliance, a dark energy raged within him, and he could no longer stop. He had become just a weapon that was being controlled, darkness itself. He was the man who destroyed that village and did that forbidden ritual and gained dark power. Now that he had taken on this heavy burden, the world around him was in danger. His destructive power could lead to disastrous consequences because he could no longer contain these dark forces within him. As Muan walked along the road, he was lost in his thoughts. The journey was long, but his thoughts drifted far away from his current route. Perhaps in the strangest way, the most disturbing thing that happened was that Muan began to doubt his previous perception of events. Cho Jung-woo seemed to be, he was so obviously the source of all the troubles, but now he might not be the only culprit. More and more of his thoughts revolved around his son, Cho Eun-kyung, and maybe he was the one who could take on the role of destroyer, who could perform that dark ritual. Maybe it was him, and not his father, was the true bearer of the destructive power Muan saw in the village. Was it wise to trust his old suspicions now? Maybe Jo Jung-woo was just a puppet used by his son. Muan realized that he would have to deal with the situation more carefully. It was important not to miss a single detail because what they would unravel could change their fates. His thoughts were interrupted by Mi Ryu, who noticed his wariness and anxiety. Muan had saved her, and she knew what she had to do now. To be grateful for that debt, and she told him so. But at the same time, both she and he were bound not only by gratitude, but also by lives. That jade tile she gave him had saved his life in a moment of danger, and now he was saying that it had saved him. Chung Ying, who was always one step ahead, finally appeared on the horizon. He led them to a new path that would eventually lead them there, where they needed to go. But no matter how fast they hurried, it was at least 10 days' journey to the right place, and every step brought them closer to the unknown. And Muan thanked him for finding their way. But Chung-in wasn't so happy about his gratitude. He was a peculiar man. He would tell them to hurry up, because it was going to be dark soon, and they had to stop somewhere and pitch their tents. The silence of the night guided their thoughts, and Muan, although tired, couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the threshold of something huge and inevitable. They put up the tent and lit a small fire. He sat cross-legged. His eyes were fixed on the sky. Ha-jin came over and sat down and said that even though the world was a huge mess, the sky is still beautiful. And they're stuck in a crazy dream, and I think M.U. Vaughn had a lot to think about. In Ha-jin's opinion, it was hard to live by the call of his heart. The world of Murim had always been ruled by whoever had the power. But in the end, he was sure that the world they lived in revolved around the Central Celestial Alliance. And Muan needed to understand their control. Maintaining order gave rise to opposition, But sooner or later, the Central Celestial Alliance and humans will have to cooperate because the martial artists also had great power. It will be difficult at first, but it will be the beginning of change, and Muan must open his eyes to see the world change. And they need to have knowledge and understanding of everything that is going on around them. There will come a time when past and present will intertwine, and the rising age will sweep everything away. When Muan and Tangi Moon finally reached the city, the sense of fatigue and tension that had accumulated over the long journey had eased slightly. The city was bustling but cozy at the same time, its quiet streets with lanterns swaying in the wind and warm lights that beckoned from behind the tavern doors looked like a promise of the respite so badly awaited. And Muan knew that they would need a few days to rest and regain their strength before continuing their journey to the Central Celestial Alliance. They entered the city and were heading towards a tavern when suddenly Muan accidentally caught the shoulder of a young man who was walking towards us. It was a minor collision at first, but the guy was apparently in a bad mood, and Muan stopped to look at the young man. The guy was short with rigid facial features. He was clearly annoyed. And he began to insult Muan. Muan restrainedly and calmly stepped back, going to apologize for the accidental collision. He knew not to stir up conflict, especially in a strange city where he didn't know all the local customs. But instead of accepting the apology, the guy only frowned and bared his teeth. Muan felt the tension rising. He didn't like the kind of man who, without knowing the circumstances, went straight for the insults. The guy continued to speak. His words became more aggressive, saying that probably Muan is a rich gentleman who only and may look down on others. Tangi Moon felt a strange tension in the air. He felt a slight discomfort around his waist, as if something was missing. Instantly, his gaze moved downward, and he noticed that the pouch that held the poisons was gone. He would have been much more wary if not for his experience in similar situations. The thought flashed through his mind that this was no accident. Before he could even look around, his intuition told him that it was the same guy they had just encountered. Tangi Moon quickly stepped forward. The guy, meanwhile, had already managed to slip away into one of the alleyways of the city, peering into the contents of one of the pouches. He thought there was money inside, unlimited riches, as is often the case with other people's things. However, when he opened the bag and glanced at the contents, his face momentarily contorted with disappointment. He had expected to see gold or jewelry. The guy immediately bent down, trying to sniff the contents, and immediately smelled the acrid, pervasive odor. He froze for a moment, but then his curiosity got the better of him, and he opened the second bag. The same contents, the same strange odor, and only now it was his. His instincts began to tell him that it wasn't money at all. The boy turned, and his eyes met Tangi Moon's, who was standing there, a few feet away from him. He just coughed a little, and that was all. The poison had no effect on him. Then Muan came up to him. He asked him to return what he had just stolen. The young man realized he was in a dead end and suddenly rushed back, clutching one of the bags of poison. He wasn't ready to just give it all back. He didn't want to give it back out of spite. The guy Muan ran into in the city was clearly not prepared for what followed. He appreciated his appearance, his calm, confident look, and in his mind he immediately felt displeased and immediately appreciated his appearance as an arrogant type with a sword behind his sinew. To him it was reason enough to attack. He thought that Muan was just a rich and arrogant man living off his position and skills, that he had only gained through wealth or social standing. He didn't know what was behind this man, and Muan didn't know anything about this guy's past. So this guy who didn't know anything about his past chose the path of aggression and insults, thinking he could easily handle him. He didn't realize who he was facing and the path Muan had traveled before he became what he was, who he was now. Muan was willing to give him a chance to realize his mistake, but the aggression on his part only strengthened Muan's resolve to retaliate. Even though Muan had always tried to avoid conflict, he knew that if he didn't make a move, this guy would continue to be aggressive, and things could get out of hand. He was ready to show that his path was not just vanity, but a harsh reality in which survival depended on strength of mind and body. The fight was short but decisive. The boy was quickly defeated. His punches were inaccurate and weak compared to what Muan had to offer. Despite his failure, he wasn't ready to give up. His pride was shattered. He felt his inner tension rise and was ready to continue the fight despite everything going against him. His face turned red with anger and his eyes filled with rage. He got up again as if he didn't notice the pain in his body and lunged at Muan. His hands were clenched into fists, and he sought revenge for his humiliation. He didn't want to admit defeat. Could not afford to leave his fight unfinished. Pride and vindictiveness overwhelmed him. But Muan, seeing that the boy had not learned his lesson and was fighting again, only sighed heavily. He could have ended this fight in one move, but he wasn't sure it would teach the guy the lesson he needed. He didn't want to be violent, but he was ready to end this conflict. But despite Muan's words for him to calm down, the guy didn't listen. His rage was all-consuming. And he lunged at Muan again, trying to strike. Muan thought that he had no technique and just did it. He didn't hesitate to hit anything, but he had a lot of energy. This time, his attack was even more desperate. He used everything he had to break through Muan's defense. Muan dodged accurately, predicting his every move, and seemed to. His movements were so smooth that it was as if he was moving in a different rhythm of time. Muan lightly caught the guy's hand and turned him sharply, causing him to fall to the ground again. Tangi Moon was looking at this. The man lying on the ground looked at Muan with eyes full of despair. Everything that had happened that day seemed unthinkable and unfair to him. His thoughts went back to the difficult times when he was a child living in a poor family. His mother was the only person who took care of him, but her health was fragile. She was seriously ill and lacked the strength to work. But even so, she never gave up hope and believed in her son's future. She always said that he had a special talent, that he could become a strong warrior, if she ever got the chance. She scraped together her last savings to send him to a clan that trained in martial arts, so he could develop his abilities. She believed that if he got there, his life would change, and he could come back to take care of her. But when he came to the clan, he was met not with understanding, but with ridicule. He remembered where he had been met with arrogant looks and scornful words. They laughed at him, a guy from a poor family with money that couldn't even cover the entrance fee. In their eyes, he was just a plaything of fate, ridiculous and pathetic. He tried to explain that he was a real talent, that he could achieve a lot if given a chance. But they just kicked him out without hesitation and didn't even spare his money, throwing it in his face. He didn't realize what it all meant at the time. Young and inexperienced, he thought his talent alone could change everything. But as he walked out of the gate of this clan, he realized that the world is cruel and no one will give him an easy opportunity for nothing. Was willing to do anything to prove his worth and show that he wasn't just a boy from a poor family. But with each new defeat, his heart grew heavier and heavier. He was overwhelmed with hatred and frustration, his determination despite all the failures. But his despair grew as well. But now, lying on the ground, he realized that his own motives were not so great. When Muan was about to finish the battle and kill that guy, Tangi Moon suddenly ran up and stopped him. Muan turned around and his gaze was tense, but Tangi Moon's eyes were sincere and interested. But Tangi Moon came closer and stopped in front of him. He was a man of few words, but his observation and ability to notice details in people have always been impressive. This young man, despite his rudeness and desperation, had an amazing ability. He could withstand a poison that didn't affect his system. Besides, his wrestling, though not well honed, showed that he is capable of more than he thinks. Tangi Moon wasn't a martial artist. It wasn't his element, but he was always looking for those rare abilities that could combine seemingly incompatible powers. Miryu, despite the fact that was an accomplished master in her field, she couldn't take poisons. Her body was hardened in martial arts and resisted the effects. And now Tangi Moon saw these two powers of poison endurance and fighting ability come together in this young man. It was a rare combination that could lead him to greatness if he could learn to control that potential. And now Tangi Moon offered him to be his apprentice. After all, he thought he was talented. The young man named Myung Ryu-san still felt vulnerable, but deep down he began to realize that he had a chance, and Myung-ryu Sang was a little shocked by the offer. He didn't expect that someone would want to teach him, and now he bowed to his teacher. Yu Jianghwan, head of the newly formed trade association, continued his journey to the mainland. He was a man of wit and a practical view of the world, knew that for great commercial endeavors you had to be decisive, but at the same time attentive to detail. Now he decided to stop and pitch his tent for the night. He noticed a girl sitting by the fire. Her loneliness in such a dangerous place caught his attention. She sat quietly as if she didn't notice everything that was going on around her, absorbed in her own thoughts. Ha-seol, even though that she looked fragile, was hardened by life and adversity. She had been through a lot, and her mental wounds were deep, even though outwardly she was trying to hide them. Yu Changhuan paused for a moment, deciding to say hello and offer her company. He approached the girl and introduced himself politely, but she did not answer. She looked up and went back to watching the fire, as if not paying attention. To pay attention to his words. Yu Changhuan slightly raised his eyebrows, but didn't persist. He understood that there were times when a person would needs silence and solitude. Yu Changhuan, meanwhile, was watching her with interest. He was an experienced man and easy to notice when something's wrong, when there's something deeper behind the outward calm. But he couldn't get it into his head that she was alone in a place like this. Despite his businessman nature, he felt a strange urge to help this girl. He realized she needed more than just food and help along the way. But he didn't know what. He stood for a moment, but this time with a plate in his hands. It had meat soup in it, the kind you often make on the road to keep your strength up. He politely offered it to her, but she didn't even look at her plate. But he insisted that he needed it to keep his strength up on the road, and that it was hearty and delicious, and warned her that he was fine and not poisoned, and she can eat it safely. Ha-seol took the plate this time, and when the soup was in her hands, a vague shadow of a memory flashed in her eyes. She ate, but her mind drifted elsewhere. She remembered how she and Muan had been sitting and eating a soup like this. His image, his gaze, his warmth and caring resurfaced in her mind. She felt all her senses tighten inwardly. He saw the girl freeze for a moment as if caught in a world of memories. There was no curiosity for curiosity's sake in his eyes. Was experienced in human observation and guessed that she might have been in this place for a reason. She had to be strong. And he asked her where she was going. And Ha-seol finally broke the silence by saying that she was going to the mainland. Yu Changhuan listened to her and noticed that her voice sounded tired, and his eyes were still clouded in spite of his appearance of steadiness. He realized that not everything was as simple as it seemed at first glance. When she mentioned the mainland, Yu Changhuan immediately realized that her path crossed his. His association was also moving there. And although he didn't know what the girl was after, he decided to offer her help. He offered to join them. He looked at her, trying to see how she would react. The silence in response was long, but not as tense as before. Ha-seol. She looked him over as if weighing the offer. A shadow of doubt flickered in her eyes, but then she nodded. And she asked him why he was so interested in her. He started to say she was very beautiful, but then he realized it was too much, and changed the subject by saying she looked a lot like his little sister. She didn't mind being in their care, but only as far as the mainland. And Yu Changhuan nodded, satisfied with her decision. There was a hidden strength in her, and her determination on the path was noticeable even though she was trying to keep her feelings in check. Then she returned the plate to him, saying that the soup was delicious and that she would eat more of it. He said he'd be happy to make more of that soup, and he said that now everything was settled and from tomorrow they would continue their journey together. And though no one knew what awaited them at the next turn alone, he was glad to help the traveler. And even if difficulties arise in the future, they will march together as a united force. As morning was just beginning to fill the city with light, Tang Gi-moon stood on the street next to Ha-jin. The morning air was fresh, but that was all. Still carried the slight chill of the night. Tang Gi-moon carefully observed his surroundings and was absorbed in his thoughts. Remembered yesterday's conversation with Myung-Ryu-san made him think, and he told Ha-jin about it. His new apprentice, though still far from being a master, was already an interesting person. This guy, like many others, carried himself. Heavy shadows of the past, and Tang Gi-moon was well aware of how those shadows could sometimes overshadow the present. Myung-Ryu-san had revealed a part of it to him, of his life, telling of his wanderings and a childhood full of fear and loneliness. It was a hard confession, and Tang Gi-moon could see that his eyes still reflected pain. His eyes were swollen after a sleepless night. Mi-Ryu herself approached with a clear and confident gaze, but with an expression on her face that Tang Gi-moon had long ago learned to decipher. He became a disciple of Tang Gi-moon, and his life began to change. However, among all the changes, one was most noticeable to him, his feelings for Mi-Ryu. She had a kind of inner light that attracted attention even if she tried to hide her emotions. And Myung-Ryu-san couldn't help but notice it. He began to feel that something had changed in him. He didn't know how or what it was that drew him to her. Mi-Ryu, for her part, didn't pay much attention to Myung-Ryu-san's feelings. It was something new and unfamiliar to her, but he also noticed that her attention was often focused on Muan, and he mocked Muan, saying he'd become stronger than him and that Muan should watch out for him, because he'll surpass him many times over. But when Muan threatened to beat him up again, he calmed down and even apologized. Meanwhile, Chang Pa-san and So Mu-san arrived at the palace where Hirin lived. It was a majestic and peaceful palace, surrounded by green gardens and high walls. They walked down a long corridor made of expensive stone, and soon found themselves in a large room where Hirin was sitting. She was absorbed in something, but when she heard the footsteps, she looked up and met their gazes. Hirin looked at Seo Mu-san, and her gaze became a little more serious. She sighed softly and began to speak, as if thinking aloud that it had been years since they'd seen each other. 7 years, to be exact. She said she was supposed to visit him after the battle, but circumstances prevented her from doing so. She was silent for a moment, as if thinking about what he said. Musan realized that the phrases were more of a courtesy than a real apology. She spoke in a way to maintain an atmosphere of politeness and respect, but there was a different implication behind her words. Seo Mu-sang is paying attention. Watching her, he couldn't help but notice her expression change. He knew the conversation would go beyond mere phrases. He asked her why she wanted to see him, but with interest. Hirin continued with a slight nod, her tone becoming more and more serious. It was about the Northern Blade, she said, and she already knew that it was actually about the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan, Jin Muan, and that he was alive. These words hung in the air, and everyone present felt the tension in the room rise. He scrutinized Hirin's face and said that such a thing could not be, for he himself had seen him burned in the house and after a few. Days after the fire, he didn't see any signs of life while he was there, and assumed that even if Muan survived, he only escaped from there after So Mu-san left this place, and he said that maybe the Northern Blade was him if he survived. He also informed her that the Bureau of Investigation had already started looking for him. He offered to tell her everything they'd learned, and she was grateful for it. After the conversation, he wanted to leave, and said he'd contact her as soon as he knew something else. She let him go, saying she had already taken up too much of his time. When So Mu-san left Hirin's palace, he felt that there was something heavy and unspoken in the air. Hirin watched him, leaving with a cold expression on her face. As soon as the door closed behind him, she said that she knew he had kept a lot from her. And Hirin didn't believe So Mu-san, even though she hid it behind an air of politeness. She suspected that he didn't tell the whole truth. Realizing that it shouldn't be, she turned to Chung Pa-san with a sharp order to keep an eye on So Mu-san. But Seo Mu-sang in turn quickly realized that his visit to the palace had not gone unnoticed. He knew that he would be watched from now on. Because Hirin, though she tried to hide it, couldn't forget the shame that her ally Dam So-jong had suffered. And Seo Mu-san witnessed him lose the battle and was in a humiliating position. It was a big blow to Dam. So Zhong and Heron certainly didn't want anyone to know about the embarrassment. Her pride would not allow her to reveal her weaknesses, and she was willing to do anything to hide the shame. Now she was determined not to let anyone know what happened. After all, Muan also saw the shame. And Seo Musang, realizing all this, carefully continued on his way, knowing that it's not just Changpa-san who'll be watching him now, but also Heron herself, hidden by the shadow of her own fears and ambitions. And Dam Sojong was finally ready to come back out into the world after 7 years of seclusion. He inherited a martial art called Divine Radiance. It requires a long period of cultivation and development. 150 years ago, a deranged martial artist obsessed with winning showed up in Marima. After numerous battles, he was able to lay the foundation of his martial art. In a world where there were many techniques and fighters, a martial art has emerged that will rise to the top and shine. And this technique was always passed down from one heir to another, and each heir was obliged to spend a lifetime cultivating it and develop it further. And now the 6th heir was Dam Sojong, and it took him 7 years to come back. The world didn't yet know of his defeat and humiliation and wanted to repay him 100-fold for it. And he was now ready to come back and show everyone his power. And Tang Gi-moon sat scrutinizing his new student, Ryu-san. The boy was young and his knowledge was very limited, but there was something about him, something that attracted the master's attention. Despite his lack of in-depth training, Ryu-san possessed a rare gift. His immunity was stronger than Tang Ki-moon himself. This quality could be crucial in teaching. Ryu-san listened attentively to every word of the teacher but his. His gaze was somewhat confused. Tang Gui-moon was as calm and focused as ever. He knew that the path he was about to lead his disciple on would be difficult, but the boy was more suited for it than anyone else. Tang Gi-moon knew he had a lot to teach Ryu-san. In his experience, he realized how important it was to be prepared for any challenge, and it was for such purposes that he created his own mixture of poisons. He called Rebirth. This compound was capable of enhancing the body and spirit, making a person stronger than he was before, but he was also extremely dangerous. Tang Gi-moon hesitated for a long time, not knowing who to test because the consequences could be unpredictable. But now that he saw Ryu-san, his decision was obvious. The guy had a unique ability for recovery and resilience, and Tang Gi-moon realized that he was the perfect candidate to test his mixture on. After all, then his blends could be used in medicine and making medicines. Now Tang Gi-moon gave the student the task of trying to draw out the poison with his fingertips. And he succeeded, and Tang Gi-moon was definitely happy about it. After all, his student was making progress, even though the training had only started a week ago. Tang Gi-moon praised him, but he blushed and said it was all thanks to his mentor. But deep down, he still told himself he was cool and talented. Now Tang Ki-moon told him that for his combat training. Muan replies, and he will teach him a martial art. Ryu-san stood in front of Muan ready for another lesson. He knew the training from this master was by no means a simple process. Muan was known for his unusual and peculiar technique in which special not only focused on attacking techniques, but also on the art of dodging. He was not going to meet a student with a punch. Rather, he will look for ways to make Ryu-san move evasively to predict his actions. When they finally reached the Tan family residence, the fatigue of the long journey was quickly replaced by a feeling of comfort and tranquility. The residence was located in a secluded place, surrounded by green hills and powerful trees, creating an atmosphere of silence and privacy. Inside, the residence was austere, but at the same time had an ancient elegance. The Tang family was one of the most influential in the land, and knowledge and practices that had been preserved for hundreds of years were passed down here. The time Muan spent at their residence was not only an opportunity for him to relax, but also to understand the local customs, who could play an important role in his future journey. But Chung Ying, who had been with them throughout the journey, wasn't going to stay long. It had been a long time since he had been to Dark Moon's main headquarters, and he felt that time was running out. There was too much to do, too many tasks that required his personal intervention. He knew that as they continued their journey towards the Central Celestial Alliance, he would surely join them, but for now he felt it was important to fulfill his duties and get back there, where his presence was necessary. Miryu looked at the gates of her house and felt sad, and Tang Gi-moon realized it was for the loss of their warriors, and she blamed herself for their deaths. But Tang Gi-moon told her it wasn't her fault, and he added that this is the fate that awaits all Muan warriors. They were able to survive because of them and their sacrifice, and now the survivors must live for them. It was a duty. After a long journey and fatigue, the feeling of peace that prevailed in this place was like the end of a short but important stage of the journey, and now they were ready to go in. Muan and everyone around them were preparing to cross the threshold of the residence. Miryu's grandfather was already there waiting for them and seemed to be watching them. When they entered the Tang family residence, they were greeted by servants with reverence. Tang Gi-moon immediately ordered that everyone be given a room, necessary food, water, and cozy rooms to rest in. His voice was confident, and the servants quickly set about carrying out the order. He also ordered his student Ryu-san to be given a medical bath, given the fatigue and strain of the journey. Ryu-san was immediately taken away for treatment, and soon disappeared behind the door of one of the inner rooms. Muan decided to go out despite his preparations, outside and take a little walk in the garden. He felt he needed to calm down, catch his breath, and clear his mind a little. Surrounded by nature, he could concentrate and come to his senses after long journeys and thoughts of the future. And Ha-jin decided to enjoy the Tang family's hospitality to the fullest and decided to take a relaxing bath. As Muan walked along the path, he couldn't help but notice how harmonious everything was. Everything here breathed nature, from the majestic trees to the meticulously manicured flower beds. The walls of the residence, hidden behind the greenery, seemed almost invisible. He understood what was here: really love nature, appreciate its beauty, and live in harmony with it. In every corner of the garden there was a sense of tranquility, as if every stone and branch was in its place, and the plants themselves created an atmosphere of peace. Muan continued walking along the path, enjoying the silence and the freshness. This garden seemed to have been created so that people could forget about the outside world and concentrate on himself and his thoughts. As he thought about it, he realized that this place really had its own special energy. Suddenly, as if nature itself had decided to test him, the leaves around Muan rustled and the air became richly filled. Something unusual. He felt a powerful chi that seemed to fill the space. The energy was so strong that its presence became palpable at the level of each breath. Muan stopped abruptly, and his intuition immediately told him that something was happening, but he couldn't figure it out, where this energy was coming from. The chi was powerful, thick, almost palpable, as if the earth itself had revealed its secrets to him. He listened, trying to pinpoint its source, but the energy was so pervasive it was hard to pinpoint, and he was about to realize where the source was coming from and wanted to start fighting the enemy, and drew his sword from its sheath and attacked to overwhelm the enemy. An old man with a wise and serious expression appeared in front of him, who seemed to be watching him. Muan intuitively understood that this man was not just a wanderer, but someone much more important. And the old man was surprised that Mu1 had broken through the Twilight 100 falling leaves technique, and his voice sounded like a whisper of wind, mixed with deep respect and slight surprise. This was Tang Gong-woo, the Poison Emperor, and the bearer of the highest position in this place. Despite his age and somewhat haggard appearance, he was a living embodiment of the power of wisdom and ancient traditions. Tang Gong-woo just decided to play a joke on Muan by using his technique to test him. He easily noticed that Muan was a worthy opponent, capable of breaking through such an elaborate defense. Tang Gong-woo grinned, but that grin hid his pain and regret. He remembered his own youth times when he was full of ambition and power, and remembered how, with a slight movement, he could change many things in his life. But right now he felt tired and restless, and his body ached from the prank he had arranged for Muan. Tang Gong-woo looked at Muan and realized that he was the heir of the Northern Heavenly Clan. A shadow of memories flashed in his eyes. about the time when Muan's father was betrayed and his clan destroyed, and he told Muan about it. This pain would not leave Tang Gongwu no matter how hard he tried to suppress it. There could be no peace in his heart because he knew. He could have sided with Muan's father when all this was going on, but that's not what he did then. He didn't dare to go against the majority. He didn't dare to help because he feared for his clan, for his men, for his own safety. This fear and cowardice had haunted him all these years, and Tang Gongwu still couldn't forgive himself for not standing up for justice, realizing that this was his great shame and he had no peace in his heart. Now, looking at Muan, he realized that he could have done things very differently. Tang Gongwu looked at Muan carefully. His gaze was deep and full of meaning. He stood in front of him, evaluating him as a person who had already been through a lot and was preparing for further trials, and asked if he was ready for further trials in his destiny. Muan stood before him. Despite the gravity of the old man's words, a determined fire burned in his eyes. He did not hesitate for a moment. Wherever his destiny leads him, he will not leave the path, Muan replied. Tang Gongwu felt a twinge inside his soul when he heard these words. He looked at Muan for a long time, realizing that what he was looking at was not just a young warrior, but a man who possessed that fortitude. That could change a lot of things. This was a man who was not afraid of hardship, pain, or the worst betrayal. And at that moment, Tang Gongwu realized that it was his duty not just to watch from the sidelines, but to be there to support this man as he once had. He didn't do it for Muan's father. Tang Gongwu sighed, and sincere determination flashed in his eyes, and told him that he was there for him, and will always support and protect him. The four lords of the northern heavens gathered in one of the dark and secluded rooms of the ancient palace. The main topic of discussion was the recent fight in which Chojong-Wu is one of the most stubborn and violent members of their circle, was defeated by Silent Night. Now his clan will be at the center of an internal struggle for supremacy, an accord between the four lords, and each of them knew that only through united efforts could any threat be overcome. Right now, Tang Gi-moon was standing beside the healing bathtub, carefully watching Muan immerse himself in the warm water. This bath was not just a relaxation procedure, it was part of a special technique capable of treating the most serious wounds and restoring strength. But Tang Gi-moon knew that not everyone could withstand such a treatment. The powerful flow of healing herbs and poisonous substances was able to both heal, but also very draining, depending on the willpower of the person going through it. But Muan was extremely resilient. During the procedure, Tang Ki-moon noticed that Muan was not only enduring, but his condition was improving with each passing moment. There was an energy flowing in his body that seemed much more powerful than Tang Gi-moon could have imagined. When the procedure came to an end, Muan felt his body releasing the pain and fatigue. The water in the bathtub felt warm and gentle, and with her scent, he could feel his strength being restored. Now it was Ryu-san's turn, but he didn't want to even move because he was very relaxed. A week after Muan had gone through all the procedures, his strength was restored, and he felt his body returning to normal. At some point in his room, he was immersed in memories of Ha-seol and their last encounter. Back then, in a battle against a powerful villain, they fought side by side, and their bond was so strong that Muan still felt her presence in his thoughts. He thought about where she was now, how she was feeling, and what had happened to her. Missed her presence. But his thoughts were interrupted by Mi Ryu. She knocked on the door and held a folded cloak in her hands. The cloak belonged to Tang Gongwu and was worn by him as a young man many years ago. It wasn't just a piece of clothing, this cloak was. Fireproof and water-resistant, is made with the utmost care and attention. It was a gift that was passed down from generation to generation as a symbol. Miryu froze in the doorway, and feeling the awkwardness overwhelm her, she couldn't hold back her embarrassed smile. Her eyes widened for a moment. Muan's eyes met Muan's, and her cheeks faintly flushed. She looked down as if trying to hide her embarrassed reaction, even though she realized that Muan must have noticed her awkwardness. The maid watched Mi Ryu holding her cloak in her hands in embarrassment. not to notice her awkwardness. With a smile barely concealed behind her gaze, she said quietly that it seemed the young mistress was ready to marry. These seemingly simple words suddenly made Mi Ryu even more embarrassed. Her cheeks instantly became flushed with bright color, and she lowered her gaze and ordered the maid to be silent. He thanked her quietly for the cloak without paying much attention to the maid's conversation. When Muan was ready to go, Tang Gi-moon offered to go with him. He said that Muan was still young and not much of a man. He was worried about his health and therefore wanted to be there to monitor his condition. Tang Gi-moon was genuinely worried about him. It was his duty to help and care for his well-being. Ha-jin didn't mind, because Senior Tang had taken an oath to support Muan in everything. He believed that Muan, despite his youth, was capable of changing the world and destroying all the villains that threatened the world. And Mi Ryu wanted to go with them, too. She justified it by saying that she had to take care of Uncle Tang Ki-moon's health. But deep down, she certainly wanted to spend time with Muan. She hoped the trip would give her a chance to be closer to him, even if she couldn't express it directly. Tang Gi-moon also recalled that his student Ryu-san's training with Muan is not completed. He explained that despite Muan's willingness to travel, perhaps he should continue his training in martial arts. Despite all the progress Ryu-san had made during his training with Tang Gi-moon, it was obvious that he was lacking something important to achieve full mastery. Muan was a master with vast experience and knowledge, and Tang Gi-moon understood that only under his mentorship can Ryu-sang reach his full potential. Before leaving, Muan noticed Tang Gongwu in the distance. The old man stood nearby, watching him carefully. When Muan saw him, a soft smile of deep respect and understanding appeared on his face. The old man did not hide his own, and it was evident in his gaze. Muan is a man with many years of experience and a high degree of internal discipline couldn't pass by without paying my respects. He paused for a moment, bowed his head, and then, gathering his courage, made a deep bow. It was not just a gesture of courtesy, but a sign of respect for the wisdom and experience of Tang Gongwu, who was known to many for his skill. Muan's bow was an expression of gratitude for all the hospitality, for being by his side and always being there for him. After all, Muan was alone in this world, and Ha-seol was traveling with a group of merchants heading across the desert in search of new markets. She noticed that no one was buying their product despite their best efforts. Expectations were falling by the day, and the merchants continued there, realizing that they were unlikely to make a profit. Ha-seol couldn't. To keep from thinking this whole thing was pointless and stupid. And at that moment she remembered Muan. She remembered how often, when something seemed ridiculous to her, she called it so stupid. With these thoughts, she continued to stare into the dark space in front of me, not knowing how long it would last. He seemed to be long gone from her memory, but now at this moment, his face and words began to return. With each passing moment, she realized more and more how much he meant to her, and the memories faded from her mind. He had always helped her, was not afraid of the difficulties of facing his fears. She closed her eyes for a moment, and memories of the days they'd been together flared up again. How much fun they had and how good they were together, how they supported each other. When the group had set up their tents, they all went to bed tired from the journey. Ha-seol, however, couldn't sleep. Pondering, she remained immersed in thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the darkness. She became alert. Several figures approaching the camp. Robbers. 4 human brothers who had studied the dark teachings and gained, as a result, incredible power. Their cruel intentions were obvious, and they seemed ready to begin their work. She wanted to spare those robbers and asked them not to hurt the merchants, explaining that they were honest and good people. But they only laughed at her, thinking her weak and incapable of anything significant. She saw them laugh as their sneers were full of contempt, and Ha-seol couldn't accept it, but she tried to keep her anger in check. She realized that her request probably wasn't being heard, but she still hoped she could avoid conflict. But despite her best efforts, they didn't care. Every word they said broke her patience. They continued to taunt her, confident that she was no threat to them. Unable to endure their taunts any longer, she made a decision. She could no longer listen to their pathetic insults. Suddenly, she decided to take action. With each movement, she realized they were too weak for her, and they were amazed at her power and wanted to know where he was from and who had sent her. And it was disgusting that they used the same technique she did. I didn't think they were worthy of it. They used it. Her strength and determination were far more powerful than they could have imagined. It didn't take her long to defeat them. Soon they were all lying in front of her, amazed at her skill and determination. It all happened so quickly that they didn't realize what had happened. Ha Seol defeated them easily and confidently. They suffered from their self-confidence and arrogance, thinking that a weak girl was no threat to them. She was nothing in their eyes, and they saw no danger in her. They laughed scornfully at her requests and disregarded her words. But as is often the case, it is overconfidence and underestimation of the enemy that leads to defeat. When the girl finally couldn't contain herself and took the fight, they didn't expect such determination and strength. Their laughter turned to surprise and then fear. They thought they could defeat her easily. In the end, they died of stupidity. The four lords of Silent Night gathered in one place. The fate of Silent Night was being decided today, and each of them knew what was coming. The choice can lead to victory or destruction. Gayum Dan Yeop sacrificed himself to awaken Silent Night, and now his sacrifice was like a beacon of light demanding vindication. Yong Jong Hak, his teacher, burned with a thirst for revenge. He couldn't let his apprentice's death be in vain, and he believed the time had come. He dreamed of reclaiming the land he had lost, to escape the barren lands where their people suffered from hunger and disease. Rebellion seemed to him to be the only way, to regain its former glory. However, Seo Gyum-hyang, the other lord, could not share such fervor. She saw the rebellion as nothing but more suffering and more loss. She knew that any resistance would lead to destruction, and they would lose even more than they've already lost over the years. She opposed predicting sad consequences for their people, but young Jong Hak was adamant. For him, the awakening of Silent Night was not just an idea of revenge, but a chance for salvation. He was sure that despite all the dangers, the rebellion would bring new life. Dreamed of a future in which the children of their people would live in peace and prosperity, not in a barren wasteland. The fate of their people depended on this decision. Word by word, the discussions became more and more heated, and Man Chu-sung was also supporting young Jong Hak, despite his temper and impulsiveness. His eyes were burning with rage, and he was looking forward to reclaiming what he'd lost. He was a warrior, and his heart burned not only with a desire for vengeance, but also with a thirst for justice. He saw in Silent Night a chance for the people, but also in the process sought revenge on those who had plagued them. The losses their clan had endured seemed intolerable, and he was willing to do anything to avenge the suffering they had endured. He fervently supported the idea of rebellion, believing that there could be no other way to regain their lands and restore their honor. For him, like Yeon Jong Hak, it was a matter of honor, revenge, and regaining what was lost. Although Seo Geum-hyang warned them against such radical action, Man Chu-san was determined. He saw rebellion as the only one, hope for the future, and he wasn't going to back down. His support was undeniable, and young Jong Hak kept pushing on, that only through battle can their lost lands and the honor of their people be restored. So with each new word, more and more passion was ignited in his speech, and he was adding heat to an already heated atmosphere. And now a decision had to be made that would change the fate of many. After Silent Night was awakened and the invader organization began to gain strength, a wave of activity began throughout Murim. All martial artists from all over the continent were eager to enter the new ranks and taverns located between Sachon and Hubei provinces, were literally bursting with visitors. Masters of various ranks and reputations flocked to these places hoping to join in, to a new organization that promised to change the fate of the world. Among those who arrived were many well-known and respected representatives of different clans. One of them was the fleeting Falcon Sword Master Cha Moon-ho, who was a member of the Azure Dragon organization, based on Shim Wan-li Heron and Dam So-chong. Cha Moon-ho, a talented and determined warrior, was sent by Heron on an important mission. He was instructed to lure as many famous masters as possible and add their strength to the Azure Dragon's ranks. It wasn't just an order, but a challenge for which he was promised a generous reward. Now his task was especially difficult. He had to persuade the shamaness, Nam-So-Ren, daughter of the powerful Mount Mu mountain clan, to join the Azure Dragon. The Mount Mu mountain clan was one of the most powerful clans. Nam-So-Ren was not just a master, but a true successor of the clan with incredible knowledge and power. She might have been an important figure in the organization, but her decisions were far from easy. Was known for her independence and strictly adhered to the traditions of her clan. Chamun-Ho approached her and spoke. Inside it was noisy with the smell of food and drink in the air and the masters sitting at their tables discussing their fate. His face was serious, but you could see sparks of determination in his eyes, and he offered to join them, but she was against it and said that she had said it before. Nam. So-Ren looked at him, and her eyes were full of caution and doubt. And Chamun-Ho knew that such a response was inevitable. She was cautious and too respectful of her clan's traditions to rush into new waters without being sure of their depth. But he was offering her the chance to be part of something bigger than just a clan or a single master. But she wasn't interested in titles or honors. Her clan lived in isolation and didn't go out unnecessarily. But Chamun-Ho didn't give up. He knew that if he could persuade her, it would be a significant step for Azure Dragon. And he's going to do the bidding of Heron, who started this whole thing. He knew that on this path for Azure Dragon, he needed to buy time and enlist the support of people like her. But he stuck to his opinion and even disregarded his proposal as worthless. And Nam-So-Ren never forgot why she was here in this crowded tavern. Her mother's words kept echoing in her mind, who, aware of the changes taking place, gave her an important assignment. She didn't ask her to interfere with events. She didn't ask her to make choices that could jeopardize her fate. Her mother only asked for one thing, a situational awareness. And she was well aware of her role here, was precisely to gather information to understand what happens in Marima after the awakening of Silent Night. Although Nam-So-Ren was the true successor of the Mount Mu clan and could not easily step away from her duties, she had to step outside of the familiar life of her clan. Silent Night, her awakening, and the turmoil around her affected everyone, and her mother understood that Gora Mu must stay aware of the changes to avoid being in danger. After all, her duty is to her family. The clan was important, but at the moment she was obliged to follow her mother's request. Chaos ensued after the manifestation of Silent Night. Could not leave anyone indifferent. Now, sitting in front of Chamun-Ho, she was just thinking about how she could get rid of him. Because he made her so tired of talking to him, he was even rude to her, that he opened his eyes and was puzzled. But she didn't know any more ways for him to finally leave her alone. When Muan and his group entered the tavern, Nam-So-Ren instantly realized that this was the moment she had been waiting for. She felt it, that it was time to not just be an observer, but to do something to get rid of the cling. Intuitively, she stood up and knew these people, called them to her desk. Stepping up to meet the group, her gesture was so confident that everyone in the vicinity would think that she's known them for a long time, that she's somehow already part of their team. And she said to forgive her Chamun-Ho because she already has a team. And he was surprised at this turn of events. He had hoped he could persuade her. Sitting down at the table, she smiled softly, and holding back her emotions, she spoke, apologizing for her behavior. That she didn't mean to embarrass, but wants to thank them for helping her. Whatever they ordered, she was willing to pay for it. It's a gesture of gratitude. Her words sounded sincere, but perhaps with a slight accent, an underlying wariness. Hajin looked at her carefully, and immediately that he realized who was in front of him, and he told her so. Nam. So-Ren felt a slight wave of surprise when his penetrating eyes met her gaze. He wasn't simple. A man, and his attention did not stray from the little things. He knew her, or at least guessed her true identity. It was unexpected, and she wondered for a moment how he could know so much about her. She nodded slightly, realizing her little game of incognito. was revealed faster than she thought. Ha-jin also introduced Tang Ki-moon to her. Hearing this, Nam So-ren felt happy to meet him. The Tang family was known and respected in Marima, and it was an honor to be around a man like Tang Ki-moon. She stood up from her seat and bowed in respect. She then met Mi Ryu. They quickly found common ground. She knew that Mi Ryu was the first flower of the Tang family. Mi Ryu admired Nam So-ren's soft and smooth skin. Suddenly, one of the other masters sitting at a nearby table stood up and shoved Tang Gui-mong with a frown, telling him to watch where he was going. When the conflict became tense, Ryu-san couldn't stay away any longer. His face immediately distorted with anger and without waiting. He jumped up from his seat, his boots thumping loudly on the floor. All attention in the tavern instantly shifted to him. He was younger than most in the room, but his eyes burned with rage, and his body radiated a readiness to fight. He was a little strange even now. The strangeness was manifesting itself with particular force. He shouted without hesitation and even tried to hit them, but his skill was not yet there, so honed and he missed. His voice sounded loud and clear, awakening a sense of tension in the other masters. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes were on him. Everyone who was around could feel the feeling in the air that this young man was a young man. The man was ready to snap out of it at any moment and join the fight. But his intentions were clear. He wasn't going to let his teacher be insulted, and he wanted them to apologize to Tang Ki-moon for their terrible act. And he was in a fit of rage. Muan came over to Tang Ki-moon and helped him up after he fell down, and Ryu-san was still demanding an apology for his teacher. The guys who pushed him at first looked at Ryu-san with a surprised face, and they even seemed ready to apologize, but then everything changed. The Guanbear brothers stood, their powerful bodies draped in dark armor, radiated unwavering confidence, their eyes full of anger and their hearts full of determination. All they had to do now was stand and fight to the end. They didn't want to bring his apology, and despite Ryu-san's demands to apologize, the Brother Bears were not about to grovel. Instead, they decided to prove their strength by demonstrating what their might could do, to break anyone who gets in the way. The eldest of the brothers moved first. His fist was like a huge rock, and it swung towards Ryu-san with incredible force. The ground beneath my feet shook from the impact, and the air around me was filled with the sounds of falling. Who dared to stand in his way, but Ryu-san laughed, saying that he could feel their blows. The enemy froze for a moment, unable to believe it. That his punch didn't reach its target. They raised their fists again this time, strengthened by the technique, and aimed it at Ryu-san's chest with incredible force, trying to break through his defense. But Ryu-san once again acted as if the blow had never happened. Their eyes were filled not only with rage, but also with confusion. They were strong, and their attacks were always destructive, but Ryu-san seemed to be immune to their blows. It was one of the most devastating techniques, and it seemed like it would lead to an imminent victory. However, Ryu-san was once again one step ahead. His body didn't waver, and he laughed in their faces again. The Bear brothers exchanged glances, and doubt appeared in their eyes. They used all their strength, but Ryu-san felt no pain, and it amazed them. They are great warriors who could crush entire armies, could not defeat one man standing before them. They tried all destructive techniques, fast and powerful attacks, but it was all to no avail. And now they were ready to use the combined force strike. It was the last of his powerful techniques that could, to crush everything in their path. But Ryu-san took these attacks lightly and said that they were weak. But then he suddenly said they were weak because his teacher was very strong and used to hard training, and said his coach is none other than Marima's rising star, Northern Blade. Everyone present froze when Muan's true identity was revealed. At this moment, it was clear that it was the Northern Blade in front of them, a man whose name was known in every corner of the world, whose skills and strength epitomized the highest degree of excellence. They had just learned that this legendary warrior was standing before them. The focus on Muan was absolute, and all gazes, even those that were directed at Ryu-san, now belonged to him. But it wasn't just his title. Muan was a master who could change the course of the battle. and Ryu-san stood in front of the Guan Bear brothers ready to release the devastating poison that would finally destroy them. He knew the brothers would not be able to resist this attack. His determination was so great that there was no turning back. All his attention was focused on the Guan Bear brothers. After their numerous attacks couldn't even shake them. His resilience, he decided to use his powerful poison technique. Ryu-san stood clutching a bottle of poison in his hand. His eyes were burning with rage, and his heart was beating in his chest at breakneck speed. The Guan Bear brothers, who were still trying to win the victory, now seemed not to be easy for him, but worthy of punishment for their weakness and arrogance. At that moment, he no longer saw them as fighters, but as objects for his revenge. The venom he was about to release was devastating, and had the power to destroy these enemies once and for all. Tang Gi-moon also shouted, trying to stop him, and Nam So-ren looked on without averting her eyes, thinking that the situation was out of control. But at this moment, when his fingers were about to gather sinister power, Muan's intervention disrupted the course of events. He stepped between them and said, "It's time to stop this chaos and mayhem." He stood right between them, and everyone froze at that moment. After Muan intervened and stopped Ryu-san, the atmosphere became tense, but things gradually calmed down. Guan Bear brothers, realizing who was in front of them, began to retreat. They realized that they didn't stand a chance against the Northern Blade and his group, and so, despite their arrogance, decided to retreat without further confrontation. This decision was hard for them, but necessary to preserve his life. After the fight was over and the brothers had left, the room was silent. But as is often the case after a violent scene, it was time for a trial. Tang Ki-moon couldn't help himself. That Ryu-san was a fool to use such a serious poison technique in such a minor situation. His voice was stern, but not without concern. Ryu-san averted his gaze slightly and felt how hard it was to admit the mistake. He lowered his head and exhaled, trying to find the right words. And he said he apologized for what he did. But if it happened again, he'll do the same thing again because he protected his mentor. And now Tang Gi-moon will have to treat him because Ryu-san didn't fight back at all during those blows. Meanwhile, Nam So-ren joined the conversation. She expressed her gratitude for that Muan and his group helped in her defense. It wasn't just that they defeated the Guan Bear brothers, and she was honored to give them a room to sleep in. And now, Miryu, recognizing that she's also heading in the same direction as them, has decided to call her to come with them. And Tang Ki-moon didn't mind. He was sure to keep himself safe by moving in a large group. And Ryu-sang, as usual, wiggled and said he was happy that Nam So-ren was going with them. And if anything, he'll protect the ladies. Soon, a passerby made fun of him, saying they liked his fight last night and he almost got into trouble in a fight again. Cha Mun-ho is a cunning strategist who hired the brothers to humiliate her. But she didn't expect to be protected by such powerful fighters. This situation was more complicated than it seemed at first glance. Cha Mun-ho was no ordinary enemy. His actions showed that he wanted to use any means to influence the world around him without stopping at threats and manipulation. The Guan brothers didn't want to expose themselves in this case. They didn't know that Nam So-ren would be backed by such strong men. And Cha Mong-ho was even willing to hurt Muan for revenge. He even wanted to kill him if he had more strength. And just as everyone was calming down, Hong Gong-hui came over. He was also from the Seven Heavens. He was a person who... no need for complicated intrigue, and now he was ready to join the team, and to help with Nam So-ren's case. But he was only willing to do it to get a chance to fight Dam So-jong from the same group. The task before them now was clear. They needed to reach the Central Celestial Alliance and MU-1's group as well. To do that, they had to get on a big ship that was leaving the next day. The ship that was leaving to the Central Celestial Alliance was an important part of their journey. And Muan and his group were already ready to enter the ship that would take them to the Central Celestial Alliance. The atmosphere around them was tense, but everyone realized that their journey was more than just a physical crossing to the other side. It was a time for planning to strengthen our position for future challenges. But just as they were approaching the ship, Cha Mun-ho reappeared in front of them. But to Nam So-ren, he was just someone who disgusted her. Her gaze immediately turned cold, and although she tried not to show it, Her face showed that she wasn't happy to see him. Hun Gong-hui suddenly appeared in front of her, pushing Cha Mun-ho. His gaze was fixed on Nam So-ren, and there was something almost provocative in his eyes. He said he wanted to see Nam So-ren's power and wanted to fight her, but she tried to tell him that he should talk to her in a proper manner, and he said for her to be respected, she had to show what she could do. But she chose to ignore him. She knew it wasn't the right time to get into a fight. She also knew he was stronger than she was, but he continued to insult not only her, but also her mother, saying that everyone in her clan was weak. Her mother among others, and she sits in the clan without leaving the clan so that no one will realize that they are infirm and weak. Hun Gun-hui's words continued to sting, but at that moment, something inside Nam So-ren changed. She could feel how his words were insulting, not just her, but her mother and her clan. She clenched her fists, her face pale with anger. She realized that if she didn't answer, it could be an embarrassment to her and her family, and she replied that she did not respond to his provocation just because he was pathetic. But if he kept up with her, she would answer him and fight him. She was disgusted that such a low man was sharing with her one title of the 7 lesser heavens, and when she agreed, he said to follow him to the place of battle. He was satisfied that he could get her to provoke him. Muan and Ha-jin were following Cha Mun-ho. They knew he was involved in these events and was suspicious to them, and now they had to confirm it. Nam So-ren and Hong Gong-hui soon came to a vacant lot where there was enough space for their duel. There was no one around. Only the sand and the odor of the earth carried away by the wind created an atmosphere of silence and tension. The weather was clear and the sun was shining, which added to the tension of the event. This was the moment. Inevitable now, they had to sort it out amongst themselves and prove each one right. And Hong Gong-hui standing in front of Nam So-ren did not hide his confidence. His gaze was cold, and a careless smile played on his lips. He was a martial artist, but he knew he was up against a tough opponent. All he had to do was demonstrate his technique, strength, and cunning. He wondered how serious his opponent was. But Nam So-ren didn't back down. She used her speed and flexibility to dodge every punch and counterattack. Each one she retaliated. Her lunge was precise, and her movements were so fast that Hong Gong-hui barely had time to defend himself, despite his outward restraint. Her attacks were full of power and aggression, and her defense was just as relentless. Hong Gong-hui tried several times to use his special techniques that involved unexpected twists and turns and deceptions. But every time, Nam So-ren avoided his traps using her insight and intuition. She was calm, her breathing was smooth and precise. He was ready to demonstrate his strongest technique, a technique that to many seemed insurmountable. He took a deep breath and his body filled with energy. In the next instant, he rushed forward using a lightning-fast movement and creating a vortex of energy around him. He tried to catch Nam So-ren at the moment of her reaction, expecting her defense to be weakened. But Nam So-ren was ready. She felt the rising energy filling the space and reacted instantly. She knew she couldn't relax, and her attack was lightning fast. She took a few quick steps forward, and now, as he started to walk away in the other direction, she noticed he had left the blade next to her, and this was her chance because she could wield 2 swords at once, and now it was her turn to finish this battle. The fight between Nam So-ren and Hong Gong-hui continued with unrelenting fury. Now it was her turn to show her true strength in more than just defense, but also on offense. Nam So-ren drew her 2 swords and took a decisive step forward. She knew that this was her chance to show her strength, especially after all the humiliation and insults that Hong Gong-hui had inflicted on her family and clan. Her determination burned in her eyes, and her every step was full of confidence, even though her left arm was weaker than her right, and she risked getting seriously injured. Hun Gong-hui saw that Nam So-ren was ready to use her 2 hands and didn't hold back, and rushed in to attack. He knew that her strength in these swords was not just in physical skill, but in the techniques that allowed her to drain the blows into one unbeatable combination. Hong Gong-hui used his speed and agility. He knew that if he couldn't force her, If he slips off the pace now, his chances of winning will fade with every passing moment. The battle was not for life, but for death. Each of their blows echoed on the ground, and the air was filled with the metallic clang of swords. And Nam-So-Ren moved with incredible speed. Her lunges were precise and her counterattacks were devastating. She used 2 swords, with exceptional harmony, but every moment her left arm grew weaker and weaker. The pain began as a slight strain, gradually intensified. Her muscles lifted with difficulty, and her strength went away with each stroke. Nam-So-Ren's mother knew her daughter was taking a risk. Her left hand was her weak point, and her 2-sword technique could lead to disastrous consequences. But when she saw her daughter enjoying practicing with 2 swords as a child, she closed her eyes. And when her fame spread throughout Muran as a master of 2-sword fighting, she still closed her eyes. But it could have left her daughter without a functioning left arm. And soon the mother wanted her daughter to retrain herself to bat on 1 arm. And now this measure was forced. Because Nam-So-Ren could only defeat him with 2 swords, he was also a strong opponent. And she needed to avenge his insults. He wanted to break down her defenses, but her strength and determination only grew. She used everything she had. She had the agility, speed, and strength of her swords. Despite the pain in her left arm, she didn't allow herself any weakness. Every move she made was measured. Every blow she throws is decisive. You could tell from her movements that she was not just fighting, but defending the honor of her clan and her people. And Nam-So-Ren stood in front of Hong Gong-Hui holding her breath, her eyes burning with determination. This was the moment when she had to show it all. His power not only to win the battle, but also to avenge all the insults he had hurled at her family and her clan. She concentrated, feeling every muscle in her body, every cell ready to do her bidding. With a concentration that would be the envy of even the greatest masters, Nam-So-Ren gripped both swords. She took a deep breath. Her heart was beating steady and her eyes were filled with determination. When she moved forward, she moved quickly and smoothly, as if she had become one with the swords. She knew that now she had to unleash her most powerful technique. With her movements, the air filled with metallic clinking and hundreds of swords began to flash before everyone's eyes. These swords were not just fell from the sky, they were created from her strength and will, and each of their movements was devastating. The technique she used was called the Fall of 1,000 Swords, and it was one of the most terrifying in her arsenal. Swords, like arrows, began to swirl around, creating an almost impenetrable wall of spikes. When Hong Gong-Hui saw this, he immediately realized that he was trapped. He tried. Pull out his power and respond with the attack technique of 100 warriors, hoping that his many blows could somehow to hold back Nam-So-Ren's attack, but he was unable to resist her frenzied power. Each of his blows only made her move, became more and more fatal, and then he realized her power was great. He was wounded by her, and he didn't have the strength left to fight it. Neither did she. But now he didn't dare say anything against her clan or her mother. He fell to the ground and was finally defeated. Che Mung-ho, who was standing on the sidelines, watched the battle between Nam-Su-Ryong closely, and Hong Gong-Hui. His eyes, full of greed and calculation, couldn't hide his admiration for what he saw. He saw Nam-So-Ren's victory, and realized that her strength and determination were now at an all-time high. However, instead of offering her a place in the Azure Dragon Association, as was originally his plan, he began to think about something else, that he should eliminate them both and raise his status. When Cha Moon-ho reappeared in front of Muan, the situation became more and more tense. Muan decided not to let Nam-So-Ren get hurt. He was willing to protect her at all costs. He knew that Che Moon-ho wouldn't stop until he got his way, but Muan was ready to fight. Cha Moon-ho realized that Muan was serious and decided to act decisively. He shook his head and said with a chuckle if he knew who was in front of him and how dare he meddle in Azure Dragon's affairs. But Muan knew that Dam So-jung, the head of the Azure Dragon Association, was a man of integrity and honor, but in recent years he, immersed in secluded training and unaware of many recent events within his association. Muan was sure of it, that if Dum So-jung knew about Che-moon-ho's actions, he would definitely condemn him. So Muan wasn't going to back down, even if he did. That Cha-moon-ho was covering up for his membership, and he asked how the creator would react to Cha-moon-ho's actions. Damn So-jung's association. He didn't believe that Muan knew him, so Cha-moon-ho rushed to the attack, hoping that his words and influence would help him win. He used his fighting skills, backing them up with threats and attempts to use the power of his association. However, Muan would not be Muan if he lost. His movements were fast and precise, and each of his punches struck his opponent with incredible power and accuracy. Cha-moon-ho. Even though he used his technique, he couldn't handle this level of skill. Muan easily blocked his punches and retaliated. Counterattacked, forcing Cha-moon-ho to retreat step by step, and now Muan was ready to even use his sword. Eventually, Cha-moon-ho, unable to cope with such an opponent, realized that his chances of victory were gone, with anger and rage. In his eyes, he turned and ran away, not wanting to take any more risks. After Cha-moon-ho disappeared, Muan walked over to Nam So-ren. She was badly exhausted after the battle with Hong Gong-hui and was experiencing pain in her injured arm. He gently lifted her into his arms, carefully supporting her body, and hurried to the ship where Tang Gi-moon was already waiting for them, ready to provide medical attention. As soon as they reached the ship, Tang Gi-moon began to treat them. He made a thorough examination, her injured arm with concern that the injury could have had serious consequences. However, with his experience and skill, he soon stabilized her condition. Damn! So-jung returned from his secluded training, and the whole atmosphere around him immediately changed. His gaze was calm but deeply penetrating as ever, and his presence was so powerful that even the air around him. He seemed filled with invisible energy. He had been away for a long time, absorbed in his development, and at that moment he finally returned to those who was waiting for him. When Hirin saw him approaching, her heart overflowed with joy. She held back her emotions, but she couldn't help herself. She instantly rushed toward him and hugged him so tightly that the whole world seemed to disappear around them. It was a moment of sheer joy and relief for her. She had been waiting for this day when he would return, and now he was finally there. Dam So-jung felt her warmth and tenderness and gently hugged her back. His face, which was usually reserved and calm, was now expressing a slight smile. As he looked at Hirin, Hirin noticed that his body had become even stronger and his expression more determined. Dam So-jung and Hirin stood side by side, knowing that their bond was now even stronger and they had a new path ahead of them. When Dam So-jung was a kid, his life wasn't what he sees now. He was born into a family with a relationship between wives. His father was far from perfect, and his own mother was the third wife of a woman who came from a simple family. She didn't have the status and wealth that the other women in the house had, and her life was full of humiliation and hardship. Her husband's other wives looked down on her and thought her worthless. She was a stranger in their world, constantly feeling their dislike and contempt. And Dam So-jung was just a child when he first encountered the cruelty and coldness of his mother. She was to him the only source of love and warmth in this house. Despite her difficult situation, she never stopped caring for him, surrounded him with affection and attention, giving him all her love even when others tried to humiliate her. This love was the whole world to him, that helped him survive in that cold and cruel home. His brothers, the children of his father's other wives, always behaved arrogantly toward him and often allowed themselves to be bullied. They looked at him as inferior, not deserving of respect, and never once tried to understand him. Their attitude towards him was full of contempt and indifference. He was just a junior to them, who could be treated in a calm manner, like a toy. All of this left a deep mark on the soul of little Dam So-jung, forming his strong personality. The loss of his mother was a turning point for Dam So-jung that changed his life forever. The day she died, everything around him disappeared for him. He stood on the doorstep, and before his eyes the fire consumed everything that was important to him. He heard her screams and saw her. and could do nothing to save her. It was a tragedy that turned his inner world upside down. His mother, who always stood by him, who believed in his strength and tried to give him everything she could, died, and with her gone, everything that gave him the strength to fight disappeared from his life. She's always told him he had to be strong, not like her. She didn't want him to go through the same things she did, to be weak, to be humiliated, and despised. The moment her life was taken by fire, he made a promise to himself that he would not be weak, he would become strong. He swore he would never allow himself to be helpless again. The loss of his mother not only left a deep wound in his soul, but also gave him the opportunity. He had a fierce desire for power. He hated his father for not protecting his mother, and he hated it even more for being his father, the source of much suffering. He could not forgive him for being coldly indifferent to his mother's pain, and perhaps not even noticing of her suffering. In this house full of arrogant brothers and cruelty, he felt lonely and unwanted. His father always looked down on him. But through time, as he moved step by step towards his goal of becoming strong, as he developed his skills and reached new heights, there was a moment that changed his relationship with his father, when Dam So-jong showed his strength by demonstrating incredible strength. His father finally recognized his fighting ability, and that's when he met Haran and Shim-won Lee. When Dam So-jong met Shim-won Lee and Haran, he had no idea that these meetings would change his life and open up new ones, horizons on which he will feel not only his strength but also the power of friendship and human intimacy. Unlike the cold world he grew up in, where love and caring were rare and strength the only measure of worth with them, he felt real affection and understanding for the first time. Haran was different. She was smart, calm, and deep, and despite her strength, it wasn't always outward. She understood that a person's real power was not only in the body, physical strength, but also the ability to think, analyze, and solve problems. Unlike many others, she did not seek power for the sake of power. But despite her intelligence and abilities, she could not always find the strength to meet the challenges that life put in front of her. And Haran admired Dam So-jong not only for his physical strength, but also for the resilience he showed in every situation. But for Dam So-jong, there was something more to his relationship with Haran. He saw something in her eyes that made his heart beat faster, a warmth that reminded him of his mother. He remembered the moments when his mother had loved him, despite the hardships of life, hugging and supporting him. Although he could not get his mother back, he realized that this closeness and care could be important to him. He soon became the head of the Valley of No Return family, and the sixth heir to the divine radiance of enlightenment. And that was just the beginning. He had to learn everything his father had taught him, and he fought many masters and defeated them, even though everyone respected him and mocked his ambition. But he exceeded everyone's expectations. When Dam So-jong entered the battle with the monster that came to the Northern Heavenly Clan, he was confident in his abilities. He knew that he had become strong, that he could cope with any hardship, that his promises were sincere, and that in spite of all his trials, he would not be defeated. The battle with this monster, however, was quite different from anything he had faced before, and at some point his defeat became inevitable, and he got the first defeat of his life, and Haran took him off the battlefield. She intervened when he was on the brink when all seemed hopeless. It was her will, her decision. She wouldn't let him continue the fight, despite his desire to keep fighting. He knew that Haran did it with the best of them, intentions, but in that moment he felt like she denied him the opportunity to finish the fight and prove to himself that he could be strong. He didn't understand why she wouldn't let him fight to the end, and she was only afraid of losing him. And Ha-jin stood on the deck of the ship, his eyes fixed on the vast sea as if he were trying to find answers in its boundless depths. The wind fluttered his hair and his thoughts were far away from this peaceful landscape. He thought back to his meeting with Haran. He remembered how she, with her sharp mind and bravery, had tried to lure him over to the Azure Dragon Association's side, confident that her organization would be the one to make a decisive impact on the future. But their worldviews and goals were too much different to make it happen. Ha-Jin remembered her trying to convince him to join her cause with the promise of strength, influence, and respect. She spoke of a future in which the Azure Dragon Association would rule and that together they could, to achieve everything. But Ha-Jin knew that his path did not lie in that direction. He didn't seek power for power's sake. He was driven by his own purpose, by his own sense of justice and power. He refused her in spite of her, the persistence and attractiveness of her proposal. In response to his refusal, Hirin did not lose her dignity, but her gaze has grown colder, and she's the one who made him know humiliation in full. He knew that only Muan was as strong as Dam So-jong. Soon, Nam So-ren appeared on the deck. She was very grateful to Tang Ki-moon and Muan for saving her. She felt she owed them a debt of gratitude. But Tang Ki-moon was a modest man. He didn't want to accept so much gratitude because he thought it was too much. But she kept saying that she owed them, and that if it wasn't for them, she would have died a long time ago. Then an obese man approached them. Hwa-chil-san, an old acquaintance with whom their paths had once crossed, but alas, now their relationship had become strained. Tang Ki-moon stood on the deck of the ship, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the fog merged with the sea. He was thinking about what was to come. The trials knew that there would be difficult battles and decisive moments ahead. Hwa-chil-san was a master from the Hwa Mountain clan, one of the most respected and powerful clans. He and Tang Ki-moon used to be allies and even planned to join forces to fight for justice. Their friendship was strong, and together they dreamed big. But as time went on, everyone's ambitions grew and their friendship gave way to enmity. Each of them was eager to prove their superiority, and it soured their relationship. Hwa-chil-san was now standing in front of Tang Gui-mong with a mocking look at his disciple Ryu-san, seeing his young and inexperienced appearance. He couldn't help but make some snide remarks. Hwa-chil-san looked proudly at his students who were standing beside him, saying that they were strong. They were experienced and strong warriors, and their confidence was evident. While Ryu-san felt insecure and could only stand silently feeling weak in front of this arrogant old acquaintance of Tang Ki-moon. And Ryu-san, even though he tried to hide his emotions, couldn't help but feel the weight of those words. He knew that he was still too weak right now to claim any meaningful power in this world. All he had to do was work on himself and gain experience. But Hwa-chil-san's words pierced his self-esteem, making him doubt his own abilities. And Tang Ki-moon remained silent as he listened attentively to Hwa-chil-san continue to brag about his students. He knew that the relationship between them changed, that there had been much bitterness and resentment in their past, but now he could not let that influence interfere with his students and their path. Their conversation had ended, and now each of them realized that their paths, however they had crossed before, must never meet again. Hwa-chil-san's words, full of arrogance and contempt, could not shake Tang Gui-mong's resolve, but also did not go unanswered. He said he didn't want to see that overweight man with the very high self-esteem ever again, and they turned around and went their separate ways. Tang Ki-moon felt that Hwa-chil-san's words, despite their arrogance and ridicule. His pupil walked over to Ryu-san, who was standing a little to the side, immersed in his thoughts. A slight sadness was visible in his eyes. And Tang Ki-moon realized that the boy was worried. Perhaps his old friend's words hurt him more than he was willing to admit. After a silent glance at Ryu, Sana came closer and put a hand on his shoulder. His gaze was soft but determined, and he assured him that no one was an arrogant man because Tang Ki-moon was convinced that one teacher should have one student, and he wanted to make a strong master out of him so that he could put all his knowledge into him. Ryu-san felt his teacher's words began to take effect. He felt an inner strength he had never thought of before. He knew that the journey would be difficult, that he would have to face it, through many trials, but now he saw that he had someone who was willing to help him become the man he was meant to be. The night was quiet and cold. A light breeze barely rustled the surface of the sea, and Muan sat on a dais on the deck of the ship and looked out. The vast sky. His gaze was focused and his thoughts far away from current events. He was thinking about the past, about what he had once thought. That his snowflower sword, this symbol of strength and place, had finally calmed down, but the crying of the sword did not stop, but became even stronger. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the revenge he thought he had completed after Cho Jung-woo's fall was not real. He thought he was rid of whoever was behind the destruction of the village, and it brought him some relief. But now, sitting here in the silence of the night, he sensed that there was something deeper behind it all, not just a coincidence. He began to suspect that the perpetrator of the tragedy was none other than Cho Chung-woo's son, Cho Woon-ken. Meanwhile, Hua Chil-sang's disciple, Hua Chil-sang, came on deck as a young, cocky man, with obvious signs that he was preoccupied with alcohol. He was holding a bottle from which he occasionally drank, and his gait was unsteady, and his eyes clouded. He was clearly not in the best condition. Muan watched him and couldn't help but think that Hua Chil-san's disciples. Apparently, they weren't so flawless. Shaking his head, Muan stood up from the dais and returned to his quarters. He did not want to trouble himself with disorderly thoughts any longer and decided to rest. The morning brought unexpected news. When everyone woke up, the student Hua Chil-san was found on the deck wounded. His condition was critical and he appeared to be dead. No one knew what really happened or how Jang-un died. Everyone on the deck was trying to figure out what happened. Muan. Ha-jin and Tang-ju-moon approached the scene and the atmosphere was tense. Muan was sure that the culprit was among those responsible, who was on the ship. His gaze was stern and he scrutinized everyone. Ha-jin in turn. I immediately noticed an important detail that the perpetrator of the crime was left-handed. This discovery was a bit of a game-changer, but there was still a lot of uncertainty. And Muan wanted to check out Chil-sang's students because he was suspicious of their involvement. However, Chil-san himself was adamant and offended by such accusations against his students. He claimed that none of his men could have been involved. Muan couldn't let it go unnoticed. He remembered seeing Chan Woon at night when he was still alive. He had been drinking alcohol on the deck, and Muan had caught a glimpse of him. This memory led him to a new thought. Perhaps something happened that night that could explain Jang Woon's death. And Ha-jin approached one of Chil-sang's disciples and asked harshly why he had done so. However, the disciple only withdrew silently, and he tried to talk himself out of it by saying that they couldn't blame him just because he was left-handed. And then Chil-sang, noticing that the situation was starting to get out of hand, immediately intervened. He began to defend his student, saying that he couldn't have been involved, but Ha-jin was adamant. Meanwhile, Chil-sang's other students began to talk, that they could smell alcohol on the culprit, which only added to Ha-jin's confidence that his guess was correct. The atmosphere was getting more and more heated, and Chil-sang even blamed Muan for it since he said he saw him last night. Chil-sang felt that this made Muan more suspicious than his students. But Tang-gi-moon was willing to swear that Muan slept in the cabin with them. Then Muan explained that the attack had been a single blow, and that only a left-handed person could have done it. Then Chil-san looked at his disciple again and asked if he had done it. He was silent and looked at the teacher without taking his eyes off. Chil-sang was beginning to believe that he had done it. But the culprit only said he saw Jang Woon and talked to him before he went on deck, and Muan was watching closely. He knew Jang-un had opened the liquor bottle when he first came on deck. This observation was the decisive proof for him. Muan was sure that no one could deny it because the smell of alcohol coming from the perpetrator confirmed his hunch. Now that the situation was clearer, no one could hide behind doubts. The other two disciples of Chil-san who were standing nearby were stunned. They could not believe that their ally was human, whom they trusted could have done that. But gradually, under the pressure of circumstances and compelling evidence, their confidence began to stagger. Even they were beginning to believe in the truth of Muan's assumptions, and Muan became increasingly confident in his hypothesis. Jang-un stepped onto the deck, and being alone made him vulnerable. The culprit was waiting for the moment, when everyone else is busy doing their own thing to attack. Muan analyzed the situation and came to the conclusion that it was meticulously planned. All indications were that the perpetrator acted deliberately, knowing that this would be his only chance. He wasn't randomly at the crime scene. He was purposefully waiting for the right moment. And Muan realized that the culprit had not just seized the opportunity, but had carefully calculated every action. Maybe he knew when Jang-un would come on deck, and knowing that there would be no witnesses, he committed the crime. This discovery gave the whole situation a new meaning. It was not a random act of violence, but the result of cold-blooded calculation. The perpetrator, who had carefully planned the attack for 10 years, was profoundly perplexed. He couldn't believe it. That his carefully orchestrated plan was discovered so quickly. All his efforts at secrecy seemed to have been in vain. Chil-san, in turn, was at a loss. He could not understand why there was such tension among his students. His trust in them was unqualified, but now that suspicion had fallen on one of them, he didn't know what to think. Chil-san's disciples, whom he considered his loyal companions, now looked as if invisible cracks had appeared between them. Trying to understand how it was possible that among his students was a man capable of such treachery. It ruined everything. His idea of loyalty and trust that he'd built with them over the years. The perpetrator, realizing he'd been exposed, ran away with it. All his strength to evade pursuit, his legs carried him forward, adrenaline filling his body, and the only impulse in his mind was to run away. He believed he still had a chance to escape and escape punishment. But Muan was one step ahead. Watching his swift escape, he knew he wouldn't let him slip away. All of his training and experience had led to the fact Muan didn't waste a second and immediately rushed in pursuit. He didn't give his opponent even the slightest chance. After a while, after traversing a few meters and succeeding in persistent pursuit, Muan caught up with the fugitive. He caught him without any effort, throwing him to the ground with unrelenting determination. The culprit stopped by the sudden force of the grip and felt his body stiffen. When Chil-san came up and asked why he did it, he told him to forgive him and started destroying his meridians. And Muan felt that he didn't need any further pressure. He decided his own fate and left the world. Chil-san's inner negativity that had been lurking inside him for a long time suddenly burst out. Chil-san lost control and his anger seized him, and he started destroying everything in his path. He hurled objects, his movements were wild and uncontrollable. This explosion of rage was so strong that it seemed nothing could stop him. Everyone around him tried to hold Chil-san back, but his rage was unstoppable. He was like a beast that knew no measure or restraint. Muan realized that if he didn't intervene, the situation could get worse. He swiftly approached Chil-san and used all his strength to hold him down. Muan caught him by the arms and said confidently, to calm him down, that everyone was looking at him, and he's disgraced the owl's name with this behavior. Chil-san, despite Muan's words, continued to fight him. His anger was unceasing, and every attempt by Muan to stop him caused more rage. Chil-san was tearing out of his hands. His movements became more and more furious. There was not only anger in his eyes, but also despair. He couldn't accept what had happened to his students, that his trust had been betrayed. And Muan, realizing that gentle persuasion was no longer working, grabbed Chil-san again, but now he used all his strength. He didn't. He spared no effort, and despite the fierce resistance of Chil-san, who continued to fight and lash out, Muan acted with determination. His every move was calculated. He was ready to stop Chil-san at any cost. But Chil-san, seized by rage and despair, could not accept what was happening. He tried his best to break free, but Muan was there. Too strong and determined, he pinned him down, forcing him to stop. With each passing moment, Chil-san's resistance was weakening, but Muan thought about how he was always lucky to have students. He remembered those students from Gongdong Monastery, and that he had to fight their teacher then too, to stop him from delivering something. And Chil-san, even though his anger had subsided a bit, he still couldn't hold back. His emotions once again overwhelmed him without realizing it. That it would only worsen his situation, he attacked Muan again. His face was contorted with rage, and he was striving for his own. to the enemy with the full decision to strike without thinking of the consequences. Muan, watching his reactions, realized the situation could get out of hand if they continued to fight on the deck. He knew that Chilsan's mind was not clear right now, and his anger might to cause destruction all around. In order not to endanger others, Muan instantly grabbed Chilsang and used his full strength. His strength threw him into the air. In the blink of an eye, they were high above the deck, far away from the other people. The fight moved to the sky where Muan was, could act without fear of casualties. Chilsan continued to fight despite his rage. His punches were fast and desperate, but Muan dodged and blocked his every move. He knew that if he didn't cool Chilsang's fervor, the situation could escalate into something much more dangerous. In the air, Muan could afford to use his physical power to its fullest. He quickly adjusted to each one. Chilsang's movement was dodging and blocking punches. Chilsang was still trying to attack, but his strength was slowly waning. Muan, controlling the situation, making sure Chilsang doesn't get hurt, but not giving him the slightest chance to continue fighting. The minutes of fighting in the air flew by quickly, and Muan finally felt that Chilsang was no longer able to continue. With the same fury, his anger was almost completely cooled, and despite his heavy breathing, he no longer tried to attack. With a thud, Chilsan landed on the wooden pavement of the deck. When Chilsan finally came to his senses, his thoughts were scattered, and he was still not fully aware of what had happened. His body was tired, and his thoughts were a jumbled mess. But one question he was still obsessed with was why his students had done this. At that moment, Tang Gi-moon approached him. He looked calm, but there was an underlying anxiety in his eyes. He knew that Chilsang was not only upset, but also puzzled by what had happened. Tang Gi-moon was ready to explain what had happened to his students and what was really going on behind this act. Tang Gi-moon told Chilsang that one of the students had a tattoo on his chest. Chilsang squinted his eyes and didn't understand what exactly Tang Gi-moon wants to show him. However, when he wiped the hidden tattoo on his skin with a special solution, became visible. It was a tattoo of dark forces, sinister and hidden from view. It was encrypted and remained invisible until then, until a special tool was used to reveal it. Chilsang realized that the tattoo in front of him was not just a tattoo, but a symbolic mark. Involvement in dark practices. The apprentice came to them as a boy of 10. They raised him in the clan. He never left, and he couldn't figure out where that tattoo came from. And he realized that it was done before he joined the Hua clan, and Tang Gi-moon showed him a bag of powder that he must have used to cover up the tattoo. Another student found out about the tattoo. He decided to use it as an excuse to kill him, but Chilsang asked Tang Gi-moon to keep it a secret for now. He agreed, and Muan stood outside, immersed in his thoughts. From time to time, his eyes glanced around the deck, but his mind was far away from what was going on around him. He returned again and again to one moment of dark ritual from the village. His memory of that event was clear even now when he thought about the disciples' behavior. It all fit together. He thought it was very similar, and that disciple had been sent to the Hua clan to perform the orders of their masters. They could also send the same executors to other clans, but that was speculation for now. When Chilsang approached Muan, his face was not as distorted with rage as before. He had already calmed down, and his eyes were reflecting gratitude. Muan was standing there deep in thought when he sensed Chilsang approaching. He looked a little tired. But the restrained man stopped in front of him and spoke with appreciation in his voice. He apologized and thanked Muan, stopped him as he was out of breath. Chilsang nodded. His gaze was full of respect and gratitude. He knew that Muan, despite his modesty, has already become someone who can change the course of history. And then Chilsang noticed how Ryu Sang cared for Tang Gi-moon and even envied him. Meanwhile, Jo Eun-kyung arrived at a mysterious place hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. His gaze was determined. It was a place where he now belonged, a place that had long been tied to his destiny and purpose. The people he served remained in the shadows, but their influence was powerful and undeniable. Now that his father was gone from this world, Jo Un-kyung realized that his duty was to fulfill the will of those who were behind his fate, and that his life now belonged to them. He was no longer part of the Broken Fist clan. He belonged to that group of dark force. His assignment was clear: to raise and train new followers of the very dark force that now filled his life. Jo Un-kyung stood in the deep shadows, surrounded by dark walls and hidden forces that did not just surround him, they became a part of him. He was one of them. It was a group that used demonic power, the same power that took a soul and turned it into a weapon. Those who served this dark force were no longer human, at least not in the way the rest of us understood it. When the White Dragon Trade Association finally reached Nanju, the city greeted them like true heroes. There was an atmosphere in the streets of celebration and gratitude. A multitude of people, including merchants, residents of the city, and those who had traveled with them, came out into the streets to greet them, the return of their saviors. But what stood out especially brightly among all the greeters was Tai Tai, Yun Ya Moon's mother. She was happy and grateful that her son had returned alive and unharmed, and her heart was filled with the warmth of knowing that everything had ended safely. But her gratitude was not limited to her son. She turned to Muan and the Iron Squad, who had played a crucial role on this journey. Her words sounded sincere, and her eyes were full of gratitude for the help they had given. Tai Tai, okay. I knew that without their intervention, things could have ended up much worse. Young Mu Sang, who was standing nearby, also remembered Muan's contribution to the success of the mission. He did not miss the opportunity to express his gratitude to him as well. After exchanging thanks and words of appreciation, Tai Tai handed over the document, confirming payment for work done by the Iron Squad. This was an important point, for this document was not only a symbol, but also an official confirmation that the work has been completed successfully and that it will be properly paid for. Once the formalities were settled, it was decided to set up a rest table for everyone to relax and enjoy the well-deserved rest, to rest after their arduous journey. But the Iron Squad, despite the warm welcome and the generously laid table, did not linger. They had an important mission that required immediate attention. We must go to the Central Celestial Alliance. Soon the Iron Squad left them, bidding farewell to the grateful people hurried on their way, realizing the importance of the task ahead. And the need to move on did not allow them to postpone their next move. With a sense of accomplishment, they left Nanju, heading towards the Central Celestial Alliance, where a new mission awaited them. Moonjun and Muan stood by the side as they watched the Iron Squad withdraw towards the Central Heavenly Alliance. Their eyes followed every movement of the squad, which soon disappeared over the horizon. Mongjun stood a little apart. His mind was busy thinking about his own path. He was still not strong enough to join Muan and the Iron Squad in their future adventures. Despite his determination and desire to be useful, he realized he wasn't ready yet. His skills and strength were insufficient to meet the dangers that lay ahead. When the Kunlun clan men finally arrived at the place where the four robber brothers were rumored to be hiding, they were greeted by the unexpected and a troubled look. The lifeless bodies of three of the four brothers were spread out on the ground as signs of destruction, but somewhere in the depths. Their minds all realized something was missing. The three brothers were defeated, but showed no signs of internal struggle among themselves. There was none of the usual signs of internal conflict or mutual betrayal. There were traces of blood, of course, but on each of the brothers had their own wounds, but they looked as if they had been defeated by one person. And Haseol scratched her ear, saying that someone was saying something about her. The Westgate family has always been known for its strength and wisdom. Zhong Cheon, son of the sage Seo Manhwa, became the head of the clan after the catastrophic fall of the Northern Sky clan. It was a significant event, for all of Murim, and Zhong Cheon took it upon himself, responsibilities that seemed to exceed his strength. Although Zhong was an intelligent and capable strategist, he realized that he was not, could reach his father's level. Seo Manhwa's wisdom was recognized by all the great masters of the world, and even his son could feel it, that his techniques still can't compare to what his father used to do. The masters and students of his clan respected Zhang Cheon, but he himself knew there was more work to be done to become as great as he was. Considering how rarely his father was willing to get involved, it was a momentous occasion. Zhang knew that if his father called him, the conversation would be important. When Seo Manhwa found out that the Northern Heavenly Clan had not been completely destroyed and Muan was still alive, he wanted to intervene. This news was unexpected and disturbing to him. He knew that Muan was not just a powerful warrior, but a man with ambition. Was great because his father was an incomparable warrior. Seo Manhwa thought for a moment before making the decision he knew he had to make. Was inevitable. In recent years, he had tried to keep a low profile watching the events unfold. Now, however, when it became clear that Muan was alive, he couldn't stay idle. He considered him a threat, and Muan finally arrived at Central Heavenly Alliance. When Muan stepped into the Central Heavenly Alliance territory for the first time, his heart was filled with wonder. He had long heard of the grandeur of this place, but only now was he able to see it for himself. Majestic buildings and vast grounds, dotted with greenery and flowers, created an atmosphere of almost mystical tranquility. It seemed that everything here was imbued with more than just power, but also an ancient wisdom that has remained alive through the ages. The city was in turmoil due to the actions of the invaders' organization that flooded the streets, attracting attention with its power and influence. Hajin, standing in the center of this scene, felt the events becoming increasingly tense. His thoughts returned to Heron of the Northern Gate and her grandfather. He knew he would have to face him. Heron has always been connected to powerful and secret forces, and her grandfather was one of the most dangerous strategists and masters of his time. The Tang family had a residence in the Central Celestial Alliance, and Tang Gi Moon invited everyone there, so they wouldn't be in the taverns. It was big enough to hold all of them together. Meanwhile, Namso Ren had gotten to where she was supposed to be. She said goodbye, expressing her gratitude for her help, and with a slight, almost invisible gesture, walked off in her own direction. Hajin noticed her departure and told her it was nice to meet her. She was glad to travel and meet them all. Muan, knowing that he needed to take care of business in the city, warned everyone that he would come later. His eyes burned with determination, and in his soul he was determined to deal with those who might obstruct his path. He knew he would face the Dark Moon, a powerful and secretive organization whose goals remained a mystery to many. Went to one of the hidden places in the streets of the city. It was the place where Dark Moon was hiding, and Muan was sure what it was. Here he would find answers to many of the questions that troubled him. He walked confidently, his steps quick and determined. He soon found himself in front of an inconspicuous door hidden in the shadows, as befits a place where those who prefer to remain in the shadows dwell, and Muan knocked on the door. After a few moments, it was opened by a woman with a calm gaze. She gave him a look of disbelief and said they were already closed. But Muan did not lose his composure and uttered a single code word that instantly changed the atmosphere. He remembered young Mu San's case, and he said the phrase "dark full moon." The woman looked at him silently and without a word stepped aside to let him inside. The door closed quietly behind him. They passed through several long corridors lit by dim torches that cast glare on the walls covered with ancients. Symbols. Every movement in this place was a reminder that Dark Moon was not just an organization, but a whole world, hidden from view. Then she told him to wait his turn. The woman stepped aside and disappeared down one of the corridors, leaving Muan alone. He realized that this waiting time was not random, and he had to patiently wait his turn. He couldn't afford to relax. Here in this place, every moment was important, and he was ready for any challenge that might be waiting for him. Soon an old man appeared in front of him and said that he would escort him to the right place. They walked through several corridors until they came to a room where Mei-Wol Ren was sitting. She wasn't just a part of Dark Moon, but one of its most powerful leaders. Her face was hidden under the hood, but Muan felt her presence as if she were all of her. The room became tense from her power. When Muan finally met Mei-Wol Ren, he noticed her calm and confident demeanor. She greeted him and with a slight inclination of her head said she welcomed him, and wanted to know what she could do for him. After the greeting, Muan couldn't help but ask a question that had been on his tongue for a long time. He asked about the reason for their change of location. Mei Ren caught his doubts and immediately replied with a cold but sincere tone that they changed the location for their own reasons and not because they were following Muan. When Muan asked about Chun Ying, his voice was calm, but there was concern in his eyes. He wanted to know how he was doing. After all these events, Mei Ren replied, but her tone was a little reserved, and Muan immediately noticed her attitude. She said he was fine and on a mission, but she didn't like that Jun-in had revealed his identity. When Muan got down to business, his intentions became clear. He didn't come here with a request or an offer to become part of the organization. Invaders, as Mei Ren might have thought. His eyes burned with determination as he spoke of his plan. I needed to find Seo Musang. He had been a mercenary in the past when his clan was betrayed. He wanted to know where he was, and Mei Ren seemed to relax a bit upon hearing that. She looked at Muan with undisguised interest, but at the same time, with a question in her eyes. She was certainly willing to help find the man, and it wasn't hard for her. He also said that Yeon Zhenghua will be coming to town soon, and Muan asked what the purpose was. But she didn't know and offered to find out, but Muan refused. And Muan had no idea that his path would soon cross with those involved in his family's tragedy and the destruction of the clan. Yeon Zhenghua, whose strength surpassed even Cho Jung-woo, remained one of the darkest figures in his past. This man was not only a martial artist, but also those who played a key role in betraying his father and the clan. Muan was determined to find and deal with those responsible for the death of his family. But on the road to the truth, he faced dangerous enemies who seemed to be always one step ahead. Meanwhile, Mei Ren wasted no time. She understood the importance of information and its role in helping Muan achieve of her goal. Years of experience in the world of shadowy intrigue and political manipulation told her that every action has consequences. And without knowing the whole picture, they risk getting trapped. She ordered her men, whose intelligence network stretched far beyond, within the Central Celestial Alliance, to find out about Seo Musang. Mei Ren knew that she could trust her subordinates, but she still felt uneasy. She realized that Muan's story is very great, and he's special. And she also realized why Chun-in had revealed his identity to him. Because Muan was special and could change the course of history. Every agent who was sent on a mission knew that failure could result to serious consequences. Mei Ren was not only an experienced strategist, but also a person whose decisions carried weight in this cruel world, full of treachery and intrigue. Muan climbed up to one of the high elevations of the Central Heavenly Alliance, standing on the edge. On the roof of one of the most majestic buildings. Looking at the horizon, he felt a heaviness growing in his chest, and at the same time, an incredible torrent of determination was rising. He was in search of the truth, and though this road seemed almost impossible, his steps could not to be stopped. The old man took a few steps and stopped beside Muan. He remembered seeing him in Dark Moon. Suddenly, the old man took off his hood, and Muan realized that underneath it was not a man but a woman. Her face was old. It was a mask. She pulled a small flask from her robes and held it out to him, offering him a drink as well. The woman looked at Muan with mild curiosity, her eyes calm and her actions confident, when she assured him that the drink was not. Muan, although he wasn't inclined to trust everyone, felt that there was no point in doubting her words. Her confidence was too much. Strong, and the very atmosphere around her spoke volumes. He looked at the drink that remained in her hand, and despite his doubts, he picked it up and took a sip. The flavor was unusually good saturated, but not overpowering the other sensations of softness. Freshness, as if it combined various components, each of which infused it with new strength. The woman watching his reaction didn't hide her smile. She knew he wasn't the kind of fool to join the invaders, she said lightly, with a note of admiration in his voice. And if he's there, You can savor the moment, and this drink and this view are the best reward. Muan nodded, realizing that her words reflected not only her observations of his character, but also some understanding of what he was looking for in the world. He really didn't seek power in the group or to be part of some arrogant, ambitious organization that divided the world into those who were right and those who were wrong. His path was different, and he himself realized it. He was a seeker who saw the world, beyond the usual notions of struggle and power. That moment when the woman disappeared into the shadows, leaving the drink to Muan as if it was definitive, solidified her image as someone who could read minds and understand more than what was being said out loud. He watched her, but didn't feel it, of her presence when she showed up. It was strange. She came and went as quietly as if she hadn't been there at all, and Muan thought about it. In that moment, it became clear to him that this woman was not just a casual acquaintance. She didn't just hand him a drink. It was as if she was connected to the world he was just beginning to touch, the world of hidden knowledge and power that stretched out, beyond his comprehension. He knew she was powerful, and her strength was powerful because she had strong chi, and she was definitely a martial artist. He was also glad that she had left him a flask with a drink so that he could continue to enjoy the view and the drink. He was happy to meet and talk to such a wise person, and she was also a very mysterious person to him. Muan stood on the hilltop, still digesting the impressions of his recent encounter. He saw a group of people walking towards him. It was Hun Gun Hui and Cha Moon Ho. Hong Gong Hui appeared more energetic than Muan had anticipated. His gaze was direct and insistent and aggressive. Hun Gong Hui didn't waste time asking who Muan was. His voice was hoarse, which emphasized his determination. He stared at Muan as if trying to see his soul, even though he was far from realizing who was standing in front of him. But Muan remained silent and didn't hurry to answer. His gaze remained calm, and there was something in the depths of his eyes that left no room to talk too much. He had gotten used to people trying to understand him, even though they could never really understand him, his true intentions. He knew that silence was often stronger than words. However, Hong Gong Hui was not willing to give up so easily. His patience was limited, and he approached again, continuing his attempts. And he asked where Nam So Ren was. But Muan remained silent, and Hong Gong Hui only snorted irritably. He was used to people respecting his authority, and courage to answer was considered the norm. However, this silence did not fit his idea of how interactions should take place. He thought that his authority could crush everyone. Hun Gun Hui was annoyed, despite the importance of the mission. In recruiting new members for their squad, his thoughts kept revolving around one Muan, that silent man standing on. It was as if he was hiding something more behind his calmness. Hong Gong Hui was used to people's determination and confidence. But Muan was different. He seemed like a stone wall, and it was annoying. Meanwhile, footsteps were heard from behind. Hong Gong Hui turned around and spotted approaching Sword of the South, the very man they were waiting for. The Sword of the South was known for his skill in martial arts. Sword South approached the group, his steps confident and calm as if he knew he was expected. He glanced at Muan, and immediately his gaze became a little more interested. Hong Gong Hui grinned as he listened to the Sword of the South with its lively and sarcastic character, trying to get Muan to talk. Meanwhile, Muan stood still, his gaze unchanged. He was ready to listen and take in what was happening, but he remained aloof. He knew there was no point in talking to these people. They wouldn't be able to understand what was behind his silence anyway. When Muan continued to be silent, the Sword of the South, confident that he was right, did not hold back his laughter. He thought he was facing a man who either can't talk or can't defend himself. But no matter how much he laughed, the reality was quite different. When the battle began, everything seemed clear to all the opponents. Cha Moon Ho, who expected Muan to be easily defeated, was confident that the time had come to destroy him. Hun Gong Hui and Sword of the South were also determined to win. They believed that theirs, the numerical advantage and coordinated attacks, would quickly break Muan's resistance. But they were wrong. and Muan, as if ignoring their attacks, fought with incredible precision and speed. His movements were so fast and precise that his opponents barely had time to react. He didn't just dodge attacks, his every move was calculated. When Hun Gonghui tried to strike him from behind, Muan, without changing his posture, just jumped sideways to avoid the blow, and then knocked the weapon out of Hun Gonghui's hands in one swift movement. He tried to counterattack, but Muan was already there, behind him, ready to strike a decisive blow. Sword South, trying to attack from the front, was surprised at how easily Muan was getting away. He tried to hit Muan's target several times, but each time his punches were parried or dodged, and at some point, the Sword of the South realized that it could not withstand such speed and agility. His blows were parried, and he found himself on the ground, unable to get up. Cha Mun-ho hoped that he could at least dodge and deliver one last decisive blow, but none of them stood a chance against Muan. And now they all understood this and saw it in practice. But despite his many defeats, Hong Gonghui was not ready to stop. His pride and desire to win overwhelmed him, and he rushed back into the attack. The battle seemed impossible to end. Muan, still shaken by the previous clashes, realized that he would once again have to fight for his life and his place in the world. His thoughts froze for a moment, but he came to his senses quickly. With no other choice, he drew his sword and defended himself. Hong Gonghui attacked again with fury, as if he didn't notice that his strength was running out. His every lunge was full of desperation, but Muan knew to stay cool. Every move, every strike was clear, and with each passing moment, Muan felt his enemy weakening. The fire in Hun Gonghui's eyes was no longer the same as before. He was exhausted, but he wouldn't give up. Muan saw this, and using every chance he got, he began to win. The battle continued, but soon Hong Gonghui fell, and his men one by one were left on the battlefield. Muan, with a practiced motion, he put his sword away and headed towards Cha Mun-ho. As he passed by, his gaze fell on Cha Mun-ho couldn't meet with his gaze. He covered his face with his hands, as if trying to hide from the reality that was unfolding before him. And Muan didn't stop. He didn't even look at Cha Mun-ho as he continued to walk forward. He knew that all of this should be in the past, and he didn't need words or excuses. He didn't want anyone to remember the battle. All he wanted was for people to carry on, to go about their lives, minding their own business and forgetting what had happened. It was a hard but inevitable ordeal, and now it was complete. He told everyone present that he wished to forget everything that had happened there today, and urged others to do the same. After all, where they were now was the law on what someone had ruined a life. The other would eventually answer with his life. But he also warned that if any of them appeared before him again, he would spare no one. But despite his desire to forget, Muan realized that in this world, forgetting was impossible. He knew that this would be an unforgettable lesson for many people. They didn't expect such strength from Muan. His power and determination amazed everyone who stood in front of him. Hong Gonghui and all the people gathered. For the final attack could not have predicted that their opponent would be so unstoppable. With each new blow, Muan proved that his abilities are beyond ordinary comprehension. Even those who watched the battle from afar couldn't help but notice, as his movements became more and more swift and precise. His sword seemed to move, leaving no room for weakness or error, and Cha Mun-ho was the most cowardly and meanest of them all. Now Muan left wanting peace for them and himself, but not everyone was willing to accept defeat, and he assumed they'd get in his way again, but he'd already warned them what would happen if they did. And Ryu-san, determined to become stronger than ever, continued to train intensively with Tang Ki-moon. This man was a master of his own, and gave Ryu-san more and more lessons, constantly demanding his utmost concentration and fortitude. With each passing day, Ryu-san felt his body and mind becoming more and more hardened. His fighting skills were improving, and confidence was improving. His own strength grew. But the main goal he set for himself was to surpass Muan. But to Muan, his attempts were neither frightening nor threatening. Ha-jin was as focused and serious as ever, and he listened to Muan's account of what happened that night. Ha Jin knew that the people Muan had encountered weren't just random people, but adversaries who could easily abandon their intentions, even if they were defeated by their ambition and desire for revenge, could lead to more confrontations that wouldn't be as easy. He realized that these people had not just been defeated, they lost their pride and many other things. In the back of his mind, Ha Jin realized that they would definitely find a way to come back for revenge. And at that moment, he couldn't help but worry about his friend. He wanted Muan to stay alert and not relax. At this time, Chil San, the head of the Hua clan, came to see the minister of the Central Heavenly Alliance, Wang Dai-seong. Knew that Wang Dai-seong was a man of great authority and wisdom who played an important role in the management of the alliance. That was the man, who was always sought after for help and advice, and Chil San was no exception. When Chil Sang entered his office, he immediately felt it. The warmth and hospitality with which Wang Dai-seong always greeted his allies and even his enemies. Chil Sang wasted no time. Took a seat opposite Wang Dai-seong, and a shadow of worry could be seen in his eyes. He told me what happened on the ship and that an infiltrator had infiltrated his clan. And not just anyone, but someone from the two-headed demon organization. And he asked for help from his minister, and was sure that such infiltrators had infiltrated other clans. But the minister said he didn't know anything about it, since they're busy with Silent Night right now. But the minister promised that after consulting with the 9 heavens, he would be sure to give him an answer to his request. But left alone, Wang Dai-seong thought about Chil Sang's visit, and what he'd told him. He tried to digest everything he had heard recently. When Ha Jin arrived at his friend's house, he greeted him warmly, knowing that a visit from such a person is no accident. They hadn't spoken for a long time, but Ha Jin knew that his friend would always be willing to help when it came to important information, and Ha Jin wasted no time in getting down to business. He was aiming for a specific target, and there was no time to hesitate, and he asked a friend for a strategic map of Hubei, the blueprints of the Central Celestial Alliance, and key information about the Northern Celestial Clan. Cha Mun-ho knew he couldn't handle this on his own. To get revenge, he had to go to someone who specialized to deal with such matters for a clan of hired men. This clan was known for its ruthlessness and desire for violence and absolute dedication. They knew no mercy and asked no unnecessary questions. Cha Mun-ho was sure they could do it. To take care of Muan. Muan had been staying with Ha Jin's friend Jang Dai-seo for 3 days. It was a quiet, secluded place where they could to focus on what was most important. Chang Dai-seo was a man who collected rare archives of valuable books and documents, containing information accumulated over 200 years. His library was a treasure trove of ancient manuscripts and scientific papers that could hardly be found anywhere else. For every scientist, it would be a dream place where every shelf hid knowledge that could change many things. Ha Jin, who was younger, had studied here himself, devouring books and developing theories, which later became the basis of his scientific achievements. His ties with Chang Dai-seo were strong. They were friends and scholars, studied together and had a long relationship. However, Chang Dai-seo was a man who preferred seclusion and did not like it, of outside interference. It wasn't very clear to him why Ha Jin suddenly needed access to these archives, much less their contents. There were many things that could have remained hidden. Ha Jin was nevertheless determined. He was seeking information for himself and perhaps for something more. Muan was his ally, and Ha Jin knew that right here in this place hid the answer to his questions. He had long since realized that the knowledge stored in those archives could help not only him but change the world. Ambitious as that may sound, he wanted to use it. This knowledge to bring a new day to this world, something completely new that will open horizons for future generations. As Ha Jin and Mu1 left Jang Dai-seo's house, the last rays of the setting sun were touching the ancient brick walls of the building. 2 people were leaving this place, but with them remained not only the knowledge gathered over the centuries, but also hidden intentions that could change the course of their destiny. Jang Dai-seo, when he found out who this Mu really was very surprised. He'd heard of a man called the Northern Blade, and now he realized why they needed all that data. And Jiang Daiseo felt the need to warn Ha-Jin because he couldn't let his friend get involved in something so risky. He knew that Ha-Jin was a man passionate and ambitious, but perhaps too overconfident to see all the risks behind this alliance. As Ha-Jin was about to leave the house, Jiang decided to come over and tell him something was going around in his head. Ha-Jin listened to his words with attention, but there was no doubt or hesitation in his eyes. He was convinced that he was right and would not give up his plans. Jiang Daiseo was silent when he heard those words. He realized that Ha-Jin was already deeply involved in this matter and was unlikely to change his mind. Ha-Jin also asked him to join them. After all, he is living such a boring life in this reclusive place. He could help a friend and they could make their long-held dreams come true together. But Jiang Daiseo thought his friend was crazy and didn't want to get involved, maybe out of fear or uncertainty. And Ha-Sol, accompanied by a group of traders, finally stopped in a small town in Shanxi province, Chang'an. It was a quiet place, where the travelers could rest after their long journey. As usual, the merchants decided to stop at the local tavern for refreshment and recuperate before the next leg of their journey. Inside, there was a cozy atmosphere, wooden tables dimly lit by oil lamps, and the smell of freshly cooked food. Everyone except Ha-Seol sat around the table discussing the deals and goods they planned to sell. But one detail caught the young merchant's attention. He couldn't help but notice that Ha-Seol had already ordered several meals, cooked exclusively with lamb. She looked up, and a shadow of memory flashed in her eyes. She didn't answer right away, as if trying to bring herself back to reality after her thoughts had traveled far into the past. She didn't want to reveal her feelings, but there it was, impossible to hide. At this moment, looking at the steaming piece of lamb on the plate, Ha-Sol said that this dish brought back memories for her. A man, clearly exhausted from the long journey, came through the tavern door. It was a man with a rough, hard expression. He looked around until his gaze came to a halt. He looked around until his gaze stopped at Ha-Seol. A familiar gloating glint flashed in his eyes, and he immediately walked over to the table. She looked up as she recognized the man. It was the brother of one of the robbers she encountered a few days ago. He was one of the survivors of that confrontation, and now he obviously wanted revenge. Ha-Seol immediately realized that she was facing a new enemy. The merchants became alarmed, and the atmosphere in the tavern changed instantly. Everyone was scrutinizing the situation. However, Ha-Seol didn't show any fear. The robber's brother felt Ha-Seol's confidence and didn't hesitate. He pulled out a knife and prepared to fight. Everything that had happened was an unexpected turn of events, and now his purpose was clear. He was going to avenge his brothers. But Ha-Seol told him he didn't feel sorry for other people's lives, so how dare he ask for an answer for his brothers' lives? When the Kunlun clan people entered the tavern, the atmosphere immediately became tense. These people were no ordinary travelers. Their presence and actions clearly indicated that they had come on an important mission. Their gaze was focused and their intentions obvious. They were looking for the robber and were ready to bring him to justice. He knew he had to surrender to avoid further consequences. But in the face of the threatening situation, he was not ready to give himself into Kunlun's hands. He stood there without even taking a step back, determined not to give up. The young merchant had the unexpected courage to stand up for Ha-Seol. He was sure he couldn't stay away, even if it leads to injuries. But Ha-Seol couldn't understand what made him do that. Maybe because of some hidden reason, an affection she could not recognize. Her thoughts drifted to Muan for a moment. He, too, was sticking up for her in spite of her. On the risks. That flash of memories made Ha-Seol feel something more. Maybe it was a sense of connection that she hadn't realized until now. If she wanted to survive and protect those she cared about, she needed to show her strength. Her resolve grew with each passing moment. She could no longer stand in the shadows. Ha-Seol stepped forward, ready to fight for herself and for those who stood beside her. At that moment, She realized that she could no longer hide her power, and had to show it because it endangered others. She had to stop that robber. Haseol stood amidst the raging chaos as she used her circle of moonlight technique. In the blink of an eye, she affected her opponent and he was struck. Light and its power spilled around her, enveloped the entire area, overshadowing the rest of the fight. This unexpected move proved decisive, and the enemy fell. But one of Kunlun's men who was watching realized that she had not only defeated his enemy, but had also gone out, the victor in this confrontation. He noticed that she had evened out the other 4 brothers too. Her strength and determination had certainly ensured her victory, and despite his tense stance, he couldn't help but recognize her strength. And he also knew that 3 brothers had the same wounds as this one. He also realized that she was an enchantress from the Silent Night clan. He realized that she was out there on the field fighting with the same techniques, that here with this 4th brother of dishonorable robbers, and he was shocked and bewildered by his discovery. After that, Haseol approached Yu Changhua. She felt deep regret. He was hurt because of her, and even though that she was grateful for his help, she was bitter that his life had been lost at that moment. His death was not without consequences for her soul. The scraps of memories of Muan's actions and determination came to mind. Protect her, but no matter how hard Haseol tried, she couldn't remember all the details. His face was blurred like a fuzzy silhouette in her memory. She stood there in inner conflict. The memories of Muan kept popping up in her mind, but despite her best efforts, she couldn't remember his face or his identity clearly. There was something in those memories that resonated in her heart that was precious, despite the vagueness. She felt that this man had played an important role in her life, but his image remained hidden like a shadow, disappearing into the misty gloom. The feeling was so deep that despite all the gaps in her memory, she knew one of these. Memories were important to her, even if she couldn't say exactly why. Every experience associated with it left a mark in her soul, and maybe it was part of her journey. And even if her memories of him were fragmentary and partially gone, she knew they had left a deep mark on her life that could never be erased. At that time, one of the Kunlun people who was watching the whole thing accused her. He said that she was from Tioi Night, and that was the accusation. Very serious. He said that she had broken the law and now she had to answer for her actions. He wanted to arrest her even though she had just rid the Kunlun clan of a threat and defeated those who harmed the good people. She couldn't understand why her actions in defense of the innocent were interpreted as something evil, because she was only doing what she thought was right to stop these villains from continuing their crimes. She was alien to their explanation that there were procedures and rules, and she believed that people should not suffer while waiting for those procedures to be fulfilled, and rules. And she didn't see her clan as bad or criminal. She believed that if wanting to survive was a crime, then everyone was a sinner, realizing that they wouldn't just let her go. And seeing that they'd grouped up to attack her, she had to use her unknown strength again and fight the Kunlun clan's men. And Muan and Ha-Jin entered the tavern expecting to find a lot of people given the recent influx of guests due to the activity of the invaders' organization. But to their surprise, the tavern was empty. It was as quiet as if it had closed for a while. This alarmed them, but they decided and sat down at the table to eat something to eat. The situation outside the window couldn't distract them from their important conversation. Ha-Jin always, loyal to his friend, was ready to discuss the plans. He respected Muan not only for his strength and determination, but also for his strategic mind. Although Muan was the leader in their tandem, Ha-Jin was the mind behind this duo, always with a clear vision and ready to support in all endeavors. He wasn't just an assistant. His role was much more important because he not only followed Muan's plans, but also actively helped to build them by finding solutions that others might not have noticed. It didn't matter to him what Muan's main goal was to avenge the clan, for his father, or the ambitious conquest of the Central Celestial Alliance and all of Murim. All of these goals were important and meaningful, but for Ha-Jin, it was more important to be by Muan's side, to support him, help him, and follow along with him. He was really willing to give anything to help Muan achieve his goal, no matter what it was. Muan listened to him carefully, and though he had determination and confidence in his eyes, he knew he couldn't go it alone. They didn't notice the mercenary clan hired by Cha Moon Ho sneaking into the tavern. There were about 40 of them, a lot for a place like this, and they seemed to be acting according to a premeditated plan. Muan only sensed later that the situation was beginning to change. But it was too late. He was always on guard, his senses were always sharp, he knew he shouldn't have missed even the slightest detail. But despite his wariness, he did not notice their presence until the very last moment. It was strange how they had been able to sneak into the tavern so stealthily and why he hadn't picked up on their energies. Before Muan realized what had happened, he instantly drew his sword and got into a fighting stance. His body intuitively reacted even. If the mind hasn't realized the threat yet, he also gave Hajin his cloak, for it protected him from many threats, and himself began to fight, and with every movement of his sword the enemies fell but in his mind. The questions kept rolling in. How they had bypassed his vigilance. Muan knew that he could handle the mercenary clan hired by Cha Moon Ho. His fighting skills were impeccable, and every stroke of his sword was precise. He was sure of his victory, but inside his mind, despite his outward confidence, he was afraid. Contradiction. He would have to violate the Central Celestial Alliance's law against attempting human life. But now he was facing a threat that could change the course of events completely, and he had to protect himself, even at the cost of their lives. The battle continued with staggering intensity. Muan fought off the mercenaries, but the longer the battle lasted, the more the mercenaries fought back. He realized that their forces were never ending. The squad seemed to have no end in sight. He destroyed one enemy after another, but more and more. The forces continued to advance, giving him no time for respite. Despite his incredible speed and skill, Muan began to feel that his resources were dwindling. He was forced to spend all his strength on repelling attacks without being able to act with full power. Hajin felt like he was becoming a burden to Muan with each passing moment. He couldn't fully unleash his power, because his main role was to protect Hajin. He realized that as long as Muan had this responsibility on him, can't operate at full capacity. This was depressing to Hajin. He thought of his skills in illusions could create a distraction or confuse his enemies. But the problem was that he didn't have the right source to use it, of illusions to the fullest. Hajin felt powerless watching Muan continue to fight this endless stream of opponents without getting the help they needed. Meanwhile, the mercenaries began to feel that they were facing a strong opponent. Muan was 4, and they began to realize that his speed and determination could lead to their imminent defeat. It made them a little wary, but they weren't going to give up. On the contrary, they intensified their attack, trying to exhaust Muan and find a weakness. Despite realizing Muan's strength, the mercenaries were not going to stop. They were determined to defeat him, and their strategy changed. Realizing that Muan was a martial artist, they began to use cunning and coordinated attacks to give him a hard time. They were experienced and knew how to act in such situations. They tried to surround Muan, attacking from different directions, trying to deny him the ability to move with the same speed and efficiency. Muan reflected their blows with his sword slicing off. The air and his every move was precise, but with every second he had to expend more effort. He was in the center of this attack, and although his speed and strength were impressive, his opponents began to apply pressure. His enemies were using numerical superiority, and that was enough to make Muan move more carefully. A feeling of growing uneasiness arose inside Muan. He was on the verge to violate their principles by acting at full speed and without stopping. Violation of local law was inevitable if he kept this up. But he knew the battle left him no choice. These mercenaries would not just give up, and his goal was to win, no matter what the consequences. And Hajin stood watching the battle. His heart was full of anxiety and worry. He knew that Muan was fighting right now, alone against numerical superiority, and it wasn't easy for him. Hajin was willing to help, but his own strength was limited. He couldn't reach his full potential. Looking at Muan, Hajin felt an incredible desire to be useful. And Muan, realizing that despite their strength, the mercenaries were not going to retreat, made a decision that was not an easy one. He knew they could keep fighting for a long time, but given the number of enemies and their determination, it would take a long time. In such a situation, any fight could be prolonged and have unpredictable consequences. Every punch, every move, were making themselves known. In such a situation, continuing the battle would bring them nothing but unnecessary losses and risks. There were too many enemies, and their task was far more important than destroying this squad. Time is too precious to waste on a pointless battle. Muan and Ha-Jin decided not to risk it and leave the place. With this decision, they quickly began to withdraw, trying to maintain their position and not give their enemies an advantage. A new ally suddenly appeared. At first, Muan didn't realize who it was, but when the stranger opened his face, he recognized him as the old one, an acquaintance of Seo Mu-sang. Muan didn't expect to see him here, but his presence changed the situation dramatically. And his support was what was needed to turn the tide of battle. The mercenaries didn't understand where he came from or whose side he was on either. And so, Musan said hello to an old friend, apologizing for the delay, since he had been getting rid of the tail of the surveillance for a long time. When Seo Musang joined Muan, he was overjoyed. For a long time, he had been acting alone, but now he finally did. He had an ally who could support him in difficult situations. It turned out that the Dark Moon people were also interested in So Mu-san. Then Muan introduced him to Ha-Jin after talking to Seo Mu-sang, saying that Seo Mu-sang is a man you can trust. Despite being secretive and cautious, Ha-Jin quickly realized that Seo Mu-sang could be held responsible. Now Muan and Ha-Jin had an important task, and they needed to get out of where they were and do it as quickly as possible. But with So Mu-san's help, they could count on cover, which greatly increased their chances of success. And Seo Mu-sang and his men worked efficiently. Every step was thought out and every move was part of a larger strategy, aimed at saving them. Seo Mu-san was an experienced man who knew how to deal with such situations. His men were reliable and each of them was willing to do anything for the success of the operation. And Ha-Jin watched the process with confidence. He knew he had put his trust in the right person. Their teamwork was flawless, and everything was going according to plan. Although the situation was still tense, Ha-Jin felt that they could handle it. Because now they didn't just have a defense, they had a team to fall back on. Time was running out, and every second was bringing them closer to the decisive moment. Muan, Ha-Jin, and Seo Mu-sang knew they had to get out as soon as possible. When Seo Mu-sang was left to cover them, Muan and Ha-Jin hurriedly made their way outside. Their footsteps were quick, swift. They realized that time was running out, and every moment could be decisive, even though Seo Mu-sang had cleared the way. For them to cross the road, there was still danger. Muan, as an experienced strategist, was always alert and despite his best efforts. He could feel the tension in the air, and Seo Mu-sang ordered his men to eliminate all the enemies, but leave one behind to interrogate them and find out the truth about them. His men nodded silently and began to act. They knew the order was necessary to keep the allies safe and to learn of possible traps. Each of them was a master of battle and was ready to make a decision in a matter of seconds. The battle with the enemies was swift and decisive. Their opponents did not expect such resistance, and soon most of them were neutralized. As soon as Muan and Ha-Jin started to move away from the place where everything happened, Muan felt a familiar tension. He stopped abruptly. He concentrated and immediately recognized the presence of one person. His intuition was right. It was Chun-In. Muan immediately caught him, without giving any chance to escape. Chun-In, though he was caught, didn't try to resist. When he opened his face, Muan recognized him. He came to warn them of a new threat. Chun-In told them that a whole group of men were waiting to trap them on the way out of the city, to catch them. It was unexpected, but Muan and Ha-Jin immediately realized that the situation was getting more and more complicated. It was a trap. And the plan all along was to get them out of town, so that we could quietly skirt the law and infringe on their lives, because out-of-towners didn't have prohibition, and no one would try them on a felony. And Ha-Jin, who was always determined to take advantage of every situation, didn't seem shocked. He was upset, of course, but at the same time, Time quickly assessed the prospects. The situation, in his opinion, had positive aspects. He knew that this trap could be a great thing. A reason to get inside the Central Sky Alliance. Everyone will be required to explain their actions in front of. By the Central Celestial Alliance, this proceeding will give them the opportunity to infiltrate the place they wanted to go. Hajin had to leave with Chun Ying since it would be safe, and Muan knew that he would act alone now. There was no need to protect Hajin or anyone else anymore. He could fully concentrate on fighting his enemies to apply his full power without the limitations that were always present, when you had to think about the safety of your allies. As Hajin and Chun-In disappeared into the darkness of the night, Muan remained on the battlefield. He'd be ready to meet his opponents who were preparing for a decisive clash. He could sense their confidence, but knew that this one, confidence would quickly dissipate. Now his power was at full strength, and he was ready to show what it meant to be a true master. With each movement, with each blow, Muan came closer to them. Enemies that seemed dangerous before were now falling into his traps, without having time to react. Muan used all his strength, his fighting skills, and strategic mind to effectively and quickly to destroy his opponents. He felt his body fill with energy as he was freed from all constraints. Each strike became more precise. Every move faster. He moved like a hurricane, leaving his opponents no chance. Muan knew he had to act decisively. His energy was immensely powerful, and he didn't hesitate to use it to its fullest. Confrontations with enemies turned into lightning-fast battles where his skill and strength were at an all-time advantage. He spared no effort knowing that he was alone now. The mercenaries, who had recently been confident of victory, realized they were facing an invincible opponent. Muan did not leave. With every blow and movement, they came closer to defeat. Their strength was running out, and now they began to realize the futility of further resistance, and they begged to be spared. But Muan didn't pay any attention to that. He was merciless, and knew that sparing them now would only make things worse for himself. These people would not leave him alone. They would try again and again to find him, or his allies. If he shows weakness, it will only lead to more threats in the future. And Muan was a master swordsman, and his fighting skills were unrivaled. He could use the sword as an extension of his body with each of his strikes, was precise. Every movement was executed with perfect precision. His technique combined both uncompromising power and elegant grace. He used a technique where his sword sliced through the air, creating the illusion of multiple swords striking from different directions at the same time. The enemy could not see exactly where the next blow would come from, and often fell without any chance of resistance. He moved swiftly between his opponents, his every step precise and swift, and his sword moving so swiftly that it left, with only a trail of steel strips in the air. The mercenaries tried to defend themselves, but their efforts were futile. Their weapons could not withstand the force of his blows, and they fell one by one. Muan was in his element. He could feel every movement of the sword. It wasn't just fighting. It was art. In each of his blows was an expression of his strength of skill and confidence. When he had almost finished the battle and defeated all the mercenaries, one of them confessed in despair. His voice was full of fear. And he said they were hired by Cha Mun Ho. That enemy even had a desire to avenge Cha Mun Ho for that if he survived. He was very angry at Cha Mun Ho for not warning that Northern Blade was so strong and uncompromising. And now he just wanted to stay alive. Because of the 80 people who were chasing Muan, there was almost no one left. After Muan defeated all the mercenaries and was left alone among the lifeless bodies of the defeated enemies, silence enveloped the battlefield. He sat on the ground, his breathing even, and his gaze focused. The sword was at his side. He was tired, but his mind was clear. It was another victory. But he knew he had an even tougher fight ahead of him. It didn't take long before the warriors of the Central Sky Alliance appeared on the horizon. Footsteps echoed across the silent field. They had come to fulfill their task, and Muan knew that this moment had come, and now his actions will decide a lot of things. When they came closer, one of the warriors, tall and imposing, stepped forward and said loudly that Muan had broken the law, and Muan didn't move or show the slightest resistance. Their commander introduced himself and said he had to go with them. When the Central Celestial Alliance soldiers approached Muan ready to arrest him, he did not resist. Calmly raising his hands, he made it clear that he wasn't going to fight. It was part of his plan. He knew that once in their hands, would be able to manage the situation without giving them the slightest reason to be wary. Muan always acted with calculation, and this moment was no exception. However, when the warriors tried to approach and take his sword, the situation changed. Muan's sword was not just a weapon. It was his faithful companion with whom he merged into one. His strength and energy were bound to this blade, and no one else but him couldn't control it. The sword was a source of power, but in the hands of another man, it became uncontrollable and filled with darkness. Negative energy. One of the warriors trying to draw his sword felt his hand recoil from the weapon as if it were resisting him. The energy of the sword was so powerful and sinister that the warrior retreated with fear, realizing that he could not control it, and Muan watched it with a slight calmness. He knew that his sword was part of his essence, and no one would be able to take it away so easily. Even if his body is captured, his sword will remain with him as his strength, his spirit. When the situation calmed down a bit, Muan, with a slight motion, pointed to himself and said with assurance that he would follow them and not be a threat to them. Muan sat with his gaze fixed on the distance, waiting for his warrior to report on the events that had taken place. The air was silent, and only a light breeze rustled the leaves of the trees around him. The time dragged slowly, but Muan was patient. When one of his warriors finally came running in, out of breath from his quick escape, he said hello to Muan, said that Muan was taken into custody by the Central Heaven Alliance. He surrendered voluntarily with his hands up and offered no resistance. The sword could not be taken from him. He resisted, and the warriors could not take it. Muan said he would follow them of his own free will, and Muan listened carefully to the report. His eyes narrowed and he sighed quietly. He already knew that Muan wouldn't just give up without a reason, and that there was a deeper purpose behind this action. Muan's thoughts drifted back to the distant past when he was still a lowly warrior in Xining's unit. In those days, his life was full of the struggle of fear and doubt. Everything was difficult then, but he also remembered that moment, which was a major turning point in his life. Then a group of men were sentenced to be imprisoned in a dungeon. The order was to starve them to death. The death came from Yang Man-chok, a high-ranking commander. Yang Man-chok was known for his cruelty and ruthlessness, and he felt that this was a way to strengthen discipline in their ranks. However, Muan could not accept this order in his heart, and he realized he couldn't afford to be a part of this inhuman punishment. Despite his inferior position in the squad, despite the risks, he decided to do his own thing. Every day, hidden from the gaze of others, he brought food to the prisoners. He knew. But his inner duty and sense of humanity left him no choice. He had to be careful, without giving himself away. Sometimes, as he crawled through the dungeon, he could hear the prisoners, starving and in pain, whispering to each other without understanding why he was helping them. But Muan knew that his act was not just an act of kindness. It was his commitment to himself. He felt it, that in spite of his inferior position in the squad, he was obliged to do otherwise, for when he served in the sacred heavenly clan, he was helpless. The moment his friends and comrades in arms died, he could not help them. That moment was a lesson to him. He realized that even though he couldn't save those who were lost, he had to save those who still had a chance. It was because of this internal struggle he continued to bring food to those in the dungeon. He also knew that Yang Man-chok could forgive them if they obeyed his orders. Told the prisoners of his life about how he had lost his brothers in arms in the sacred heavenly clan. After those men wanted to become his warriors, and for him to teach them martial arts. That's how they became the people of the Central Sky Alliance, and were now the chief intelligence officers of the Central Sky Alliance, and they were a special unit. Now he ordered his man to eat and rest. He was going to visit a place. When Ha-Jin and Chun-Ying arrived at the Tang residence, which had always been quiet and orderly before, the atmosphere was completely different. Tangi Moon, the head of this powerful family, met them with anger. His face was contorted with rage. He didn't understand how they could Muan into the hands of the enemy. He was sure that where Muan ended up would be dangerous to his life, and when they found out about his origins, would want to get rid of him altogether. This new situation troubled him, for he realized that many forces had now changed and the Central Celestial. The alliance was no longer what it used to be. Ha-Jin didn't react to Tang's anger, realizing that there was more to it than just calming down at this point, but to report the new reality. He sighed quietly and looked into Tangi Moon's eyes and spoke. That this organization is now a dictatorship that puts their power above all else. The order that many once maintained has now been destroyed. Those masters of art who have always stood on the side of justice are now silent. They do nothing to change the situation, even though they have the power to resist. And Tangi Moon squinted his eyes to contain his rage, but his face expressed deep concern. Ha-Jin realized that the time for inaction had passed. The Central Celestial Alliance was indeed changing, and that change threatened their entire world, and he knew that the Alliance's influence would grow. Ha-Jin spoke with a firmness that could be seen in this man. His face was calm, but there was a determined fire in his eyes. He was sure of one thing, that if they didn't stop the Central Celestial Alliance now that the situation hadn't come to an end yet, it would be a tragedy for everyone. He realized that Muan was the person who could challenge this powerful alliance, for only he had the strength of resolve and skill to effect such a massive conflict, and Muan was ready to be the first to enter the vortex. Chunin and Ha-Jin knew that their path was decisive and inevitable. At this moment, they could not retreat. Their fate was intertwined with Muan's fate, and they were obligated to help him in this fight. No matter the risks, the head of Dark Moon had given Chun-Ying an instruction, and he had to fulfill it without letting down those who relied on him. And Chun-Ying knew that helping Muan was not only a matter of duty, but a necessity. The alliance had indeed become the dictator Ha-Jin had described him to be, and they could not allow him to continue to increase his power. At which point, Ryu-san intervened, asking if it was true that Muan had been taken into custody.